Chapter 751, A Step Further 5. You still haven't said how you found out. I wanted to give you a surprise that would move you, but now it seems there's no point at all. Quan Xingnan exclaimed. I've received many surprises today, each one from you. Your arrival surprised me, your gift surprised me, and your thoughtfulness surprised me even more. Every surprise brought me deep emotion. My heart is so full of emotion and surprise that it's almost overflowing, almost too much to contain. Handmade, every detail was absolutely perfect. This was no small project. It must have required a great deal of time and effort. And she must have started preparing this gift for him a long time ago, without giving away the slightest hint. The deep tea made Hu Xuedong feel even more profoundly that in this matter of affection, he had never been alone in his feelings. If it wasn't one-sided, then it was mutual understanding. He had always thought Quan Xingnan was passively accepting his pursuit and that she was a bit clueless when it came to relationships. He never expected reality to bring him such a huge surprise. Not only did she appear before him in person, but she also brought a gift she had made with her own hands. Whether it was the clothes or the accessories, her heartfelt intentions were evident. As the youngest son of the Qin family and the heir of the Hu family, with a powerful background and immense wealth, countless people found ways to send him gifts every year, let alone on occasions like birthdays when giving gifts was perfectly justified. He had received many gifts, valuable, rare, you name it, he had it all. Valuable, rare, they all put thought into selecting gifts, and there were countless priceless treasures among them. Yet, none had moved him as profoundly as what was before him now. The same level of thoughtfulness, but only now did he feel truly touched. His fingers lightly traced the tea. Hu Xuedong set the gift aside, took her hand, and pulled her close until she was right in front of him. He rested his forehead against hers. And, thank you. You've made me feel so deeply moved. Warm breath accompanied his low words, brushing against Quan Xingnan's face, turning her snow-tender skin a faint shade of pink. Quan Xingnan's eyes curved into crescents as she said, Mr. Hua, have I ever told you that you are the best at sweet talk in the world? She tilted her face up, slightly breaking the contact, her softly rounded chin lifting gently. Really, every time she could hear his sweet words. He was someone with a myriad of responsibilities. When did he master the skill of sweet talk? I wouldn't mind you praising me like this every day. Hu Xuedong's gaze rested on his girlfriend's face, his smile warm and gentle, yet he took in every detail, her delicately arched brows, clear bright eyes, small cute nose, cherry blossom lips, and milk-like skin, committing them all to memory, engraving them in his heart. Are you saying you're going to sweet-talk me every day from now on? After saying this, Quan Xingnan bumped her head lightly against his chin. You might be willing to listen, but I can't bring myself to say it every day. Who goes around spouting sweet talk all the time? It would make one feel like they were drowning in a honey jar. Sweet enough to be intoxicating, fragrant enough to be mesmerizing. Quan Xingnan's already faintly pink cheeks flushed even redder, resembling flawless white jade touched with a blush. Hu Xuedong raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek. The air around them seemed to grow sweet and incredibly warm. Just as the most enchanting scene should have unfolded next, Quan Xingnan suddenly spoke up, breaking the moment. Since you're staying here, are we going out to eat or eating at home? Hu Xuedong lowered his hand in defeat. There's a temporary chef here responsible for 3 meals a day. Why do you ask? Chapter 752, A Step Further 6. In London, there was a Chinese restaurant under the Hua Group. Whenever Hu Xuedong visited and didn't plan to dine out, the restaurant would send 1 or 2 chefs to prepare his meals. This was true in the past, and it remains true now. Like Quan Xingnan, although Hu Xuedong didn't dislike Western food, he preferred Chinese cuisine. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, so, that means they should have the ingredients I need? The ingredients she needed? Are you planning to cook yourself? Hu Xuedong looked at his little girlfriend who had stood up, hardly daring to believe he could be even happier. But then came worry. Hu Xuedong had seen Quan Xingnan make clothes and display her talents in other areas, but he had never seen her cook. Did she learn it specifically? For today? He considered the most practical question, would it even be edible? Quan Xingnan narrowed her eyes. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking, since you asked about the chef, whether I'll have the honor of tasting my girlfriend's cooking today, Hu Xuedong said sincerely, completely avoiding the most practical question. He had decided, even if it tasted terrible, he would eat it all. Quan Xingnan was half convinced, half doubtful. She stared at Hu Xuedong for a moment. He was the birthday boy, she wouldn't argue with him. Trust me, you will have that honor, birthday boy. Quan Xingnan found her way to the kitchen with ease. She had been here in her previous life with Hu Xuedong. Apart from the constantly updated tech products, not much had changed here. The head chef, along with 2 apprentices, had already started preparing a lavish lunch. Knowing it was Hu Xuedong's birthday, a pastry chef was also preparing a cake. When they suddenly saw a beautiful, ethereal young woman appear amidst the cooking fumes. They were stunned, their expressions quickly changing. Before they could react, they saw Alexander following behind. Chef Yu, this is Miss Kwan. Sir said that whatever Miss wants to do, you must agree and assist. Although Hu Xuedong hadn't brought Alexander along this time, Chef Yu recognized him. After hearing Alexander's words, Chef Yu agreed respectfully. Alexander then said to Quan Xingnan, Miss, please be very careful. Don't make Sir worry. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. Go talk with fourth brother. Tell him to wash his hands and wait for the meal. She greeted all the chefs with a beaming smile. After confirming the kitchen had the ingredients she needed, she borrowed an apron, washed her hands, and began to showcase her culinary skills. Seeing he wasn't needed in the kitchen, Alexander withdrew. Hu Xuedong looked on with anticipation. Alexander smiled. Miss is very devoted to you, sir. Apart from the time spent on Miss Li's acupuncture and her studies, she used all her remaining time to prepare gifts for you. They were all moved by it. Before, when Hu Xuedong personally designed jewelry for Quan Xingnan and had it specially made, they thought that was very thoughtful. They never expected Quan Xingnan, when she puts her heart into something, could surpass even Hu Xuedong. After all, Quan Xingnan had never learned to make accessories before and had to start from scratch. Tie clips and cufflinks may look simple and small, but the process of making them is actually quite demanding. How could Hu Xuedong not understand this? That made him even more touched. When it was time for the meal and all the dishes were served, Hu Xuedong didn't see Quan Xingnan. Just as he was about to get up and go to the kitchen, he saw her floating gracefully towards him, holding a carved lacquer tray with a cloud dragon offering longevity design, a radiant smile on her face. Her white top and pink skirt were still spotless. Her lovely face was set against the bright red tray, her eyes sparkling. P.S. Deleted everything, rewriting in pain and despair. Before 9 o'clock, 6 more chapters to go. Chapter 753, A Step Further 7. Seeing the bright and exquisite antique tray in Quan Xingnan's hand, Hu Xuedong smiled. This tray? What about the tray? I think this tray is perfect for the occasion. It has a good meaning and the color is vibrant. Quan Xingnan placed the bowl from the tray in front of Hu Xuedong and handed the tray to the maid beside her. Carved lacquerware is one of the 4 famous traditional crafts of the capital, alongside jade carving, cloisonné, and ivory carving. Today was Hu Xuedong's birthday, so using utensils with auspicious meanings was fitting. The tray's red lacquer was vibrant, its carvings intricate and vivid. Quan Xingnan had searched high and low and found just this one tray, along with a blue and white porcelain bowl with red glaze. Hu Xuedong stared at the bowl before him, warmth flowing in his eyes, almost overflowing. The beautiful red-glazed bowl was filled with colorful noodle soup. So, after bustling in the kitchen for so long, Quan Xingnan had made him a bowl of longevity noodles. The broth was white and clear, like milk. The noodles lay beneath, topped with 5 ingredients arranged according to the 5 elements. In the center was a golden fried egg, surrounded by emerald green vegetables, bright red tomatoes, black hair moss, and golden shredded potatoes. On the fried egg, ketchup was used to write a seal script character for longevity. 5 elements, 5 colors, it looked appetizing just by sight, not to mention the rich aroma constantly stimulating the sense of smell. Longevity noodles must be eaten in one go to ensure a long life, Quan Xingnan said as she sat down, grinning. All right, let me taste Miss N's culinary skills. Hu Xuedong picked up his chopsticks and ate the side dishes in the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beneath the fried egg, one end of the noodles was revealed. He looked carefully, picked up the noodles, and began putting them into his mouth without stopping. The entire bowl turned out to be a single, unbroken noodle. Chewy and resilient, with excellent elasticity, thin and round, yet long and unbroken. Eating it in one go was no small feat. Hu Xuedong ate earnestly, without a chance to speak. Watching him focus on eating the noodles, Quan Xingnan smiled, her eyes curving. Every year on the birthdays of her family members, she never forgot to make them a bowl of longevity noodles. She had practiced in her past life, how could she forget in this one? The dough, kneaded 1,000 times, was stretched into one long noodle. It wasn't hand-cut noodles, but the texture was no different. Though it looked elaborate, the portion of noodles in the bowl wasn't too large. After finishing the noodles and drinking the soup, Hu Xuedong touched his stomach, which was already half full. It's delicious, very tasty. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan was even happier, boasting proudly, of course. I can cook many dishes. I might not be able to make overly complex or high-end ones, but I can handle home-style dishes. I'll make some for you when I have the chance. I especially look forward to the delicious food you'll bring, Hu Xuedong said, thinking for a moment, the tenderness in his eyes deepening. When I was young, whether it was my aunt or my mother, they would personally go into the kitchen to make me a bowl of longevity noodles on my birthday. Though they couldn't compare to the single noodle bowl you made today, the warmth in them is something I cherish. Now that the two elders are older, I wouldn't dare trouble them no matter what. Other outsiders celebrating his birthday would never think of something as simple as longevity noodles. Hua Xuedong looked at Quan Xingnan and said earnestly, I haven't had longevity noodles on my birthday for several years. Thank you, N. I will cherish the gift you gave me. Even a gift that is eaten can be cherished, taken out to reminisce about every year. Quan Xingnan's cheeks flushed pink, like delicate hibiscus flowers blooming in their unparalleled beauty. I'm hungry. Airplane food is terrible. Let's eat quickly before it gets cold and loses its flavor, she said, seizing the opportunity to hide her embarrassment. Chapter 754. Going further 8. Today was Hua Xuedong's birthday. His work schedule had been arranged accordingly, ensuring no major incidents would disturb him. He had also specifically instructed his subordinates, so after the meal, he was quite at leisure. Being at leisure meant he had ample time to accompany Quan Xingnan. As she spent more and more time with Hua Xuedong, feeling the love and care he offered, different from that of her previous life, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. She radiated a sweet, blissful aura, making the air feel as sweet as honey. Sensing all this, Alexander glanced at Secretary Bu, who was responsible for managing Hua Xuedong's schedule and handling non-family calls. The latter responded briefly into the phone, his expression impassive, before hanging up. After hanging up, he merely made a note in the notebook where he recorded schedule details. Have you answered so many calls today that your hand is about to go numb? Alexander asked with a hint of schadenfreude. Is your throat about to go hoarse? This used to be Secretary Chen's job, but with Secretary Chen absent, it naturally fell to Secretary Bu. Of course, the bodyguards, had also been roped in by Secretary Chen to answer calls before. Now that he and Daniel were assigned to Quan Xingnan, they no longer had to do such tasks. Could you be any less obvious with your schadenfreude? Secretary Bu retorted bluntly. Alexander, do you believe I could suggest to Sir that he replace you? Have you come back and assigned someone else to protect Miss Quan? At that, it was the other bodyguard's turn to look gleeful. Alexander quickly raised his hands in surrender. Daniel asked Secretary Bu, who was on the phone. Is there no need to inform, sir? Secretary Bu checked his record. From this morning until now, I've taken no fewer than 100 calls. Although most are from people in the business world, none are urgent. It's fine to tell Sir in the evening. There's no other way, Sir is very busy. I can only thank them on his behalf for their well wishes. Sir will return some calls after he's free, but he'll only choose a few. At this point, Secretary Bu frowned, a trace of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Alexander and the others were extremely curious. What could make Secretary Bu, who was only a few years older than Sir, and whose abilities were no less than Secretary Chen's, show such an expression? Secretary Bu said, is being persistent and clingy really good? Persistent and clingy? Referring to whom? Liang Wenwan? Ji Tianxin, or some other girl? Alexander's expression revealed his thoughts as he voiced the question. Hua Xuedong was a born leader, possessing an aristocratic air and the charm of mature refinement. With his exceptional background and immeasurable wealth, he was Hong Kong's #1 most eligible bachelor. Countless socialites and daughters of prominent families admired him, and even among ordinary people, there were many infatuated girls whose fervor was no less than that of Liang Wenwan or Ji Tianxin. Having been by Hua Xuedong's side for many years, they had witnessed far too much of this and had grown accustomed to it. I've answered over 100 calls, about 80 of which were from women. Without exception, they inquired after Sir's well-being and persistently asked about his current whereabouts. Among these 80 women, 3 called several times in a row, truly driving me up the wall. Secretary Bu found this behavior both laughable and pitiable, and of course, even more detestable. To willfully and repeatedly intrude into another person's life, imposing oneself forcefully and causing them unnecessary trouble, is that love? Or is it vanity? The latter seemed more likely. If Sir weren't Hong Kong's second richest person, without his background of being from a high-ranking official family on the mainland, who would be so crazy about him? Chapter 755, Going a Step Further 9. As a secretary, he was very troubled. Every day, he had to receive many calls of this nature, to the point where he wanted to change his contact information. Fortunately, those who knew his contact details were all socialites and daughters of prominent families from various circles. If the ordinary girls below knew it, he believed his phone would be blown up directly. Secretary Bu deeply disliked such people. Sir had never responded to them at all, so what made them think they could capture Sir's heart? They have no self-respect or self-regard. Secretary Bu thought indignantly. Especially one well-off socialite who, in order to get close to Sir, actually pursued him, Bu, and even went to his parents claiming they had been dating for a long time, causing him to undergo intense questioning from his family. Alexander laughed heartily, rocking back and forth. Seeing not a trace of expression on Secretary Boo's face, Alexander leaned on Daniel's shoulder, amused. When did this happen? Secretary Boo, you kept it very quiet. A bodyguard nearby grinned and offered an explanation. It happened recently. Otherwise, why do you think Secretary Boo followed Sir out here instead of holding the fort in Hong Kong? Originally, Sir was going to bring Secretary Gao, not Secretary Boo. Secretary Boo specifically swapped with her to escape that kind of crazy harassment. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. After a long while, Alexander let out a heavy sigh, his face showing hidden worry. Alexander, what trouble have you encountered? You're following Miss Quan now, you shouldn't have this kind of problem, right? What do you mean shouldn't? Given time, I believe I'll be as busy as Secretary Boo. Right now, the young lady is still young, so she has fewer pursuers, but among them are still many from high-ranking official families who want to secure her. Wait until the young lady is a few years older. With her illustrious background, noble temperament, and outstanding looks, do you think her suitors will be few? Boys chasing girls are just as crazy as girls chasing men. I can already foresee my future career being exactly this. Don't think only Sir faces this kind of trouble. Miss Quan is absolutely no less affected. Do outstanding men and women all have to encounter such things? The group thought about it and sighed. Quan Xingnan heard their conversation from the outer room. Ignoring Alexander's words, she looked mischievously at Hua Xuedong. What's wrong? Hua Xuedong asked, bringing over a pot of brewed Shifeng longing tea. Quite the popular one, Mr. Hua. Hua Xuedong, being exceedingly clever, immediately smiled wryly and poured a cup of tea for her. Don't make fun of me. This isn't a good thing. Besides causing trouble, it brings no benefit at all. Quan Xingnan took a sip of tea and nodded in agreement. That's right, it truly is troublesome. Without a response, shouldn't they decisively cut off their affections and seek their own happiness? Why cling to someone who has no interest in them? They think too little of themselves. Even if they succeeded in such pursuits, who would cherish feelings that were delivered to their doorstep? Quan Xingnan really didn't understand this approach. Let's not talk about these annoying matters. It's rare that we've come to London. Let's go out for a walk. Hua Xuedong smoothed the frown from her brow. All right. London is one of the world's 4 major cities and the largest financial center in Europe. There are many attractions here worth seeing. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan walked hand in hand on the Tower Bridge, enjoying the scenery on both sides of the Thames River. Occasionally, they would look up, their gazes meeting, filled with tenderness and affection. Originally, they were leisurely touring the sights, but their peace was abruptly broken by an exclamation. P.S. 3 more chapters, updating around 9 o'clock. Chapter 756, A Step Further 10. Oh my god, someone help. Quick, quick. Something bad happened, let me see. It turned out that an old man who had been strolling on the Tower Bridge of London just like them suddenly collapsed. Many people panicked, some hurriedly called the police, while others rushed forward to administer first aid. This sudden commotion originally had nothing to do with them, but with a doctor's heart of compassion, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but step forward. Chinese people were already rare in London, making her and Hua Xuedong particularly conspicuous in the crowd. The man was mature and refined, while the girl was delicate and rosy. They wore matching tang suits, set against the backdrop of dusk, resembling a handsome gentleman and an angel who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Hua Xuedong led Quan Xingnan into the crowd and unexpectedly exclaimed in a low voice, Edward. Edward? 4th brother, you know him. Quan Xingnan stared at the foreign old man receiving first aid, finding him vaguely familiar. Hua Xuedong's expression turned cold. Yes, I know him, but we are not acquainted. He is a British noble, the Earl of Cromwell, possessing great wealth and holds a deep disdain for us Chinese. Disdain for the Chinese? Although Quan Xingnan's desire to help remained, any goodwill she might have felt for the old man on the ground vanished entirely. The person administering first aid to him was sweating profusely, his face filled with anxiety. The old man's face was pale and bluish, his left hand clenched into a fist, his right hand clutching his chest, his mouth wide open, breathing with great difficulty. He showed no sign of relief from the first aid being administered. Medicine? Does he have any medicine on him? Seeing the situation, someone suddenly asked. Edward struggled to reach for his medicine but lacked the strength. The person who had spoken quickly stepped forward to help, searching through all his pockets, but finding no sign of the medication he should have been carrying. No medicine. Everyone's expressions changed. Please, everyone, make way. I study medicine. I can help. Upon hearing this, the people nearby quickly moved aside. But when they saw that the speaker was a young girl, their faces showed disbelief. A young girl from the East, at such a tender age, did she truly know how to save someone? At such a young age and with such a petite frame, she likely hadn't yet acquired advanced medical knowledge. However, Edward's face was gradually turning bluish-purple, The well-intentioned first aid was failing to revive his fading vitality. Quan Xingnan hurried forward. From her earlier observation, Edward was likely suffering from a myocardial infarction. The first aid method being used was correct but ineffective. She made a swift decision, pulling a silver hairpin from her hair. She gently twisted the pinhead, retrieving a silver needle. This was also a gift from Hu Xuedong. The hairpin was hollow and could conceal several silver needles. She had intended to use a jade hairpin to style her hair today, but was surprised to find she had forgotten it, so she had used this one instead. What a coincidence, and fortunately, she had brought it. Time was of the essence. Any later, and Edward would truly be beyond saving. While activating her earth pupils to directly observe Edward's heart and infusing a trace of spiritual energy, Quan Xingnan inserted the silver needle. Fortunately, during the first aid, Edward's clothes had been loosened, facilitating her actions without wasting time on undressing him. The young man administering first aid gasped in shock upon seeing this. Oh my god, what are you doing? Can sticking a needle and save someone? First aid isn't done like this. The previous first aid method was correct. This is wrong. Voices of opposition rang out incessantly. Many more wore expressions of mockery on their faces. Under their scornful gazes, Edward on the ground began to change. Chapter 757. A Step Further 11. The change was obvious and for the better. His complexion was no longer purplish, his breathing was no longer labored, his clenched fists gradually relaxed, and his expression slowly smoothed out. The entire process took only a little over 10 seconds. It felt like the moment the silver needles were inserted, Edward's complexion wasn't as dreadful as it had been initially. How miraculous! Witnessing this effect, all opposition vanished. They held their breath, watching the young woman successively insert needles into Edward's chest area. Over a dozen silver needles shimmered brilliantly. The skin over Edward's heart looked like the hide of a porcupine. They watched, hearts pounding, equally astonished and bewildered. Edward, having recovered, suddenly opened his eyes wide, eyes the color of a clear blue sky. He looked in surprise at the beautiful young woman who was inserting needles into him, then stared at his own chest area. Suddenly, he felt a bit dizzy. He had actually become a doll, being pricked with needles. But the sensation of being pricked wasn't painful at all. On the contrary, it felt incredibly comfortable. Yes, no one could feel it more truly than Edward. The needle tips seemed to carry a stream of warmth, circulating through the vessels of his heart. The usual burden and pressure on his heart instantly lightened considerably. Edward hadn't felt this way in a long time. With the pressure off his heart, his entire body felt relaxed. After rotating and manipulating each silver needle, infusing a trace of spiritual energy, Quan Xingnan felt it was about enough. Having ensured his life was no longer in danger, she withdrew the needles one by one. A complete cure? Impossible right now. She wasn't that benevolent. Saving him from a critical condition was already the compassion of a healer. Towards a foreigner who looked down upon their Chinese people, she held no goodwill whatsoever. Hu Xuedong handed over a handkerchief. Quan Xingnan carefully wiped the silver needles, placed them back into the hairpin, and screwed the top back on as before. This hairpin was really convenient for carrying silver needles, completely undetectable. Running 10 fingers through her beautiful hair cascading down her back, Hu Xuedong took the hairpin and once again gathered up her hair, revealing her full, luminous forehead and her long, snow-white neck. Edward immediately sat up. Was it you who saved me? Beautiful little girl. Quan Xingnan didn't claim all the credit. She pointed to the young man who had performed first aid earlier. This gentleman administered first aid to you first. I merely offered a little assistance. That young man hastily waved his hands. No, not me. It was this young lady who saved you. His face was full of admiration as he gestured exaggeratedly. A few needles, over a dozen needles. She inserted them and saved you. My God, it's truly miraculous, absolutely miraculous. After saying this, he rushed up to Quan Xingnan. Beautiful little girl, may I ask, what kind of first aid method was that? Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. This is acupuncture from traditional Chinese medicine. TCM is our country's traditional medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? What's that? Many faces showed a hint of confusion. It couldn't be helped. While the Heavenly Dynasty's economy had indeed developed by leaps and bounds, many things still remained unknown to the world. Edward stood up. Though elderly, he still carried himself with graceful demeanor. So, it was you who saved me, little girl. I am Edward Cromwell. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Quan Xingnan smiled. Hello. You may call me Anne. Anne? You are just like your name, a helpful little girl. Edward praised her straightforwardly. Chapter 758, Going Further 12. Thank you for your praise. Quan Xingnan turned to look at Hu Xuedong. Mr. Cromwell is fine now. Let's continue enjoying the scenery of the Thames. The Thames at dusk must be very beautiful. While Quan Xingnan was speaking, Hu Xuedong remained silent. He knew that this was an opportunity to build a good relationship with Edward, which would be greatly beneficial for future business, but he didn't want to use Quan Xingnan's kindness for profit. Only after Quan Xingnan said this did he speak up in agreement. Goodbye, Mr. Cromwell. I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Although I performed acupuncture on you, it's better to be safe and get checked. Quan Xingnan waved at Edward, then took Hu Xuedong's arm and turned to leave. She could handle Arthur's enthusiasm just fine. As for Edward, who looked down on Chinese people, there was no need. After being rescued by Quan Xingnan, Edward showed no fatigue or weakness typical of patients post-resuscitation. Instead, he was full of energy. He thanked the young person who had first administered first aid to him, then took long strides, catching up to Quan Xingnan in a few steps. He said politely, Miss Annie, would I have the honor of inviting you both to dinner? As he spoke, he gave a slight nod to Hu Xuedong, displaying gentlemanly manners. In his eyes, Quan Xingnan was not yet an adult, and the only adult with her was Hu Xuedong, so it was proper to seek his agreement. Hu Xuedong did not interfere with Quan Xingnan's decision. She declined politely, I'm sorry, Mr. Cromwell. Today is a special day, it's my boyfriend's birthday. We already have plans. Britain is quite open. It's not unusual for teenagers to date. Therefore, Quan Xingnan didn't hide the fact that she was dating Hu Xuedong, unlike she might have in her own country. Oh, that's truly a pity. Regret quickly appeared on Edward's face. At this moment, there was no trace of his previous disdain for Chinese people. He thought for a moment, took a business card from his wallet, and handed it to Quan Xingnan with both hands. Beautiful Miss Annie, this is my contact information. I look forward to seeing you again. Quan Xingnan glanced at Hu Xuedong, smiled, and accepted it. Hu Xuedong had many business dealings here. Being on good terms with Edward could only be beneficial. Chapter 759, Zither and Flute Duet 1. The ghost she could see had always been from her own country, falling under the jurisdiction of the underworld. In her previous life, and in this life before her psychic ability leveled up this time, she had never seen foreign ghosts. She thought it was the same as in her past life, that ghosts adhered to an east-west geographical divide, and that the eastern underworld had no authority over ghosts under the jurisdiction of western death gods. Therefore, Quan Xingnan was exceptionally surprised to see the foreign female ghost beside Edward. Could it be that after her ability leveled up, the ghosts she could see were no longer divided by east and west? She didn't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate. Quan Xingnan sighed inwardly. Now, the merit she gained from doing good deeds through her foundation was absolutely incomparable to the tiny amount obtained from occasionally liberating a few ghosts. How many ghosts did she encounter and liberate in a whole year? Many ghosts weren't even willing to accept liberation, still lingering in the human world, so the merit she gained was minimal. Now, seeing this foreign female ghost who seemed to have drowned, Quan Xingnan didn't rashly speak up. She and Hu Xuedong politely received Edward. Edward was extremely excited. After presenting his gifts of thanks, he hurriedly said, Dear Annie, you are too miraculous, truly too miraculous. You are simply an angel sent by God. Hu Xuedong's expression remained unchanged, and Quan Xingnan's smile was as gentle as ever. Edward thought they didn't understand what he meant, so he continued immediately, Last night, after I returned, I underwent a comprehensive examination. The doctor said my heart is beating much more powerfully, as if rejuvenated. Of course, my heart disease still exists, but it has become much younger. Miss Annie, your needles are truly miraculous needles. Thank you for your praise. Quan Xingnan remained calm in the face of Edward's enthusiasm. Edward shook his head. It's not praise, it's fact. Miss Annie, do you possess the legendary ability to bring the dead back to life? Otherwise, how could my aged heart, like an old machine, have such vitality? Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. I do not possess the ability to bring the dead back to life. No one can save a person who has already lost all signs of life. Someone with that ability would be a god, not a human. Even though her psychic ability was indeed miraculous, she did not have the power to resurrect the dead. For those with only a breath left, she couldn't guarantee saving every single one either. Some could be saved, while others could only have their lives prolonged for a period. You are a god, dear Miss Annie, Edward said, placing his hand over his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat there. The doctor said the vitality of his heart had returned to at least what it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. This meant his heart was 5 years younger. Edward, who had always looked down on people of the yellow race, having tasted such a great benefit, for the first time adjusted his attitude. Although he still felt that yellow-skinned people were backward in various ways and lacked manners, when dealing with Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, he completely abandoned such thoughts. He even felt a sense of inexplicable awe, especially towards the young Quan Xingnan, because she held power over his life and death. No matter how high his status or how vast his wealth, in the face of death, they were all as humble as dust. He urgently needed to establish a friendly relationship with Quan Xingnan, hoping she would use those dozen or so miraculous silver needles again to make his heart several years younger and rejuvenate his bodily functions as well. With this mindset, Edward became even more enthusiastic. Hua Sitong and Quan Xingnan's expressions didn't change at all, but the bodyguards on both sides nearby twitched at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 760, Zither and Flute Duet 2. Was this the proud Earl Cromwell? Was this the Earl Cromwell who looked down upon the Chinese? He was beaming at Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, especially at Quan Xingnan, his smile almost blooming like a flower. Such enthusiasm made him seem like a completely different person from before. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let Quan Xingnan establish a good rapport with Edward. It was believed that Edward, having experienced the effects of the treatment, would go to great lengths to help Quan Xingnan in the future. After all, in the face of death, even the wealthiest person is treated the same as any commoner. They fear death. Those who fear death treat those who can keep the threat of death at bay as if they were their saviors, their second parents. Practicing medicine was indeed Quan Xingnan's strength. It was the same in her own country. Upon learning that Quan Xingnan possessed superb medical skills, anyone would afford her a degree of protection. Who could guarantee they wouldn't face illness or disaster in the future? She could divine fortunes, predict auspicious and inauspicious events, and even bring the dying back to life with her miraculous healing hands. She was practically a living Buddha who deserved to be revered. Hua Xuedong was adept at leveraging others' psychology to secure greater benefits for Quan Xingnan. Since she had made many enemies, she needed more and more powerful people to protect her. To protect her like a national treasure. Thus, Hua Xuedong directly addressed Edward's hidden intention. Earl Cromwell, do you mean to personally request Annie to perform acupuncture on you again? Quan Xingnan understood Edward's goal and was clear about Hua Xuedong's intent. Between them, many matters and words only required a glance or a gesture to understand what the other was thinking. She allowed Hua Xuedong to represent her in this matter. In such situations, Hua Xuedong had experience and considered things more comprehensively than she did. She sat to the side, a smile on her lips, her demeanor relaxed and leisurely. Her skirt fell gracefully along her posture, hanging perfectly still without a wrinkle. The entire scene was as serene as a painting. Edward's eyes lit up. Thank God, they finally understood his purpose. Edward nodded vigorously and said, Yes, dear Terence, I urgently need Miss Annie to give me a few more acupuncture treatments, to let me feel that surging vitality again. I won't let Miss Annie's efforts be in vain. Not only will I present her with generous gifts, but within my capabilities, I can fulfill any condition she sets. Life is far beyond comparison with money or power. Without life, all wealth and power become illusions, belonging to others. Edward understood the importance of life all too well. For this, he was willing to make a promise he had never made to anyone before. Just yesterday, he had almost lost his life. Losing life meant he would no longer enjoy everything he already possessed. To be honest, it was his own fault. After a fierce argument with his daughter, who was wholeheartedly devoted to her husband, he angrily shook off the attendants who always followed him and walked alone on the tower bridge to relax and enjoy the scenery. He hadn't expected his illness to suddenly flare up, and the medicine he always carried with him had vanished without a trace. After returning home last night, besides checking his health, he investigated this conspiracy. He had never been separated from his medicine. He didn't believe everything that happened yesterday was a coincidence. He needed more life to find the culprit who wanted him dead and to deal with them. It had been less than a day since the incident occurred. Hua Xuedong had vaguely heard some rumors and, seeing Edward's expression, could guess most of the story. He smiled and said, Since Earl Cromwell is so generous, how could we be petty? However, let's be frank up front. Your illness is chronic, and we cannot guarantee a complete cure. Chapter 761, Zither and Flute Duet 3. Upon hearing that his goal had been achieved, Edward was overjoyed. The female ghost with thick eyebrows, blue eyes, and a fiery figure also broke into a wide smile, looking at Quan Xingnan with immense gratitude. Thank God, Daddy can have a healthier body now. So she was Edward's daughter. Quan Xingnan pondered this briefly, but still refrained from speaking to the ghost. Edward's daughter was clearly a well-mannered lady. Even though she knew no one could see her, she still bowed gracefully and elegantly in Quan Xingnan's direction. She seemed like a decent person. Her soul was a ball of white light. White light represented goodness. She must have been a very kind woman in life. In contrast, Edward's soul was gray, a hazy, misty mass. This indicated he was neither purely good nor purely evil. Compared to a very dark gray, the color of his soul light was relatively light, on the paler side among gray souls. In Quan Xingnan's experience, about 80% of the people she had seen possessed gray souls, some darker, some lighter. This was because everyone harbored some degree of selfishness. While they might not have committed heinous acts, they had likely done a few things in their daily lives that weren't entirely above board. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean they had done evil or harmed others. After his initial excitement subsided, Edward calmed down and quickly asked, "So, when will Miss N perform the acupuncture for me? I need to arrange my schedule to accommodate Miss N." Quan Xing'an thought for a moment and said seriously, "Earl Cromwell, to be honest with you, your treatment won't be a quick fix. Heart issues, while not as severe as Li Qianxuan's, were certainly not something that could be cured with just a few acupuncture sessions, unless she was willing to fully utilize the spiritual power of her earth pupils." But she didn't want to. Using acupuncture to channel the earth pupils' spiritual power to treat chronic illnesses was already remarkably effective. If she cured patients too quickly, wouldn't it raise suspicions about her having special abilities? Knowing the past, foreseeing the future, divining fortunes, determining life and death no matter how accurate, these could all be attributed to the study of the I Ching. But using the earth pupil's spiritual power to cure diseases wasn't so easy to explain away. She had diligently studied traditional Chinese medicine precisely to have a plausible explanation for her treatments and avoid suspicion. For chronic conditions or injuries that didn't threaten life, Quan Xingnan preferred a slower treatment approach, primarily using acupuncture supplemented by herbal decoctions. She would never allow a patient to recover instantly without any apparent reason. Edward wasn't bothered by her explanation at all. That's perfectly normal. No illness can be cured overnight. So, how many days will the treatment require? I need to make the necessary arrangements. Miss N, you won't be staying in London indefinitely, will you? Although I sincerely wish you could stay in London until I'm cured, I can't be that selfish. Edward wasn't such a bad person after all. Quan Xingnan nodded. That's correct. I'll be here for at most 2 more days, though that could change. Today, I can give you 1 acupuncture session. I can do another session each of the next 2 days. Supplementing with herbal decoctions will yield better results. Herbal decoctions? Yes, the medicine used in our traditional Chinese medicine. It's completely different from Western medicine. It will be very bitter. I'm not sure if you can tolerate it. Very bitter? Edward felt a twinge of fear, but remembering that his life was paramount, he said firmly, "Miss, and no matter what, I will follow your medical advice. Where can I get the herbal decoction?" Quan Xingnan didn't answer, but instead looked at Hui Tong. Can Chinese medicinal herbs be purchased at pharmacies in London? Chapter 762, Qin and Xiao Duet 4. Hui Xuedong shook his head. Traditional Chinese medicine and herbs are not internationally recognized. Abroad, there is some demand for Chinese medicinal herbs only in places with Chinese communities, but the quantity is very small. Even what can be sold overseas are finished Chinese medicine products, not the medicinal herbs you need. In the international pharmaceutical market, traditional Chinese medicine occupies a minuscule position. It's frustrating, but it's the reality. Quan Xingnan frowned slightly. If suitable medicinal herbs couldn't be purchased, that would be a bit troublesome. Upon hearing their conversation, Edward hurriedly said, "What? Is the required medicine difficult to buy?" "It's all right, Miss Annie. You can write me a list, and I'll have someone purchase it." Edward had already planned it out. If Chinese medicine and herbs couldn't be bought in his own country, he could go to their place of origin. In China, he did have processing factories and stationed personnel. One international call, and things would definitely be handled properly over there. Quan Xingnan chuckled, having forgotten Edward's identity. With his capabilities, even if Chinese medicinal herbs were scarce in London, obtaining them would be effortless for him if he wanted. They are somewhat difficult to buy, but with your status, you can certainly acquire the needed herbs. Before writing the list, let me check your pulse first. This way, I can determine your physical condition and prescribe the right medicine. Earlier, when she rescued Edward, she directly used her earth pupil to see through to his heart, understood its condition, and then performed acupuncture. Now, for prescribing medicine, pulse diagnosis was necessary. Edward asked, puzzled, "Pulse diagnosis? What is that?" Quan Xingnan smiled. Pulse diagnosis isn't a thing, it's a method of examining the body. It's like how your country uses medical machines to diagnose illnesses. We in Chinese medicine use our fingers on the pulse at the wrist to diagnose a patient's condition. As she spoke, she lifted her fair, jade-like wrist and pointed to the location for pulse diagnosis. So miraculous? Edward extended his wrist, half believing, half doubting. Edward's daughter in the void also watched Quan Xingnan's every move with curiosity. Quan Xingnan supported Edward's wrist, her slender, crystalline fingers like spring onions resting on his pulse, first the left wrist, then the right. Pulse diagnosis absolutely cannot follow the principle of left for men, right for women, as mentioned in the study of changes. In fact, the meanings represented by the Cun, Guan, and Qi positions on the left and right hands are completely different. The left hand represents the heart, liver, and kidney, while the right hand represents the lungs, spleen, and kidney. If only one wrist is checked, it means only half has been examined, leaving the other half's pulse condition unknown. Therefore, in Chinese medicine, both wrists must be checked for pulse diagnosis. Even though Edward's issue is with his heart, Quan Xingnan couldn't just check his left hand. The internal organs are closely interconnected. If the kidneys are not well, the prescription for treating the heart must avoid medicines harmful to the kidneys and also address kidney regulation. If the liver is not well, without attention, treating the heart could similarly affect liver function. Edward is advanced in age. It's unlikely only his heart has issues while other organs are as healthy as a young person's. Therefore, his physical condition must be carefully examined to prescribe based on these conditions. After meticulously checking his pulse, Quan Xingnan pointed out some other conditions Edward had. Edward exclaimed in astonishment, "Just with your fingers, you are actually more sensitive than machines." That's right. Although my main issue is with the heart, my other organs have also aged and have some minor problems. Moreover, what Quan Xingnan said was even more detailed than what the machines had checked. No, not just detailed, she mentioned many discomforts he usually felt that the machines hadn't detected at all, only roughly indicating which organ had issues. Chapter 763, Qin and Xiao Duet 5. Edward felt even more confident about Quan Xingnan's treatment of him. Based on Edward's overall physical condition, Quan Xingnan carefully deliberated and also reviewed some content from the medical section of her inherited knowledge. It took her over an hour to finalize the prescription. This prescription wasn't just for regulating Edward's heart, it also aimed to regulate his other organs. A comprehensive regulation. The paper was densely covered with her handwriting. After finishing, she examined it for a moment, confirmed there were no omissions, and then wrote the required medicinal herbs on a separate list, handing it to Edward. Of course, the prescription was handed over along with it. Some pharmacies need the prescription when dispensing medicine for patients, either to confirm the dosages or to verify that the person is indeed getting medicine for treatment. As she extended her hand, offering the prescription and list in the air, she suddenly pulled them back. Edward reached out but grasped nothing. Scratching his head in surprise, he asked, "Miss Annie, why didn't you give me the list you wrote? Is it because my sincerity isn't enough?" Right, you're treating me, I need to pay the medical fees." Quan Xingnan quickly shook her head. "No, it's not that. It's because everything I wrote is in Chinese." Edward took a closer look. The paper was indeed filled with dense block characters. He stared at it for a while, feeling dizzy. "I'm sorry, Earl of Cromwell. I need some time to rewrite the list in English." Edward breathed a sigh of relief. That had scared him. He almost thought Quan Xingnan had changed her mind and wouldn't treat him. Her acupuncture was so effective. Now, Edward also wanted to experience the efficacy of herbal decoctions. With both methods combined, he should recover faster, right? Quan Xingnan lowered her head and pondered for a long time. Internationally, translating traditional Chinese medicine is somewhat difficult because there are few corresponding English terms for the names of Chinese medicinal herbs. Even though her English was excellent, there were still some Chinese medicinal herbs she couldn't translate. She could only seek help from Hua Xiuedong. Hua Xiuedong's English was much stronger than hers. Hua Xiuedong smiled gently, took the pen from her hand, and slowly translated some. However, as he wasn't a doctor specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't translate the names of some obscure Chinese medicinal herbs either. "So, you're not omnipotent after all," Quan Xingnan teased. Hearing this, Edward immediately grew anxious. Hua Xiuedong said with a smile, "Don't worry. Let us call some senior TCM doctors back in China. If we still can't translate them, I believe the places that sell Chinese medicinal herbs will definitely have people who can read Chinese. You can take both lists. I trust the person dispensing the medicine should be able to gather the required herbs based on the Chinese list." After all, once the herbs are obtained, Quan Xingnan needs to inspect them herself and prepare the formula. Edward hurriedly said, "Then I'll trouble both of you." Quan Xingnan called Zhang Ziming, but it turned out Zhang Ziming didn't understand English at all. He muttered, "Your master doesn't understand that bird language, don't you know that? How would I know how to translate those herb names?" Ultimately concerned for his little apprentice, Zhang Ziming continued, "All right, tell me which Chinese medicinal names you can't translate. I'll call some of my old friends. Quite a few of them understand that bird language and have even published an article or two internationally, though unfortunately, they haven't received much significant response. It's such a pity. Our traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, yet it just can't reach the whole world. Well, little Nan, you're already using acupuncture and Chinese herbs to treat foreigners. Your master feels deeply gratified, deeply gratified." Quan Xingnan giggled. Master, don't worry. Your disciple will definitely live up to your teachings. Chapter 764, Qin and Xiao Duet 6. After some joking around, Zhang Ziming noted down the names of the medicinal herbs Quan Xingnan mentioned. After hanging up, he immediately called an old friend and proudly explained the reason. The friend promptly provided the translation. However, Zhang Ziming couldn't understand it. He thought for a moment and finally said, "Old Du, I'll give your number to my disciple and let her contact you. I listened to that foreign gibberish for ages and am still completely lost." How infuriating. Using traditional Chinese medicine for treatment, why use foreign language translations? Can't they learn Chinese? The other party said something, seemingly hitting a sore spot for Zhang Ziming, which made him fly into a rage. What's so impressive about knowing a few lines of foreign gibberish? If you have the skill, let's have a competition later. We old folks won't compete, let the younger generation have a go. My disciple will definitely outshine everyone and make you lose miserably. With a loud thud, Zhang Ziming slammed the phone down. When Quan Xingnan received Zhang Ziming's call again, the first thing she heard was his complaint. "Nan, you must win some honor for your master. Cure that foreigner for me, make a name for yourself in high society abroad, and spread the skills of our traditional Chinese medicine worldwide. Let's see if that old Du still laughs at me for not understanding foreign gibberish." Knowing Zhang Ziming's temperament, Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Spread traditional Chinese medicine worldwide? She didn't have such grand abilities, she could only do her best. She didn't agree to Zhang Ziming's sudden request, but instead gently persuaded him to calm down before contacting Old Du. Old Du didn't immediately tell her the translations for the Chinese medicinal herbs. Instead, he first tested her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Finding her foundation very solid, he was extremely satisfied. He then asked about Edward's condition and the prescribed formula, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "No wonder your master says you surpass your teacher. It's truly not an exaggeration. Your prescription is exquisitely crafted. When you return to the country, give me a call. I remember your master said you live in the capital. Coincidentally, I'm also in the capital and run a small pharmacy. We can exchange and verify our knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine." Quan Xingnan always respected elders and agreed to his request with a smile. Soon, she obtained the translations she needed. Not only that, Old Du also thoughtfully asked about the list she had already translated and pointed out an inaccurate translation. After hanging up, Quan Xingnan was filled with gratitude. This was the elder generation of the traditional Chinese medicine community in this era, maintaining a rigorous attitude toward academics. Quan Xingnan handed both the translated list and the Chinese list to Edward. After Edward carefully put them away, she prepared for the acupuncture session and proceeded with the treatment. This acupuncture session involved other conditions within his body, requiring considerable time and effort. 2 hours later, Edward stretched his limbs. The effect was evident. From Edward's increasingly bright smile, it was clear that this acupuncture session had brought him significant benefits. Edward left, expressing profuse thanks. As for conditions, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were accustomed to being reserved and made no demands. They believed that once the treatment showed results, Edward would be grateful without them having to mention it. Just like when Quan Xingnan helped Arthur retrieve the stolen contract, the thank you gift was certainly not light. Last time, Arthur donated 10 cultural relics to the country. Quan Xingnan was now wondering how many relics she could bring back this time. As for other things, she really had no interest. If this matter was feasible, she might even find an excuse to extend her leave, stay in London to accompany Hu Xuedong, as long as she returned in time for Li Qianxuan's acupuncture session. She had given Li Qianxuan an acupuncture treatment on the day of her departure before boarding the plane. Chapter 765, Zither and Flute Duet 7. Hu Xuedong ruffled her beautiful hair and said, "There's no need. You are a doctor. There's no need to stay in London for the Earl of Cromwell. He is the one who needs something. It will elevate your status if he goes to the capital to seek medical treatment. Believe me, after these 2 days of treatment show significant results, Edward will definitely return to the capital with you until the treatment is complete." He understood all too well Edward's desire for life. Quan Xingnan muttered, "I originally wanted to spend a couple more days with you. I also wish to spend a few more days with you. Time seems to fly by. It feels like we'll be parting in the blink of an eye." Hu Xuedong sighed. Both of them had their own careers to attend to and no time to stay together constantly. Should he be grateful? Grateful that Quan Xingnan was not a sensitive and fragile girl. She was self-reliant and independent, not needing to depend on a man, and certainly wouldn't make unreasonable demands for a man to stay by her side. Quan Xingnan leaned against his shoulder, sighing with emotion. Long-distance yearning was quite an unpleasant feeling. Before, she hadn't understood what kind of discomfort yearning truly was, but now she did. "By the way, how many children does the Earl of Cromwell have?" Why haven't I seen anyone accompanying him to express gratitude and seek medical treatment? Is it truly that wealthy families have thin familial bonds? But many wealthy families around her were quite harmonious. Hua Xuedong pondered for a moment. The Earl of Cromwell has 3 daughters in total, no sons. The eldest daughter, Emily, passed away several years ago, leaving behind a son named Jack. The second daughter, Jessica, is the second wife of Emily's husband, meaning she married her own brother-in-law. They share a deep affection and have 2 girls named Jane and Lydia. Quan Xingnan interrupted him, asking, Cromwell's eldest daughter has already passed away? Yes, she passed away over 15 years ago. The Earl of Cromwell also has a youngest daughter named Martha. She yearns for freedom, unwilling to take over her father's business, and loves traveling abroad the most. So, the female ghost she saw today must have been Emily. She wondered why Emily lingered in the human world. Quan Xingnan narrowed her eyes and thought, oh well, there would be chances to encounter her again in the future. She could deal with it then. Hua Xuedong didn't like others' affairs interfering with his time with his girlfriend. After handling some important business matters, he took her to the opera house to enjoy a performance and then to savor local London cuisine. Early the next morning, they appeared at a flea market in London. There's a well-known saying in England, anything stolen and sold before sunrise is legal. That is to say, an old tradition allowed them to sell stolen goods before sunrise. Monset Market, one of London's largest antique flea markets, was just beginning to take shape at this time, but was already starting to attract treasure hunters from all over the world. Of course, its current prosperity couldn't compare to what it would be 10 or 20 years later. Monset Market only operated on Fridays, and today happened to be a Friday. Quan Xingnan only had 2 days off, but Hua Xuedong's birthday was on a Wednesday, so she had taken leave early and would return home on the weekend. Before dawn, the vendors at Monset Market had already opened for business. Having tasted success in the American antique market, Quan Xingnan eagerly browsed every stall. Her earth pupils were constantly active, scanning the goods on the stalls, not willing to let a single item slip by. She couldn't be sure what Edward's final gift of gratitude would be, so she had to prepare in advance. She would hunt for some treasures to take back, select a few cultural relics to hand over as required, and keep the rest for her own collection. Chapter 766, Zither and Flute Duet 8. Britain was the leader of the 8-nation alliance, having plundered countless treasures from her country, with even more scattered among the populace. After all, much like the United States, many of their people couldn't recognize the true value of these items. Quan Xingnan rubbed her hands together eagerly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She loved browsing antique markets the most, whether at home or abroad. Buying priceless cultural relics at bargain prices always gave her a sense of accomplishment, no matter how she thought about it. Bringing them back, the elders would surely be delighted. Although most would become part of her personal collection, there were always a few pieces she would donate to the country, right? Her collection had never stopped elderly gentlemen like Ouyang Qing from coming to admire it. Hua Xuedong was currently building a private museum and naturally hoped Quan Xingnan's collection would grow as much as possible. He had suggested coming here and made all the preparations, not planning to hunt for treasures himself as he usually did. Money? Quan Xingnan wasn't short of it. Manpower? They had several bodyguards with them. With both financial resources and manpower secured, she could freely buy whatever caught her eye. Transactions at the Mengsai market mostly concluded before 9 o'clock. Returning to her lodgings, Quan Xingnan couldn't stop smiling. She had bought so many things. The bodyguards carried all her purchases into the living room, large and small. There were nearly 70 or 80 items. Other items aside, what pleased her most was an ancient zither among them. Its previous owner likely had no understanding of the significance such an instrument represented and sold it to her cheaply. She bought it for a mere pittance. 70 pounds. Compared to the zither's true value, it was as cheap as it could get. This was a Tang Dynasty zither, a 9-heaven circling jade zither crafted by a master. The 9-heaven circling jade zither was one of the rarest types from the High Tang period, renowned for centuries and hailed as an immortal artifact, a quintessential Tang treasure. An immortal artifact, just hearing those 2 words was enough to imagine how exceptional the 9-heaven circling jade zither must be. This zither clearly wasn't one of the famous millennium-old zither from later eras, bearing inscriptions by Emperor Qianlong or engravings and seals of other notable figures, making them immensely valuable treasures. Though this zither lacked traces left by famous individuals, its surface was made of paulownia wood and its base of fur, identical in style, length, width, and thickness to those renowned zither. Perhaps it was precisely because it hadn't been collected by any famous figures and bore no markings that its value remained unrecognized by the world, allowing it to fall into her hands. Its dignified and robust form, enhanced by exquisite and fluid lines, added a touch of liveliness and an extraordinary presence. After having Alexander organize and remove the other purchased items from the living room, Quan Xingnan busied herself carefully maintaining the zither. She installed strings bought during the return journey and tuned it a few times. The zither's sound was unique, gentle, vigorous, and pure to the extreme. Quan Xingnan couldn't put it down. Unable to resist, she sat cross-legged and, lacking a zither table, placed the instrument on her knees. Her jade-like fingers danced across the strings, and the melody of wild geese alighting on the sandbank flowed gracefully from between her fingers. Suddenly, the sound of a flute came from not far away. It was also playing wild geese alighting on the sandbank, harmonizing with her zither. As the flute sound drew nearer, Hu Xuedong, dressed in a beige tang suit, slowly approached Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan was instantly stunned. When had he learned to play this? In their past life, he hadn't known a thing about it. In her days, the zither music abruptly stopped. Once the zither fell silent, the flute sound ceased as well. Lowering the purple bamboo flute from his lips, Hu Xuedong smiled at her. I've been practicing for a long time. I wonder how well I've learned. Then let me test you. A flicker of emotion passed through Quan Xingnan's eyes as she lowered her head and continued playing the zither. Chapter 767, Zither and Xiao Duet 9. The zither's melody was clear and bright, the zhao's sound serene and distant. The zither's notes danced along with the zhao's tune. The zhao's melody soared alongside the zither's music. Listening, Secretary Bu, Alexander, and the others seemed to feel the coolness of autumn. Before their eyes appeared a flock of wild geese migrating south, circling and calling low in the sky, rising and falling over the sandy shore, echoing one another. The music flowed smoothly, the skill exquisite, melodious and beautiful. What was hard to conceal was the tenderness and lingering affection within, winding and lingering in the hall, by their ears. The zither's melody was pleasing to the ear, but the person was even more beautiful. Her tender feelings melted into the zither's music. Quan Xingnan raised her eyes to look at Hu Xuedong, meeting his gaze as he looked over. She truly hadn't expected Hu Xuedong to learn this, and to choose one of the ancient instruments most suited for a duet with the guqin, the dongxiao. He must have learned it for her. Without any doubt, she was completely certain of this. How could she let down such deep affection, such profound sentiment? How could she? Secretary Bu was the son of the Hu family's butler. Having grown up in the Hu household, he often heard the old madam play the guqin and had some understanding of it. Moreover, wild geese alighting on the sandbank itself was well suited for a zither and xiao duet. One zither, one xiao, one call, one response, perfectly matching the theme of wild geese alighting on the sandbank, the wild geese circling and calling to each other. No, their music was more like that of a pair of lovers among the geese, inseparable. It is said that wild geese are the most devoted in love. After losing a mate, the other will die of grief. What is love in this world? That it can make people pledge life and death? Travelers flying south and north together. Their old wings have weathered how many seasons of cold and heat? The joy of togetherness, the pain of parting. Among them are even more the lovesick. You must have words. Vast are the layers of clouds for 10,000 miles. Evening snow on 1,000 mountains. To whom shall your solitary shadow go? This is the first stanza of the Yan Qiu from Yuan Haowen's Catching Fish. Secretary Bu had heard old Madame Hu speak of it when he was young. Before this poem, there was a preface. In the 5th year of Taihe, the year Icho, on my way to take the examination in Bingzhou, I met a goose catcher who said, "This morning I caught a goose and killed it." The one that escaped the net cried mournfully and would not leave, and eventually threw itself to the ground and died. I therefore bought it and buried it on the banks of the Fen River, piling stones as a marker, naming it Goose Mound. Many of my companions at the time composed poems for it. I also wrote the Yan Qiu. Old Madame Hu loved this poem most, especially its first stanza. To pledge life and death for love, if a person has such feelings, this life is truly not lived in vain. What is love in this world? That it can make people pledge life and death? This line is almost universally known, yet few know the origin and story behind this poem. The deep affection of wild geese, love at its utmost. Alexander didn't understand these things well. He whispered, "Sir is truly devoted to Mississippi." If those outside who boast of their deep affection knew what Sir and Miss do for each other, wouldn't they die of shame? No one could compare to them, not a single one. Sir is devoted to Miss, and isn't Miss equally devoted to Sir? Clothes made by her own hands, tie clips and cufflinks made by her own hands, longevity noodles made by her own hands. Exactly. When Miss first started practicing the zither, Sir had no intention of learning the dongxiao. After all, at that time, Sir didn't have such feelings for Mississippi. Later, after confirming his relationship with Miss, Sir specially hired a famous teacher to start learning. Thankfully, Sir is exceptionally intelligent. In less than half a year, he achieved his current skill and can actually keep up with Mrs. Zither playing. A nearby bodyguard whispered softly, When they followed Hu Xuedong and heard him practicing the Dong Shao, they suffered no small amount of torment. At the beginning, it was truly an ear-piercing cacophony. They all wished they could cover their ears. As the piece ended, its lingering notes faded away. Edward, outside, clapped his hands. Is this the music of your country? Listening to it moved my heart. Chapter 768, Zither and Flute Duet 10. Unlike Edward, who followed by his side to their residence and waited to be announced, Emily, who had floated in first and seen the scene of their zither and flute duet, clutched her heart and kept exclaiming, "It's so beautiful, so wonderful, so romantic. I've never seen such a beautiful scene. It's like a legend. The music is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful." Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan exchanged a smile. They put down the zither and flute in their hands and went out to greet their guests. Seeing them walk out hand in hand, Edward exclaimed in admiration. It was truly so moving and touching. "I've heard a lot of music, including zither and flute duets from your country, but none were as beautiful as the piece you performed together today." In terms of skill, Quan Xingnan had reached perfection, while Hu Xuedong was far from it. However, he was extremely clever and adept at using Quan Xingnan's zither playing to cover up the flaws in his flute performance, making people focus only on the deep emotion and overlook the slight stiffness in the flute sound. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise. I'm deeply honored." Others might not notice Hu Xuedong's shortcomings, but she understood. So what? What she valued was Hu Xuedong himself, and what moved her was his actions. "I should practice for another year or so and perform a duet with you again on your birthday," Hu Xuedong said with a smile, but Quan Xingnan never played the zither on her birthday, so there might not be an opportunity for a duet then. Today, Quan Xingnan was tuning her newly acquired ancient zither, and on a whim, he took out the bamboo flute he always carried with him. It was also a coincidence that Quan Xingnan was playing Wild Geese Alighting on the sandbank. If it had been any other piece, it would have been difficult for him to harmonize with her. Since he started learning the bamboo flute until now, the pieces he had practiced more proficiently were Wild Geese Alighting on the Sandbank and 3 variations on the plum blossom theme. As for pieces like The Phoenix Seeks Its Mate, High Mountains and Flowing Water, and Mist and Clouds Over the Shao and Xiang Rivers, he hadn't even touched them yet. He planned to learn The Phoenix Seeks Its Mate next. Quan Xingnan's cheeks flushed like rosy clouds, and she said happily, "I'll be looking forward to it." Edward looked at Quan Xingnan and then at Hu Xuedong, feeling that they were truly well matched in person, in talent, and in music. "Terence, Annie, did my arrival interrupt your duet?" Edward asked belatedly. When he heard the piece end, he couldn't help but speak up. Now, thinking back, if he hadn't spoken, he might have been able to enjoy other pieces. For the first time, he felt that compared to instruments like the piano or violin, Eastern music had its own unique charm. Hu Xuedong made a gesture of invitation. "Of course not. I'm very glad for Earl Cromwell's visit. At least it saved me from embarrassing myself later, as I only know 2 pieces, and this was one of them." Edward laughed heartily. "You're very honest, Terence." They walked into the living room, where the zither and flute had already been put away, and the room had returned to its usual state. After sitting down, Edward couldn't wait to say excitedly, "Annie, after your acupuncture, I feel extremely comfortable, as if immersed in warm water. I slept very well last night, exceptionally well. Although I still cough a little, my lungs don't hurt as much as before, and as for my heart, I feel it beating more strongly than the day before yesterday." Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "Acupuncture combined with herbal medicine will yield even better results in the future, Earl Cromwell." In truth, she was very careful in controlling her spiritual energy and the extent of her treatment. While there were some effects, they were absolutely not as exaggerated as Edward described. At most, it only made him feel slightly more comfortable. Chapter 769, Zither and Flute Duet 11. Edward's internal organs were not in good condition. He was already teetering on the brink of death, especially his heart. Probably because of this, the acupuncture and spiritual energy repair brought about a slight improvement, which he felt quite distinctly, though the actual effect wasn't that significant. However, Edward saying this was greatly beneficial for him, so there was no need to argue. Quan Xingnan thought with a smile. She carefully explained to Edward that the herbal decoction was just as important as the acupuncture, and he indeed began to take it seriously. Edward said happily, "I believe you, Annie. By the way, Annie, I've bought all the medicinal herbs listed on your list. There's such a large pile, do I have to eat all of it?" "You don't eat them, you need to decoct them and drink the liquid." After finishing the acupuncture and checking the medicinal herbs, Quan Xingnan found their quality to be quite good. She carefully measured out the portions, wrapping them into small packets, and then placed the packets for 1 dose into a larger paper package. Just like when she prepared medicine for Li Qianxuan, she labeled each item with its name and dosage. She wrote down the decoction method clearly and, fearing Edward wouldn't understand, specifically demonstrated it. Edward drank the first bowl of medicine while it was still hot. Edward focused intently on remembering every step of the decoction process. Not only him, but also the attendants and servants who came with him paid close attention. In the void, Emily also watched Quan Xingnan's every move very carefully. Emily truly adored Edward. Even though she knew no one could see her, she still acted according to her own wishes. After Edward left, Emily suddenly drifted back. She bowed solemnly to Quan Xingnan and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, beautiful Annie. Thank you for treating my father." The effect is obvious. It allows him to live strongly and protect our Cromwell family firmly, so that our Cromwell family won't fall into the hands of outsiders. It turned out she had returned because she forgot to thank Quan Xingnan. Just as she was about to leave, Quan Xingnan suddenly said, "Emily, did you come to thank me? I accept." Emily abruptly stopped her movement, turned her neck to look at Quan Xingnan, who was smiling slightly at her. Her green eyes slowly widened, and her crimson lips parted in surprise. "Miss Annie, can you see me?" Whether Eastern ghosts or Western ghosts, they all have the same reaction. Emily suddenly floated to Quan Xingnan, leaning close to her. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "You don't need to get this close. I can see you, Emily." "Oh my God, my Grim Reaper. I didn't follow the Grim Reaper's footsteps to leave this world. I've been accompanying Daddy and Jack for 15 years, and now there's an Eastern girl who can see me." Emily was first shocked, then overjoyed. She hurriedly said, "Dear Miss Annie, I beg you, I implore you to help me with something. Please, you must tell my father that my sister and my husband, no, now he's my brother-in-law, are plotting how to harm my father and how to seize the wealth of our Cromwell family." At this point, Emily's face showed deep-seated hatred and a murderous aura. Although she was very ladylike, she had once been the primary heir of the Cromwell family and clearly possessed a decisive and resolute personality. Quan Xingnan wasn't at all surprised by this kind of power struggle and infighting among wealthy families. "You want me to tell Earl Cromwell that your sister Jessica and your husband Will are conspiring to harm him? But, Emily, I don't want people to know I can see ghosts." Chapter 770, Zither and Flute Duet 12. This was the West, not her own country. Even those who knew she could see ghosts, including Hua Xuedong, had a restriction placed on them by her. No one knew about this matter except herself. She believed Hua Xuedong would not harm her, and she believed her family would not harm her. But there were many methods in the outside world, and she preferred to be cautious, measuring the heart of a gentleman with the mind of a petty person. Even if she wanted to help Emily, she did not wish to reveal her ability to see ghosts to Edward. No, dear, you don't need to tell my daddy about my existence. You just need to remind him, or have someone else remind him, to be wary of Jessica and Will." Hearing Quan Xingnan say this, Emily hurriedly voiced her thoughts. That is indeed feasible. Emily was a kind and good person. Without harming her own interests, Quan Xingnan was happy to help. She couldn't arrange for someone to remind Edward without anyone knowing, but Hua Xuedong could. Hua Xuedong was the smartest person she had ever met. Quan Xingnan quietly explained Emily's existence and request to Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Leave it to me with peace of mind." Ask her, did Edward have no inkling at all? This question didn't need Quan Xingnan to relay. Emily answered it herself. Her eyes and brows were filled with coldness as she said, "Jessica and Will hid themselves far too deeply." Who would have thought that Jessica, as the first heir, would actually want to harm her own father? Jessica trusted Will too much. That man harbors the ambition of a wolf. He married me, and then married Jessica, all for the wealth of the Cromwell family. She sighed and continued, "When Daddy had his attack on the London Tower Bridge and couldn't find his medicine, it was because Jessica, following Will's orders, stole the medicine from Daddy's pocket during an argument with him. Daddy did have his suspicions, but unfortunately, the person caught was just someone arranged by Will. That person's identity and the reason for their actions were all arranged flawlessly by Will. In the end, Edward didn't find any useful clues and still trusted Jessica greatly. With the eldest daughter deceased early, the remaining first heir was Jessica. Edward had been cultivating Jessica with great care, planning to hand over the family business to her for inheritance and management after his death. Based on this, Edward would never suspect Jessica. The family was Jessica's. What reason would Jessica have to harm her own father? Seeing all this, Emily was almost worried to death. So when she discovered Quan Xingnan could see her, she immediately seized this opportunity without hesitation. "Then how did you die?" Quan Xingnan asked curiously. From spending these past few days with Edward, his conversations would also mention his eldest daughter, who died young. From his words, one could understand Emily's character. Sharp, decisive, and courageous. She was the heir cultivated single-handedly by Edward, possessing considerable boldness and vision. Yet, such an outstanding, strong woman died young, and soon her husband married her sister. Was her IQ high but her EQ low? Or were both problematic? She was clearly such an intelligent woman. How did she not detect her husband's wolfish ambitions while alive? Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's question, Emily's face immediately fell, darkening as she said, "I died from drowning, killed by Jessica and Will. I prided myself on being a good swimmer, never expecting to fall victim to their scheme. They were the people I trusted most, one my sister, the other my husband. How could I have anticipated they would harm me?" Chapter 771, a huge reward one. Emily died while surfing. Although she was the first heir of the Cromwell family and had received strict teaching since childhood, she had a bright and cheerful personality and loved water activities, especially surfing. That day, she went surfing as usual, together with her husband, Will, and her younger sister, Jessica. Jessica was very enthusiastic in helping her, fetching her swimsuit and her surfboard. She had a very good relationship with her two younger sisters and had never suspected that her sister would harm her. The surfboard had been tampered with. She had already surfed into the deep sea area when the surfboard broke, and she fell into the wind and waves. Even though she was a good swimmer, she couldn't withstand the assault of the strong wind and waves, nor the cold indifference of her sister and husband who stood by and watched. Her family was extremely wealthy and owned the best beach, which was off limits to commoners. At that time, there were only the three of them on that stretch of sea. The bodyguards, attendants, and the yacht remained on the beach and by the shore, not venturing into the wind and waves to disturb their surfing activity. They had engaged in this activity many times before, and danger had never occurred. She was swept away by the wind and waves. Struggling, she saw her sister replace the tampered surfboard. Recalling the past, Emily's expression was very calm. Perhaps her anger had long since faded away over the 15 years. Under their interference, the rescue team arrived late. In the end, they only retrieved my body and the surfboard that had drifted far away, a surfboard that hadn't been tampered with but had quality issues. Some murderers are just so clever. Using the wind and waves to kill, not forgetting to replace the surfboard before the rescue team arrived. Their methods were cold and vicious, their minds meticulous. Quan Xingnan sighed. No matter how high one's IQ or EQ might be, one would never expect betrayal from one's closest relatives. Families should love and care for each other, not turn against one another and become enemies. Did your sister Jessica hate you that much? Was she jealous that you were the first heir of the Cromwell family? Or perhaps she had already been having an affair with your husband? Otherwise, why would she harm you to death? So matter-of-factly, without any psychological burden. If there had been any psychological burden, Jessica wouldn't have married Will. Upon hearing this, Emily smiled bitterly. Only after I died did I learn that Jessica had always hated me. She hated me because, as the eldest daughter, I could inherit all the Cromwell family's property. She hated that I could marry Will, and not her. This hatred had been buried in her heart for a full 10 years. Can you believe it, beautiful Annie? Jessica fell in love with Will at the age of 10 and began to resent my existence. Quan Xingnan was stunned. 10 years old? No way. Jessica was that precocious, falling in love with her brother-in-law at 10? She sized up Emily. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a straight nose, red lips. The swimsuit couldn't conceal her hot figure, nor could it hide her age. She was probably in her 30s when she died. So, you were about 10 years older than Jessica? No, 18 years older, Emily corrected. Her mother died from difficult childbirth while giving birth to her youngest sister, Martha, leaving behind two younger sisters. At that time, the 20-year-old Emily was both the eldest sister and, like a mother, taught and cared for her two younger sisters. She married Will at 28 and died surfing at 38. If she were alive, she would be 48. No one would ever have thought that Jessica had fallen in love with Will. After all, she was a full 20 years younger than Will. When I married Will, she was only 10. Similarly, no one would suspect that she wanted to kill me. In the eyes of outsiders, our relationship was very good. When I died, she cried the most bitterly. Chapter 772, a huge reward too. Crocodile tears. That phrase surfaced in Quan Xingnan's mind upon hearing Emily's words. Did no one find anything unusual about your death? Didn't Earl Cromwell suspect your accident? If he had suspected, Emily wouldn't be pleading with her like this. Emily shook her head. I didn't tell you before, but Will's intelligence is no less than mine. He is extremely cautious and cunning. Regarding my death, he incited Jessica to act, while he himself merely secretly helped Jessica erase all traces. Even if my death were discovered one day, the murderer would still be Jessica, not him. Perfectly clean. In the matter of her accident, Will's hands were spotless. He wouldn't face any blame or punishment. After he discovered Jessica's feelings for him, he began planning everything. He told Jessica that he had noticed her as lovely as an angel a long time ago. He said he married me to get closer to Jessica, to patiently wait for her to grow up. Unfortunately, by the time she grew up, he was already married and couldn't become her husband. His expression, his words, were filled with deep affection. Jessica was deeply moved. She never imagined that her feelings weren't unrequited, but rather mutual. Jessica is utterly infatuated with Will. In her heart, every word Will says is right, and everything Will does is correct. Will's response to her feelings made her ecstatic and drove her to want me dead. A look of betrayal and pain appeared on Emily's face. She thought that if I died, Will would be hers, and they could be together forever. Not only that, she would also become the primary heir of the Cromwell family. Temptation. An enormous temptation. Perhaps wealth alone wasn't enough to make her act, but Will's response solidified her resolve. She had secretly loved Will for 10 years. This feeling was deeply ingrained, surpassing everything else in the world, surpassing family ties, surpassing wealth, even more important than her own life. It never occurred to her that there might be another way to achieve her desires. If Emily and Will divorced, couldn't she still be with Will legitimately? Perhaps, subconsciously, she still wanted both the person and the wealth. I only blame myself for being too careless, not noticing that Jessica would fall in love with Will. After I got married, she always loved staying at my house, especially joining Will and me on our dates. I used to think she just couldn't bear to be apart from me. After all, I raised her myself. I tutored her, taught her to paint, taught her to play the piano. My love for her was no less than my love for my son, Jack. Who could have imagined her thoughts would be so despicable? Quan Xingnan said sympathetically, Emily, betrayed by both, your life is truly a tragedy. You're so intelligent. How could you overlook Jessica's growth and her feelings? Jessica never mentioned Will in front of me. How could I have discovered her feelings? He was her brother-in-law. How many normal people would fall in love with their brother-in-law? Destroy their own sister's family? It was this carelessness that cost me my life, and now I still have to worry about Daddy's safety. Emily sighed deeply, her face full of helplessness. Then, she took a breath, a gleam flashing in her eyes, and said earnestly, Dear Annie, as long as you are willing to help me cure Daddy's illness and help my daddy uncover Will and Jessica's conspiracy, I will surely reward you handsomely. Chapter 773, A Huge Reward 3. Hearing her mention a substantial reward, Quan Xingnan chuckled, You're a ghost now. How are you going to thank me? Could it be by accepting her deliverance, allowing her to gain merit? However, she had never delivered a foreign ghost before, and was a bit worried she might send Emily into the Eastern underworld, entering the cycle of reincarnation, rather than the Western heaven or hell. Emily said confidently, Don't underestimate me, beautiful Annie. As the primary heir of the Cromwell family, even qualified to inherit my father's title, how could I possibly not have hidden private assets? I have an account in a Swiss bank under a code name, opened without me appearing in person. The account holds over £130 million. Over £130 million. It was indeed a huge sum. Quan Xingnan nodded. After speaking, Emily saw that Quan Xingnan remained calm and unswayed by the £130 million, which surprised her. Isn't there an old saying in the ancient East? Where there is a great reward, there will be brave men. Another saying goes, the world bustles, all for profit, the world hustles, all for gain. To achieve her goal, she had staked everything. After all, she was no longer alive, and neither her father nor her son knew about or could access the money in the Swiss bank. Converted to their country's currency, £130 million was over $1 billion. She was so young, yet remained unmoved. Hua Xuedong was one of the world's most renowned super tycoons. She had heard of the Hua Group, which held absolute controlling stakes in countless companies worldwide. As his girlfriend, Quan Xingnan dressed and carried herself in a manner befitting his status, clearly not someone short of money. Thinking of this, Emily was no longer surprised. Dear Annie, I sincerely offer this deposit as a transaction. Please help my daddy, Emily repeated. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly and said straightforwardly, In that case, I'll graciously accept. We will do our best to alert your father to Jessica and Will's conspiracy. Regarding your father's health, I can promise you this. While I cannot make him as healthy as a young man, I will cure all his current ailments. However, I cannot guarantee his lifespan. After all, Edward was a man in his 70s. Even if he regained his health, she still couldn't guarantee his future lifespan. However, she could use her heavenly eye to probe it. This last point couldn't be shared with Emily. Emily said gratefully, That's enough. That's more than enough, Annie. I followed my daddy for 15 years. I know his physical condition well. I cannot ask you to guarantee my father's health for another 30 years. She felt a deep sense of responsibility toward the Cromwell family and didn't want it to fall into Will's hands. Over the next 2 days, Emily witnessed Quan Xingnan fulfilling her promise. Edward seemed reborn, arriving and leaving joyfully each day. The Cromwell family's personal doctor marveled at his physical condition. Now, his heart was at least 10 years younger. What did 10 years mean? Anyone could imagine. Moreover, Edward's other ailments had improved noticeably, with examination results being very encouraging. Just 3 days, only 3 days. If he continued receiving Annie's treatment, the rewards would surely be even greater, and the results even more astonishing. Meanwhile, Hua Xiuedong arranged for Edward to discover Will and Jessica's conspiracy. Chapter 774. Massive Reward 4. In Emily's words, no matter how clever Will was, he couldn't compare to even the tip of Hua Xiuedong's little finger. A look of admiration appeared on her face. Everything Will did was seamless, but he couldn't withstand Hua Xiuedong knowing he was the mastermind. Hua Xiuedong easily found the breakthrough point. He didn't do much, just let Edward discover a few clues. Edward was a shrewd old fellow. These few clues were enough for Edward, who was already investigating the matter. Following this lead, Edward quickly traced it to Jessica, and then to Will. Putting aside familial affection, Edward put himself in their shoes and, with the normal psychology of a shrewd person, perceived Will's ambition. He was both shocked and heartbroken. Jessica was the heir he had devoted himself to teaching after his eldest daughter's death, yet she had conspired with her husband to murder her own father. Didn't she understand what it meant for the family to fall into the hands of an outsider? At this time, Hua Xiuedong sent someone to raise doubts about Emily's death. In 2 days, one of Emily's wishes was fulfilled. Not only was Emily impressed by Hua Xiuedong, but even Quan Xingnan's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Truly worthy of Hua Xiuedong. He managed it effortlessly. What followed was Quan Xingnan's self-reflection. When would she be able to handle anything as perfectly as Hua Xiuedong? After thinking it over, she frustratingly realized that even with her most miraculous supernatural abilities, even if she strived her whole life, she still couldn't reach Hua Xiuedong's level. She didn't have his influence, nor his intellect. Perhaps her supernatural abilities and inheritance had given her a lot, including an almost photographic memory, but they weren't omnipotent. They didn't grant her unparalleled intelligence or immensely powerful means. She had achieved what she had today relying on her supernatural abilities. Without them, apart from the arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting she had already mastered, she would have nothing. Nothing. Without her supernatural abilities, she would be practically nothing. No, not nothing. At least the skills she had already mastered were her own, including spiritual power, the martial arts section, and the medical section. But without the acupuncture enhanced by earth pupil spiritual power, she could only treat people like an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. She might achieve some small success, but definitely not the kind of results she had now, like curing Li Qianxuan's legs or repairing Edward's internal organs. What are you thinking about? With their parting imminent, Hua Xiuedong sensitively noticed his girlfriend's unusual state. A trace of a bitter smile flitted across Quan Xingnan's lips. I've realized that everything I have was given by others, especially money and power. The money either comes from divination fees or gifts of gratitude. The power was bestowed by my parents and family. And me? I have nothing. It's laughable that I was so smug before, thinking my achievements at such a young age were remarkable. Ultimately, it was because she wasn't strong enough, not independent enough. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Hua Xiuedong immediately understood his young girlfriend was overthinking and quickly offered comfort. Who says everything you have was given by others? Making others willingly give these things is your own skill. The goods we sell in business rely precisely on customers being willing to favor them. You, don't underestimate yourself. You're so young and proficient in many skills. These are things no one can take away from you. I believe you will secure a place for yourself in these fields. Chapter 775. Massive Reward 5. Quan Xingnan's brows were tightly knit, her depression still unresolved. Hua Xiuedong gently brushed her beautiful hair and said softly, don't overthink it. You're already very independent and capable. Relying on external forces is also a kind of ability. Children from families like ours are born with many more resources than others. When considering our achievements, must we dwell on what kind of life we would have led without these resources? Her sparkling eyes stared at him in a daze. Hua Xiuedong gave a light smile. It's unnecessary, Annie, truly unnecessary to consider these things. We only need to know the skills we possess now. His hand slid from her hair down to hold her hand, their fingers intertwining tightly. It's often said that everyone is equal, but in reality, many people are born unequal. Being born into a wealthy family versus a poor one, due to the disparity in resources, naturally leads to 2 different lives. This is what people often call fate. Whether life turns out good or bad in the end is a matter of fortune. Our fate is good. We can freely learn things many others cannot and freely decide our own paths. Can the poor learn these things? No matter how talented they are, without resources, they have no choice but to abandon their talents. Quan Xingnan lowered her head in contemplation. Fate and fortune? Possessing supernatural abilities and the path of inheritance, wasn't that also due to her good fate? It truly was good fate. With good fate, one can choose their future life. As for whether that life turns out well or poorly, it changes based on each person's decisions, leading either to a tragic end or a happy and fulfilling one. Thinking of this, she smiled in relief. You're right. I was stuck in a dead end, always unable to stop thinking that without those external forces, I would be almost no different from an ordinary person. Everything she possessed now, what did it matter if it relied on external forces? Those external forces were something she could possess. Hua Xueding felt a wave of relief in his heart. He was glad she could turn her thoughts around and no longer dwell on this. Edward plans to accompany you to the capital to continue his treatment. I think before leaving, he will likely express his gratitude to you. Hua Xueding promptly changed the subject. Gratitude? Quan Xingnan glanced at the ethereal figure of Emily in the air, who hurriedly said, I'll tell you my Swiss bank account number and password now. Please do your utmost to treat my daddy. With 2 wishes nearly fulfilled by the other party, Emily naturally wouldn't break her promise. Although her father hadn't fully recovered, he was gradually improving. Emily quickly explained her code name, account number, password, and her agent. When she had opened this account, she had instructed her agent that whoever knew her code name, account number, and password would be the rightful owner of this wealth, entitled to make any decisions regarding it. Quan Xingnan accepted it calmly, without any intention of declining. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. She hadn't resorted to deception or fraud. Accepting Emily's massive fortune felt entirely justified. To claim she didn't want this money would be hypocritical. Besides, she didn't plan to use this money for herself. Over 130 million pounds could help countless people. However, Quan Xingnan wasn't very familiar with Swiss banks. In her previous life, despite possessing immense wealth, she had never deposited a single penny into a Swiss bank. Moreover, later on, Swiss banks succumbed to pressure and seemed to stop keeping client information confidential. Chapter 776, Massive Reward 6. She handed the matter over to Hua Xueding without hesitation. Among the people currently around her, only Hua Xueding knew her secret of being able to see ghosts, and even knew about the Emily incident. Given her imminent return to China, Hua Xueding acted swiftly. He opened another account for Quan Xingnan at a Swiss bank and transferred the money into it. Emily had been shrewd. She had originally exchanged the 137 million pounds into Swiss francs and deposited them in a Swiss bank account. It wasn't a current account, so not only did it not incur management fees, but it also earned interest. She had been dead for 10 years, and the interest accrued over a decade was no small sum. Even without interest, even after paying management fees, this amount was substantial. This enormous sum of money effortlessly landed in Quan Xingnan's pocket. Quan Xingnan remained expressionless, merely smiling as she said, From now on, we'll use this money as the foundation for investments. Let the profits roll and compound. No matter how much is earned, it will all be used for charity. Of course, if one day I become so poor that I can't afford food, I will definitely use this money for myself. Hua Xueding immediately chuckled. He believed Quan Xingnan was telling the truth and understood that while his girlfriend had a soft heart, she also possessed her fair share of self-interest. Emily, however, was taken aback and said in surprise, You're going to use this money for charity? What's so surprising about that? If I weren't worried that my foundation couldn't handle such a massive sum, and afraid of arousing suspicion and inquiries into the money's origin, causing instability, I could deposit it into the foundation right now. Quan Xingnan glanced lightly at Emily. It was precisely because she considered this point that she didn't think of immediately injecting the money into the foundation. Emily fell silent. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment and said, Your thinking is correct. I've recently come across several promising investment projects. If you're willing, we could collaborate. Quan Xingnan laughed. Why wouldn't I be at ease? I'd be more than happy for you to help me. When it came to finance, she ultimately couldn't compare to elite professionals like Hua Xuedong and Bai Ruoxuan. Moreover, it wasn't convenient for Bai Ruoxuan to know about this money, as it came from Emily's private account. Next, they used the limited time remaining before their departure to quickly finalize matters like entrusting the investments. Emily listened from the side, growing more and more astonished. Hua Xueding possessed financial talent beyond imagination. Every idea he proposed was something Emily had considered. Having wandered as a ghost, she even knew that many of these projects could bring unparalleled profits. Among the world's wealthiest individuals, those in the financial industry were the most numerous. Quan Xingnan also learned a great deal from this. It wasn't until Edward came to visit that Quan Xingnan reluctantly set aside her questions. As Hua Xuedong had anticipated, Edward came to present lavish gifts in gratitude to Quan Xingnan. Faced with the luxurious gifts Edward offered, mansions, luxury cars, jewelry, and shares, Quan Xingnan politely declined. She got straight to the point. Edward, these things hold little significance for me. There's only one thing I truly cherish, the treasures of my country, our nation's antiques. During the days of treating Edward, Quan Xingnan and Edward had become quite familiar. Her address for him had long changed from Earl of Cromwell to Edward, and her speech was very direct. Edward asked in surprise, "You don't want these things? You want antiques from your country?" "That's right, Edward. Although it may seem impolite, I must tell you, I prefer things from my own country. Rather than sending these, I would be much happier if you could collect a few antiques from my country and give them to me." Chapter 777, Massive Reward 7. The words she had spoken. As for the outcome, it would depend on Edward's intention. Edward and Arthur were not the same person. Arthur was willing to fulfill her wish, but Edward might not be, especially since Edward had never been particularly friendly towards her country. Quan Xingnan's gaze was calm, her smile pure, yet it couldn't conceal her resolute expression. Edward had evidently heard the news about Arthur donating 10 antiques. He exclaimed in surprise, "Did Smith donate 10 antiques to your country because he once received your help?" "I helped Arthur with a small matter. When he offered his thanks, I stated my request," Quan Xingnan said with a smile. She paused, then continued smiling. "Since he was thanking me, it's more important that the gift of gratitude aligns with my preferences." She was not a person without desires or demands. When she could make a request, she wouldn't hold back. If people said she was bad, said she was rude, she would accept it. The return of cultural relics to her homeland was the most important thing. Seeing Edward frown, Amy said anxiously, "Annie's request is too simple." Agree to it, please agree, Daddy. Daddy, those are the things you dislike the most, piled up like garbage in the storeroom. To exchange them for your health, your safety, is the most worthwhile thing. You must agree. Piled up like garbage in the storeroom? Hearing Amy say this, Quan Xingnan was shocked. Edward's unfriendliness towards her country was not ordinary. Arthur cherished Western culture and wasn't particularly fond of Eastern culture, yet he still preserved those items intact. But this Edward before her actually treated her country's cultural relics as garbage. Quan Xingnan narrowed her eyes. She had initially thought that if Edward agreed, she would, as with Arthur, select 8 or 10 pieces, feeling embarrassed to take them all. Now, she changed her mind. Edward treated those cultural relics as garbage, did he? Then she would act as a recycling station and take them all. Edward's brows smoothed. "Annie, you really don't want the things I'm offering to give you, you only want those things? You must know, the value of those things is far less than the generous gifts I intend to give you now." That was garbage. Edward felt it was not presentable. His life, his health, no amount of wealth could measure them. If he only gave garbage as a token of gratitude, wouldn't that lower his own status? Edward pondered. He wasn't objecting. Quan Xingnan perked up and said with a smile, "Edward, you may think they have no value, but in my heart, their value far surpasses everything you currently plan to give me." Edward was somewhat reluctant. If others knew he gave garbage as a thank you gift to his lifesaver, he would be laughed to death in high society. He suddenly laughed. "All right then, Annie, you accept these things, and I'll give you all those things you like. You get what you want, and I give a thank you gift worthy of my status. However, you cannot ask me to do as Smith did. I have no intention of doing such a thing. He had the pride of an English earl and would absolutely not take actions to return the items, even if in his heart they were garbage. The number of antiques collected by the Cromwell family far exceeded that of the Smith family. At Edward's command, over a dozen chests were carried over. It turned out these items had always been stored in chests, gathering dust in the Cromwell family's warehouse. They had been wiped clean when moved, but traces of dust still remained on the chests. Chapter 778, Massive Reward 8. Edward's attendant opened the box on the spot, and Quan Xingnan immediately felt heartache. Apart from items like jade, bronze carvings, and similar artifacts, many porcelain pieces, textiles, embroideries, calligraphy, and paintings were severely damaged. Porcelain is inherently fragile, yet it had been carelessly packed in the box without any cotton padding to prevent the pieces from colliding with each other. Several porcelain items were shattered, and others had deep cracks. Silk scroll calligraphy and paintings fared slightly better, but paper-based works were either damp and yellowed or torn, with very few remaining intact. Many of the embroidered garments were moth-eaten, full of tiny holes from insect damage. Among them was a magnificent and exquisite dragon robe, utterly tattered to the extreme. Just restoring it would be a massive undertaking. Everything looked rather pitiful. Quan Xingnan walked over, not daring to touch the calligraphy and paintings inside for fear they might crumble to dust the moment she picked them up. She quickly mobilized her spiritual sense, condensed a talisman, and placed it on the box to protect these cultural relics from further damage caused by jostling. Unaware of Quan Xingnan's distress, Edward scratched his head and continued to dismay her. Actually, there were originally many more items, especially several boxes of beautiful and valuable gold artifacts, each quite substantial. However, I melted them all down to make other utensils. There were also flowers made of gemstones with gold stems. I melted the gold and removed the gemstones to make jewelry for my wife and children. As for the other items, they held no use for him whatsoever. Although many people outside were interested in purchasing such things, he wasn't willing to sell. The Cromwell family wasn't destitute, needing to sell belongings to make ends meet. What a sin! Quan Xingnan's heart twitched in pain, her eyes nearly reddening. These were such precious treasures, yet he had treated them like garbage. Amy seemed to sense that her father's words were somewhat inappropriate and had displeased Quan Xingnan. She hurriedly said, "Annie, don't be angry. My daddy didn't mean it. He didn't know you would like these things. If we could have predicted today, I would have urged Daddy to preserve these items properly until your arrival." "Forget it. What's the use of saying this now?" Quan Xingnan replied weakly. She decided then, Edward would have to drink several more months of herbal decoction. Edward had always hated bitterness. It was only for the sake of his health that he endured the foul smell and bitter taste of traditional Chinese medicine. Hua Xiuedong, who understood his girlfriend's devotion to protecting their national cultural heritage best, said, "Edward is very generous, isn't he?" After all, more than half of the cultural relics were still intact and undamaged. Quan Xingnan could only console herself by thinking this way. Bringing so many items along, plus the 70 or 80 antiques she had previously found at the Mengsai market, would have been troublesome for air travel and returning to the country. However, since she was traveling with Edward, who had his own private jet and could help her handle border crossing issues, Quan Xingnan cancelled her original flight ticket. After Quan Xingnan called Grandpa Lin, Hua Xiuedong saw them off at the airport, watching as the plane took off. Quan Xingnan was very reluctant to leave, but thinking of the responsibilities she bore, she could only resolutely depart. Seeing her still looking downcast after boarding the plane, Edward said, "Don't worry, Annie. I have many people in London who can keep an eye on Terence for you, so he won't do anything to betray you." Quan Xingnan found this both amusing and exasperating. She was missing Hua Xiuedong, for goodness sake. When had she ever said she didn't trust him or worried about him changing his heart? Chapter 779, A Huge Reward 9. Some people in the world change their hearts, but he never would. She could feel every second of his devotion and deep affection for her. Moreover, he had no reason to change his heart. Although she wasn't the most outstanding woman in the world, she was definitely the one who understood him best. If he were to change his heart easily, he wouldn't be himself, nor would he have remained single for 50 years in his previous life. After all, even though he was disabled, he was still graceful and elegant like an immortal, and with such a powerful family background, countless beautiful and outstanding young ladies from prestigious families were drawn to him. Thinking of their time together these days, a soft smile appeared at the corner of Quan Xingnan's lips. With him by her side, she felt at peace. Even heaven and fairyland couldn't compare. Playing the guqin and blowing the da shao, although he currently only knew 2 pieces, it made her feel incredibly happy. Simple, plain, and enduring, it gave her the feeling that they were already an old married couple. "Annie, are you thinking of Terence?" The aura around Quan Xingnan was very gentle, and Edward, sitting opposite her, felt it most clearly. Perhaps because she was a miraculous Chinese medicine practitioner, she carried a fresh, clean aura that made him feel very comfortable. Even the freshest air couldn't compare. "Edward, you didn't really send someone to monitor Terence, did you?" At this thought, Quan Xingnan's expression turned serious. She didn't answer Edward's question, but instead asked her own. Quan Xingnan righteously tried to hide her flushed cheeks. "Of course not. I was just joking with you." Edward raised both hands, clarifying for himself. "However, Terence and I have a project to collaborate on, so my people will be in contact with him for a while." The Hua family was indeed an excellent partner. Previously, due to prejudice, he hadn't wanted to cooperate with him. But with Annie's appearance, he changed his mind. At the same time, he helped Hua Xiuedong clear many obstacles, making his other business ventures in London proceed smoothly. Quan Xingnan's expression softened. She glanced at Edward. "Edward, there's something I need to make clear to you. When you arrive in our country and stay at my home for the time being, please don't reveal the secret of my relationship with Terence. In your country, young men and women dating at an early age is common, but in our country, it's not viewed favorably. Please help us keep it confidential." Edward blinked his eyes, taking a moment to understand Quan Xingnan's meaning, then nodded to show he understood perfectly. Amy floated around inside the plane and finally sat down beside Edward, intimately hugging his arm. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan's eye twitched slightly. Edward leaving with her didn't mean he wasn't dealing with his daughter and son-in-law. Regarding the conspiracy he discovered involving his second daughter and son-in-law, Edward chose to stay put and wait. Will had been biding his time for so many years, hiding so deeply, that Edward would need considerable effort to expose him. It was better to take a different approach. He believed that when he went abroad for treatment, Will would definitely make a move. He would just wait for the rabbit to bump into the tree, yes, using the ancient Eastern idiom. He would wait for Will to run into the big tree himself. Now that he was on guard and had replaced all his attendants, he would never give Will another chance to strike. Some of his previous attendants, because Jessica was the future heir, had tried very hard to please her, hoping to continue being valued by the Cromwell family. That was also why he had been able to shake off his attendants so easily that day. Chapter 780, A Huge Reward 10. At this thought, Edward gnashed his teeth in anger. He wasn't even dead yet, and some people were already showing disloyalty. What still hurt him the most was Jessica's actions. Emily was her own biological sister and had played the role of a mother in her life, yet this was the repayment she received, all for Will, an outsider. Did Will really possess such great charm that she would betray her father, her sister, and her family? Sensing the sorrow emanating from her father, even though he still couldn't see her, Emily continuously comforted him. "Daddy, please don't be sad. You must take care of yourself. You still have Martha and your grandson, Jack. The more they want to take, the stronger you must be. The greatest revenge is to ensure they get nothing. Emily, no matter how much you say, your father won't hear you." "I know, Annie, but I still want to comfort Daddy. Annie, please, you must cure my father." "I will. After all, I've accepted such a large sum of money from you." "I will certainly do my utmost," Quan Xingnan said with a smile. In front of Edward, Quan Xingnan pretended not to know about the events in the Cromwell family. She brought up several topics to pull Edward out of the abyss of sorrow, earning countless thanks from Emily. The journey was uneventful, and the plane landed safely in Beijing. Edward had come under the pretext of tourism and hadn't alerted the official circles of either country. However, through old Masterlin's words, the higher-ups still learned of Edward's true purpose. They took note but did not take any action. Hospitality is inherent in the Chinese people. Although there was a language barrier, upon hearing that Edward was ill, and since Quan Xingnan hadn't mentioned any unfriendly actions by Edward toward the country, Yun Jianjun, Zhao Yuzhen, and others warmly received Edward and his entourage. Alexander acted as the translator. When Edward heard that Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen were actually many years older than him, yet both elders had rosy complexions, stood straight, were full of energy, and were as healthy as he had been 20 years ago, and that Quan Shuang, in her 50s, looked at most 40 with very faint wrinkles, his gaze toward Quan Xingnan grew even more reverent. There was no doubt, it must be her doing. Over these days, he had heard Quan Xingnan speak a lot about traditional Chinese medicine and health preservation. Sure enough, after he inquired, Yun Jianjun's response confirmed his guess. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly and arranged for him to stay. After giving Li Qianxiu an acupuncture, Quan Xingnan continued Edward's treatment. As fellow patients under Quan Xingnan's care, Edward and Li Qianxiu learned about each other's conditions. Hearing from each other that the effects were remarkable, they felt even more immensely grateful to Quan Xingnan. However, Quan Xingnan had no time to accept their gratitude. She was busy sorting and storing the antiques she had acquired from the Mengsai market into the storeroom. Especially the items Edward had gifted, she had to be extra careful with them. These items, however, were not stored in her personal collection. Ouyang Qing arrived upon hearing the news. Now retired, his favorite place to visit was the Yun family. The Yun family possessed many antiques of cultural relic grade. Unfortunately, they had always kept them secret and hadn't had them appraised by the cultural relics department. Otherwise, their collection would surely astonish the entire nation. Regarding cultural relics, state regulations stipulate that once appraised by the Cultural Relics Department, they cannot be freely traded or taken out of the country. Seeing the severely damaged cultural relics in the boxes, Ouyang Qing appeared even more pained than Quan Xingnan. Chapter 781, Massive Reward 11. It would take a considerable amount of time to properly sort through these cultural relics. And Quan Xingnan had to go to school tomorrow. Without another word, after getting Quan Xingnan's consent, Ouyang Qing called Ouyang Yi. Nanan has something very important to do, far more important than attending class. Grant her a few more days of leave. Quan Xingnan had been able to get leave and go abroad before. Ouyang Yi was fully aware of the excuse she had used at the time. Hearing his father say this, Ouyang knew Quan Xingnan must have brought back cultural relics that had excited his father. Bringing cultural relics back to their own country was indeed more meaningful than attending class. Ouyang approved the leave and informed Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun felt this new student was really busy. Honestly, he couldn't see any signs of poor health in her at all, yet she frequently asked for leave, always with the principal's guarantee. Even with the principal's guarantee, frequent absences created a bad impression. Zhang Kun decided to talk to her about it next time. But remembering how highly his own grandparents regarded her and that his little cousin was currently under her treatment, Zhang Kun could only suppress his thoughts and resignedly explain to the other students in the class. Fortunately, the students didn't doubt the teacher's words at all. As long as the principal and teacher agreed, they had no objections. Quan Xingnan withdrew her divine sense and smiled slightly, then focused on sorting the relics. Items like jade, bronzeware, and carvings were relatively easy to sort, as they weren't too severely damaged. As for the shattered porcelain, moth-eaten embroidered textiles and clothing, and the damp, weathered calligraphy and paintings, they were very difficult to handle. In the end, Quan Xingnan had no choice but to seek help from the elderly experts she was on good terms with at the Cultural Relics Department. Back when these elders heard her excuse for going abroad, they had all urged her not to hesitate to bring things back and even said they would request funding from higher authorities. So as soon as she asked, all who could come came. Seeing the pitiful state of the relics, each one was heartbroken. Quan Xingnan knew a bit about cultural relic preservation, but as for restoration, apart from embroidered textiles and clothing where she could rely on her embroidery, sewing, and darning skills, she really couldn't match the expertise of these veteran specialists. Sticking out her tongue, she handed over the sorting and restoration work of these relics to them and shamelessly slipped away. After all, they were all going to be handed over to the state. It would be their work eventually anyway. Coming out of the courtyard where the relics were stored, Quan Xingnan saw Edward learning the 5 animal frolics with Yun Jianjun in the garden. Edward, not showing any disdain for people of the yellow race, was very cunning and adept at pleasing people. When he heard Yun Jianjun say that he, his wife, and their old friends all practiced this set of 5 animal frolics taught by Quan Xingnan, and that they were all full of vitality, and then learned about the origins of the 5 animal frolics, Edward was deeply moved and immediately asked to learn. When Quan Xingnan taught them this set of 5 animal frolics, she hadn't said they couldn't teach others. All their familiar old friends had learned it. Seeing that Edward had given quite a few cultural relics to Quan Xingnan, and although he wasn't willing to learn like Arthur, he was still considered decent, Yun Jianjun generously taught him. Quan Xingnan didn't disturb them. She watched quietly for a while before going to the main courtyard to accompany her grandmother, mother, and younger brothers. Little Lion gestured for Quan Xingnan to squat down, then nuzzled his head into her embrace, their closeness enough to make others envious. Quan Xingnan beckoned to Little Tiger. Sister has been away for several days, Little Tiger. Don't you miss me? Compared to the mischievous Little Lion, Little Tiger was over 2 years older and had a somewhat serious personality. He walked over slowly with a stern face, but when he got close, he suddenly leaped onto Quan Xingnan's back, wrapping his arms around her neck. Sister, you're so bad. You've been gone for so long. Brother Eagle went to his grandma's house too. Quan Xingnan had one in her arms and one on her back, causing Lin Tianjing, who had just entered, to burst into laughter. Nan, are you free tonight? Grandpa told me I must bring you home. Someone wants to see you. After laughing, Lin Tianjing immediately stated his purpose, afraid of delaying important matters. Chapter 782, Final Exam 7. If the Cultural Relics Department came to appraise and register the items, how many people would then know about her collection? The people in the department weren't like these elderly gentlemen. The elders were meticulous in character and tight-lipped. Once they promised her something, they would never breathe a word to outsiders. That was how she could maintain her peaceful and tranquil life. Although Quan Xingnan didn't mind the elderly antique enthusiasts coming to appreciate and handle her pieces, she was very concerned about her quiet life being disrupted. Since you put it that way, let's wait then. Ouyang respected her wishes. Suddenly, his spirits lifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Nan, you know what? Among these cultural relics, there are several national treasure-level items, all looted from the Garden of Gardens. Quan Xingnan glanced at the lush, glossy banana plant outside the window, still verdant in the dusk, and nodded. That's normal. You're making too much of a fuss. Given Edward's high status and his heritage as nobility, it would be strange if his family didn't possess a few items of this caliber. Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Edward was dressed in a cotton linen tang suit, leaning on a rosewood gentleman's cane, a somewhat incongruous combination, but he didn't think so. He felt it carried a certain imposing air. The tang suit was from Yuesheng clothing store. The gentleman's cane was specially purchased by him, made of rosewood, which, in Tianqiao, China, was said to be a precious type of wood. Upon seeing Edward, Ouyang Qing, who disliked associating with him, largely because Edward often appeared arrogant and rude to anyone outside Quan Xingnan's family, immediately left, avoiding a direct encounter altogether. Quan Xingnan walked out and saw Edward's attire, barely suppressing a laugh. "Edward, your outfit today looks really good." "Really? Really? Your grandfather said it looks great too." Edward beamed with joy. "Really? You came here too?" "Dear Annie, I feel I've improved a bit again." "How long do I need to continue treatment?" "The plans I set in motion in England need to be wrapped up. I need to oversee them personally." Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and asked, "If you return to England to handle this matter, how long will it take?" "At least a week, possibly up to 10 days. Edward was determined to first resolve the potential threat of Weir, so he could continue his treatment without worries. He didn't want Weir attacking his stronghold while he was undergoing treatment. He had been lying in wait, and surprisingly, the rabbit had come knocking so quickly. "Your internal organs have stabilized. If you don't believe it, you can undergo a checkup with Western medical equipment. So, your acupuncture sessions can be paused. It won't affect your treatment, but you must not stop taking the medicine. Before you leave, I'll give you one more acupuncture session. Take the medicine I prepare with you, and return in 10 days to half a month to continue acupuncture. What do you think?" Edward thought it made sense. The next day, he had his accompanying medical team examine him. The results were pleasantly surprising, no life-threatening concerns for several years. His body felt at least 10 years younger. After receiving Quan Xingnan's acupuncture session and taking a large bag of medicine, Edward boarded his private jet, agreeing with Quan Xingnan to meet again the following week. When he left, Emily followed. To deal with Weir and Jessica, Emily felt she had to be present. Before leaving, she only bid farewell to Quan Xingnan and Li Fong. Quan Xingnan could see her. Emily had met Li Fong when Quan Xingnan was treating Li Qianxuan and was utterly astonished. Unfortunately, her Chinese was limited, and Li Fong didn't understand foreign languages, so their communication was minimal. Chapter 783, Final Exams 8. After Edward returned to his home country, he contacted Quan Xingnan every day, but he only asked about his own physical condition and never mentioned the betrayal by his daughter and son-in-law. Emily couldn't make phone calls, and without opening her celestial eye, Quan Xingnan had no way of knowing how things were progressing. Meanwhile, after completing his work in London and successfully opening up the European pharmaceutical market, Hu Xuedong had already moved on to another venture. He held shares in an oil field company in Indonesia and this time intended to acquire it fully. The oil field hadn't discovered oil yet, so the acquisition proceeded smoothly. Therefore, he was currently in Indonesia. Quan Xingnan remembered that oil would be discovered at that field 3 years later, with massive reserves. She praised Hu Xuedong for his foresight, quietly expressed some of her longing since their separation, and then hung up the phone. After Edward left, aside from giving Li Qianxuan acupuncture once a week, Quan Xingnan spent her time meeting people seeking help to find relatives at the Foundation's office, once a week, always on weekends. She delegated all other various affairs to professional managers, entrusted the cultural relic restoration work to Ouyang Qing and others, shouldered her school bag to attend classes, and practiced what she had learned during her extracurricular time. National essence, both the old chief and Hu Xuedong had called it that. She felt she needed to achieve something. Her supernatural abilities might disappear, but the skills she mastered wouldn't vanish, right? Seeing her return to school, Zhang Kun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She had transferred here this year, but her actual time spent in school was far less than the fraction of time she had taken off. Zhang Kun often heard his grandfather and cousin mention Quan Xingnan. Although he guessed she might be the same Quan Xingnan who donated the library to their school, he still hoped a student would behave like a student. Zhang Kun spoke with profound sincerity. Faced with the concern from Zhang Kun and her classmates, Quan Xingnan herself felt embarrassed and decided to study diligently recently, avoiding taking leave unless absolutely necessary, striving to achieve excellent results in the final exams. She had taken quite a lot of leave and didn't even take the midterm exams, so her grades were a complete blank. 10 days later, Edward returned, travel-worn and weary. After checking his pulse, Quan Xingnan said his physical and mental states were well maintained. Not only were there no signs of deterioration, but his internal organs had also been well regulated by the medicinal decoctions. Edward revealed a brilliant smile. After the acupuncture session, Edward went to rest in the guest room, and Emily recounted the details of this trip back home. On his first day back, Edward was confronted with Jessica's coercion. It turned out that Jessica and Will, taking advantage of Edward's absence from the country, had successfully gained control over everyone inside and outside the Cromwell family's main residence. Of course, they didn't know all these people were under Edward's strict surveillance. During the dinner welcoming Edward back, Jessica suddenly made her move. She righteously believed that Edward was old and in poor health, so he should step down for a more capable successor. She was young, energetic, had years of management experience, and could steer the entire Cromwell family. Even if she couldn't, Will would help her, and they would surely manage the family business to greater prosperity. Quan Xingnan sighed. Jessica is truly blinded by her infatuation with Will. Hasn't it occurred to her that Will might kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? She's very confident. She believes her being 20 years younger than Will is enough to keep him utterly infatuated. Will has been deeply devoted to her all these years, who in high society doesn't speak well of Will. Emily's face was full of sarcasm. Good? If he were truly good, he wouldn't constantly covet the Cromwell family. For a man to betray her own sister, her own father, her own family, she deserved to die 100 times over. Chapter 784, Final Exams 9. Edward was advanced in age, but his mind was still sharp. He knew he could not change Jessica's way of thinking. He had investigated everything Jessica had done over the years, and she was already beyond redemption. He simply gave up on Jessica as his heir. Jessica made a move against him at the dining table, but Edward countered and subdued her. To preserve the family's dignity, Edward did not publicly disclose the cause of Emily's death, nor did he mention that Jessica was the murderer. However, he did hold a press conference. At the press conference, Edward announced the revocation of Jessica's inheritance rights, naming Jack, the son of his eldest daughter, as the new heir. His younger daughter, Martha, had no great ambitions and had never been on the list of potential heirs. He gifted her a significant amount of shares, jewelry, and real estate, ensuring she would live a life of wealth without having to struggle. Although Jack was Will's son, his personality was exactly like Emily's, both passionate and upright. He had started his own business early on. Because Jessica became his stepmother, on the surface he and his two sisters received seemingly equal treatment, but in reality, he was less happy and free within his own family than he was around Edward. Edward changed the heir to Jack mainly to compensate for the fact that Emily's death could not be made public. If it wasn't made public, Jessica would not face punishment. For the deceased Emily, this was extremely unfair. At the press conference, Edward declared emphatically, "If I or my grandson Jack meet with any accident, then all my assets will be transferred to the state. Before Jack inherits my estate, he must sign this declaration stating that after he receives the inheritance, no one, including his spouse and children, can inherit this estate if anything happens to him." By signing this agreement, upon inheriting the estate, Jack must first make this declaration. He also cannot act according to the existing inheritance laws, ensuring that no one else benefits if something happens to him, especially Will. This was also a way to guarantee Jack's safety. As for Jessica, she would inherit nothing, not even a fingernail-sized piece of gold. Betraying her father, causing her sister's death, and nearly handing over the family business to outsiders, it was simply unforgivable. Emily sneered, "I want to see if Jessica, stripped of her family inheritance rights and deprived of any benefits, will still receive Will's unwavering affection." For Jessica, losing her inheritance rights, losing the immense wealth that was once within her grasp, and having to face Will's dissatisfaction, this is the greatest revenge against her. Therefore, Emily did not blame Edward at all for concealing this past incident. Quan Xingnan nodded in agreement with her view. It is entirely predictable that Jessica's later life will be absolutely miserable. The heir to an earl and an ordinary high society lady, which status is higher? It goes without saying. Different statuses lead to different treatment. People are always pragmatic, regardless of the time or country. As they expected, after Edward announced the new will and went abroad, Jessica's life took a sharp downturn. Outsiders did not know why Edward treated Jessica this way, but everyone knew how much importance Edward had once placed on her. His sudden change of heart surely meant something had happened that Edward could not tolerate. Edward was of noble status and had an arrogant nature, but one thing no one could question was his integrity. In his actions, especially toward his children, he was very fair. Martha did not have inheritance rights because she had given them up herself, not because Edward did not consider her. Chapter 785, Final Exams 10. Some things can be hidden from people, such as Emily's death. However, some things simply cannot escape the eyes of the outside world. The Cromwell family underwent a massive internal and external reshuffling. When they learned that the reason Jessica was stripped of her inheritance rights was because she had turned against her elderly father, attempting to hand over the family business to someone else, that someone being Will, they were utterly stunned. Good heavens, could there really be such a woman in this world? What an incredibly foolish woman. Did she not know how unthinkable it is to have one's wealth held in someone else's hands? Wealth in one's own hands means one is in control. Wealth in a husband's hands means the husband is in control, and he could very well abandon her. Although marriage laws ensure that women like her would still receive a substantial alimony payment even after divorce, receiving alimony from what was originally one's own wealth doesn't feel quite right. The correct course of action is to hold on to one's own wealth and take a share of the husband's assets. Jessica was far too foolish. Faced with such a foolish woman, the noble ladies and socialites of high society all kept their distance, fearing they might catch her foolishness. Jessica had only Will in her heart. She didn't even care about her 2 daughters, let alone the coldness of others. But she soon plunged into a deep abyss of misery. Without inheritance rights, Jessica could no longer bring immense benefits. Despised by others, she had completely lost face in high society. Coupled with the pressure Edward was putting on their business, leading to successive failures, Will's expression grew darker and more unpleasant by the day. In less than 10 days, he couldn't hold back his outburst. Jessica, now with nothing, immediately became something Will cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. She could forego wealth, she didn't care about others' indifference. What she cared about most was Will's attitude. Instantly heartbroken, in her grief, she frantically pleaded with Will, begging him humbly. Will, I am Daddy's daughter. Daddy won't abandon me. Wait, I'll go find Daddy. I'll beg him to restore my inheritance rights. We can still continue our happy life. Will smiled mockingly. Foolish woman. Did she naively think Edward would change his mind? Will suddenly felt a pang of regret for choosing Jessica. If it had been Emily before him, perhaps Emily would have already fully inherited the Cromwell family. Edward was in poor health and advanced in years. He might have retired early. By then, if something were to happen to Emily, wouldn't he have effortlessly obtained everything he wanted? Thinking of Emily, he watched coldly as Jessica hastily packed her luggage and flew abroad to find Edward. Will had no intention of divorcing Jessica. He didn't want to pay alimony. Given Jessica's deep affection for him, she would only beg to stay by his side and would never utter the word divorce. Even if he kept mistresses, she would pretend not to know. Edward was openly seeking medical treatment, not hiding it from the outside world. Jessica successfully found the Yoon family. Edward had people placed around Will and Jessica and had long known Jessica's intentions. Upon hearing of Jessica's request to see him, he immediately ordered his attendants to drive her away and forcibly send her back to the country, lest she disrupt the Yoon family's life. He had finally regained his health and didn't want his heart affected by anger caused by her. Emily drifted out, watching as Jessica was forcibly taken away, her expression indifferent. If she had known this would happen, why did she act that way in the first place? One can believe that, faced with the cold and ruthless Will, Jessica's future life will certainly be eventful. Chapter 786, Final Exams 11. Her wish fulfilled, her son also gained the inheritance rights to his father's estate. Emily felt she had no more attachments left and sought out Quan Xingnan, deciding to accept her deliverance. Quan Xingnan blinked in surprise. You know I can deliver souls? She had never mentioned this to Emily. Where did Emily learn about it? I heard it from your husband. He said you can gain merit by delivering souls. Although there was a language barrier and their communication often seemed like a conversation between a chicken and a duck, Li Feng had been with Quan Xingnan for many years. Being naturally studious, he had picked up a little while she was learning English, though he pretended not to understand because he disliked foreigners. Quan Xingnan said with some difficulty, I've only ever delivered souls from our own country. I've never delivered a Westerner before. Then let's give it a try. Emily was full of enthusiasm. In life, one should have a spirit of adventure. Even as a ghost, she still possessed that spirit. All right, since Emily agreed, it wouldn't be right for her not to try. Quan Xingnan looked at Emily with sparkling eyes. To be honest, she was also very curious about where Emily would go after being delivered, whether to the underworld of her own country or to the western heaven or hell. The same incantation for deliverance, the same hand gestures, but no gate to hell opened. In the void, a celestial ladder appeared. Amidst a soft white light, Emily slowly rose and floated towards the ladder. Heaven. The kingdom of God. Emily was overwhelmed with surprise and joy. She had never imagined she would enter heaven after death. Heaven, it's what everyone yearns for. Turning around to wave at Quan Xingnan, Emily happily disappeared into the white light. Quan Xingnan was dumbfounded. Li Feng asked blankly, was that the Western heaven? Yes, it's heaven. In the West, the kind-hearted are guided by God to ascend to heaven after death, while the wicked are judged by God and fall into hell. Emily was kind-hearted in life, her soul a ball of white light. So, after receiving my deliverance, she could ascend to heaven, not hell. Quan Xingnan looked down at her own snow-white palm. So she could deliver foreigners too. Perhaps because she had delivered a good spirit, and it crossed national boundaries, the merit she gained was more than ever before. From then on, Quan Xingnan knew her supernatural ability had reached an incredible level, but she didn't dwell on it. She didn't even deliver many souls in her own country, let alone abroad. She wouldn't specifically go abroad just to deliver foreign ghosts. To deliver a soul, one must first resolve the reason they linger in the human world. The reasons vary and are extremely complicated. Her main task now was studying. Seriously and diligently, a few days before Quan Xingnan's final exams, Edward's acupuncture treatment ended. What followed was half a year of traditional Chinese medicine regulation, mainly to regulate his internal organs. Quan Xingnan's acupuncture for Edward primarily used her earth pupil's spiritual power to repair his heart. The other organs relied on regulation. As the finals approached, the atmosphere at school was very tense. Everyone was seizing every moment to review and review again. Quan Xingnan, whose future path was already set, didn't care about grades as much as others did. So, apart from attending classes and completing assignments, she mostly focused on her other studies. On the eve of the exams, Hua Sitong concluded his series of trips in Europe. Quan Xingnan was overjoyed. They would have plenty of time together soon. After finishing her exam, she walked out of the examination hall and the school gate, only to see Hua Sitong's commonly used car in Beijing parked not far away. P.S. One more chapter at 9 o'clock. Chapter 787, Final Exams 12. Didn't he go straight back to Hong Kong after finishing his European trip? Quan Xingnan activated her earth pupils and indeed saw Hua Xiuedong sitting elegantly and leisurely in the car. Probably to avoid drawing attention, he wasn't waiting outside the vehicle and had only brought 2 bodyguards. One acted as the driver, the other sat in the passenger seat. My friend is here. Daquan, Yu, Aman, let's meet again when we collect our report cards. Quan Xingnan waved to her best friends and trotted towards the car Hua Xiuedong was in. Daquan scratched his head. Why is she in such a hurry? I wanted to ask her to go shopping together. Yu was Meng Shuang's nickname. She said with a grin, sis, the results aren't even out yet, and you're already in such a good mood? Have some pity on me, I'm really nervous, okay? After the results come out and we come to get our report cards, then we can ask Nan An to go shopping with us. Aman, you absolutely must not drop out, join us too. The last sentence was directed at Xingman. Xingman, who had become much more cheerful, smiled and nodded. Some classmates were surprised to see Quan Xingnan get into the car, but Xingman wasn't. She had long known Quan Xingnan came from an extraordinary background. Otherwise, she couldn't have cleared her brother's name without even showing her face. Daquan and Meng Shuang's families ran small businesses. While not extremely wealthy, they had some discernment. Quan Xingnan dressed simply and plainly, but the fabric and style of her clothes were unusual, even better than a large portion of the wealthy students at their school. They knew Quan Xingnan's family circumstances were good. Could a family that could afford to live in a Sahiyuan courtyard house in the 4th district be ordinary? So, no one paid much mind to Quan Xingnan leaving by car. It must be said, the feelings between classmates at this time were the purest. Quan Xingnan got into the car, took the water Hua Xiuedong handed her, moistened her throat, and let him wipe the light sweat on her forehead caused by the heat and her little run. She then voiced her confusion. Hua Xiuedong, with a leisurely and composed demeanor, said calmly, I spent 3 days dealing with the backlog of work in Hong Kong, then came. Getting the report card and the summer homework assigned by the teachers marks the official end of the semester. You didn't need to come in such a hurry, although I missed you very much, Quan Xingnan said. Hearing her say she missed him, the corner of Hua Xiuedong's mouth lifted slightly. She was a frank girl, never coy or affected, never making her boyfriend guess her thoughts. Let's go eat together. A few days ago, I asked the chef at the club to start preparing Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a master of Fujian cuisine. The ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall, like abalone, shark fin, dried scallops, etc., were all shipped from Hong Kong to Club Number 6. Haven't you always wanted to try this dish but thought it was too much work? After eating, we'll go to the stables to see Hua Feihong and Quan Feifei. By bedtime, it should be mostly digested. Quan Xingnan's dinners always adhered to being light and small in portion, rarely involving rich meats. She only had one exam this afternoon, and there were still several hours until the normal dinner time. Buddha jumps over the wall. Quan Xingnan's mouth watered. After calling her family to let them know, Quan Xingnan went with Hua Xiuedong to the club. As soon as they stepped inside, they heard someone say respectfully, "Fourth uncle, when did you return to the capital?" Following the surprised tone, a young man who had been talking with others ran over. Handsome eyebrows and bright eyes, his back straight and upright. Quan Xingnan had seen this kind of demeanor on her second uncle, the bearing of a military man. Hua Xiuedong nodded to him with extreme elegance, then turned to Quan Xingnan and said, "This is Xia Chun. You might not know him. He's been in the army and rarely appears in the capital. P.S. My stomach is starting to feel uncomfortable, but I finally finished updating. Seeking praise." Chapter 788. No one to rely on in old age one. Hua Xuedong said this to Quan Xingnan, but showed no intention of introducing them or even mentioning Quan Xingnan's name. Since he had made his stance clear, Quan Xingnan pursed her lips, smiled at Xia Chun, and remained silent. Xia Chun looked at Quan Xingnan standing beside Hua Xuedong, his eyes flickering slightly. Quan Xingnan noticed that Xia Chun's demeanor showed great respect toward Hua Xuedong, and his eyes were filled with warmth. However, as soon as he turned to others, including herself, his expression immediately turned cold and stern. Soon, he smiled and said to Hua Xuedong, "Uncle Four, are you here for a meal? Why not join us? It's my treat." After saying this, he seemed to remember that club number 6 belonged to Hua Xuedong. Embarrassed, he rubbed his buzz cut, his dark skin faintly flushing red, and the cold aura around him instantly vanished. "No need," Hua Xuedong replied, glancing at the group of burly men who had been talking to Xia Chun earlier and were now looking in his direction. Among them were several well-known iron-willed soldiers from the military. He said directly to Xia Chun, "Your friends are waiting for you. Go ahead and enjoy your time. Tonight's bill will be on me. We'll catch up another day." "Thank you, Uncle Four," Xia Chun said respectfully, bowing slightly as he watched Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan leave. When he returned to his group, his teammates grew curious and clamored, "Battalion Commander, who were those two? They looked so refined and noble, definitely not ordinary people." Xia Chun glanced at them and warned in a low voice, "Don't gossip or speak carelessly." Ordinary people? Could ordinary people even enter this place? His words sent a chill down everyone's spines. Having served under Xia Chun the longest, they were well aware of his family background. The way he addressed the man as Uncle Four with such respect made it clear that the young man and woman were anything but ordinary. As they walked toward their reserved courtyard, Xia Chun glanced back in the direction where Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had disappeared, his thick brows slightly furrowed. He and Hua Xuedong were around the same age, but they had met when Xia Chun was in his teens. Since childhood, he had admired Hua Xuedong and followed him around. He knew Hua Xuedong's personality well, outwardly gentle, refined, and seemingly approachable, but deep down, he was colder than ice in the dead of winter. Yet, the way Hua Xuedong treated the young girl beside him was tender, a warmth that radiated from within, as if he were a completely different person. Who is that girl? Since Hua Xuedong had told her they hadn't met before, it meant she was also a child from their social circle. One of his soldiers spoke up, unraveling his confusion. "Hey, just like our battalion commander said, we shouldn't talk carelessly. I don't know the gentleman our battalion commander called Uncle Four, but I recognize that fair-skinned young lady. Luing, you know her?" Xia Chun immediately turned to his platoon leader, Luing. Luing grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Of course I do, battalion commander. I've seen a photo of that girl in Division Commander Yuan's office. She was standing next to Division Commander Yuan's little tiger, holding a chubby baby who looked just like the little tiger, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. I heard she's Division Commander Yuan's niece, the treasure of the entire family." Division Commander Yuan's niece? I remember now. Over the years, Division Commander Yuan has received packages from his niece every year: food, drinks, clothes, and daily necessities, all bundled up. The other leaders in the army were so envious. Once they reached their reserved courtyard, they relaxed and began sharing what they knew. "That makes sense," Xia Chun murmured to himself. Having lived in the military year-round, Xia Chun had heard a thing or two about the social circle. It was said that the only girl Hua Xuedong was close to in their circle was the daughter Yuan Ziyuan had found 8 years ago, because Hua Xuedong had once avoided a horrific car crash thanks to her. Chapter 789. No place for the old two. Xia Chun had no intention of delving deeply into matters that didn't concern him. But when it came to matters related to Hua Xuedong, Xia Chun couldn't help but think a little more. Back when his family had their incident, everyone avoided them. If it hadn't been for Hua Xuedong lending a hand, along with the fair and just handling by elders Lin and Qin, he and his grandfather might have ended up like the rest of his family. Even if their lives weren't in danger, their futures would have been absolutely ruined. So, to Xia Chun, Hua Xuedong wasn't just fourth uncle, he was a benefactor whose kindness was akin to giving him a second life. The young girl was Yuan Ziyuan's daughter, which naturally made her the granddaughter of the Lin family. Xia Chun somewhat regretted his coldness towards her. Battalion Commander, what are you thinking about? Come eat quickly, be careful, or everyone will snatch it all." Luing, with a piece of beef clamped between his chopsticks, swiftly popped it into his mouth, chewing with an expression of pure bliss. No wonder so many people fight tooth and nail to get into the club. Even a simple piece of beef like this is incredibly delicious. They were used to eating quickly in the army. Once the dishes were served, chopsticks descended in unison. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the remnants of clouds. If you were late with your chopsticks, you'd only find the empty bottom of the plate. Xia-chun quickly pushed aside his thoughts and joined the battle at the dining table. Unlike them, the Jade Hall and Riches Courtyard was filled with a serene and peaceful atmosphere. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Quan Shengnan asked, "Is Xia-chun the eldest grandson of the Xia family?" "The Xia family unrelated to my third aunt-in-law. The Xia family in the capital had long since lost its former glory. It was said that a change several years ago severely damaged the Xia family's vitality. The only ones left unscathed and innocent were the Xia family patriarch and his eldest grandson, Xia-chun. The others had died, been imprisoned, or fled. However, even as their family gradually lost its past prestige, it was still beyond comparison with Xia Tingjian's maternal family. That's the Xia family. Elder Xia was wise and accomplished all his life, but unfortunately, his descendants were not up to par, ruining the family business to such an extent. Several years ago, even Elder Xia was taken away for investigation, including Xia-chun. It took over a year for things to calm down. Elder Xia consequently stepped down. Fortunately, Xia-chun is quite capable and has gradually gained a firm foothold in the military." Hua Xiuedong thoughtfully poured her a glass of plain water. As for his own past assistance to the Xia family, he didn't mention it. He had done it for Xia-chun, his childhood playmate, not for the Xia family. Quan Shengnan took a sip of water and offered no comment. After Elder Xia stepped down, he lived in a sanatorium, becoming neighbors with Yuan Chengda. Quan Shengnan had seen him a few times when visiting Yuan Chengda. She knew the name Xia-chun sounded familiar, but she hadn't connected it to Li Qianxuan. There were too many people with the same name. In their school alone, there were 3 Xia-chuns, and there was also a Xia-chun in her third aunt-in-law's maternal family. Moreover, Li Fang had originally spoken to comfort Li Qianxuan. The conversation between father and daughter hadn't been shared with Quan Shengnan, and at the time, Quan Shengnan hadn't opened her celestial eye to pry into their privacy. Therefore, Quan Shengnan only knew that Li Qianxuan's fiancé was surnamed Xia, named Chun, with the courtesy name Zichuan. Hua Xiuedong also didn't dwell on it deeply. Hearing about Quan Shengnan guiding departed souls was one thing, believing in reincarnation was another. Besides, he had been busy for so long and had finally managed to see his girlfriend. He didn't want her attention to be on someone else. Summer vacation is about to start. Have you made a decision about our trip abroad? If you have, I'll have someone arrange everything in advance to avoid a last-minute rush. Mentioning this, Quan Shengnan nodded. All right, let's go together. She had already discussed it with her family. A vacation, just thinking about it felt wonderful. The lavender in Provence would be in full bloom around this time. Chapter 790, Old and Without Support 3. For 7 or 8 years, she had always been busy and indeed needed some time to catch her breath. Her family wasn't very good at expressing themselves, but none of them didn't care for her. As soon as they heard she wanted to go abroad to relax, they immediately agreed. They had originally wanted Quan Onan and Lin Tianjing to accompany her, but she dissuaded them. Just kidding, she was with Hua Xiuedong. What if they were discovered? Hua Xiuedong's gaze, as he looked at her, was full of amusement. Quan Shengnan wanted to say something, but when the dishes were brought in from outside, she stopped herself and looked at the soup that was served first. Since the main dish was Buddha jumps over the wall, the other dishes were relatively light and were side dishes paired with it. After drinking a small bowl of soup, Hua Xiuedong picked out some ingredients from the Buddha jumps over the wall, personally put them in a bowl, and handed it to Quan Shengnan. Shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, dried scallops. Buddha jumps over the wall was indeed a rare delicacy, so delicious that Quan Shengnan almost swallowed her tongue along with it. Quan Shengnan tasted each type, but only took small bites. Hua Xiuedong didn't say anything and did the same. The dishes at the club always leaned towards traditional famous dishes, with master chefs from all 8 major cuisines gathered there. If you like it, we can come often to eat in the future, Hua Xiuedong said gently as they walked in the courtyard after the meal to aid digestion. Watching her expression as she enjoyed the food made him feel very happy. Buddha jumps over the wall was the main dish of the Fujian cuisine at the club. It was made every day and was even in short supply, but this time it was made even better because Hua Xiuedong had given instructions in advance, and the ingredients used were the absolute top tier. Quan Shengnan shook her head. It's fine to eat occasionally, but not often. It was delicious, but eating it too often would become tiresome. Feeling that her stomach was more comfortable, they left the club through the back door and decided to walk to the horse ranch to spend more time together. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out the back door, they saw kitchen hands carrying out bucket after bucket of leftover food, gently placing them against the back wall, along with a bucket of steamed buns and rice. The steamed buns and rice were fresh. Although the dishes were leftovers, they were sorted into steel buckets, not a messy hodgepodge. They were called steel buckets, but they were actually steel pots shaped like buckets. Thick, wide, and deep, with handles on both sides. The weather was hot, and a rich aroma wafted from the pots. The leftovers still had warmth, likely from the afternoon customers' meals, not from the morning or noon. What are they doing? Quan Xingnan unconsciously stopped in her tracks. In no time, many ragged elderly people and orphans holding bowls appeared before the leftovers. Among them were also some elderly who didn't lack food or clothing, their faces all shining with joy. 2 kitchen hands held large ladles, one scooping a bowl of leftovers for them, the other distributing steamed buns and rice. Some gave one steamed bun, some gave a scoop of rice, seemingly according to the wishes of the elderly and orphans. Although they were leftovers, they were all dishes like chicken, fish, meat, and eggs, rich in flavor. The leftovers were also for the elderly and orphans to choose from. If they wanted chicken, they got a ladle of chicken. If they wanted fish, they got a ladle of fish. Quan Xingnan turned to Hu Xuedong in shock. Seeing this, what was there she didn't understand? Hu Xuedong held her hand and walked forward, his steps calm, as he slowly explained, all hotels and restaurants under the Hu name operate this way, including the club. Although the leftover dishes from hotels, restaurants, and the club have been eaten by customers, dishes that are barely touched often appear. It's a pity to throw them away, so this rule was specifically established. Those dishes that were barely touched or half-eaten meat dishes were sorted and poured into pots. After being recooked at high temperatures, they were moved to the back door and distributed to begging elderly people and orphans. Chapter 791. Old and without support for. Having gone to such lengths, they were no longer stingy and often prepared some steamed buns and rice. No matter where you go, there is always a gap between the rich and the poor. Their leftovers were more abundant than the meat dishes of ordinary families, so not only did elderly people and orphans come to receive food, but some ordinary families in the vicinity, wanting to add some richness to their children's meals, would also come to collect. This was why among these people, there were wandering elderly and orphans, as well as ordinary people who were different from them. However, they had set strict rules. Each person could only receive one portion. The leftover food that could no longer be eaten was either fed to stray cats and dogs or sold to pig farms to feed the pigs. This perfectly solved the problem of leftovers, allowed them to accumulate good deeds, and, moreover, prevented environmental pollution, sparing the landfill an additional burden. Quan Xingnan said admiringly, "Who came up with this method? It's so thoughtful." "I don't mind you admiring me a little." Hu Xuedong smiled gently and elegantly. "It was you? Mr. Hua, I really admire you." Quan Xingnan scratched his palm with her fingers, smiling brightly. "Your method is really good. It helps people and is very environmentally friendly. With dedicated management, it completely prevented anyone from using spoiled leftovers to produce gutter oil." Hu Xuedong grasped her playful fingers and was about to speak when an old woman, leaning on a walking stick, came trembling toward them, holding a wooden bowl in her other hand. Her steps were small, her pace slow, and with her back bent like a bow, she was frighteningly thin, looking particularly pitiful. Quan Xingnan paused and stopped, watching the ghost of an old man beside the old woman. The old ghost had wrinkled skin and white hair, looking at least in his 70s. He must have died peacefully, as he appeared just like a normal person. Yet at this moment, he was full of heartache as he supported the old woman, even though she was completely unaware of him. The old woman was older than the old ghost, at least in her 80s, with a face full of wrinkles, cloudy eyes, and almost no teeth left in her mouth, causing it to sink inward. However, her white hair was neatly combed, close to her scalp, and though her dark clothes didn't look too dirty, they emitted an unpleasant odor. As she passed by Quan Xingnan immediately caught the smell. It was like the smell of a pigsty. Quan Xingnan turned and followed the figures of the old woman and the old ghost beside her, only to see that by the time she reached the back door of the club, all the leftovers, steamed buns, and rice had already been distributed cleanly. Looking at the empty buckets, a trace of gloom crossed the old woman's face. With difficulty, she slowly squatted down along the wall and sat at its base, holding the wooden bowl, staring blankly as if waiting for the next round of leftovers. The worker who had carried away the steel bucket saw her and soon came out after going inside. When he emerged, he was holding a bowl of leftovers and 2 plump, white steamed buns. He bent down, poured the leftovers into the old woman's bowl, placed the steamed buns in her hands, and said softly, "Old lady, these are leftovers that were just taken down, ham stewed with pork hock, cooked until very tender, and still warm. Perfect for your teeth. You can eat 1 steamed bun this evening and save the other for breakfast tomorrow." From his tone, he seemed quite familiar with the old woman. The old woman opened her mouth but said nothing, slowly beginning to eat from the wooden bowl. "What's wrong?" Hu Xuedong keenly noticed his girlfriend's unusual behavior, turned around, and looked at the old woman with her. Quan Xingnan whispered, "There's a ghost following the old woman." Hu Xuedong immediately understood. Chapter 792, No One to Rely on in Old Age 5. Quan Xingnan saw the old ghost squatting in front of the old woman, constantly reaching out to wipe the soup dribbling from the corner of her mouth. His movements were gentle and full of care. Although he couldn't actually touch the old woman, his expression seemed to relax slightly. Eat slowly, Ahua, eat slowly. No rush, we're in no hurry. The old woman couldn't hear him at all, yet he remained completely focused, talking to her. Hua Xiuedong pondered for a moment, then signaled a bodyguard to call over the staff member who had given the leftover food and steamed buns to the old woman. Everyone working for the Hua Corporation, even low-level employees who might not have the chance to speak face-to-face with the boss, had seen photos of their employer to avoid being disrespectful. This young man named Ding Huan was no exception. Suddenly seeing Hua Xiuedong, Ding Huan felt a bit nervous and said respectfully, "Mr. Hua, do you have any instructions?" "You did very well just now," Hua Xiuedong praised first, indeed seeing a look of pleasant surprise in the young man's eyes. Then he continued, "But why did you set aside a separate portion of food for that old woman?" "A separate portion?" Ding Huan immediately understood and replied somewhat sheepishly, "That old lady is quite pitiful. She moves slowly and arrives late 8 out of 10 times. I felt sorry for her, so I would set aside a portion for her separately. After all, there's so much leftover food at the club, one portion doesn't matter. And since I wasn't taking it for myself, my superiors allowed it." If his superiors hadn't allowed it, he wouldn't have dared to do so. If everyone set aside a separate portion, what would be left to distribute to the elderly and orphans? His action was a special exception. Quan Shengnan asked, "Do you know this old woman? How long has she been coming here to receive food?" Ding Huan replied uncertainly, "I don't know her personally, but I've heard someone call her Granny Wei. Whether it's the way from Guard or the way from the ancient states, I'm not sure. How long she's been coming for food, I don't remember exactly. But ever since I started working here, I've seen her coming to receive food. I've been working here for over 3 years now. Every day, as long as it's not windy or rainy, she comes to get food. On windy or rainy days, she probably doesn't come because it's inconvenient for her to move around." Ding Huan added this point as well. Quan Xingnan frowned slightly. "Do you know where she lives? Does she have any family?" Ding Huan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Suddenly, he said, "The person who knows her lives quite far from here. That person comes to get food because it's cheap, but I'm not sure if Granny Wei lives near her. From what that person said, it seems Granny Wei does have children. She has children, yet an elderly woman of such an age still has to come collect leftover scraps from the club?" Quan Xingnan sighed deeply. Hua Xiuedong waved his hand, and Ding Huan immediately excused himself, tidied up the empty buckets, and carried them back to the club's rear courtyard. Granny Wei's appetite wasn't very big. She didn't eat the steamed bun, and only finished half of the bowl of ham stewed with pork knuckle. She hid the steamed bun in her pocket and, holding the remaining food, slowly walked home, her face full of contentment. The old ghost following her, however, couldn't help but wipe his eyes, which glistened with a few tears. "Old sir, do you need my help?" Just as the old ghost passed by with Granny Wei, Quan Shengnan suddenly transmitted her voice directly to the old ghost's consciousness, her words sincere and earnest. The old ghost's figure froze. He slowly turned around, looking at Quan Xingnan with disbelief. Chapter 793, No One to Rely on in Old Age 6. Besides Quan Xingnan, there were no other young girls on the back street. He accurately found Quan Xingnan and, seeing her look at him, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little girl, can you see me?" "Yes, I can see you." "You're following this elderly lady. Is it because you have unfinished business?" The old ghost nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, "Yes, yes, I have unfinished business." "Can you really help me?" They couldn't just stand there talking, right? Quan Xingnan sought Hua Xiuedong's opinion. Hua Xiuedong said, "If the old man can return to his home anytime, let him come with us to the horse ranch. We can talk there." The old ghost immediately agreed. People in the living world couldn't see him, but he could see and hear them. When they arrived at the horse ranch, Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan walked side by side, leading their horses without riding them. The old ghost followed closely and eagerly said, "I want to ask you to help my wife." "Is your wife the elderly lady you were accompanying today?" Quan Xingnan asked. "Yes, she is my wife, Mihua. My name is Wei Dihai, the Wei from the state of Wei." The old man had clearly overheard Ding Huan's words earlier. He seemed sorrowful, yet a trace of affection flickered in his eyes. "Her life is very hard. I want to ask you to help her. It's true that she can now collect leftover food from the club to eat, but she is old after all. This is no long-term solution. This couldn't go on forever. On windy or rainy days, the old lady couldn't go out to collect food, let alone during icy or snowy weather. At her age, if she fell ill or was in pain, she would be even less able to go out." Quan Xingnan understood this situation well. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and she asked, "Do you and the elderly lady not have any children?" Children. The old ghost seemed momentarily confused upon hearing the word, then gave a bitter smile. Children? What children? If my wife and I had even one filial child, our lives would have been fulfilled. This implied that he had children, but none were filial? Indeed, if the children were truly filial, how could they let their elderly mother go out to collect leftover food from the club? The term collect sounded polite, but wasn't it essentially begging? Among the people Quan Xingnan despised most in her life were unfilial children. Of course, if parents were unkind, it was understandable for children to be unfilial. Did you and your wife do something that made your children cold-hearted, leading them to be unfilial? Quan Xingnan asked cautiously. If that were the case, they couldn't blame their children for being unfilial. Just like her own biological grandfather, Yuan Chengda, whose actions had made his parents, uncles, and aunts cold-hearted and severed their affection. Yet, on the surface, the three families still showed full filial piety and never mistreated the elderly. Wei Dihai said with a bitter smile, "If we had, it would be our retribution. But we didn't. My wife and I worked tirelessly to raise 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Yet, not a single one of them is willing to support their mother. I died early, at 70. When I died, I could still do some work and support myself and my wife without relying on them." At this point, he couldn't help but choke up. It's been over 10 years. I've been dead for over 10 years. My wife is 87 years old now, not 70. At 70, she could still do some work. Quan Xingnan frowned. So, was it purely a case of unfilial children? She pressed her temples and asked, "You mean none of your 5 children are filial to the elderly lady?" Chapter 794, Old and Without Support 7. Wei Dihai nodded, nodding without the slightest hesitation. Having been a ghost for over a decade, his emotions had mellowed considerably. He said earnestly, "My wife and I had 7 children and raised 5 of them. I believe I never did anything to let them down. When they got married, we built houses where needed and prepared dowries where required, never giving less than anyone else. When our grandchildren were born, we old folks took care of them, raising them through all the hardships, literally wiping their messes. Yet, he died at 70, and his wife suffered for over a decade. Their children were unfilial, and the grandchildren, who had long since started their own families and careers, similarly ignored their grandmother. The eldest grandson was 35 this year, and the youngest was already 20. Not a single one is filial, not a single one. The children are unfilial, the grandchildren are unfilial, so don't even think about the great-grandchildren." Wei Dihai wept bitterly, filled with grief and indignation. After learning about Granny Wei's situation from Wei Dihai, Quan Xingnan immediately decided to help. Hua Xuedong listened, sighing with deep emotion. From a young age, the first lesson he learned in his education was that filial piety is the foremost of all virtues. Filial piety is the foundation of all good deeds, or so it is said. Filial piety is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation for thousands of years, a fundamental requirement for Chinese people in conduct, engagement with the world, and establishing oneself. If a person is not filial to the parents who toiled to raise them, treating them like worn-out shoes, can they be expected to have good character and morals in other matters? If the father is not kind, how can one expect filial piety from the son? If parents are unkind, harsh, and cruel, then the children's lack of filial piety is a different matter altogether. The sun was setting in the west, and night was about to fall. Quan Xingnan certainly couldn't go help Granny Wei right then. So, she asked Wei Dihai for Granny Wei's home address, planning to visit the next day to assess the situation and provide some assistance. Hua Xuedong naturally accompanied her. Following the address given by Wei Dihai, they found where Granny Wei lived. It was indeed quite far from the Hohai area. Granny Wei's dwelling was a pigsty, a dilapidated pigsty. The pigsty was very old, a low wall built from broken stones. The door had long been gone. The asbestos-tiled shed had a small section that was badly broken, with some thatch piled on top and held down by stones. No pigs were kept inside the pigsty, but some dried, hardened pig manure remained on the ground. A thin bamboo pole was stretched between the left and right walls, with a few patched clothes hanging on it. A pile of tattered quilts and clothes was heaped in a corner of the shed, emitting a strong, strange odor. It was the height of summer, so quilts weren't needed. Granny Wei's bed was merely a pile of straw, covered with a very old, worn-out mat with frayed edges. There was a large hole in the middle, patched with cloth, and on it lay a faded, patched old sheet. Beside it was a roughly built stove made of stones, with a lidless, chipped iron pot on top. Other than that, there was nothing else. Oh, next to the stove were a wooden bowl Granny Wei used yesterday to hold food and chopsticks made from twigs, along with a small bucket. The upper half of the bucket was half-rotted, leaving only the lower half capable of holding water. Granny Wei sat by the stove tending the fire. From the smell wafting from the pot, it was likely the leftover ham stewed with pork hock from yesterday. Whether it had spoiled or gone bad, she didn't seem to care much. This is my eldest son Xinguang's home. Wei Dihai pointed to the courtyard in front of the pigsty. The courtyard contained 4 single-story houses. The pigsty was originally built against the back wall and had been abandoned for a long time. Then, Wei Dihai pointed next door, also a courtyard with 4 single-story houses. That's my second son Tiansai's home. Chapter 795, No One to Rely on in Old Age 8. As he spoke, Wei Dihai choked up. For the marriages of our 5 children, my wife and I took out all the money we had saved through a lifetime of hard work. We built single-story houses with courtyards for both sons and gave substantial dowries to all 3 daughters, basically treating them all equally. People often say, raise sons for support in old age, store grain against famine. Well, we raised 2 sons and 3 daughters, but what was the result? We have no one to rely on in our twilight years. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong stood far away from the pigsty, not approaching. Hearing Wei Dihai's words, she sighed. No wonder you wanted us to help the old lady. Looking at her living conditions and everything around her, it truly is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Yes, especially heartbreaking. Seeing Granny Wei trembling as she begged for food and slowly tending the fire was truly nerve-wracking and filled one with sorrow. Afraid of being discovered, the bodyguards weren't following closely. Hua Xuedong heard Quan Xingnan's words. Despite being in such a filthy environment, Hua Xuedong didn't even frown. Quan Xingnan's heart was filled with emotion. Hua Xuedong had an almost extreme preference for cleanliness. Yet, for her sake, he had come here personally. How could she not be moved? Especially when he softly comforted her. Finding a way to help the elderly is what matters most. Being sad isn't useful. Quan Xingnan nodded. I know, but I can't help thinking about it. In this life, who doesn't grow old? Who doesn't fall ill and become bedridden? As children, treating their elderly parents like this, don't they feel ashamed? Have they ever considered that the next generation might follow their example and treat them the same way when they grow old? If one cannot lead by example, their own old age is in peril. There's no filial son by a long sickbed. Granny Wei is very old but doesn't have any major illnesses and isn't immobile. How could her children start to resent her already? Are they really lacking that one mouthful of food for the old lady? If everyone thought like you, such situations where the elderly have no one to care for them wouldn't happen. They saw Granny Wei ladle out some reheated leftovers from the pot, soak a steamed bun in the bowl, and slowly eat it. The expression on her face was actually one of contentment. For her, not going hungry was happiness. Quan Xingnan felt her eyes sting and couldn't bear to look directly. She looked at Wei Dihai. The emotion in his eyes was grief and indignation. He lamented, heaven has no eyes, heaven has no eyes. None of the 5 children are wealthy, but haven't they all achieved a decent standard of living? Why can't they spare just a little food from between their fingers for their own mother? Why must they let her live so difficult? Quan Xingnan released her spiritual sense, enveloping the homes of Wei Xinguang and Wei Tiankai. It was breakfast time. Both families were full of children and grandchildren, chatting and laughing around the table. Congee, steamed buns, pickles, eggs, soy milk, fried dough sticks, though not delicacies, compared to their living conditions, it was a very plentiful spread. Wei Xinguang held his little grandson, gave him a big kiss, peeled an egg, and handed it to him. The child was fidgety while eating. After one bite, he refused to eat more. Wei Xinguang stuffed the egg into his own mouth. The others all watched with smiles. No one thought about the old woman in the pigsty behind their house, an old woman with no food, surviving only by begging. If it weren't for the extra steamed bun Ding Huan gave last night, Granny Wei would likely have gone hungry this morning. Our foundation has a welfare home where the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled can live. I can arrange for the old lady to spend her remaining years there peacefully. But Wei Dihai said, I've seen the elderly living in welfare homes. Which one doesn't die lonely and desolate? I don't want my wife to go to a welfare home. I want her to enjoy the filial piety of her children and grandchildren in her old age. P.S. My stomach has been upset all day. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Posting 8 chapters first, we'll post 4 more before 8 p.m. Chapter 796, No One to Rely on in Old Age 9. Don't want to go to the welfare home? Want unfilial children to become filial to Granny Wei? That's a bit of a tall order, Grandpa Wei. Quan Xingnan looked at Wei Dihai in surprise. Wei Dihai smiled bitterly. You're young, you don't understand the hopes of us who are nearing death. We just wish to have children and grandchildren to care for us in our old age and see us off at our funeral. When the elderly in welfare homes pass away, they are all alone. It's one thing if they have no relatives, but even those with relatives sometimes have no one come to handle the funeral arrangements, although many are taken by their families for burial after death. This aligns with the thinking of the older generation. Many elderly people think this way. It's also one of the reasons many endure unfilial children and grandchildren. First, they lack the means to enter a welfare home, and second, they wish to have descendants see them off. But if they won't even provide for you in old age, will they be willing to see you off? Perhaps they would. Providing for the elderly costs money, but holding a funeral can bring in condolence gifts. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan sighed, lamenting these elderly care issues in today's society. Grandpa Wei, what are your children's personalities like? What do they like most? What do they need most? If she truly wanted to fulfill Wei Dihai's wish, she needed to understand their moral shortcomings. Money. Money is best, Wei Dihai said without hesitation. Money? You mean they like money most, need money most? This time, Quan Xingnan wasn't so surprised. For many who refuse to support their parents, the root cause is ultimately reluctance to spend money, seeing it as a significant expense. Naturally, what they like is money. Money isn't everything, but without it, you can do nothing. Many people's desire for money surpasses everything else. Right. If they don't like money, what do they like? 9 out of 10 people like money. No one finds money dirty. Even the dirtiest money, if it fell into a cesspit, would still smell sweet to them. My children, they refused to support my wife. Wasn't it precisely because they were afraid of spending money? A trace of mockery appeared on Wei Dihai's face. They think that my wife's food, medical care, and clothing would all cost money, especially since she's old. When a person gets sick, it can bankrupt a whole family. No one wants to bear that responsibility. When I died, I left a small savings for my wife. How filial they were then. They all wanted that money. And later? Once the money was spent, they changed their tune. She could almost imagine it. Wei Dihai responded faintly. That was money I instructed my wife to use for her old age. Unfortunately, I couldn't withstand their methods. Buying groceries and rice, they'd just take money directly from her pocket. My wife is old, she couldn't fight them. If she said it was her old age money, they'd curse her fiercely. The money was gone in a few days. Once my wife had no money, she was driven to the pigsty. Truly, shameless and heartless. Huo Xuedong glanced at Granny Wei, who had finished her meal, and placed his hand over Quan Xingnan's. Let's go eat first. We can discuss how to help this poor old lady and then act. Mentioning food, Quan Xingnan suddenly felt hungry. After finishing breakfast at the club, she heard from the bodyguard that the old lady was slowly making her way along the back street of the club again. Perhaps because she came late yesterday and the food was all gone, today she came early to wait. Quan Xingnan told Huo Xuedong to go attend to his work and went out the back door alone, accompanied by Alexander and Daniel. After Edward finished his treatment and returned home, Alexander no longer needed to act as translator. Edward had come quietly and left quietly, without disturbing any important figures, and nothing eventful had occurred. Walking up to Granny Wei and squatting down, Quan Xingnan looked into her cloudy, dim eyes and said softly, Granny, why are you here all alone? Do you need my help? Chapter 797, No One to Rely on in Old Age 10. Although entrusted by Wei Dihai, Quan Xingnan felt that in reality, since the matter concerned Granny Wei herself, some things needed her consent to proceed. As for dealing with people like Wei Xingguang, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. If she helped Granny Wei, and Granny Wei in turn resented her for making her children lose face, that would be a loss outweighing the gain. Granny Wei stared at Quan Xingnan, her gaze muddled and confused. Wei Dihai, who had floated over following Quan Xingnan, hurriedly said, My wife is deaf, she can't hear what you're saying. When Ding Huan brought her food, she often said things, but Granny Wei couldn't hear them. Deaf? Can't hear? Easy to solve. Quan Xingnan used her spiritual sense to transmit her voice directly into Granny Wei's mind, repeating her words. Granny Wei's thin lips moved slightly, and she said in a hoarse voice, Little girl, what can you help me with? My own children are unfilial, how can I expect others? It seemed she hadn't spoken for a long time. Her speech wasn't very fluent. Quan Xingnan smiled gently, Others can't help you, but I can. Whether you want to spend your remaining years in a welfare home or receive filial piety from your children and grandchildren, I can help you achieve it. Granny Wei's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her withered hand to grasp Quan Xingnan's hand. Her hand was very aged, the back covered in skin like gooseflesh, with bulging blue veins clearly visible. Girl, can you make my children and grandchildren filial to me? Really? Will they really be filial to me? She quickly shook her head herself. Impossible. I have no money, I have nothing. They don't even want to support this old bag of bones. How can you make them filial to me? Granny Wei's expression fell, but there was no particular sadness in it. Over a decade of time had long worn away all the expectations in the old woman's heart. Wei Dihai's eyes held turbid tears. Little girl, as long as you can help my wife, I agree to anything. You're willing even if it means embarrassing your children? Once the media publishes Granny Wei's story, it will surely gain widespread social attention. At that time, People will condemn your children, and the relevant authorities will force your children to support the elderly. This way, their reputation outside will certainly suffer. Are you willing to do this? Quan Xingnan earnestly asked Wei Dihai. Without waiting for Wei Dihai's answer, she already understood his choice in her heart. Sure enough, hesitation appeared on Wei Dihai's face, and he stammered, "If we do that, they'll hold a grudge against my wife and be even less filial to her." See, this was his choice. No matter how unfilial the children were, as parents, they never wanted them to be scorned by others, to become like rats scurrying across the street that everyone shouts to beat. Even though Wei Dihai said he was afraid they would hold a grudge and be unwilling to be filial to Granny Wei, Quan Xingnan said the same to Granny Wei. Granny Wei didn't know her husband had always been by her side, but the decision she made was exactly the same as her husband's. She shook her head vigorously. No. If it goes in the newspaper, Xinguang and Tiansai's families will be utterly humiliated. Even if some department forces them to support me, they won't do it wholeheartedly. Her voice grew softer and softer, almost inaudible. Quan Xingnan cultivated spiritual power and had keen hearing and sight. She heard her finish these words, and then add another sentence. "I'm so old now I don't ask for anything else. I only wish to live with my children and grandchildren, to eat at the same table, and to have someone wear mourning clothes and mourn for me when I die." Similar to Wei Dihai's request. Truly a married couple. Chapter 798. No one to rely on in old age 11. Following Quan Xingnan's usual way of doing things, she would have definitely exposed Granny Wei's situation to the media to teach her children a lesson, and to draw social attention and reflection. What on earth is wrong with this world? Filial piety is a virtue passed down through the Chinese nation. In the old days, being unfilial was a serious crime, one of the 10 unpardonable offenses. Those who were unfilial were despised by ordinary people, and scholars among them could forget about pursuing an official career. Nowadays, unfilial people remain unchanged. Even if they are forced to support their elderly parents, there are still no relevant laws or regulations to punish them. Although the crime of being unfilial is severe and many problems have arisen, such as parents using filial piety as an excuse to mistreat their children or act against their children's wishes overall, having such a rule has led many descendants to follow the principle of filial piety and support the elderly. Under Granny Wei's hopeful gaze, Quan Xingnan reluctantly nodded. "I can agree not to let your story appear in the newspapers, and not to embarrass your children, but you must also agree to one condition of mine." "What condition?" "That's more like it. Without conditions, why would she help me? Granny Wei is old, but her mind is still sharp. She doesn't think she has the ability to gain help from others." Quan Xingnan stated her condition using her spiritual sense. Granny Wei was taken aback and blurted out, "Isn't that just fooling people? How could I possibly?" Quan Xingnan shot her a sharp, piercing look, and Granny Wei immediately stopped herself, feeling somewhat frightened. "Don't you want your children to be filial to you anymore?" Quan Xingnan asked. Granny Wei whispered, "I do, but if they find out the truth after I die because of such a lie, what if they don't handle my funeral arrangements? I just want them to support me in my old age and give me a proper burial. If they support me because of a lie, and then the lie is exposed, and they don't give me a proper burial, wouldn't I be left exposed in the wilderness, unable to be buried with my old man?" Wei Dihai nodded vigorously. He had heard everything Quan Xingnan said. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly and retorted, "Who said this is a lie? Who said this is deception? Granny Wei, I'm afraid you don't know, do you? Your late husband left something for you, but he passed away before he could tell you." "I left something for my wife? How come I don't know?" Wei Dihai pointed at himself, his eyes filled with confusion. Apart from that sum of money, he hadn't left anything for his wife. Granny Wei also looked puzzled and said, "My husband left something for me? What is it?" "Yes, young lady, what did I leave for my wife?" Quan Xingnan asked. "Granny Wei, I saw that all your husband's belongings are in the pigsty. Among them, is there a tobacco pipe? I saw that tobacco pipe without its pouch placed by your pillow." Wei Dihai and Granny Wei thought for a moment. It seemed there was indeed such a tobacco pipe. During his lifetime, Wei Dihai had a tobacco pipe that never left his hand. It had a brass bowl, a black wooden stem, and a yellow stone mouthpiece, often hanging from a simple black cloth pouch, nothing particularly remarkable. Granny Wei said, "There is such a tobacco pipe. I kept it as a reminder of my husband. Could it be that the tobacco pipe is a treasure? It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize it. The stem of the tobacco pipe is made of ebony, which is a very valuable type of wood. The mouthpiece is made of yellow jade, and even the brass bowl is quite old. It was passed down from your husband's ancestors, wasn't it? It can be considered an antique. If it's not a treasure, what is it?" Quan Xingnan explained. However, the jade used for the mouthpiece wasn't of high quality. Although it was over 100 years old, only the ebony was of some value. Chapter 799. No one to rely on in old age 12. Quan Xingnan did not tell Granny Wei these things. If she knew the tobacco pouch wasn't as valuable as imagined, she might worry about having no one to handle her affairs after her death and disagree with Quan Xingnan's plan. The moment she thought it was a real treasure, Granny Wei immediately agreed to Quan Xingnan's plan. That very day, Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai heard a piece of news. A wealthy young lady, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, had gone to the pigsty looking for their old mother, wanting to buy some treasure. Treasure? Could their old mother actually have some treasure in her possession? Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai couldn't sit still. Almost at the same moment, they and their wives opened their back doors. As soon as they stepped out, they saw 2 bodyguards dressed in white shirts and black trousers standing imposingly at the entrance of the shabby pigsty. A young girl wearing a hat for shade was speaking loudly to the old woman. The old woman was deaf, so they understood the need for such volume. Looking closely at the girl, she wore a white knee-length dress, with a clearly expensive diamond watch and diamond bracelet on her wrist, sparkling in the sunlight. Not far away, a car was parked, its polished surface very eye-catching. Seeing their brother had also come out, Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai exchanged a glance and simultaneously walked towards the pigsty. They heard the girl speaking loudly to the old woman, "Granny Wei, please sell that treasure to me. I'll give you 1,000 yuan and I'll arrange for you to leave this pigsty and live in a very nice house." Granny Wei sat inside the pigsty, shaking her head without speaking. One of the bodyguards whispered, "Miss, why offer her so much money? 100 yuan would be enough. Someone living such a miserable life would still be grateful to you." Quan Xingnan turned her head and glared at him. "What do you know? That's an antique. It could sell for several times, even over 10 times its price later. Although giving 100 yuan means we'd profit more, even giving 1,000, we'd still make a lot after selling it. Offering more money will make the old lady more tempted." As she spoke, her gaze swept over Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai. Sure enough, she saw greed flash across their faces. The higher she raised the treasure's value, the more they would want it. Quan Xingnan gave a cold laugh and continued to Alexander, extolling the preciousness of the antique treasure with elaborate and exaggerated descriptions. Since Granny Wei couldn't hear them speaking at a normal volume, they were somewhat unrestrained. Of course, this behavior, especially in the eyes of Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai, was perceived exactly that way. The appearance of Quan Xingnan and her group attracted quite a few onlookers from the surroundings. They all stared in shock at Granny Wei. Granny Wei, living in a pigsty, actually had a family heirloom treasure, attracting a wealthy young lady to come and buy it. This news spread like the wind. Before Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai could step forward, they saw their 3 sisters rushing over. Wei Chunyi, Wei Xiaoni, Wei Dongyi. They were all quite old, the eldest nearly 60, the youngest also over 50. Just as the 3 Wei sisters arrived, they heard Granny Wei say to Quan Xingnan, "The treasure my old man left me, I don't want to sell. I want to keep it. Later, whoever is most filial to me, I'll pass my old man's treasure to them. I know about antiques. The longer you keep them, the more valuable they become. You're offering so much money now, it could sell for even more later." Quan Xingnan said disappointedly, "You really won't sell? The life you're living now is so bitter. If you don't sell to me, will you keep living in this pigsty? Keep begging for food? I've made inquiries. I haven't seen any of your children or grandchildren being filial to you." Before her words faded, they heard Wei Xingguang step forward, chest puffed out. "Who says I'm not filial to my mother? It's just that my mother got sick, and we have young children at home afraid of catching it, so we let my mother endure a couple of days here. I'm here right now to take my mother home. Mom, let's go home. Your eldest daughter-in-law has already prepared a room for you." The last sentence was directed at Granny Wei. Wei Xingguang's wife was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, Mom, we've prepared a room for you at home. P.S. A persimmon upset my stomach for a day and 2 nights. How miserable. Finished updating, seeking comfort." Chapter 800, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 1. Granny Wei suddenly raised her head, looking at her eldest son and daughter-in-law with disbelief. They were willing to support her now? She had cried and begged, but none of her 5 children had paid her any attention. Now, just because a young girl pretended she wanted to buy the treasure her late husband had left her, they had come forward so quickly. Before Wei Xingguang and his wife could finish speaking, Wei Tiankai and his wife stepped forward together, each taking one of the old woman's arms. Their faces were all smiles. Those smiles were as brilliant and scorching as the blazing sun in the sky. "Mom, come to our house. Don't listen to how nice big brother and sister-in-law make it sound. Do they even have a room prepared for you? Out of their 4 rooms, one is the main hall, leaving only 3. Big brother and sister-in-law occupy one, and their 2 sons and daughters-in-law each have one. Don't let big brother and sister-in-law fool you." Wei Tiansai's wife was quick-tongued, rattling off the facts in a rapid-fire manner. Granny Wei turned her head to look at her second son, then at her second daughter-in-law. She certainly understood that all the rooms in her eldest son's house were occupied. Even if they prepared a room for her, it would definitely be a side room. Actually, if her son was willing to support her and let her live in a side room, she would already be quite satisfied. But were her second son and second daughter-in-law also willing to support her? The last time they were this enthusiastic, they were full of excuses, unwilling to support her. Now, just like the eldest son's family, they had changed their tune? Granny Wei still couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The sun was making her dizzy, and she felt somewhat dazed. The smile on Wei Xingguang's wife's face instantly froze. After a moment, she forced a smile and said sarcastically, "Second sister-in-law, we're in the same boat. Don't think I don't know that all the rooms in your house are occupied too. There's simply no place for Mom to stay. Same 4-room bungalow, same situation with 3 sons, 2 of whom were married with children. Without dividing the family property, the main rooms were all packed full." Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Wei Tiansai's wife raised an eyebrow and widened her eyes. She let go of Granny Wei, reached out to roll up her sleeves, then realized she was wearing short sleeves. She could only put her arm down resentfully and plant her hands on her hips. "Sister-in-law, don't think I don't know what you're up to. For all those years before, you didn't support Mom. Now, as soon as you hear Mom has a treasure, you immediately pretend to be benevolent and righteous, saying you've prepared a room for her. Is the room really prepared? Let's go take a look right now, see if you've actually prepared a room or not. Do you dare? Do you dare let us go see? Second sister-in-law, don't make people laugh. Do you think your family is any better than ours? You didn't support Mom either all these years. Mom has been living in our pigsty, you didn't even provide a pigsty for her. Hey, so it's become Tiansai's fault now? Our Tiankai is honest, he just follows whatever big brother does. If you, as the eldest son's family, refuse to take care of Mom, why should we? Whose family has it easy? Our family's grain doesn't just blow in with the wind. Adding an extra mouth to feed for no reason, you weren't willing, so how can you force us?" The 2 sisters-in-law went back and forth, trading barbs, evenly matched in their verbal duel. The onlookers watched with great relish, listening with keen interest. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Granny Wei had been driven out of her son's house over a decade ago and had been living in a pigsty. They had thought the old woman would eventually die of old age in that pigsty. Who could have predicted such a reversal? One treasure, and both sons now wanted to compete to support the old woman. And not just the 2 sons, right? Wei Chunyi, Wei Xiani, and Wei Dongyi had all come too. Chapter 801, A Chance Encounter While Shopping Too. The 3 sisters Chun, Xia, and Dong looked alike, each with a round, silvery face and a plump figure, wearing identical smiles. If not for their different clothes, they could have been mistaken for the same person. They rushed to their mother's side, only to speak in unison. "Mom, I'm here to take you home." They pushed and shoved each other, each desperate to be the closest to their mother. Around Granny Wei, who had been lonely and destitute for over a decade, now gathered her 2 sons, 3 daughters, and 2 daughters-in-law, who were arguing so fiercely their faces were red and their necks thick. The dilapidated, tiny pigsty had never been so lively before. It was packed, crammed full of people. Quan Xingnan had already stepped far back when Granny Wei's children appeared. She fanned herself with her hand. The weather was hot, the sun was scorching, but neither was as intense as the smiles of the 5 Wei siblings. Alexander handed her a bottle of water first. After she took a sip, Daniel offered a folding fan. Quan Xingnan opened it and waved it gently. A cool breeze swept over her face. In truth, with her cultivation of spiritual power, she had long been impervious to heat and cold. However, she rarely used her spiritual power to ward off cold or heat during extreme seasons, fearing others might notice something unusual. Granny Wei's 5 children were unwilling to support their elderly mother not because they genuinely couldn't afford to, but because each had their own selfish motives, none wanting the others to gain an advantage. First, they feared their mother would eat more at their house than at the others. Second, seeing some siblings not providing support, they felt it would be a loss if they alone took on the responsibility, so they simply chose not to support her either. They loved money, embodying the character of those who won't stir without personal gain. Sure enough, once news spread that Granny Wei possessed a treasure, they all swarmed in, each eager to take her in. Ultimately, it was all for that supposed treasure. Watching the scene, Quan Xingnan felt uncomfortable, finding it bitterly ironic. Fighting to support an elderly parent solely to get their hands on a treasure, where was the purity in such filial piety? Where was the intention to provide for the parent in their old age and see them off properly? It was clearly driven by greed. Once they obtained the treasure, she believed they would discard the old woman like a pair of worn-out shoes. Such children, such natures. The 5 families, 7 children in total, argued incessantly. It escalated to the point where they began exposing each other's flaws. The core of their arguments still revolved around accusing each other of being unfilial and now coming for their mother only because of her treasure. They all harbored such intentions, yet each accused the others of having them, refusing to admit their own motives. They insisted they were there to take their mother home because they now had space and the means to support her. Fortunately, Granny Wei was hard of hearing and couldn't make out their words clearly, but Wei Dihai in the void heard every word distinctly. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, rocking back and forth, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed, "What use is such filial piety? How ironic, how utterly ironic. They've come for my wife now, all chasing after that treasure of unknown authenticity, not out of genuine filial devotion." Quan Xing'an said calmly, "I told you long ago not to hold too much hope. After over a decade of unfilial behavior, how could they possibly have a sudden change of heart overnight? But as long as Granny Wei kept that pipe hidden securely while she was alive, and those people believed it was a priceless treasure, they would surely take meticulous care of her and support her until they got their hands on it. As for when they discovered the pipe's value wasn't as high as they imagined, Granny Wei would already have passed away. What could they do then, even if they found out? Chapter 802, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 3. Although it was the worst plan, achieving the goal was all that mattered. Wasn't the goal to ensure Granny Wei received support from her children and grandchildren in her old age and had them mourn at her funeral in hemp clothes? In truth, Quan Xing'an felt that the filial piety and support obtained through such methods were meaningless. It would be more relaxing and comfortable to live in a welfare home. Unfortunately, her perspective differed from the elderly woman's. With no other choice, she could only comply with the old woman's wishes. Perhaps, regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned, the elderly simply needed the facade of filial piety and the bustle of family. The lively atmosphere of 4 generations under one roof. The 5 families argued even more fiercely, with the 3 sisters, Chun, Xia, and Dong, temporarily at a disadvantage. Each of their families had only sent one person, while the 2 brothers came with their wives. Soon after, a whole crowd arrived, their sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiansai's families had strength in numbers, while Wei Chun, Wei Xian, and Wei Dongni stood alone and outnumbered. Who would win and who would lose was clear at a glance. Chunni, Xiani, Dongni, you are daughters. With sons present, what reason is there for daughters to provide for parents in their old age and handle funeral arrangements? You are married into other families now. Go back to where you came from. Wei Xingguang spoke bluntly. Wei Tiankai immediately followed. Yes, with sons here, how can we let daughters take care of the elderly? Wei Dongni, the youngest among the 5 siblings, retorted, rely on sons for old age. Don't make people laugh till their stomachs burst. You support our mother? By driving her into the pigsty? Don't blame us sisters now for not providing for her. You just said that with sons present, daughters have no part in supporting parents. After what you've done, aren't you ashamed? Her words struck a nerve with Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai, their eyes flashing with fierce hostility. Wei Xingguang's wife reached out to claw at her sister-in-law, who quickly stepped back to avoid it. However, Wei Tiansai's wife blocked her retreat. Trapped from both sides, Wei Dongni had nowhere to hide. Her face was immediately scratched by her eldest sister-in-law. My face! Wei Dongni screamed, touching her cheek. Her hand came away covered in bloody streaks, and her face throbbed with intense pain. Looking at Wei Xingguang's wife's fingernails, she saw sharp tips caked with skin and flesh she had scratched off. I'll fight you to the death. Wei Dongni lunged forward, and a fierce brawl ensued. Wei Tiansai's wife subtly stepped aside, her eyes filled with schadenfreude. She thought she was being discreet, but with so many people present, someone from Wei Xingguang's family inevitably noticed. Seeing his mother and aunt fighting fiercely, Wei Xingguang's son was unwilling to let it go. He rushed to aid his mother, cornering his aunt, and took the opportunity to strike his aunt-in-law as well. Every blow was vicious. The pigsty was small, crammed with over a dozen people, leaving no room to turn around. Once someone started fighting, it inevitably spilled over to those nearby. None of the people from these families were willing to back down. If hit, they immediately retaliated. Blows were exchanged, punches thrown, and kicks landed. Fearing their wives and children would suffer, Wei Xingguang and Wei Tiankai clenched their fists and charged into the fray. What began as an argument, then escalated into a fight between sisters-in-law, had now turned into a full-blown brawl involving over a dozen people. Quan Xing'an feared they might bump into Granny Wei during the fight. Given Granny Wei's advanced age, even a slight collision could lead to unforeseen disaster. She quickly asked Alexander to bring Granny Wei out. Left in the pigsty were the over a dozen people from the 5 families. In the heat of the fight, they even kicked the low wall of the pigsty, causing stones to clatter to the ground. Chapter 803. A Chance Encounter While Shopping 4. Auntie Wei's initial delight had now turned into sheer terror. Large tears rolled down from her eyes. This is a sin, oh such a sin. How did a perfectly fine situation turn into a fight? Can't you talk things out properly? What are you doing? What is this? Auntie Wei shouted loudly, trying to get her children to stop, but who would listen to her? Her children had been unfilial to her before, and they were the same now. Not a single one would heed her words. The more they fought, the more their anger flared. Even if there had been no anger initially, it was certainly being beaten out of them now. None of them wanted to suffer a loss, none wanted to stop, each fearing that if they stopped, the other wouldn't, and they would receive a few extra blows. They were all very selfish, and selfish people all think this way. This kind of thinking led to a situation where no one would stop, and instead, the fight only grew more intense. Most of the onlookers were there for the spectacle, though a few thought about stepping in to mediate. But seeing those fists swinging out like iron hammers, landing on faces that instantly blossomed like a fruit stand, colorful and vivid, they looked down at their own thin arms and legs, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire if they intervened, and promptly dismissed the idea. Quan Xingnan had no intention of getting involved in what followed. She whispered an instruction to Daniel. Daniel walked aside and made a phone call. After finishing the call, he returned to Quan Xingnan's side, standing attentively, his protective stance unmistakable. Auntie Wei was now filled with regret. She regretted agreeing to Quan Xingnan's plan, which had caused her children and grandchildren to come to blows, each covered in wounds. Just looking at them was painful, let alone imagining the pain they were feeling. When a child is struck, the mother's heart aches. Auntie Wei urgently pleaded with Quan Xingnan, young lady, please think of a way to stop them from fighting." Quan Xingnan quietly stared at her until she uncomfortably lowered her gaze. A light laugh escaped Quan Xingnan's pink lips as she tucked the stray hair by her cheek behind her ear. Calmly, she transmitted her voice to Auntie Wei using her spiritual sense. "Auntie Wei, are you regretting it now? If you regret it, I can turn and leave right away. You can explain to them, hand over the treasure on the spot, sell it, divide the money among them, and then you can continue living in that pigsty that's about to collapse." When she transmitted her voice to Auntie Wei, she synchronized her spiritual sense with her lips to avoid arousing any suspicion from the old woman. Thankless task perfectly described the current situation, didn't it? Quan Xingnan felt a chill in her heart. No wonder some people engaged in charity work couldn't persevere. It was probably because those they helped didn't know how to be grateful. Quan Xingnan knew she was definitely not that kind of person, not the type who, after being slapped on one cheek, would offer the other for another strike. That kind of person was a saint. Auntie Wei was deaf, but her eyesight was sharp. She saw clearly the fading warmth in Quan Xingnan's gaze. The thought of continuing to live in the pigsty, not knowing which day it might collapse, not knowing when she might breathe her last, Auntie Wei truly didn't want to go on like this. Her expression gradually grew resolute. However, she was still a mother after all, and she worried about her children harming each other seriously in the fight. Seeing this, Wei Dihai stomped his feet in frustration. Ahua, they are so unfilial. Why do you still care for them? If you truly waste the young lady's plan, I will never bother with you again. You deserve it. Just as his wife ached for their children and grandchildren, Wei Dihai ached especially for his wife. He offered Quan Xingnan an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, young lady. My wife is being foolish. Actually, she still agrees with your plan and won't change her mind." Chapter 804, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 5. Auntie Wei also felt she was somewhat in the wrong. After seriously reflecting for a moment, she said, "Young lady, no matter what, thank you. I'll listen to you. But is it really okay to let them keep fighting like this?" Quan Xingnan's expression softened slightly, and she gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, ma'am. The young lady has already had us notify the relevant authorities. Someone will come to mediate," Daniel spoke up. That's good. Auntie Wei wanted her children to be filial to her, but she didn't want them to come to blows and make such a scene. If things were like this, which child's home should she live in? If she lived in this one's home, that one would be unhappy. If she lived in that one's home, this one would surely be displeased too. Given their temperaments, they would definitely all fear that if she lived with another sibling, she would give the treasure to that household. Hearing Auntie Wei's worried murmur, Quan Xingnan thought that given their personalities, this kind of thing really could happen. They were selfish and had their own schemes, so they worried the other side would coax the old lady and trick the treasure away, leaving them with nothing. After thinking for a moment, Quan Xingnan suddenly smiled. Under the sunlight, her crystal-clear, lovely face seemed to bloom like a flower, pure, beautiful, and lively. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she whispered, "If you're truly worried, you could entrust the treasure to someone you trust, or store it in a bank safety deposit box. After you pass away and all affairs are settled, then let your children take it out, sell it, and divide the money equally. This way, you won't have to live in constant fear of the treasure being stolen." By the time they discovered the tobacco pouch wasn't as valuable as they imagined, the old lady's funeral would already be over. Getting angry then would be useless. Auntie Wei hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do bank safety deposit boxes cost money?" "Naturally, there's a certain rental fee. But I believe your children, to prevent the other from getting their hands on it first, will definitely agree to pay this fee to have your treasure stored in the safety deposit box." Only this method, ensuring the other couldn't get it, would put their minds at ease. Quan Xingnan guessed this based on their temperaments, and she felt it was highly likely to work out. Sure enough. Soon, personnel from the relevant authorities arrived to mediate. Daniel had already given their superiors a heads up earlier. Now, he walked over to them and quietly relayed some of Quan Xingnan's suggestions. Knowing their superiors attached great importance to this matter, they naturally applied themselves diligently. First, they separated the brawling group, reprimanded them on the spot, then took them to their work unit. After ascertaining the whole story, they immediately criticized them for their refusal to support their elderly mother. Leaving aside the fight for now, abandoning the old lady in a pigsty for over a decade without providing for her was simply immoral. Wei Xingguang and his wife, Wei Tiankai and his wife, and the sisters Wei Chunyi, Wei Xiani, and Wei Doni all hung their heads dejectedly. They had fought fiercely, with cuts and bruises on their faces and bodies. In terms of injuries, no one was less hurt than the others. Not only had they not seen the other side punished, but they had all been scolded together by the state unit staff. What rotten luck. In the end, still remembering the reason for their fight, they all insisted on supporting the old lady and taking her into their own homes. They almost started fighting again, only stopping after being sharply ordered to cease. Following the decision based on the words Quan Xingnan had Daniel relay in advance, Wei Xingguang and the others, none wanting to suffer a loss, all agreed. Accompanied by the staff, Auntie Wei took the treasure to the bank. From beginning to end, Auntie Wei never let her children see what the treasure actually was. The cost of renting the bank safety deposit box was to be borne by Auntie Wei's 5 children. It could only be retrieved jointly after the old lady passed away and her funeral affairs were completed. Chapter 805, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 6. In the following years, Granny Wei would live in rotation among her 5 children's homes, staying at each house for 2.5 months. Not only were the 5 families responsible for providing the elderly woman's food and clothing, but they also had to bear her medical expenses when she fell ill. Of course, the medical costs had to be shared equally among all 5. Afraid that the 5 families might go back on their word, and each family wary of the others taking advantage, they jointly signed an agreement for supporting the elderly. This way, no one would suffer a loss. Starting with the eldest, Wei Xingguang, they moved Granny Wei from the pigsty into his home. Of course, they didn't live up to their earlier fine words about having already prepared a room for the old woman. In reality, they merely cleared out a side room in the east wing for her to live in. In Beijing's courtyard houses, it has always been the tradition for the elders to reside in the main rooms, while the younger generations occupy the side rooms. There is an order between elders and juniors, a hierarchy of age and seniority. The Wei Xingguang's family acted merely invited ridicule. Even so, Granny Wei felt content. Later on, Quan Xingnan did not get involved in these matters. There was no longer any need for her to intervene, nor did she wish to. It's hard for an honest official to settle family disputes. She finally understood the meaning of this saying. This was enough. As long as Granny Wei didn't let slip the truth, her children, who believed the old woman held a priceless treasure, would surely be filial and attentive to her. As for when they discovered the tobacco pipe's true value and became angry, it would be too late by then. The fight among Wei Xingguang and the others had ultimately attracted the attention of some reporters. One reporter in particular had witnessed a similar incident in his own circle. An old woman had both sons and daughters, yet no one was willing to support her. Suffering from back pain, she lay in bed unable to get up, with no food or drink, only able to relieve herself on the bed. No one heard her wails. Firstly, her home was by the river, relatively remote, and she lived alone in an old house. Secondly, her son had offended too many people, so no one was willing to visit her home, and her own children never came to see their mother. And so, after wailing for over 10 days, the old woman starved to death. The state of her death was too pitiful to behold. The bed was covered in feces and urine, almost completely dried. The old woman's expression was one of extreme agony, her body contorted as if she had struggled. If her daughter hadn't had a sudden whim to visit her mother that day, her corpse might have rotted before anyone knew. This reporter, through careful investigation, wrote an article about Granny Wei's plight and published it in the newspaper. He plainly narrated the facts and also mentioned the tragic incident from his own experience. He made no comment on Granny Wei's situation, only sighing with emotion at the end, ignoring their mother for over a decade, yet vying to support her overnight. The reason wasn't a sudden awakening of conscience, but the treasure their late father left in their mother's hands. Is supporting one's parents really so difficult for some people? The report, devoid of commentary and ending with a question, caused a huge uproar in society. Especially among the elderly, how many don't worry about their own old age care? The report claimed the old mother had been abandoned in a pigsty for over a decade. Many people almost thought of their own twilight years. Who could guarantee their own old age would definitely be met with filial piety from their children and grandchildren? Filial piety, does this virtuous quality still exist? The case in the report was just one example. There are countless elderly people more miserable than the old woman in the report, simply undiscovered. Some are destitute on the streets. Some, like the case from the reporter's experience, have their corpses dried out for a year or more after death without being discovered, even by their own children. Some, like the old woman in the report, are driven to live in pigsties, basements, stairwells, balconies, and other remote corners, even denied a place at the dinner table. Such situations have occurred around many people. Chapter 806, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 7. Quan Xingnan lay on the rattan chair, holding a newspaper and staring at the report on it. It had stirred up the reporters and caused a huge social uproar, but besides the elderly, how many young people were truly reflecting deeply? The filial remained filial, the unfilial remained unfilial. Those who were unfilial had already done such things, so why would they care about a few words of blame from outsiders? They probably wouldn't even take it to heart. After all, it's not like they'd be sentenced to prison. That was the thinking of many unfilial people. The report, aside from making some elderly people or those about to enter their twilight years worry about themselves, was almost entirely useless. Society was developing, the economy was growing, yet people's hearts were gradually becoming barren and indifferent. Although those with compassion always maintained a sincere heart, those without compassion made up a larger portion. Antiwei's matter has been perfectly resolved, so don't think about other things anymore. Hua Xuedong finished reading the documents related to his work, stood up to stretch, walked over to Quan Xingnan, and gently took the newspaper from her hand. Clearly, he had already read this paper. With individual strength, we cannot change it. There's simply no way. People's hearts are the hardest to understand. They had encountered one anti-Wei, sympathized with her, pitied her, and helped her. There were many, many more anti-Weis they hadn't encountered. Just because they hadn't met them, they couldn't extend a helping hand. Quan Xingnan reached out and adjusted the rattan chair a bit higher. Her jet black, thick, and lustrous hair cascaded over the back of the chair like a piece of black satin, shimmering and glossy without any artificial dye. Understanding is one thing, but seeing such reports still makes me feel upset. Hua Xuedong sat down on another rattan chair beside her but didn't lean back. Instead, he reached out and gently brushed her hair. It's good that you understand. There are many things in this world, as long as we've done our best, that's enough. Quan Xingnan nodded silently, her hair swaying with the movement. Setting aside this matter that troubled her heart, Quan Xingnan checked the time and suddenly jumped up. I have to go to school to get my grade report and pick up the summer homework. Fourth brother, you focus on work. Don't bother putting away the 4 treasures of the study I used. I'll come back to keep you company this afternoon. Hua Xuedong stood up with her. Have lunch together? Can't do that. I made plans with my classmates to go shopping first, then have lunch outside. Although Hua Xuedong was important, good friends were equally important, right? Hua Xuedong nodded, not showing any displeasure. Quan Xingnan was not his appendage. She should have her own life and her own freedom. Hua Xuedong personally drove her to school. After getting out of the car, Quan Xingnan saw Daquan and Meng Shuang waving vigorously at her. She ran over lightly, her face beaming. Daquan, Shuang, where's Amon? She looked around for a while. Amon didn't seem to be there. Normally, Daquan and Meng Shuang wouldn't leave her out. Daquan put his arm around her shoulder. Amon is in Teacher Wang's office. It seems the place where she interviewed for a part-time job called. With the school on break and the cafeteria closed, Xing Man lost her work-study opportunity. The long summer vacation lasted 2 whole months, so Xing Man had found a job outside. Daquan, Xiaoquan, and Meng Shuang felt sorry for her but didn't dare to dictate her life. Although Xing Man was young, with the school's involvement and her previous status as a news figure, she had found a relatively easy job cleaning at a mid-range hotel near the school. P.S. 5 more chapters to go. We'll update before 8 p.m. Please understand, for health reasons, I've been ordered to sleep early. Chapter 807, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 8. Usually, Xing Man lived in the school dormitory. Initially, the school had arranged for her to live on the first floor, thinking that during holidays when the dormitory supervisors were off duty, she wouldn't need them to unlock the doors leading upstairs and could still come and go freely. Many teachers lived in the school dormitories, and even during holidays, the school gates were guarded, allowing entry and exit. With Xing Man receiving such treatment, Quan Xingnan, Daquan, and Meng Shuang felt more at ease. Xingman was indeed poor, but having her tuition and miscellaneous fees waived and receiving a living allowance meant that poverty wasn't a reason for her to accept donations. She had always refused donations from outsiders, relying on her own part-time work to earn money. Therefore, Quan Xingnan, De Quan, and Meng Shuang, her three closest friends, never offered her money as charity. They usually brought some exquisite pastries and fruits to share with her, but they never mentioned money. For someone as proud as Xingman, money was an insult, a form of charity. Pastries. Quan Xingnan stared at her empty hands. Where were the pastries she had brought today? Could she have left them in the car? As she turned around, she saw that Hu Xuedong's car hadn't driven away yet. She was about to walk over when Hu Xuedong opened the car door and stepped out. De Quan and Meng Shuang looked over, their eyes filled with surprise. They saw that Hu Xuedong was impeccably dressed, composed, and elegant, clearly the type of elite who was very accomplished. Influenced by his imposing presence, the two of them didn't dare to breathe. Hu Xuedong approached, nodded to them, and placed a paper bag in Quan Xingnan's hands. You forgot your things. Don't be so careless next time. After you finish shopping this afternoon, let me know, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Got it. Hurry back now. Be careful or your employees might find out the boss is skipping work. Quan Xingnan smiled, taking the still warm egg tarts in their paper box and bag with one hand while pushing Hu Xuedong back into the car with the other. After the car drove away, De Quan and Meng Shuang both let out a sigh of relief. Nan, is that your brother? His presence is so strong. De Quan patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. Although the man had only nodded and spoken one sentence to Quan Xingnan, his overwhelming presence had left them speechless. Brother. Quan Xingnan grinned mischievously. No. Meng Shuang's eyes lit up. Then I know. He must be a friend of your parents. Quan Xingnan waved her hand playfully. Instead of talking about this, why don't we find a man and enjoy some delicious food under the shade of the trees? Didn't you say last time you wanted to try egg tarts? Today, I brought authentic bird's nest egg tarts. At the mention of the upcoming treat, De Quan and Meng Shuang swallowed their saliva. They rushed into the school, found Xingman, who had just come out of Wang Jinying's office, and the four of them stealthily moved to the shade under the trees in the southwest corner of the playground to share the pastries in the paper bag. There were 2 boxes of egg tarts, each containing 4. Each of the 4 of them took 2, and the paper bag also held 4 cups of lotus seed and walnut milk. After finishing the egg tarts and the lotus seed and walnut milk, they threw the boxes, bags, and cups into the trash bin, quickly disposing of the evidence. De Quan wiped her mouth and said, "Let's go get our grade reports. After that, we'll go shopping." And so it was decided. When they arrived at the classroom, they were the last 4 to show up. They each took their seats, and as soon as they sat down, Zhang Kuan walked in. The overall grade reports were handed out, but then each subject teacher came in one by one to announce the grades for their respective subjects and assign homework. After tallying everything, Quan Xingnan stared at her class ranking. De Quan leaned over to look. Not bad, Nan. You missed half a semester of classes and still ranked 6th, especially with a perfect score in English. If you hadn't missed a single day of class, you definitely would have come in first. Chapter 808, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 9. 6th in the class, 16th in the grade. The ranking was quite smooth, 6-6 great smoothness. For Quan Xingnan, who often missed classes, this result was already quite good. She had self-studied up to university-level courses, but that didn't mean she could score perfectly on her junior high school subjects. She was very satisfied with this result. Zhang Kuan was somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected her grades to be this excellent. Quan Xingnan hadn't taken the midterm exams, so her scores were blank. He didn't know how she performed. Although her transfer documents were complete, including her previous grades, seeing the results firsthand was far more impactful than just reading the records. As the homeroom teacher, he praised where praise was due, encouraged where encouragement was needed, and criticized where criticism was warranted. Quan Xingnan wasn't among those, so she just listened. It ended at 10 o'clock. Quan Xingnan, De Quan, and the other 2 quickly packed up the report cards, test papers from the summer homework, workbooks, and so on, stuffed them into a bag, and dashed out of the school. They had already planned their route. First, to the department store. The department store was originally a department store building, the Hu family's department store building. After 7 or 8 years of development, it had become the top-tier mall in the capital with the most complete range of goods, the most attentive service, and the most crowded flow of people. With nearly 100 departments, it boasted almost all the fashionable brands from around the world, attracting countless high-society individuals. Luxury items, affordable goods, everything was available, each on different floors. They were here to stroll around, not necessarily to shop, first visiting the department store to broaden their horizons. Despite Xingman's simple, almost shabby attire, she showed not a hint of discomfort walking among customers dressed in fine clothes and jewelry. Quan Xingnan particularly admired this about Xingman. She was poor, lonely, and had no one to rely on, but after her brother's case was resolved, she never felt inferior. Meng Shuang suddenly spoke up. My mom gave me money to buy her a bottle of perfume, something called Chanel. The price is shockingly expensive. Come with me to buy it later. Quan Xing'an thought for a moment. Perfume and jewelry are both on the first floor. Let's browse first and buy it when we're about to leave. The department store was bustling with people. If you carried it in your hand and accidentally lost it or dropped it, it would be heartbreaking. Meng Shuang thought that made sense. They walked around the first floor, noted the location of the Chanel perfume counter, and leisurely admired the other goods. Even Quan Xing'an felt her eyes couldn't take it all in. Hua Xuedong indeed had accurate foresight, keen insight, and first-rate decision-making skills. This kind of mall was almost identical in operation to top-tier malls of later generations, quite remarkable for this era. De Quan pointed at the nearby Tongxing jadeite counter and whispered, "The jadeite in there is quite beautiful with its array of colors, but the prices are outrageously expensive. My dad bought my mom a Moonrise Wutong series bracelet as an anniversary gift. It's beautiful, all right, but do you know how much it cost?" Quan Xingnan smiled without speaking. Xingman knew nothing about it. Meng Shuang said, 100,000? 200,000? 1 million. De Quan said. Meng Shuang and Xingman gasped. For the Quan and Meng families, 1 million was truly not a small amount. Their families only ran small businesses. Their annual income didn't even reach 1 million. Meng Shuang was well aware of this. 1 million. That's even crazier than my parents. We think it's very expensive, but actually, that bracelet is the cheapest in the Moonrise Wutong series. I heard that anything in Tongxing's Moonrise Wutong series is the cream of the crop, focusing on high-end products. There's also apparently a Tongxing diamond company. The diamond jewelry in the Moonrise Wutong series is also the most expensive, of course, with first-rate diamond quality and design. Chapter 809, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 10. Xingman calculated in her mind and finally reacted, 1 million? How much money is that? In cash, it would be piled up like a mountain. I work in the cafeteria and only earn a little over 100 yuan a month. De Quan, your mom's bracelet is 10,000 times my monthly salary. The monthly salary of 10,000 Xingmans. De Quan, your parents are really rich. She exclaimed in astonishment, but there was no envy in her eyes. I said the same thing to my parents. Do you know what they said? They said it's romantic. De Quan stuck out her tongue. Before she could finish, they heard someone nearby snort with laughter. The four girls looked up and saw a young man clutching his stomach, laughing so hard he was cramping up. Standing by his leg was a little boy about 3 or 4 years old. Quan Xingnan's expression immediately changed. Lin Tianjing. The young man, Lin Tianjing, rubbed his stomach, stood up, and said ingratiatingly, Nan Nan, what a coincidence running into you here. The little boy had already rushed ahead of him, running up to Quan Xingnan, opening his arms and shouting, Sister! 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 Sixth brother is so bad, he won't even carry me. By the end, Little Lion was extremely aggrieved, not hesitating to tattle. Quan Xingnan's heart ached for him, and she easily picked him up. Little Lion, what are you doing here? Where are Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, and the brothers? And Annie Ding who takes care of you? Little Lion stared at her, too focused on being happy to hear a word. Grandpa Yon and Grandma Yon are at home talking with my grandma. Auntie Quan went out. Anon has friends over. Little Lion insisted on going out and refused to go with Annie Ding, so I had to take on the hardship. Nanan, I leave Little Lion to you. Remember to take him home. I'm off first. Little Lion's level of difficulty was beyond imagination, so Lin Tianjing immediately abandoned his post. Before Quan Xingnan could say anything, Lin Tianjing nimbly slipped into the crowd and quickly disappeared into the flow of people. Nanan, is this your little brother? He's so cute. De Quan looked at Little Lion with curiosity and was rewarded with an innocent smile. Seeing that Little Lion wasn't shy at all, De Quan liked him immensely. Since the family planning policy, many families only have one child. Both De Quan and Meng Shuang are only children. Xingman isn't, because her family lives in a remote area that the family planning office doesn't really reach. Quan Xingnan nodded. Yes, my little brother. His nickname is Little Lion. Meng Shuang was surprised. You have a little brother? You're about my age. Could your family have a second child? Are you an ethnic minority? Ethnic minorities can have a second child, which is different from the rules for the Han ethnicity. We're not an ethnic minority and couldn't have a second child normally. But our family's situation is a bit special. When my mom had Little Lion, she had the birth permit. Quan Xingnan didn't intend to explain in detail. As for when little Tiger was born, after consideration by the authorities, taking into account Ming Chueying's physical condition, they ultimately allowed the birth, and he was registered under Yuan Jigua and Ming Chueying's names from birth. Daquan's eyes showed envy. That's so good. Actually, I really envy families with younger siblings. You can bully them a bit. I don't want younger siblings competing for favor. Originally, I was the only child, and everything was mine. Then suddenly there's someone to share with. I don't really mind that, but I'm afraid Mom and Dad will only care about the younger one and won't like me anymore. Ming Shuang said bluntly, expressing her true feelings. So the family planning policy is actually pretty good. Everyone has their own thoughts. Quan Xingnan just smiled. Daquan reached out wanting to hold Little Lion, but the latter turned his head away, resting his chin on Quan Xingnan's shoulder. Sister, sister, auntie, auntie. Little Lion had sharp eyes. He patted Quan Xingnan's shoulder and called out. Quan Xingnan turned around and looked. Her gaze passed through the crowd and saw Quan Shuang stopped at a men's accessories counter, observing a pair of diamond cufflinks the salesperson had handed her. Chapter 810, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 11. Cufflinks. Men's cufflinks. Something's up. These cufflinks definitely weren't being bought for her own father or uncles. Her father, mindful of his government image, stuck to affordable products except for the watch she had given him. Her second uncle was a military man. Everything was issued by the army. He rarely wore civilian clothes, let alone accessories like belts, cufflinks, or watches. He wouldn't accept them even if given. Her third uncle worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and needed some quality accessories, but those were always either gifts from her or bought by her third and herself. So, who were these cufflinks for? A gleam flashed in Quan Xingnan's eyes. Holding Xiaoshitzi, she stealthily moved closer, positioning herself at an angle where she could see Quan Shuang, but Quan Shuang couldn't see her. The Daquan sisters and Xingman didn't understand, but followed quietly without a word. Xiaoshitzi seemed to find the situation quite interesting. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but when he heard Quan Xingnan shush him, he immediately and obediently clamped his mouth shut, having learned from experience. He struggled to get down and, together with his sister, craned his neck to peer at Quan Shuang. They heard Quan Shuang ask, "Are these cufflinks suitable for someone in their 50s? Absolutely, madam. These cufflinks are designed specifically for gentlemen over 50. They are exquisite, luxurious, and dignified, not as flashy as those for younger men. They're a must-have for gentlemen in high society. At our counter, this style sells the best. You can buy with confidence, and if there are any quality issues, you can always come back to us." The salesperson was a sweet-talking young woman who spoke very directly. Quan Shuang looked at the cufflinks in her hand, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. "Have you sold many of this style?" "Yes, madam. This is our best-selling cufflink style. The person I'm giving the gift to doesn't like wearing accessories that are the same as others. Do you have any unique styles of cufflinks? I could also accept a style that has very few identical pairs available. A limited edition. Mom is really putting thought into this." Quan Xingnan's gaze grew fervent. A man for whom her mother would carefully select a gift must be extraordinary. Actually, ever since Quan Shuang's divorce, people had tried to set her up, but she had refused them all. She felt her family burdens were heavy. She had to support 2 elderly parents and raise 2 children. In the early 80s, few families could bear such a burden. Sure enough, upon hearing about her family situation, those who had initially been interested backed off. 8 years ago, after Quan Xingnan was reunited with her parents, and her parents, uncles, aunts, and grandmother were reunited with her mother, the topic was brought up again. Given Quan Shuang's family background at the time, she could have married into a very good family. Although it would have been a second marriage, there were plenty who wanted to marry her. Who wouldn't want to establish a connection with the Yuan family? But Quan Shuang refused again. Quan Shuang felt that under those circumstances, most men willing to marry her were doing so because of her 3 brothers, not for herself. She saw no need to demean herself like that. Having lived under Yun Jianjun's care, Quan Shuang had relatively liberal views, especially regarding marriage. She wasn't like some women of the time who refused to remarry after divorce or widowhood. Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen, who had married in middle age, hoped even more that their daughter would have a companion for the latter half of her life. Quan Shuang's children were filial, extremely filial. But in the end, it wouldn't be her children who accompanied her for life. Besides, her children were busy with their own affairs and couldn't be with her every day. Over the years, the family hadn't stopped thinking about this matter, but unfortunately, there had been no movement. Now, her mother was buying cufflinks as a gift, and for a middle-aged man at that. Did this mean she was about to get a new father? Chapter 811, A Chance Encounter While Shopping 12. Actually, one couldn't blame Quan Xingnan for being so surprised. Because in recent years, whenever someone tried to set her mother up on a date, her mother would refuse, using the excuse that she was already over 50 and an old woman, seemingly having no expectations for married life at all. Her mother changing her mind made Quan Xingnan very happy. With her own special abilities, Quan Xingnan knew her mother had at least another 40 or 50 years to live. She didn't want her mother to suffer in the first half of her life and be lonely in the second half. Her brother had no objections either and had always encouraged their mother to remarry. Quan Xingnan listened with a smile as Quan Shuang spoke to the sales assistant. Soon, the assistant brought out a pair of cufflinks, more exquisitely packaged and in a more luxurious, steady, and elegant style. She heard they were limited edition cufflinks, with only 5 pairs available in the capital, and this was the last pair. Price-wise, they were 10 times more expensive than the original pair. Quan Shuang compared them with the other cufflinks in the display case and decided to buy this pair. Taking the slip written by the sales assistant, she went to the cashier to pay by card. Yes, by card, a card transfer. The all-in-one card service from certain banks had only been introduced a few days ago, yet the cashier at Hua's department store already had the corresponding function, and her mother had actually gotten one. Quan Xingnan herself hadn't even applied for one yet. Carefully observing her mother, Quan Xingnan nodded, taking the opportunity to praise herself, the meritorious contributor. Certainly, no one could tell that the fair-skinned, graceful, and dignified middle-aged lady before them was already over 50. If you said she was 40, no one would believe it. She was dignified, refined, and elegant, graceful and poised, and maintained herself extremely well. Quan Shuang carefully placed the cufflinks in her bag and turned to leave. Quan Xingnan picked up Little Lion, pretending nothing was amiss, and followed. Meng Shuang, De Quan, and Xing Man were incredibly curious. They had met Quan Xingnan's mother during a school parents' meeting. Seeing Quan Xingnan act like this, they thought she was going to play a joke on her mother. Meng Shuang even forgot about wanting to buy Chanel perfume. They followed Quan Shuang out of the mall and then walked along the roadside. Half an hour later, Quan Shuang entered a restaurant. De Quan said, "It's a French restaurant. The food there is really expensive. I've eaten there once." Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement, took 2 steps back, looked up at the restaurant sign, and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll treat you all to a French feast. After the feast, we'll go shopping." Xing Man worriedly said, "Such a high-end restaurant, the feast must be very expensive. Let's just eat noodles outside." Little Lion immediately cried out, "Eat the feast. No noodles." Even at his young age, he already understood what tasted better. Noodles? He didn't want them. "All right, a man. The bill will be under my family's account. We don't need to pay out of pocket. Let's go in quickly. I want to know what my mom is doing at the restaurant today. She usually really dislikes eating at restaurants." De Quan chuckled, Nan isn't short on money. Let's take advantage of the local tyrant. "A man, come on." The group chatted and laughed as they entered the restaurant, where a server immediately came to greet them. The server was young and sweet, and didn't look down on them because of their simple clothing. When she clearly saw Quan Xingnan's face, the server's attitude became even more respectful. "Miss Quan, shall I arrange a private room for you?" "No need, we'll dine on the first floor." "Please arrange a seat for us, that one will do." Quan Xingnan's gaze swept around and saw Quan Shuang sitting not far away with a middle-aged man. She pointed to a seat less than 2 positions behind Quan Shuang. From there, she could see Quan Shuang, especially the middle-aged man's face, while Quan Shuang wouldn't see them unless she turned around. "Certainly, please follow me." The server seated them and presented the menus. Quan Xingnan handed the menu to De Quan while looking at the middle-aged man dressed like a successful professional sitting opposite Quan Shuang. "P.S. Sorry, it's a bit late." Chapter 8:12, Going Abroad for Vacation 1. What kind of person was he? His temples were slightly gray, his physique robust, possessing a mature demeanor that young people couldn't match. His features weren't particularly striking, with a few faint wrinkles already appearing at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead. These wrinkles didn't make him seem the least bit old. Instead, they conveyed a calmness and serenity born of experience, a gentleness that carried an undeniable authority. When he looked at Quan Shuang across from him, his eyebrows lifted slightly, and a trace of tenderness flowed from his eyes. Seeing his appearance clearly, Quan Xingnan was suddenly taken aback. She knew this person. Wang Juanda, a businessman in the entertainment industry, a year older than her mother, 55 this year. At 55, Wang Juanda owned the best and earliest entertainment company in mainland China, Baoxing. It had gathered countless artists under its banner, having nurtured many international superstars. Many artists from both sides of the strait and Hong Kong looked to him as their leader. Later, he invested in other industries. While not immensely profitable, his gains were certainly not small. He might not be among the top 10 wealthiest individuals, but he definitely had a place within the top 20. Her mother had always led a simple life. How could she know Wang Juanda? Quan Xingnan slightly furrowed her brows. Although the entertainment industry was notoriously chaotic, as the boss of Baoxing, Wang Juanda was considered to keep himself clean. Still, he shouldn't have had any intersection with her mother's life. Regardless, Quan Xingnan respected Quan Shuang's choices. Nan, I've ordered. What would you and Amon like? De Quan interrupted Quan Xingnan's thoughts, handing over the menu. Before Quan Xingnan could speak, she heard Xingman say calmly, I've never had Western food before, I don't know what to order. Nan, order for me. We just ate not long ago, so let's order less. Quan Xingnan nodded, asked Meng Shuang, and upon hearing she wanted the same as De Quan, she lowered her head to look at the menu. A traditional French menu consists of 13 courses, each with many varieties. Although numerous, each dish is exquisite and small in portion, so altogether it isn't too much. However, many people don't order all 13 courses when dining. Some restaurants simplify it further, offering sets of 3 or 5 courses, greatly facilitating the customer's choice. De Quan and Meng Shuang each ordered a 5-course meal. After some consideration, Quan Xingnan also ordered a 5-course meal for herself and Xingman. There was none for Little Lion. Quan Xingnan wasn't very hungry. 1 serving would be enough for the 2 siblings. Cold appetizer, soup, hot appetizer, main course, and dessert. Since they were all students except for Little Lion, Quan Xingnan chose juice for the aperitif instead of red wine or champagne. The waiter soon brought the drinks. De Quan whispered, Nan, do you come here often? I notice the waiter seems very familiar with you. His demeanor was respectful, and serving the aperitif and courses was very swift, different from what she had seen before. Quan Xingnan patted Little Lion, having him sit properly on her lap, and replied, rarely, but I've been here a few times with friends. So not only do the waiters recognize me, but even their manager does. It's nothing unusual. The red wine here is authentic, genuine French red wine, air-shipped over. The foie gras and snails are the same. Apart from the red wine, let's properly savor the rest. This French restaurant was part of a chain, with over 100 branches opened across both sides of the strait and Hong Kong. It was very famous in the catering industry, with the Hua Group holding an absolute controlling stake of 51%. Regarding these inside details, Quan Xingnan naturally wouldn't say more. But with her previous remarks, it was enough to surprise De Quan and Meng Shuang. Only Xingman had no particular reaction, merely concernedly saying, Nan, you secretly followed your mother to meet her friend. Won't your mother be angry? Chapter 813, Going Abroad for Vacation 2. Quan Xingnan glanced at Quan Shuang, who was talking to Wang Juanda, and said with a hint of distress, I was just curious, that's all. Now, I don't know if Mom will be angry if she finds out. Little Lion reached out and patted her face, showing a big smile. Not angry, not angry. You're not Mom, how do you know she won't be angry? Quan Xingnan couldn't help but pinch her brother's chubby cheek with amusement. Little Lion puffed out his cheeks. Just no. De Quan suddenly felt a flicker of doubt. She looked at Little Lion, then at Quan Xingnan, and asked, Nan, isn't that your mom? Why does your little brother call her auntie instead? So sharp. No wonder she had been their class monitor from junior high through high school and even into university. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips into a smile. That involves some past matters. But neither my brother nor I are calling her wrong. Upon hearing it involved the past, De Quan, who was always brimming with curiosity, immediately fell silent. Seizing the opportunity while dishes were being served, Quan Xingnan continued observing Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang. As they spoke, their expressions were completely natural. Whether it was because they had reached middle age or for other reasons, the atmosphere between them, while warm, held not a trace of ambiguity. If not for the occasional flicker of tenderness she saw in Wang Juanda's eyes, Quan Xingnan might have truly believed there was nothing between them. Their table had ordered 13 dishes, all of which had been served, and they had also opened a bottle of red wine. Quan Shuang hadn't been particularly fond of Western food before, but through her family's influence, she had tried everything and was no stranger to it. Her dining etiquette was impeccable, her demeanor elegant, a pleasure to watch. Wang Juanda suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting Quan Xingnan's eyes as she watched them. For a moment, his gaze was sharp as a blade. Only after he clearly saw Quan Xingnan's face did his expression soften slightly. He said quietly to Quan Shuang, Shuang, among the few girls sitting one table behind you, isn't one of them your daughter? I remember they came in not long after you did, just a little later. Hearing his question, Quan Xingnan was stunned. He had recognized her, just as she had recognized him. Upon hearing this, Quan Shuang turned to look back. A faint blush tinged her cheeks, followed by a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Quan Xingnan waved her little paw, offering an ingratiating smile. Then, holding Little Lion, she stood up and walked over to greet them. Mom, what a coincidence to run into you and this uncle here. After saying this, she politely greeted Wang Juanda. Little Lion imitated her, waving his little paw. Hello, uncle. As he spoke, he started giggling to himself. This is Uncle Wang, Quan Shuang said, shooting Quan Xingnan a glare. She had walked all the way into the restaurant without noticing several little tails following behind her. She felt somewhat troubled, worried that Quan Xingnan might go back and say something indiscreet. Wang Juanda, however, didn't seem to mind at all. He said kindly to Quan Xingnan, "You must be Nanan, right? I often hear your mother talk about you. You're much prettier and more adorable than she described. Your mother is too modest." Everyone loves hearing nice words, and Quan Xingnan was no exception. It had to be said that Wang Juanda, being a renowned entertainment mogul, could easily win people's favor. Quan Xingnan immediately changed her address. Hello, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, I won't disturb you and Mom's meal. I hope you both enjoy it. Don't worry, Mom, I won't say anything out of turn. Having long seen through her mother's concerns, Quan Xingnan finished speaking and quickly returned to her seat, leaving Quan Shuang both amused and exasperated. This child. Chapter 814, Going Abroad for Vacation 3. Your daughter is even more polite and well-behaved than you described, Wang Juanda said with a smile, feeling somewhat disappointed inside. He was disappointed that Quan Xingnan said she wouldn't tell others about going back. Shouldn't he be disappointed? He very much hoped to move from the shadows into the light. When it came to her children, Quan Shuang's face was filled with pride. Wang Juanda's smile deepened a little. He called over a waiter and gestured toward Quan Xingnan's table. Put their bill on my tab and also send 5 desserts over there. Including Little Lion, there were 5 of them. The waiter glanced over and replied respectfully, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. Miss Quan is a distinguished guest of ours. Dining here is complimentary for her, and the same applies to any friends she brings. The implication was that he didn't need to pay for Quan Xingnan's meal. Wang Juanda was taken aback. Noticing Quan Shuang's look of surprise, he couldn't help but ask, Shuang, do you know what this is about? Quan Shuang said blankly, no, I don't. Nanan is young, but she's been clever and quick-witted since she was little. The family rarely interferes in her life. I've never heard her mention that meals here are free for her. Having watched her daughter grow up with her own eyes, Quan Shuang thought for a moment and said, it's nothing to be surprised about. Things like this have happened many times. Thinking about it carefully, Quan Xingnan had great abilities. Among the wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials she had advised, how many didn't treat her as an honored guest? Hearing her say this, Wang Juanda didn't dwell on it any further. The waiter asked, Mr. Wang, should we still send the desserts over? Send them over, 5 desserts. The food they ordered from your restaurant is complimentary, but the desserts weren't part of their order. Put those on my bill. It was just 5 desserts. Regarding their preferences, especially Quan Xingnan's and Little Lion's, Wang Juanda had asked Quan Shuang before ordering the desserts they liked. Very well, Mr. Wang. The waiter noted it down and soon went to relay the order. When they received the extra desserts at the end of their meal and learned where they came from, Quan Xingnan offered Wang Juanda a grateful smile. Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang dined quietly for a full 3 hours. Occasionally glancing at Quan Xingnan's table, they saw Quan Xingnan's movements were elegant and precise, while her classmates were noticeably unfamiliar with the etiquette, yet they showed no signs of discomfort. Nanan's classmates are no ordinary people, they all have promising futures. Especially the one dressed most simply. Her movements were the most unpracticed. She even asked quietly how to use the utensils, but her face showed no trace of embarrassment. Instead, she learned as if it were the most natural thing. If she used something incorrectly, even without anyone reminding her, she would quickly correct herself. Quan Shuang nodded. They are Nanan's best classmates, her best friends. Their eyes were clear and honest, their hearts pure. Quan Shuang had always been quite fond of them. She often made buns or pastries for Quan Xingnan to take to school for them to eat. Quan Shuang returned home in the evening, and everything at home was as usual. It seemed Quan Xingnan really hadn't mentioned her meal with Wang Juanda. Seeing her looking around for Quan Xingnan, Yun Jianjun spoke up. What are you looking for Nanan for? She isn't home yet. She said after collecting her report card, she was going shopping with her classmates and then having dinner together. She'll probably be back in the evening. Quan Shuang inexplicably felt a wave of relief. When Quan Xingnan returned with Little Lion from Hua Shidong's place and saw her mother's expression, she couldn't help but smile. Quan Shuang gave her a meaningful look. Quan Xingnan suppressed a laugh and nodded, indicating she wouldn't say anything. Back in her room, she suddenly remembered the cufflinks Quan Shuang had bought, which she never ended up giving to Wang Juanda. Weren't they meant for Wang Juanda after all? Chapter 815, Going Abroad for Vacation 4. After her shower, she came out to find her mother in her room, gazing out the window. Mom. Quan Xingnan walked over while drying her hair. Quan Shuang turned around, took the towel from her hand, and gently dried her hair for her, just as she had often bathed and washed Quan Xingnan's hair when she was a child, caring for her meticulously. Quan Xingnan closed her eyes, thoroughly enjoying it. Right then, she suddenly heard Quan Shuang ask, Nan, aren't you curious? Curious? Quan Xingnan opened her eyes and said with a grin, Mom, I am very curious. That's why I found it strange when I saw you buying cufflinks at the mall and followed you to the restaurant. But now, I'm not curious anymore. You can tell me if you want to, or not if you don't. In any case, your daughter supports all your decisions. She wasn't a child anymore, to oppose her mother seeking a second chance at love. In fact, both she and her brother hoped their mother would remarry, without any hesitation. The first half of Quan Shuang's life had been full of ups and downs. She deserved her own happiness in the latter half. In their previous life, she had never remarried for the sake of her and her brother, which both of them found heartbreaking. In their past life, Quan Shuang passed away in her 70s, entirely due to overwork in her earlier years. Even her spiritual power wasn't enough to restore her. Little imp. Quan Shuang felt the hair was dry enough, stopped, and tapped her forehead. Quan Xingnan nuzzled into her embrace, as intimate as ever. She didn't press further, but Quan Shuang, on the contrary, lost the desire to hide it from her. Stroking her daughter's half-damp, half-dry hair, she said, I've known your Uncle Wang for many years, back when I was still running that little bun shop. Quan Shuang, who ran the bun shop, met a rebellious young man who got into fights. The young man was named Wang Hui. When Quan Shuang first saw Wang Hui, he was covered in wounds, beaten half to death, and then abandoned in a remote alley, barely breathing. Quan Shuang saw him while taking out the trash and took him in. Because her own 3 brothers were no ordinary people, Quan Shuang didn't take him home, but arranged for him to stay in the backyard of the bun shop. The reason Wang Hui was beaten was surprisingly simple. Fighting over food. That's right, he was fighting with a group of young hoodlums over food. Outnumbered and alone, he was at a disadvantage. Quan Xingnan interrupted, Wang Hui, isn't that Uncle Wang's only son? In their past life, Wang Hui had died. He had argued with Wang Juanda, run away from home, and ultimately died at the hands of a group of hoodlums, a tragic end. But due to Wang Juanda's influence, very few people outside knew about it. Quan Xingnan hadn't known either. It was only many years later, when Baoxing Company faced a lack of successors and Wang Juanda made a will leaving all his assets to charity, that she heard someone mention it. She never expected that in this life, Wang Hui would be saved by her mother. Quan Shuang asked in surprise, how do you know that? As soon as the words left her mouth, she chuckled at her own forgetfulness. I forgot about your abilities. When you met your Uncle Wang, you naturally saw some clues. Quan Xingnan smiled without speaking, not telling her that she hadn't used her celestial eye to pry into Wang Juanda's privacy. Unaware of this, Quan Shuang continued, it's laughable really. Wang Hui ran away from home penniless. Young as he was, he couldn't carry heavy loads or do manual labor. The heir to the prestigious Baoxing Company, driven by hunger, ended up fighting with a group of hoodlums for food. Calling them hoodlums isn't quite right, they were more like a group of orphans with a bit of influence. Quan Shuang often did good deeds. The unsold food from her shop was basically distributed to the elderly, orphans, and beggars in the area. That group of hoodlums was among them, occasionally helping her with some physical labor. Chapter 8:16, Going Abroad for Vacation 5. Having spent a long time running with a rough crowd, their temperaments had become fierce and aggressive. Quan Shuang's bun shop had always sailed smoothly without any disturbances, entirely thanks to these people protecting it. Other small shops and stalls often suffered harassment and had no choice but to swallow their grievances. After Quan Shuang saved Wang Hui, they didn't object. If someone else had saved Wang Hui, they might have rushed over and beaten up Wang Hui's savior along with him. After Quan Shuang saved Wang Hui, she took him in for a while. Quan Shuang had a gentle and peaceful temperament and was quite kind-hearted. Gradually, she managed to dissolve the hostility in Wang Hui. Wang Hui's character was also a result of losing his mother early and his father being too busy with work to properly raise him. Quan Shuang felt he was quite pitiful. What did it matter that his family was wealthy and influential? He couldn't enjoy a normal family life at all. His mother died young, and his father was often busy until late at night and didn't come home. Having a family was no different from being an orphan. Actually, compared to orphans, he was already fortunate enough. At least he didn't lack food or clothing. Quan Shuang told him just that, asking him to put himself in others' shoes and consider that some things he possessed were what others couldn't obtain even if they begged for them. Facing Quan Shuang, Wang Hui actually took her advice. Later on, Wang Juanda came looking. Wang Juanda, who had been worried sick about his son, unable to sleep day and night with bloodshot eyes, felt a wave of relief the moment he saw his son safe and sound, followed immediately by a surge of fury. He wanted to hit Wang Hui but was stopped by Quan Shuang. Facing his son's savior, Wang Juanda had to show respect no matter what. So, that's how you got to know Uncle Wang and gradually became familiar with him. Mom had already won over Wang Hui. Even if she married Wang Juanda in the future, it probably wouldn't cause Wang Hui's opposition. Mom was in her 50s and had no chance of having more children to compete with Wang Hui for the family fortune. This way, Wang Hui had no reason to oppose and could even enjoy the maternal love he had lost for many years. Being able to dissolve the arrogance and unruliness in the playboy Wang Hui was enough to show how formidable her own mother was. Quan Xingnan looked at Quan Shuang with admiration. Quan Shuang patted her head. What are you thinking about? I've known him for so many years, and we only got a bit closer in the last couple of years. Who knew you'd see us just from going out for a meal? Quan Xingnan protested. I saw you buying cufflinks. By the way, didn't you give them to Uncle Wang? These cufflinks were just bought and aren't properly packaged yet. How could I give them? Besides, this is a birthday gift. His birthday is the day after tomorrow. It's more proper to package it carefully, like a birthday gift, before giving it. Who gives a gift they just bought without any packaging? She didn't know about others, but she herself felt it was impolite. Birthday. Quan Shengnan drew out her voice, full of laughter. I feel like the best birthday gift would be for Uncle Wang to visit Grandpa and Grandma, don't you think? She hadn't missed Wang Juanda's expression and thoughts in the restaurant. Quan Shuang's face flushed red, her cheeks glowing, as radiant and beautiful as a young girl's. Mom, both my brother and I want you to be happy. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, uncles, and aunts all think you should have a companion. None of us oppose you remarrying. I think Uncle Wang is quite nice. You can bring him to meet Grandpa and Grandma. Nan, you don't object? Quan Shuang felt it was all too smooth. Quan Xingnan nestled in her arms. Mom, we've been encouraging you to remarry all these years. You should have understood our meaning. Even with her daughter's support, Quan Shuang still felt uneasy. Quan Xingnan had to call Quan Onan, and the siblings swore to the heavens that they didn't object. Only then did Quan Shuang gather the courage to bring Wang Juanda home. Chapter 817, Going Abroad for Vacation 6. This news sent shockwaves through the entire Yun family. They had long given up hope on Quan Shuang remarrying. Who would have thought she would suddenly have a partner, and a billionaire at that? Billionaires weren't rare. What was rare was his willingness to marry Quan Shuang, a divorced woman over 50, unlike other tycoons who either kept mistresses or married young, beautiful trophy wives. With money, even someone who looked like a crooked gourd or a cracked date could still marry a great beauty. Moreover, Wang Juanda, while not exceptionally handsome, had decent looks. With his wealth, he could absolutely marry a beauty, and one capable of bearing children. Why would he be willing to marry Quan Shuang? Everyone was very curious. Could it be for Quan Shuang's family background? She had 3 formidable brothers and 2 children with extraordinary future prospects, any one of whom was astonishing. Considering Quan Shuang wasn't a young girl and had mentioned this matter many years ago, since she chose Wang Juanda, she should know he wasn't approaching her for the Yuan family's background. Quan Xingnan secretly smiled. They would never guess that her mother and Wang Juanda's acquaintance stemmed from Wang Juanda's son, Wang Hui. Today was Wang Juanda's birthday. Besides Wang Juanda, Wang Hui also came along. Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen were very satisfied with Wang Juanda. He was well-spoken and mannerly, and his family conditions weren't bad. Although his ex-wife left a son, they were both over 50, making it difficult to have more children, so Wang Hui's presence wasn't an issue. In fact, it was a good thing. Moreover, Wang Hui was very sweet-tongued, calling them Grandpa and Grandma as soon as he entered, delighting the elderly couple. Just as Quan Xingnan had previously thought, Wang Hui was not at all opposed to Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang's union. Firstly, Quan Shuang was his lifesaver, and gave him a maternal love he had never felt. He was deeply grateful and respected her. Secondly, as an adult, shrewd and decisive, having already entered the company starting from the grassroots, he understood that Quan Shuang's age made it almost impossible for her to have children. This eliminated the possibility of others competing for the family assets he was meant to inherit. Having long been involved in the entertainment company, which had its own media and information channels underneath, Wang Hui had seen siblings turn against each other fighting over inheritance. He really didn't want to encounter such a situation. Thus, the process went smoothly, and the result was perfect. Yun Jianjun said, "You should decide your own affairs. Although you're older and can't have a lively wedding like young people, there still needs to be proper etiquette." Wang Juanda, with a respectful demeanor, promptly said, "You are absolutely right. I will personally visit another day with people to formally propose and present betrothal gifts." Yun Jianjun and Zhao Yuzhen were very satisfied. Quan Shuang, however, felt somewhat shy. At our age, why bother with all that? Just getting the marriage certificate is enough. That won't do. The first to object was none other than Wang Hui. Noticing everyone's surprised looks, Wang Hui said with a smile, Dad is, after all, the boss of Baoxing. If his wedding is held quietly, it would only raise suspicions. It's better to have a grand wedding openly, letting everyone know the Baoxing company now has a boss's wife. He didn't voice the last thought, so they'd stop scheming every day to push beauties onto his dad. Quan Shuang, dignified, elegant, gentle, and kind, was 10 times, 100 times better than those young women dreaming of marrying into wealth. P.S. Sorry, not in good form. Still 6 chapters short. Hope to make them up before I go out. Chapter 818, Going Abroad for Vacation 7. Wang Hui's words gained everyone's agreement. They had done nothing wrong, so there was no need to proceed in secret. Quan Shuang's lone opposition couldn't withstand everyone's enthusiasm. Wang Juanda suggested hiring someone to select an auspicious date for the marriage proposal and betrothal gifts. The Yun family naturally agreed, as this showed respect for Quan Shuang. Marriage is a lifelong matter. It's better to proceed a bit slower than to hastily choose an inauspicious day for the various ceremonies. Quan Xingnan joined in the excitement, smiling as she said, If you need to pick a good day, there's no need to ask anyone else. Just ask me. I've studied the I Ching quite a bit and will definitely pick a day that's a match made in heaven. Oh, Auntie is going to be a bride. Little Lion, not wanting to be outdone, looked adorable with his lively, spirited expression. Quan Shuang was both annoyed and amused. Wang Juanda, well aware of Quan Xingnan's status in Quan Shuang's heart, smiled and said, Then we'll leave it to Nan. Having interacted with Quan Shuang for many years, he knew a bit about Quan Xingnan's abilities. Moreover, the reports earlier this year were so sensational, the media under his company had sought his instructions. No one understood Quan Xingnan's capabilities better than he did. However, he truly hadn't expected that the woman who ran a small bun shop years ago would have such a significant background. Wang Hui stole a glance at Quan Xingnan. Meeting her shifting gaze as she looked at him, his face flushed slightly, and he became flustered. Such a beautiful girl would soon be a sister. Hee. Quan Xingnan tapped her lower lip with a finger, not minding adding a bit more weight to Quan Shuang's standing in the Wang family. Brother Wang Hui, you should be grateful you met my mom. She truly saved your life. Wang Hui was stunned. Wang Juanda blurted out, Nan, do you mean? You understood, right? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. In fact, according to the original course of fate, if my mom hadn't opened that bun shop there, Brother Wang Hui wouldn't have met her. They were all smart people. There was no need for her to explain in too much detail. She believed they would quickly figure it out, especially since Wang Hui had been critically injured and near death back then. If no one had saved him, the outcome was easy to imagine. Quan Shuang was dumbfounded for a moment. Nan, you haven't calculated something again, have you? You said that if Wang Hui hadn't met me, such a thing would have happened. But he did meet me, so it's different now. That's why the concept of fate is so profound and unpredictable. Many destinies are interlinked. Different causes lead to different effects. If the beginning changes, the outcome becomes vastly different. If you had listened to everyone back then and not opened the bun shop, could you have met Brother Wang Hui? No. A single act of kindness from many people might seem insignificant to themselves, but to others, it can be as weighty as Mount Tai. Wang Juanda said, I believe what Nanan says. I was originally an orphan fleeing famine and begging for food. During those years of disaster, if I hadn't met a benefactor who gave me 10 yuan and some food, I probably would have starved to death. How could I have achieved what I have today? Very few people knew the reason for Wang Juanda's rise to success. Was it really like this? Everyone stared at him. Wang Hui was the most surprised. Dad, you had such a down-and-out period too? Wang Juanda glared at him with annoyance, feeling even more grateful to Quan Shuang deep down. This was his only son. Although he had been disobedient since childhood, he was still his only son. If he hadn't met Quan Shuang that day, the result was easy to imagine. Not everyone is willing to extend a helping hand to save a teenager who got into a fight with hoodlums. Just the sight of all that blood was frightening enough, not to mention the potential responsibility if the rescue failed. Chapter 819, Going Abroad for Vacation 8. Fortune-telling, that's quite an impressive skill. Wang Hui, being at the lower levels of the company, often heard about celebrities inviting masters to tell their fortunes, wanting to know if they would have a day of explosive fame, or if they were destined to enter a wealthy family and give birth to sons. His sharply defined yet fair and clean face leaned close to Quan Xingnan. Little sister, could you tell my fortune? What do you want to know? Quan Xingnan leaned back slightly, but didn't refuse. 23-year-old Wang Hui had just entered the company a year and a half ago and still carried the enthusiasm of youth. After thinking for a moment, he said quite bluntly, I want to know if I can get rich in the future, if I can marry a wife as virtuous as auntie, and as beautiful as you, little sister, and if I can give my dad 10 or 8 grandsons to play with. Pfft. Everyone burst into laughter at his words. Quan Xingnan waved her jade-like fingers in front of him. First, I don't tell fortunes for clients about whether they'll get rich or get promoted, but you're inheriting Uncle Wang's company, so you should know whether you'll have money or not. Second, a girl who combines all the best qualities of my mom and me would be very hard to find in this world, and it seems you don't have much chance either. Third, our country has family planning policies, so you can't give Uncle Wang 10 or 8 grandsons unless you go abroad or to Hong Kong to have them. I think the chances are slim. Even if you marry into a wealthy family, no one would want to be a breeding so. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed even more heartily. Quan Xingnan coughed. Of course, for the sake of money and status, there are those willing to become baby-making tools. So, Brother Wang Hui, keep striving. If you can tolerate it, your wish will surely come true. Wang Hui was dumbfounded, then exclaimed, You think I'm a stud pig? A sow? What makes a sow give birth but a stud pig? Quan Xingnan said with a half-smile, Brother Wang Hui, so you already knew. Then why ask such obvious questions? Wang Hui took a guilty step back, tugging at Quan Shuang's arm and whining, Auntie, look, Nan is bullying me. Pouting and wearing a pained expression, he perfectly conveyed a look of grievance. On one side was her daughter, on the other her future stepson. What would Quan Shuang do? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Quan Shuang patted the back of Wang Hui's hand. It's fine. If you have the ability, you can bully her back. If you don't have the ability, then let it be. As an older brother, you're supposed to dote on your little sister. Little Lion made a face at Wang Hui. Big bad guy, shame on you, shame on you. Wang Hui reached under his armpits, lifted him up, and said, Little chubby, who are you calling a big bad guy? Would a big bad guy give you a really cool transformer? I'm a good guy, right? Little Lion kicked his chubby legs in the air and reached out to slap Wang Hui's arm. Big bad guy. Big bad guy. Wang Hui, how old are you? Still teasing Little Lion. Wang Juanda scolded with a laugh. Wang Hui set Little Lion down, and Little Lion immediately ran to Quan Xingnan's side. Sister, hit the bad guy. Looking at the joyful scene before her, Zhao Yuzhen's wrinkled face seemed to blossom like a chrysanthemum. Quan Shuang had grown up by Zhao Yuzhen's side, suffering all kinds of hardships with her and nearly losing her life. To this day, her memories hadn't fully recovered. Zhao Yuzhen always felt that this daughter had the hardest life. Now that she had found a companion for the rest of her life, no one was happier than the old lady, though she still felt a bit worried inside. With Wang Juanda's conditions being so outstanding, how could he take a liking to Quan Shuang, who was already past 50? After the Wang father and son left, Zhao Yuzhen couldn't help but pull Quan Xingnan aside to ask. Chapter 820, Going Abroad for Vacation 9. Zhao Yuzhen and Yun Jianjun knew the secret of Quan Xingnan's rebirth. They had never treated Quan Xingnan as a child. Moreover, Quan Xingnan was capable and omniscient, so asking her was the most reassuring. How could Quan Xingnan not understand her loving motherly heart? She told Zhao Yuzhen in detail about Wang Juanda's conduct and way of dealing with others. Marital life relies entirely on management. Without activating her celestial eye, she could not be sure whether Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang could stay together for the long term. However, given Quan Shuang's resolute and decisive character, she would never let herself suffer losses. Moreover, the brothers and children behind Quan Shuang would never let her suffer losses at Wang Juanda's hands. Wang Juanda was a smart man, and smart men don't do foolish things. What if he had hundreds of millions in assets? Quan Shuang was not short of money behind her, especially with power and influence. Even if he wanted to change his heart, he would have to think twice. Zhao Yuzhen thought about it and agreed. The human heart is the most difficult to predict. Being good now doesn't guarantee being good in the future. No one can be sure. Even if Quan Xingnan could divine heaven, earth, gods, and spirits, she alone could not decipher the human heart, as it changes too quickly. Rather than worrying, it's better to focus on the present. When Quan Shuang got married for the first time, mother and daughter relied on each other for survival. The family was extremely poor. At that time, extravagance and waste were not in vogue, nor did they have the financial means. Therefore, Quan Shuang had no dowry to rely on. Now that the family's conditions were better, Zhao Yuzhen wanted to properly prepare a dowry for her. Quan Shuang was remarrying at over 50 years old. She must not be looked down upon. Quan Xingnan agreed, Grandma, feel free to buy whatever you want to prepare for Mom. I'll give you a card, spend as you wish. No need for your money. Over the years, you've covered all our food and clothing expenses. I haven't spent a single cent of the money you've given me as filial support. It's enough to prepare a decent dowry for your mom. The jadeite, gold, agate, diamonds, and such that you gave me before are said to be very valuable. Take a couple of pieces for your mom. I think the things bought with money now aren't as good as what you gave. As you wish, as you wish. Do whatever you think is best. Quan Xingnan didn't pay much attention to these things. Once she gave gifts to her elders, they belonged to them, and they could decide for themselves. Zhao Yuzhen said affectionately, don't just focus on others. Didn't you say you were going abroad for a vacation? It's in the next couple of days. Hurry up and pack your luggage so you're not flustered at the last minute. As for family matters and your mom's affairs, your grandpa and I will handle them. I checked. The date you picked is still a month away. There's plenty of time. Quan Xingnan had already packed her luggage. She and Hu Xuedong planned to travel for a month, so there was quite a lot of luggage. Of course, only she could play for a month. Hu Xuedong couldn't be that idle. At every destination, he still had business matters to handle. For matters that weren't particularly urgent, Hu Xuedong basically took commercial flights. However, according to their travel itinerary, taking international flights was inconvenient time-wise, so they still took the private jet. After many years, Hu Xuedong's private jet had long been upgraded. But what remained unchanged was always the low-key and steady decor. What had changed was her bedroom, which was antique and very much to Quan Xingnan's taste. Quan Xingnan was very happy, and the atmosphere inside the plane was equally sweet. The first stop was France. The plane landed in Provence. As soon as she got off the plane, Quan Xingnan smelled the fragrance of lavender, thyme, and pine trees blending in the air, full of natural scents that refreshed the mind and heart. P.S. Ugh, 3 more chapters to go. Hope to finish them before going out. Chapter 821, Overseas Vacation 10. Before going abroad, Quan Xingnan had arranged everything. Li Qianxuan's acupuncture sessions had concluded the previous day. What remained was rehabilitation and continuing to take the herbal decoctions. The foundation originally scheduled weekly divinations on weekends to help those searching for relatives locate their loved ones. This time, she had the foundation issue an announcement stating that she would be away from the capital for a month and unable to perform these divinations. Having decided not to let others make endless demands on her, she naturally prioritized her own time for such matters. Now she felt relaxed, the kind of ease that comes with having no burdens. Their arrival in Provence was perfectly timed. July and August were precisely the season when lavender blooms in the wind. The air was filled with the unique scent of Provence. They first went to today's accommodation, a castle that blended seamlessly with the surrounding sea of lavender. The castle was magnificent, with sunlight falling upon it, reflecting a sacred and solemn light. This castle occupied a vast area, built within a canyon with steep cliffs and perilous terrain. Yet, surrounded by the deep purple sea of lavender, it did not appear desolate or imposing, but rather mysterious and enigmatic. It was as beautiful as an oil painting, an ancient oil painting. No, even an ancient oil painting could not capture the beauty and awe of this place. Hu Xuedong held Quan Xingnan's hand as they walked into the canyon, saying, "Castles in Europe are very sturdy." Initially used in warfare to defend against enemy attacks, most castles are situated in treacherous locations, easy to defend and hard to attack. To preserve the castle's original character, no flat roads for vehicles to access the castle have been built here. Quan Xingnan carefully walked along the narrow path and said, "I know the original purpose of castles, but who is the owner of this castle?" It wouldn't be you, would it? It was possible. Hu Xuedong had residences all over the world. After getting off the plane, instead of going to a hotel, they came here, which Quan Xingnan found a bit strange. Clever girl. Hu Xuedong praised, his expression as calm as ever, without any hint of pride or arrogance. Quan Xingnan was amazed. From a distance, the castle looked like a painting. Only when they reached the entrance did she realize its grandeur, stretching as far as the eye could see. The servants managing the castle respectfully welcomed them inside, each one well-trained. These were all locals who spoke French. Quan Xingnan was not proficient in French, but Hu Xuedong communicated with them effortlessly. He escorted her to the arranged room to freshen up. The rooms in the castle were deeply imbued with European palace style, luxurious and elegant. Located in Provence, the bedroom was filled with the enchanting fragrance of lavender. Delicate lavender sachets and pouches hung in appropriate places, while the bathroom was stocked with an array of lavender essential oils, body washes, soaps, and more. The dressing table was, of course, not lacking in lavender perfume. The tea served by the servants was also lavender herbal tea. Everything was related to lavender. The beauty of lavender gave rise to more than just legends. After a quick freshening up, Quan Xingnan felt as though she was covered in the scent of lavender. She loved it here. Hu Xuedong's acquisitions and investments had not damaged the cultural environment of the place. It still retained its most original style. Stepping out of the castle and walking through the lavender fields surrounding it, with the wind tousling her hair, she felt as if she were in a fairyland. Standing high, she could see far into the distance, Vast stretches of deep purple interspersed with golden yellow. The deep purple was the lavender fields, and the golden yellow was the sunflower fields. Purple and gold, pure and clean. Hua Xuedong took photos of her with a camera, capturing every moment. Daniel approached Hua Xuedong and said, "Sir, someone wants to rent the castle. We've explained that the owner is here on vacation and the castle won't be available for rent in the coming days, but they refuse to leave. Alexander is keeping an eye on them, and I came to ask for your instructions. P.S. Sorry, I'm not in good form and writing slowly. I have to go out now for something important. I'll be back at noon to update the remaining 2 chapters. There will be extra updates on the 1st of next month. Please understand." Chapter 822, Vacation Abroad 11. Quan Xingnan stretched her arms, enjoying the feeling of the warm breeze on her face and the fragrance in the air, as if she were about to ride the wind away. After waiting for a long time without hearing Hua Xuedong press the shutter, she walked over and asked, "What's going on?" Daniel efficiently repeated what he had just told Hua Xuedong. Quan Xingnan frowned slightly. Since it had already been announced that the castle was no longer for rent, a normal person shouldn't persist. If someone still refused to leave at this point, they probably had some confidence, right? Those who could afford to travel abroad wouldn't have poor financial conditions. I thought a small matter like this was something you could handle, not something you needed to consult me about, Hua Xuedong said calmly, glancing at Daniel, which brought heavy pressure upon him. Daniel smiled wryly. "Sir, the person who came is someone we can't handle." "Who?" Hua Xuedong asked, while Quan Xingnan also showed a hint of curiosity. If even Daniel couldn't handle it, the person probably came from a good background. "It's Qin Binjia." Qin Binjia? The most famous spoiled heiress in the capital, the most unrestrained wealthy young lady. Her behavior was eccentric, her personality wild, and her domineering reputation was already widely known. Many people disliked her and laughed at her behind her back, but on the surface, they indulged her every whim, all to coax money from her hands to fund their own eating, drinking, and having fun. Eating, drinking, and having fun. Qin Binjia was very rich, extremely rich. Compared to Liang Wawan, she was somewhat inferior, but within the Qin family, she was absolutely a wealthy woman. Everyone in the Qin family, including her biological father, stepmother, grandparents, had to curry favor with her. This money was inherited from her deceased mother, managed by professional financial advisors appointed by her mother before her death. They were required to ensure an annual return of 20% of the total assets. Before Qin Binjia came of age, no one, including herself, could alter the shares, real estate, jewelry, etc., that she had inherited. However, she could receive dividends and profit shares every month. No matter how good the family backgrounds of Qin Binjia's hangers-on were, their family's money didn't allow them to spend extravagantly. So, they set their sights on Qin Binjia. Qin Binjia was incredibly foolish as long as they asked. Even if the reasons sounded fake to anyone else, Qin Binjia still believed them and generously gave money. A typical money-scattering child, money-scattering child. The reason Daniel found it difficult to handle was that Qin Binjia was hopelessly stupid. Sometimes she simply couldn't understand the sarcasm or refusal in others' words. Other times, she was fearless and would not give up until she achieved her goal. Others usually cared about saving face to some extent, but Qin Binjia didn't know what face saving meant. Such people were the most troublesome. When dealing with this kind of person, even if you exhausted all your words, she would automatically filter out your meaning and then act according to her own wishes. When Du Ruo was alive, she had quite a few business dealings with Hua Xuedong. Before her death, Du Ruo sold many of her shares to Hua Xuedong at a low price, and even gave him a piece of land that the Hua group very much wanted, all in the hope that if Qin Binjia ever encountered unsolvable trouble or reached a dead end in the future, Hua Xuedong could lend her a hand. Qin Binjia had brought a large group of people to Provence for tourism. It was only because she recognized Alexander that she persisted and refused to leave. Hua Xuedong had always been amiable. After explaining to Quan Xingnan, the two of them arrived at the castle gate. They saw over a dozen young men and women dressed glamorously, laughing heartily and posing for photos in the lavender fields. The young woman being surrounded like the moon among stars was none other than Qin Binjia. However, Quan Xingnan saw a ghost beside Qin Binjia, her mother, Du Ruo. Chapter 823, Going Abroad for Vacation 12. Quan Xingnan's interest was immediately piqued, and it stemmed from Du Ruo. Du Ruo's soul emitted a faint golden light, indicating that she had accumulated countless merits during her lifetime. Among ghosts, aside from Li Feng, whose great merits had turned her soul golden, this was the first time Quan Xingnan had seen such a rich golden glow. It was almost comparable to the soul light on Lin Xiaoxue's soul from her previous life. A good person in life becomes a benevolent ghost in death. Given her merits, she would undoubtedly be reborn into a wealthy and noble family, blessed with fortune and longevity throughout her life. In her 30s, with an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a small cherry mouth, Du Rua possessed an elegant temperament and was a rare beauty. She followed beside Qin Binjia, her face full of worry. She disapproved of every move Qin Binjia made, always shaking her head with a look of frustration, as if lamenting that iron could not be turned into steel. Yet no one could see her, leaving only her voice, filled with loving concern, to dissipate into the world. Quan Xingnan was very interested in Qin Binjia. Qin Binjia's appearance greatly resembled Du Rua's, clearly inherited from her birth mother. What intrigued Quan Xingnan was Qin Binjia's reputation, which was utterly rotten in Beijing's high society. How bad was her reputation? So bad that many people felt their mouths were dirted just by mentioning her name. When mentioning the Qin family, people only remembered the talented and beautiful second daughter, Qin Bingen, not this eldest daughter, Qin Binjia, who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun, and who, at a young age, would fool around with playboys in hotel rooms. What was noteworthy was that Qin Binjia was the daughter of Qin Yong's deceased wife, Du Rua, while Qin Bingen was the daughter of Qin Yong's current wife, Huang Qiufeng. Qin Binjia and Qin Bingen were only 2 months apart in age. The two did not look alike, but Qin Bingen bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yong. Anyone who saw her would know she was Qin Yong's daughter. Additionally, Huang Qiufeng had borne Qin Yong 2 sons, one named Qin Tianzue and the other Qin Tianyu. Qin Tianzue was 12 years old, and Qin Tianyu was 8. When Qin Tianyu was born, Du Rua had just passed away 2 months prior, not to mention that Du Rua was still alive when Qin Tianzue was born. Without even thinking, 9 out of 10 people understood what was going on. Qin Binjia had a terrible reputation, while Qin Bingen had a good one, which made many people admire Huang Qiufeng's tactics. Having been the other woman since she was 18 for many years, she gave birth to 1 daughter and 2 sons, successfully transitioning from the other woman to Qin Yong's legitimate wife. She raised her 3 children exceptionally well, while only her stepdaughter's reputation was so rotten it provoked universal indignation. Why did no one speak ill of Huang Qiufeng? First, people generally maintained an attitude of staying out of matters that didn't concern them. Second, Huang Qiufeng came from a good family background. The Qin family couldn't even be considered third-rate in Beijing, while Huang Qiufeng was the granddaughter of a founding father. This founding father's name was Zheng Yuanxuan. Marshal Zheng Yuanxuan was already over 90 years old. Although he had retired many years ago and lived in a sanatorium, his influence remained. Back when Huang Qiufeng and Qin Yang got married, the media, when mentioning her, all praised her for enduring a difficult love, saying her love and marriage were hard won. They portrayed it so that everyone knew she and Qin Yang were truly in love, while vilifying Du Rua as harsh and cruel. No one considered how difficult it must have been for Du Rua, the original legitimate wife, with Huang Qiufeng being the other woman. Therefore, Qin Binjia was considered half within the circle. As soon as she saw Hua Sitong, she stood properly at attention and said honestly, "Uncle Hua, I knew this castle was yours. Please be merciful and let us stay for a few days. I'll pay rent." Mentioning rent, Qin Binjia raised her hand as if taking an oath, looking flush with money. P.S. Finally finished updating. Extra updates on the 1st of next month. Chapter 824, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 1. Quan Xingnan found it amusing. Trying to outdo Hua Xuedong in terms of wealth and extravagance, Tan Binjia certainly had a unique personality. Upon hearing Tan Binjia's words, the others gasped, subtly stepping backward, wishing they could pretend not to know her. While they weren't qualified to appear by Hua Xuedong's side, who in high society didn't know him, he was a figure they couldn't even dream of associating with. Now, seeing Hua Xuedong appear, they all held their breath, not daring to speak. Tan Binjia. Hua Xuedong's gaze remained gentle, but as soon as he spoke, Tan Binjia immediately responded, smiling ingratiatingly at him with an almost unbelievable level of flattery. "Uncle Hua." Hua Xuedong said calmly, "Tan Binjia, I prefer peace and quiet. After I finish my trip to Provence, you can come with your friends to play. No need for you to pay rent." Tan Binjia made a pained face, pointing at a young girl. "But I already promised Yuan. She continued, "Uncle Hua, everyone wants to stay in the castle for a few days and see everything inside. I couldn't resist their pleas, so I agreed. I've already boasted about it, Uncle Hua. Please agree. I promise we won't disturb you." The girl she pointed at paled, stepping back in panic, while the others' expressions turned unpleasant. They had wanted to enter the majestic and luxurious castle to experience the life of European nobility, so they had urged Tan Binjia, who was responsible for their travel expenses, to come to one of Provence's most famous castles. However, they hadn't expected Tan Binjia to be so foolish as to immediately expose their intentions. What if Hua Xuedong got angry at them? Tan Binjia, however, noticed nothing, completely unaware that she had incurred the group's wrath. Quan Xingnan suddenly laughed. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. Apart from Tan Binjia, the boy's eyes flashed with admiration, while the girl's eyes held jealousy, with hardly any friendly expressions. Tan Binjia first narrowed her eyes, then widened them like almonds, darting over to Quan Xingnan like an arrow. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes flickered with a hint of shyness. Blush? Shyness? Quan Xingnan blinked, making sure she wasn't mistaken. The blush on her face, the shyness in her eyes directed at her? She shuddered. Tan Binjia's behavior was completely unexpected. Tan Binjia tugged at the corner of her clothes and whispered, "Are you Nan? That very, very famous Nan." She had heard of her reputation? Quan Xingnan smiled politely, not looking down on her because of her reputation. "Hello, Miss Tan. I'm Quan Xingnan, and my nickname is Nan. As for whether I'm the famous Nan you mentioned, I'm not entirely sure. Many people share this nickname." Upon hearing the name Quan Xingnan, the girl named Yuan flashed a look of hostility, while the other's eyes filled with shock. Only Tan Binjia's eyes held delight. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan both raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Interesting. This was all very interesting, the way these people were behaving. Quan Xingnan was certain she had never met Tan Binjia or the girl named Yuan. Tan Binjia's delight was understandable, but Yuan's hostility piqued Quan Xingnan's curiosity. She remembered clearly that she had never met any Yuan, nor had she ever made an enemy of her. "It really is you. I admire you so much. You're my idol." Tan Binjia immediately broke into a wide smile. Catching a glimpse of Yuan's expression, she scowled and scolded unceremoniously, "Zhang Yuan, don't you dare show dissatisfaction toward my idol. If you keep this up, I'll gouge your eyes out." Chapter 825, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger Too. Upon hearing these words, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Zhang Yuan's face, and the expression she hadn't had time to conceal was clearly seen by all. Zhang Yuan was startled, inwardly cursing Qin Binjia to death. Usually so foolish and clumsy, unable to read people's expressions, how could she be so sharp now? She actually singled me out. I didn't, Binjia, you must have seen wrong. She wasn't like Qin Binjia, who would admit her own thoughts. She quickly thanked Quan Xingnan, her demeanor sincere, delicate, and charming. Although Zhang Yuan's looks were somewhat clear and pretty, she couldn't be called a beauty, but she had always been well-liked. Everyone present spoke up for her. "That's right, Binjia, you must have seen wrong. Qin Binjia, don't you know Yuan is the kindest? How could she possibly show such hostility toward Miss Quan? Our lives have no overlap with Miss Quan's at all." Exactly. Binjia, have you forgotten? Yuan and Miss Quan are even relatives. How could she possibly treat Miss Quan poorly? Relatives? Quan Xingnan thought about the people she had encountered and didn't seem to recall anyone named Yuan. After carefully observing Zhang Yuan, she finally saw traces of certain people in her. Zhang Yuan. Wasn't she the daughter of Zhang Sun and Lu Aizhen? After the Zhang family's downfall, Zhang Yuan was taken in by her maternal grandparents, the Lu family, and later sent to accompany Yuan Wei. The Zhang family's downfall was because of me. Zhang Yuan certainly wouldn't know aside from my own grandparents. No one else in the world knows. Not even my parents were told about the Ding Huahua incident. So, Zhang Yuan's hostility toward me was clear as day, stemming from Yuan Wei. It was openly said she was there to keep Yuan Wei company, but in reality, everyone in their circle knew she was just a follower. No matter how warmly and intimately Yuan Wei treated me on the surface, calling me little sister gently every time we met, the person she hated most in her heart was undoubtedly me. Having been influenced by her, it was no wonder Zhang Yuan held no goodwill toward me. A faint smile curled at the corner of Quan Xingnan's lips. She glanced at Zhang Yuan and then stopped, instead focusing intently on Qin Binjia. After reprimanding Zhang Yuan, Qin Binjia treated everyone else's words as mere background noise, paying them no heed, and launched into a lengthy speech about her admiration for Quan Xingnan. Her voice was clear and crisp, and she had no concept of propriety. Her words flowed like a river, endless and unstoppable. Hua Xuedong interrupted, "Enough, Qin Binjia." As soon as he spoke, Qin Binjia jumped up and asked Quan Xingnan, "Nan, don't you also prefer peace and quiet?" Quan Xingnan had never met her before, but she familiarly changed to calling her Nan. Quan Xingnan smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Qin Binjia said obsequiously, "Since you don't like noise, then I won't disturb your peace." "Uncle Hua, we agreed, right? After you leave, you must let us stay in the castle." "I already promised them." Under everyone's stunned gazes, Qin Binjia, without waiting for a response from Hua Xuedong or Quan Xingnan, ran far away. After running a distance and seeing no one following, she immediately stopped, furrowing her brows and shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. I'll have someone book a hotel." Then she muttered, I told you all along the castle wasn't worth staying in, but you were so obsessed with it, almost making me lose my manners. No matter how reluctant the group was to leave the castle, they could only bow and apologize to Huashiwedong before departing. In their hearts, their resentment toward Qin Binjia grew even deeper. Chapter 826, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 3. She had never been this clever before. Why was she suddenly so smart today? She actually shifted the request to stay in the castle onto their heads. Although it was indeed their request, it would leave a terrible impression on Huashiwedong. Also, wasn't Qin Binjia the type who couldn't read people's expressions and always insisted on having her own way? Why had she changed today? They didn't dare to reveal their thoughts. Currently, Qin Binjia was their meal ticket. If Qin Binjia got upset and cut off the money supply, they wouldn't even have the money for plane tickets back home. To take advantage of Qin Binjia, aside from their relevant documents, they all came empty-handed. Even their change of clothes was bought by Qin Binjia after they went abroad. Walking on the narrow path, everyone's expressions were unpleasant. Unfortunately, Qin Binjia didn't understand at all. She hopped and skipped, gesturing animatedly, still immersed in the joy of meeting her idol. Standing at a high point, watching their backs gradually disappear into a sea of purple, Quan Xingnan smiled. Alexander and Daniel said in astonishment, Good heavens, sir, miss, this is the first time I've seen Qin Binjia so easy to talk to. In the past, she would never give up until she achieved her goal. Many people, concerned about face and unable to withstand her shamelessness displayed in public, ultimately had to agree to her various strange requests. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, although it's my first time meeting Qin Binjia, she is not simple. Huashiwedong nodded. If she were simple, how could she protect the inheritance Du Roi left her? Qin Binjia is 18 this year and won't come of age until September, yet the inheritance Du Roi left has always been in her own hands. The entire Qin family, including her grandparents and father, have been desperate to get it but remain helpless. Even with the Zhang family's influence, they couldn't pressure her. You can imagine. Alexander and Daniel widened their eyes. Sir and Miss both think so highly of her? They realized that neither Huashiwedong nor Quan Xingnan had shown the slightest hint of disgust towards Qin Binjia from start to finish. Quan Xingnan chuckled. Playing the fool to eat the tiger is also a skill. Playing the fool to eat the tiger? Alexander and Daniel were smart to begin with. They had previously been blinded by Qin Binjia's reputation. Now, with this hint from them, and recalling Qin Binjia's past actions, it suddenly became clear. It seemed Qin Binjia always achieved her goal in the end. The process wasn't important. The result was as desired. Thinking carefully, Qin Binjia's craziness and foolishness were indeed not simple. So, had everyone been deceived by her? Especially those who thought they had taken advantage of Qin Binjia. Alexander, Daniel, set up the picnic tables and chairs under the cypress tree shade, then instruct the chef to prepare the picnic food. Huashiwedong gave the instructions, then looked gently at Quan Xingnan. When coming to Provence, one must enjoy a picnic under the cypress tree shade or on the grass near the lavender fields. Quan Xingnan beamed with joy. It must feel absolutely wonderful. With beautiful scenery before her eyes, fragrance in the air, and her skin tinged with it. Huashiwedong had arranged everything very thoroughly. There was both Chinese and Western food on the picnic table, available for casual enjoyment. The Chinese food was delicious, the Western food exquisite. The combination of Chinese and Western on the dining table was surprisingly harmonious. Quan Xingnan said happily, Fourth brother, I see many flower farmers harvesting lavender nearby. Are the surrounding flower fields all yours? In this purple sea, figures working occasionally appear. It's even more beautiful than a painting. Chapter 827, Playing the Fool. She wore a pretty hat, a white t-shirt, and gray shorts, revealing a pair of long, slender, smooth, and lustrous legs. Qin Binjia was a beauty herself, and standing amidst the flower fields, she attracted many glances from the farmers. Huashiwedong gave her a light, fleeting glance, and Qin Binjia immediately fell silent. Quan Xingnan stood up, glanced at the ever-present Du Roi, and smiled as she looked towards Qin Binjia, asking, Miss Qin, what brings you here with free time? I don't see your friends with you. Qin Binjia sat down on the ground, propping her chin in her hands as she watched the busy farmers. I came to find you. Why would I bring them along? She had paid for them to go shopping instead. Huashiwedong adjusted Quan Xingnan's askew straw hat. You rest for a while. I'll work a bit longer. He hadn't forgotten Quan Xingnan mentioning last night that Du Ruo's soul had been following Qin Binjia. A soul lingering in the mortal world surely had unfinished business. Remembering his past acquaintance with Du Ruo, Huashiwedong was inclined to offer some help in return. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. All right, but don't overexert yourself either. She walked over to Qin Binjia, who patted the spot beside her with a smile. The field ridge was clean, the grass pristine. Quan Xingnan sat down. What did you need to see me about? She had no prior connection with Qin Binjia and found it hard to believe Qin Binjia sought her out solely because she was her idol. Can't I come find you without a reason? Qin Binjia pouted, putting on a haughty air, but her voice dropped to a low whisper. I heard you're a divine fortune teller, right? Does a divine fortune teller understand geomancy? Could you find an auspicious burial site for my mother? Compensation is not an issue. I want my mother to have a very, very good next life. Quan Xingnan asked in surprise, has your mother not been laid to rest yet? Du Rua had passed away many years ago. Although she had no relation to Quan Xingnan, Xu Weiding had visited her grave. Generally, for peace in the afterlife, Du Rua should have been buried long ago. P.S. The old computer suddenly crashed and wouldn't turn on again. Didn't have time to upload. Sending it for repair, won't get it back until evening. Had to rewrite. Should be finished around noon. Please understand. Today's 12 updates remain unchanged. Chapter 828, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 5. Burial. Qin Binjia's expression remained unchanged. Anyone passing by would have thought she was bossing Quan Xingnan around, but her tone was full of sarcasm. Who in the capital doesn't know about the mess in the Qin family? Do you think they would pick a good burial site for my mother? Those two scumbags would love to grind her bones to dust. Scumbags, of course, referred to Qin Yang and Huang Qiufeng. In the void, Du Rua let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with pity. Quan Xingnan chuckled softly. Now that you're not pretending to be crazy or foolish, aren't you afraid I'll spill the secret? Qin Binjia widened her eyes. Would you? Without waiting for Quan Xingnan's answer, she continued on her own. You wouldn't. You're his most upright, kindest, and most adorable little sister. Him? Who is he? Quan Xingnan's eyes lit up, her face full of curiosity. She only had one brother, Quan Onan, but her 6 male cousins all considered themselves her brothers. Could Qin Binjia be referring to one of the 6 cousins? Or maybe her actual brother? He's your brother. Isn't Lin Tianjing your brother? Qin Binjia seemed a bit shy, like someone experiencing first love. Lin Tianjing? 6th cousin. The fire of curiosity blazed in Quan Xingnan's heart. She placed a hand on Qin Binjia's shoulder and asked quietly, you know my 6th brother? Since when? I've never heard 6th brother mention you. Of course, he doesn't really like talking about his private life. Your brother doesn't know. Don't you go blabbing. Qin Binjia hurriedly waved her hands. If you like my 6th brother, why don't you let him know? When others like someone, don't they usually pursue them? The arrogant and domineering Qin Binjia actually had a crush on 6th brother without taking action. Quan Xingnan found herself starting to like Qin Binjia a little. Qin Binjia pouted. It's just my one-sided wish. Your brother doesn't know. Oh, a secret crush. Before Quan Xingnan could speak, Qin Binjia said, so, it's best not to disturb your brother and cause him trouble. You absolutely must not tell him. A secret crush is a one-person affair. I can't expect him to respond just because I have feelings for him. Besides, with my reputation, who wouldn't avoid me from a mile away? At this point, Qin Binjia gave a self-deprecating smile. Her tone couldn't hide her loneliness, but her expression remained lively, completely mismatched with her words, showing how accustomed she was to wearing this mask. Quan Xingnan patted her shoulder, as if to comfort her. Qin Binjia perked up, not dwelling in loneliness for long. What is my status? My biological father is a minor official in the capital. My birth mother died young. My stepmother is vicious. My so-called siblings aren't even related by blood, and my reputation, well, that goes without saying, notorious. And your brother? Young and promising, outstanding talent. The Lin family is a top-tier family in the capital. They say once your grandfather steps down, your uncle will definitely enter the central leadership. So just let me like him secretly. Qin Binjia, I find that I like your personality. Compared to Xu Weiding's pursuers, 6th brother's secret admirer, though young, was so sensible it was heartbreaking. But heartache aside, moved as she was, Quan Xingnan wouldn't interfere in Lin Tianjing's feelings or marriage. Some things are best left to take their natural course. Hearing Quan Xingnan say she liked her, Qin Binjia was immensely pleased. Of course. I'm the Qin family's eldest young lady, loved by all, adored by flowers. No one doesn't like me. They like your money, don't they? Quan Xingnan teased, bursting her bubble. Chapter 829, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 6. Qin Binjia shrugged. Liking my money is also a form of liking. Quan Xingnan smiled. How did you meet my 6th brother? Can you tell me about it? Qin Binjia's eyes grew misty, filled with gratitude. Your brother saved me. He saved my life and, at the same time, changed my entire life. Without your brother, I might have truly been raised into a spoiled good-for-nothing. I probably wouldn't have been able to protect everything my mother left for me. The Qin family was eyeing the inheritance my mother left me. She was 10 years old when she met Lin Tianjing. Her mother had taught her with great care, but unfortunately, Qin Binjia herself was playful and didn't take in many of the lessons, remaining naively simple-minded. That year, her mother passed away. That year, Huang Qiufeng entered the Qin household. Huang Qiufeng was very scheming. She took advantage of Qin Binjia's loss to get close, showering her with care and attention. At that time, Qin Binjia didn't know Huang Qiufeng was the other woman between her parents. She also didn't know Huang Qiufeng had already borne her father 3 children, who were being raised at Huang Qiufeng's maternal home. I was very touched back then. I thought Auntie Huang was so nice, even better to me than my own mother. My mother was always strict in her teachings, but she wasn't. She smiled at me gently, asked me gently what I liked, even took me out to play, showed me the world, dressed me up like a little princess, and for the first time, I entered the walled compound that outsiders could never truly see into. Thinking back now, Qin Binjia felt she was very foolish, hopelessly foolish. Qin Binjia had always known there was another woman between her parents. Back then, she even thought it would be best if Huang Qiufeng entered the household, despite that other woman. Who would have thought that Huang Qiufeng was that other woman? She truly never imagined that the granddaughter of a founding marshal could be so shameless as to break up another family. Quan Xingnan coughed lightly. You thought that with Huang Qiufeng's family background and status, she wouldn't need to be the other woman, that countless families would be vying to pursue her, so you believed that? Qin Binjia nodded matter-of-factly. Right. With that bitch's family background, what good man couldn't she find? Yet, she still chose to be the other woman. Qin Binjia said through gritted teeth, the first time I entered the compound, I was too mischievous, wandering around looking at things. I accidentally slipped and fell into the water. What kind of person am I? I believe the Qin family and that bitch all wished for my death. The people following me shouted for help, but no one jumped in to save me, leaving me to flounder in the water until your brother appeared. To her, Lin Tianjing was a benefactor, a lifesaver. Lin Tianjing took her to his home to change clothes. Those people wanted to follow but didn't dare. Quan Xingnan laughed. So, sixth brother was the hero saving the beauty. No wonder Qin Binjia was so taken with him. The pain of losing her mother, the danger of nearly drowning Lin Tianjing had practically saved her entire life. Your brother called me a fool. I was so angry I cried loudly. He probably felt sorry for me, so he quietly told me that bitch had 3 children, all raised at her maternal home, just waiting to win me over so their family of 5 could be reunited. What they valued most wasn't me, but the inheritance I held. Once they got it, it would be my death. Qin Binjia was a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid at all. After all, she was Du Ruo's child and could tell right from wrong. Hearing about the crisis she was about to face, she was terrified half to death. She clung to Lin Tianjing's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Unable to withstand her persistence, Lin Tianjing gave her a few ideas. What ideas? Chapter 830, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 7. Acting crazy and playing dumb to make them lower their guard, then spending money lavishly, spending on them and on others. All I can get my hands on are dividends and profit shares. Before I come of age, they can't touch the shares, jewelry, antiques, real estate, and other assets my mother left me. The only thing they can covet is that cash. Once they got the money, they wouldn't move against her for the time being, giving her enough time to grow. It's a pity your reputation is ruined. What's the story about the rumor of you and some playboy checking into a hotel? Quan Xingnan, well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, could tell at a glance that Qin Binjia was pure and chaste in essence. Of course, that was spread by them. Isn't it normal to go to a hotel to eat or stay? We didn't even share a room. They deliberately spread misleading rumors, that's all. Qin Binjia knew their tactics all too well. Actually, if my reputation is ruined, so be it. Do you think their reputation will be any better? That bitch surnamed Huang wanted to raise me to be superficially polite, but a complete mess inside. If my surface manners are good, her reputation benefits. People would only praise her as a dutiful stepmother, a virtuous wife and mother. If I'm a mess inside, people would say she taught me earnestly, but I just didn't put in the effort to learn, which would perfectly highlight that little bitch Qin Bingyan's intelligence and good manners. What a clever plan. I just won't let them have their way. Anyway, she was all alone, without a single relative. Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Qin Binjia smiled, lowering her voice proudly. I, Qin Binjia, will put up with anything except being taken advantage of. The more shameless I am, the easier it is to achieve my goals. The process might not be glorious, but as long as I benefit, that's enough. Do you think my money is that easy to take? I have a clear record of every single expense. For all those so-called friends who spent my money, I have an IOU for every transaction. Huang Qiufeng wanted those people to corrupt her, but she turned the tables and used their greed instead. She was the fool, after all. Over all these years, although she had collected IOUs, she had never demanded repayment, just a token gesture. At first, some were worried she might use the IOUs to collect debts, so the amounts they asked for weren't too large. Gradually, seeing that she never pressed for repayment, their appetites grew bigger and bigger. Zhang Yuan alone owed her over 1 million, just to buy a jade bracelet as a birthday gift for Yuan Wei. Quan Xing'an praised, Qin Binjia, you're really clever. I like you more and more. That's more like it. Not every young heiress who loses her birth mother ends up being manipulated by her stepmother. Seeing those heroines in novels who are deceived by their stepmothers and stepsisters, their IQ is just too low. Getting played to death is practically asking for it. A stepmother isn't a birth mother. How could they trust her so blindly? Duo Rua was so shrewd. The daughter she raised for 10 years couldn't possibly be too foolish. Qin Binjia said she acted too stupidly when Huang Qiufeng first entered the household, but in reality, she wasn't stupid at all. She had wanted to use Huang Qiufeng to deal with the third party between her parents. The only miscalculation was that the third party turned out to be Huang Qiufeng herself. From this alone, it's clear that Qin Binjia had been anything but simple since childhood. Qin Binjia unceremoniously accepted Quan Xing'an's praise, tossing her a smug little look. With my background, I never had a chance to meet you before. I originally planned to pretend to be someone seeking relatives to see you at the foundation, but it happened to be during the college entrance exams, so I had to put that idea on hold for a while. And then, when I ran into you, I immediately seized the opportunity. Chapter 831. Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 8. The college entrance exam? The college entrance exam is over. Which university did you get into? Qin Binjia was so clever. The academic performance she had shown at school all along must have been heavily watered down. She always just barely passed, or even failed, ranking near the bottom. Qin Binjia laughed heartily and whispered, I got into Capital University, just barely meeting the admission score. She didn't dare to perform too well. She had endured for so many years and absolutely could not let all her efforts go to waste now. Before the college entrance exam, she had even specifically hired a tutor as a cover. Everyone thought she had gotten incredibly lucky, that her last-minute cramming had actually paid off, allowing her to scrape by the cutoff score and get into university. Her image was too deeply ingrained. No one suspected a thing. After saying this, Qin Binjia sighed. Actually, I wanted to attend your brother's military academy, but unfortunately, I can't handle the hardship, so I had to forget it. Quan Xing'an smiled, pursing her lips. You've hidden it for so long. Why are you telling me? Aren't you afraid I'll leak it? Your Nanan, the sister your brother always says I could never compare to. Qin Binjia blinked slyly. I'm very shrewd, you know? I never do business at a loss. I'm telling you so you'll sympathize with me, feel sorry for me, help my mother pick a geomantically auspicious burial site, and then put in a good word for me in front of your brother. Maybe I'll have a chance to turn my secret crush into an open one. So shrewd indeed. I underestimated you. Quan Xing'an also laughed. She liked girls like Qin Binjia, with clear, upright eyes, pure thoughts, and even a soul that was a ball of golden light. Although this ball of golden light was much paler compared to Du Rua's golden light. Qin Binjia, have you done charity work? Was your mother the same when she was alive? As soon as Quan Xing'an asked, Qin Binjia immediately nodded. My mother was passionate about charity during her lifetime. She funded many impoverished students and helped many families who were at their wits' end due to severe illnesses of family members. My mother told me that one must have a compassionate heart. Since we weren't short of money anyway, we should donate some to those in need. She also told me that a family that accumulates good deeds will have blessings to spare. Perhaps one day, if I were ever desperate, those who received our kindness might not all help me, but surely 1 or 2 grateful people would be willing to lend a hand. At this point, she snorted. Using this money for charity is much better than letting it fall into the pockets of those few scoundrels. Your mother was very insightful. No wonder you have accumulated a lot of merit, and you always turn calamity into blessing, misfortune into good fortune. You can even see that? It seems I didn't come to the wrong person. Qin Binjia joyfully reiterated her purpose. Your mother, like you, accumulated countless merits. Even if she weren't buried in a geomantically auspicious site, her next life would be reborn into a wealthy and noble family, blessed with both prosperity and longevity. Provided, of course, she accepts deliverance and enters the cycle of reincarnation, rather than having her soul scattered. Qin Binjia was overjoyed. Really? Quan Xing'an nodded. It's true. Being buried in a geomantically auspicious site mostly benefits the descendants, but of course, it's also greatly beneficial for the buried person. Contact me after you return to the country, and I will help you choose a geomantically auspicious site for your mother. Qin Binjia was moved to tears of gratitude. Nanan, you and your brother are truly such good people. She narrowed her eyes. I'll come find you around the end of the year, right when the dividends and profit shares come in. I'll give it all to you, so those Qin family scoundrels can have a miserable new year. I turn 18 in September. Once I'm an adult, I can take charge of everything under my name. They will definitely have ideas. It's time for me to settle accounts with them. Chapter 832. Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 9. The Zhang family goes without saying. Aside from the children born to the legal wife, everyone else, including Huang Qiufeng's biological mother, works within the legal system. The higher an official's position, the more they tend to cherish their reputation. How would they dare to engage in unlawful or corrupt activities? The Lin family is like this, the Qin family is like this, the Yuan family is like this, and the Zhang family is also like this. Even the Huang family, which holds a significant position within the legal system, similarly does not dare. Although it's said that 9 out of 10 officials are corrupt, no amount of money can compare to the importance of power and influence. The Qin family became relatives with the Zhang family and also learned to cherish their future prospects. However, they particularly enjoy dressing elegantly and are most afraid of others, saying they wear out-of-season clothes, shoes, or hats, so they are always short of money. Over the years, they have relied entirely on Qin Binjia's dividend payouts. Once these are gone, their New Year celebrations won't be so pleasant. Qin Binjia had inflated their appetites, and suddenly cutting off their financial support would undoubtedly lead to quite a spectacle. They should all get a taste of what it feels like to fall from a great height. Would the Qin family, accustomed to wearing new clothes for all 4 seasons, ever wear out-of-season attire? If they do, it's embarrassing. If they don't, they have no money to buy new clothes. Will they change their ways and engage in unlawful activities, or stubbornly cling to their pride and use their salaries to buy clothes? Neither path leads to a good outcome. The higher you stand, the more painful the fall. Even if it doesn't kill you, it could leave you half-crippled. After pouring out everything, Qin Binjia felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. She stood up easily, patted her butt, took out her phone and said, "Sweetie, give me your contact information so I can get in touch with you after returning to the country." After exchanging contact details, Qin Binjia took out an exquisite small box from her bag and handed it to Quan Xingnan. "I told those people that I came to curry favor with you, to beg Uncle Hua to let us move into the castle sooner. They desperately want me to gain face in front of you and then introduce them to you. Here, a gift for you. You must accept it. They've all seen it, and only if you wear it will they not suspect me. After all, I'm seen as everyone's generous benefactor." Qin Binjia gifted a pair of Cartier couple watches. She winked at Quan Xingnan and said, "I'm rooting for you and Uncle Hua." Quan Xingnan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I truly hope all lovers will eventually unite." Qin Binjia thought of her own unrequited love and sighed softly. "They will," Quan Xingnan replied earnestly. "Well then, I won't disturb your date anymore. Interrupting a date might get you struck by lightning." She had noticed Hua Xuedong glancing over several times, without any attempt to hide it. Qin Binjia smiled, having arrived with ease and now leaving just as lightly. Du Rua stayed behind, observing Quan Xingnan for a moment. She found her daughter's account quite unbelievable. She truly hadn't expected that Hua Xuedong's chosen partner would be a young girl even younger than her own daughter. Despite being extremely busy, he still found time to vacation abroad. He was a man constantly occupied. Shaking her head, she intended to leave with Qin Binjia, but Quan Xingnan calmly spoke up, "Ms. Du, Qin Binjia is clever and resourceful. What is it that worries you, keeping you lingering in this world?" Du Rua widened her almond-shaped eyes, identical to her daughter's, and exclaimed in shock, "You can see me? Otherwise, why do you think I said you have accumulated immense merit? It's precisely because your soul is a pale gold color. You heard what I said to your daughter, right? In your next life, you will be born into a wealthy and noble family, blessed with both fortune and longevity. However, there's one condition: you must accept transcendence and enter the cycle of reincarnation, rather than having your soul scatter and vanish in the mortal world." "What do you mean?" Quan Xingnan briefly explained the reasons, but Du Rua simply smiled, fearless and unafraid. "I didn't even live this life with peace of mind, so why talk about the next life? But since you can see me, there is one thing I'd like to ask of you." Chapter 833. Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 10. "What is it? Please tell me." "Fourth brother knows I can see you, and he also entrusted me to help you fulfill your wish." "Uncle Huasi?" Du Rua was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Uncle Si has always been kind to others. Hearing you say that, it's indeed his character. That's also why I entrusted him with my final wishes." "You call him Uncle Si?" "Mother and daughter of the same generation." Qin Binjia also addresses Hua Xuedong as uncle. Du Rua smiled faintly. "According to my parents being peers with the eldest young master of the Qin family, I should call Uncle Huasi uncle. Yaya should call him great uncle. But when Yaya was little, she met Uncle Huasi and insisted there couldn't be such a young great uncle, stubbornly calling him uncle instead. Even Huang Qiufeng and Qin Yong, according to the Zhang family's reckoning, are a generation lower than Mr. Hua. This chaotic seniority is indeed chaotic to the extreme." Quan Xingnan didn't pay much mind to this and asked, "What is your wish?" "As long as you can fulfill my wish, I am willing to accept your deliverance, allowing you to gain merit." Seeing Quan Xingnan nod, Du Rua continued, Please tell Yaya that part of the antiques and jewelry I left for her have been swapped out by the Qin family. They replaced the genuine articles with fakes. Also, please tell her that the Qin family is currently planning to kill her to inherit all her assets. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. The Qin family's intentions can be guessed with fair accuracy. Qin Binjia is very smart. You just heard her say it yourself, which means she already has an idea about the Qin family's thoughts. Since you've mentioned it, rest assured, I will help her. Du Rua was extremely grateful. There's one more thing. Yaya's fiancé has long been having an affair with Qin Bing'en. Qin Binjia has a fiancé? She hadn't mentioned it earlier, and there didn't seem to be any rumors circulating publicly. Du Rua gave a cold laugh. When I was still alive, I only had Yada as my daughter. Moreover, as soon as I learned of Qin Yong's affair, I immediately made a will. I have a very good friend named Xia Tingyu. She knows the contents of my will. Also, Yada and her son, Gao Wei, played together often as children, and the two families once jokingly arranged a marriage between them. Before she fell seriously ill, Xia Tingyu brought this up, promising she would definitely take care of and treat Qin Binjia well. The human heart is hard to fathom. Du Rua understood this phrase well. Outwardly, she agreed with Xia Tingyu and even had people formalize it, officially establishing the engagement. Secretly, however, she instructed Qin Binjia that after her death, she must not trust anyone lightly, including Xia Tingyu and the Gao family. If Gao Wei grew up to have decent character and treated Qin Binjia well, then marriage might be possible. But if people changed after her death and the Gao family's heart changed first, then she shouldn't take the engagement seriously and must not let herself be taken advantage of. As Du Rua expected, Gao Wei grew up tall, handsome, and academically excellent, while Qin Binjia's reputation was in tatters. Xia Tingyu had long forgotten her sisterly bond with Du Rua and harbored intentions to break the engagement. Not only that, but she had also conspired with Huang Qiufeng to first kill Qin Binjia. That way, they could get out of this marriage arrangement without breaking the contract and smoothly welcome Qin Bing'en into the family. Fortunately, Yada never liked Gao Wei and wasn't fooled by his sweet talk. Your brother is very good, but it's a pity our Yaya isn't a match for him. Du Rua said with relief, showing clear self-awareness. Over the years, Gao Wei often praised the beauty of Yaya's antiques in front of her and frequently complimented which car was nice, trying to get Yaya to give him the antiques or buy him a car. Quan Shinan smiled. Qin Binjia gave him antiques and bought him a car, but she must have made him sign an IOU, right? Chapter 834, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 11. Right? Du Rua also smiled, then furrowed her brows and sighed. Yaya is too young. Although she learned a bit about appraising antiques and jewelry from me, she can't distinguish those high-quality fakes. Most of the antiques returned were counterfeits. How despicable, these people. Qin Binjia isn't foolish. How could she give them the antiques? I'm not too worried about the antiques and jewelry because I have all the appraisal certificates and purchase certificates for these items, all signed by authoritative experts. Yaya knows the antiques and jewelry were swapped out, and she can use this to recover the genuine pieces. I'm not worried about her capabilities in that regard. Besides, these are just worldly possessions. What I'm most worried about is that they intend to harm Yaya. Du Rua said tearfully, their methods are impossible to guard against completely. Yaya is still young and doesn't have much influence. What use is having money? I beg you to pass this on to fourth Uncle Hua and ask him, for the sake of our many years of friendship, to please help Yaya. Don't worry. Once he knows, he won't stand by. Du Rua finally relaxed a little, the worry between her brows easing slightly. I am very worried about Yaya, but I believe fourth Uncle Hua will definitely have a way. With your help, I feel much more at ease. Do you know how I died? My illness wasn't originally very serious, but I never imagined they would bribe my attending physician to give me medication that didn't match my condition at all, even harmful to my body. After I died, I saw Qin Yong interacting with that attending physician, and only then did I learn the truth. Quan Xingnan frowned. So vicious? Were you only treated at one hospital? Such a doctor has no medical ethics. Leaving someone like that alive, continuing to practice medicine, how many patients would they harm? She originally only wanted to help Qin Binjia, but now she changed her mind. Ms. Du, if you don't object, I hope to uncover the truth about your death so that those people receive the punishment they deserve, instead of allowing them to continue using medical skills to harm people. Using medical skills to kill is the most intolerable thing in the medical field. Quan Xingnan practices medicine, adhering to medical ethics. Using medical skills to kill is like using feng shui to kill in the field of Yixue, Chinese metaphysics. It damages one's hidden virtue and goes against the heavenly way. Won't it be too much trouble for you? I'm already dead, my bones have turned to ashes. There's no evidence to prove I was murdered during my treatment. Moreover, when they examined me, they told me it was a terminal illness, not my actual non-life-threatening condition. Their subsequent treatment was based on that terminal diagnosis. Quan Xingnan said solemnly, "How could it be trouble? This is what I should do." Even without evidence, some things don't require evidence. She was already very adept at resolving such matters. "Then, thank you so much." After Hua Xuedong found out, he returned to the castle and immediately called Chen Boying. Chen Boying had returned to Taiwan with Lang Qiushui some time ago, but recently came back to Beijing because of Quan Shuaing's wedding. He had already proposed to Lang Qiushui, but unfortunately, she was unwilling to hold a wedding ceremony. He was hoping to persuade her with Quan Shuaing's help. After hearing Hua Xuedong's request, Chen Boying said, "I thought it was something serious. Leave it to me." Quan Xingnan also contacted Qin Binjia. "After you left, I divined for a long time and found you might face some calamities recently. Where the malice comes from, I don't need to say, you understand. You're almost an adult. What that represents, you know even better. How about I introduce 2 bodyguards to you? Not ordinary bodyguards from outside, they are very skilled. If you're willing to pay an annual salary of $1 million, I'll have them come find you." Chapter 835, Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger 12. Qin Binjia was feasting and drinking with her gang of good-for-nothing friends, listening to them brazenly making all sorts of demands in her ear. When she received Quan Xingnan's call, she declared grandly, "I'd be only too happy. Let them come. I, your sister, am not short on money." It wasn't that she had never hired bodyguards before, but they just didn't seem to have the same vigor and spirit as those around Hua Xuedong. In her heart, she envied this immensely, but she knew she didn't have the connections. Quan Xingnan was introducing 2 to her. She was overjoyed. Even if Quan Xingnan hadn't said it, she understood perfectly well that those despicable people from the Qin family had murderous intentions towards her. She had just been feeling there was no way to guard against it. "All right, they will arrive in France tomorrow. Come by again tomorrow. I'll give you a protective talisman and introduce them to you. You can take them with you when you leave." "Thank you. Thank you." She had long heard of the great reputation of those protective talismans. Qin Binjia moved in various circles and was very well informed. She had long since heard of the formidable reputation of these talismans. A pair of couples' watches in exchange for a protective talisman and 2 bodyguards? However you looked at it, she was getting the better deal. Qin Binjia decided to bring Quan Xingnan another valuable gift when she went to the castle tomorrow. From every angle, befriending her would be beneficial. How about that complete set of jadeite jewelry the old dowager Cixi bestowed upon her confidant? It was passed down from the Du family, and she happened to have brought it with her. She had heard that Quan Xingnan once tried to buy jadeite at a private auction in the US, but was outbid by that woman Liang Wan. So, she probably liked jadeite quite a bit, even though she owned a jewelry company and certainly wasn't lacking in it. Quan Xingnan didn't know that this phone call would earn her a complete set of priceless jadeite jewelry. She told Hua Xuedong about Qin Binjia's meaning, and Hua Xuedong had Alexander contact 2 bodyguards. The relevant information was quickly sent over. Both bodyguards were no less capable than Alexander and his team. The next day, when Qin Binjia arrived, she was so happy she was practically dancing. After expressing her sincere thanks, she swaggered off with the 2 bodyguards in tow. Given her personality, she didn't go into detail about the bodyguards' prowess, only saying she had hired 2 new ones, which earned her countless envious looks. Everyone assumed these 2 bodyguards were just like Qin Binjia's previous ones and didn't pay them much mind. Before, Qin Binjia had even hired over a dozen bodyguards to clear the way for her in a grand procession. To now? Nothing unusual. With bodyguards and a protective talisman, and with Quan Xingnan having opened her celestial eye, Qin Binjia faced no real danger before reaching adulthood. Quan Xingnan then set about investigating the cause of Du Rua's death, directly seeking out old Du who lived in the capital. Unfortunately, old Du had served as the director of the hospital where Du Rua received treatment for many years, but had long since retired. After she treated Edward, she got to know old Du additionally. After old Du learned that Li Qianxuan's leg was also receiving treatment, he humbly sought her advice. Back and forth, the old and the young actually became unlikely friends. "Old Du, I have a friend who suspects the cause of his friend's death. The deceased was receiving treatment at your hospital at the time. It seems harmful medication was used for the illness. A condition that wasn't very serious was declared terminal, and the treatment method was completely wrong. Hearing that you and I are friends, he asked me for help. Could you quietly investigate this for me first? We'll discuss the specific follow-up after I return to the country." After asking for the deceased's name and the dates of treatment and death, old Du flew into a rage. He knew Quan Xingnan never acted without cause. If she was calling him, she must be quite certain. Most importantly, he hadn't retired at the time. This was a failure of oversight on his part. Being of the same surname, Du, old Du inevitably felt 3 parts more invested. P.S. Finally finished rewriting and updating, tears streaming down my face. Chapter 836, The Heart of Romance 1. Old Du held a very high position in the medical field, on par with Jiang Ziming. Despite enduring humiliation during the turmoil, he never bent his proud and unyielding backbone. Throughout his life, he despised doctors without medical ethics the most. Using medical skills to kill was unforgivable. Moreover, the current hospital director was his own son, Du Zhang, who had inherited the position from his father. Investigating matters would be easier for him than for outsiders. However, after so many years, all evidence had long since vanished into thin air. Getting to the bottom of things was not an easy task. Unable to find any leads for the time being, Old Du was not discouraged in the slightest. They were not short on time and had already identified the suspects. With a clear target, the enemy was in the open while they were in the shadows. By investigating slowly and meticulously, the truth would eventually come to light. Quan Xingnan did not entrust everything to Old Du either. Instead, she told him that if needed, he could go to the Heiress in the West District to find her grandfather. If her grandfather knew, her maternal grandfather would naturally know as well. With the influence of the Lin and Yuan families, the investigation would proceed more smoothly. After considering all aspects, Quan Xingnan carefully reviewed everything and found no oversights. While waiting for the investigation results, she peacefully spent the remainder of her holiday with Hua Xuedong. Qin Binjia was quite tactful. Having stayed in province for several days, she did not disturb their dates again. Hua Xuedong expressed satisfaction and, in passing, had someone inquire about the whereabouts of the genuine antiques that had been swapped out by the Qin family and Gao Wei. When Quan Xingnan found a suitable opportunity to remind her, he could simply give her the information. Fourth brother, this is the essential oil I distilled. The workers said its quality is very good. Quan Xingnan held the exquisite glass bottle, her face radiant with delight. Although the distilled essential oil wasn't the best, it was her first attempt, and she had done quite well, earning unanimous praise from everyone. Since coming to province, she had learned many things. Much knowledge and techniques she had never encountered before. Whether it was harvesting lavender or distilling essential oil, Hua Xuedong was an expert in both. Hua Xuedong took the bottle in his hand and said with elegant courtesy, "I wonder if I have the honor of trying the young lady's first finished product?" "The honor is mine, sir." Glancing at the essential oil bottle resting in his palm, Quan Xingnan felt a bit guilty. It was her first attempt, she hadn't mastered it well, and had wasted quite a bit of material. Unlike Hua Xuedong, who, upon entering the workshop, was meticulous from start to finish. His entire process flowed smoothly and effortlessly. Watching his movements was a pleasure, and all the workers present admired him greatly. "In return for your kindness, the young lady can enjoy the essential oil I made during her evening bath." A drop of essential oil falls into the water, kissing the maiden's skin with the ripples. "So, I'm the one gaining?" Trading ordinary essential oil for the most exquisite kind, it's practically a huge profit with minimal investment. Quan Xingnan deepened the smile on her face, fully displaying her playfulness. Hua Xuedong placed the essential oil in his pocket and took her hand. On her snow-white wrist was tied a sachet, small and exquisite, filled with dried lavender flowers. The sachet was embroidered by Quan Xingnan herself, and the flowers came from a bouquet of lavender Hua Xuedong had given her. Dried flowers were easier to preserve. "Didn't you say you wanted to explore the nearby mountains? Go change into more suitable clothes." After learning about all the processes of the perfume company, Quan Xingnan became even more enchanted by the scenery here. Their footprints had been left in the lavender fields and sunflower fields. Only some nearby mountains and forests remained unexplored. Quan Xingnan quickly changed her clothes and came out. Chapter 837. The Heart of Romance 2. Upon reaching the top of the first mountain path, the view that greeted them was a mountainside covered in beech trees. Among the beech trees, there were occasional hazel and oak trees. Despite the intense heat and the climb up such a high mountain, Hua Xuedong remained composed, not flushed or out of breath. Though there was a hint of sweat on his forehead, it did not detract from his appearance. Instead, it made him seem a bit more approachable. Quan Xingnan did not use her spiritual power to ward off the heat or cold. Her lovely face was like a dewy narcissus in the morning. Hua Xuedong took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her face, caring for her meticulously. "Beech, oak, and hazel trees, I remember these forests grow in Provence and are most suitable for black truffles, right? Fourth brother, is it true that every truffle hunter really leads a sow?" Quan Xingnan released her spiritual sense and noticed that the nearby mountains were covered with these trees, giving her an inkling of something. Hua Xuedong never engaged in unprofitable ventures. The nearby flower fields and mountains were all his. With so many forests, all of considerable age, she could almost guess that Hua Xuedong intended to profit from black truffles. Hua Xuedong nodded. "That's right. In France, when local truffle hunters search for truffles, apart from the treasure maps passed down from their ancestors, their assistants are sows. Many truffle-growing locations are inherited from generation to generation, making it easier to discover traces of black truffles. As for sows, their keen sense of smell allows them to detect the scent of black truffles buried underground from over 5 or 6 meters away. Just as hunting requires hounds, searching for black truffles requires sows. Quan Xingnan chuckled, recalling the information she had looked up in her previous life after first encountering black truffles, a top-tier delicacy. It was said that the scent of black truffles resembled the male hormones emitted by boars, which was why sows were needed as assistants. Upon smelling the scent, how could sows resist getting closer? Fourth brother, are there black truffles in these forests? With rolling hills and vast stretches of forest, if there were black truffles, their yield would certainly not be low. Hua Xuedong shook his head. I had black truffles in mind when I first bought this land, but it's been over a year and no traces of black truffles have been found yet. The ripening period for black truffles is from December to March of the following year. I'll send people to survey the area again in a few months. Based on my intuition, there must be black truffles here. How can you be so sure? He stretched out his hand, pointing to the visible mountain forests. Wild animals that enjoy nibbling on black truffles have been spotted here. You should know that the spores of black truffles are spread by these animals, not by the wind in nature. The forests and soil here were suitable for the growth of black truffles. After extensive research, Hua Xuedong had great confidence in his judgment. Truffles were extremely particular about their growing conditions. If the surrounding forests, sunlight, moisture, or soil acidity were even slightly unsuitable, truffles would not grow. Known as the black diamond of the dining table, black truffles could not be cultivated uniformly like other vegetables. This made black truffles a top-tier food, ranking alongside foie gras and caviar as the 3 great culinary kings. Quan Xingnan had eaten black truffles, but was not very familiar with their growth. After hearing Hua Xuedong's explanation, she asked doubtfully, isn't it said that sows can smell truffles underground? Some also say that when truffles mature, the grass above ground withers. Couldn't that help locate truffles? Hua Xuedong smiled. If it were truly that easy, black truffles wouldn't be priced by the gram. Chapter 838. The Heart of Romance 3. Priced by the gram? Yes, black truffles are indeed priced by the gram. Rare. Precious. Comparable to diamonds, they are coveted by many wealthy individuals worldwide. What if we never find black truffles? What do you plan to do? Just let the forest lie fallow? Of course not. Hua Xuedong had already made a decision. The forest near the castle is fine, it's not very large. In the more distant forests I've already purchased and buried some black truffle spores. He wouldn't pin his hopes on something so uncertain. Black truffle spores aren't easy to obtain, but he had his channels. As for whether they would grow, he only had a 30% certainty. Quan Xingnan exclaimed in admiration, 30% is already quite impressive. I've looked up information on black truffles, their growing conditions are extremely harsh, and the worldwide yield is very, very small, which keeps the value of black truffles high. With the same trees, it's common for 9 out of 10 trees to have no black truffles beneath them. Only Hua Xuedong had such boldness. The forest might yield black truffles, but it also might not, or they might only appear many years later. At this point, she stuck out her tongue. Fourth brother, since we arrived in Provence, we've been eating a lot of gold and diamonds. No matter how expensive black truffles are, they are ultimately just a food. That's true. Quan Xingnan tilted her head and activated her earth pupils. Through the trees, through the rocks, through the soil, inch by inch, everything underground came into view. The power of the earth pupils grew day by day. Centered on the forest where they stood, her spiritual sense continuously expanded outward in sight. The corners of her mouth lifted, a light appearing in her eyes. Fourth brother, I have to praise your judgment. I think your decision to buy the nearby forest was absolutely correct. You think traces of black truffles will appear here? Hua Xuedong reacted quickly. Quan Xingnan nodded. Based on my observation, the soil, sunlight, moisture, and climate are all very suitable for black truffle growth. I believe they will definitely appear. Of course, if you're willing to pay a small price, I can give you some pointers. Her playful eyes held more teasing than anything else. Hua Xuedong pretended to ponder. How about I offer 20% of the shares in my French restaurant to hire the young lady who can divine the location of black truffles as a truffle hunter? No need for the young lady to lift a finger, just speak. You think I care about the shares in your French restaurant? I don't want them. If I really find black truffles, we'll have truffle omelets for lunch. Quan Xingnan laughed, hitting him lightly, then dashed into the forest first. Hua Xuedong and the bodyguards quickly followed. After walking over 100 meters, Quan Xingnan stopped under a tall beech tree. Circling the beech tree twice, Quan Xingnan asked, do we have suitable tools for digging up black truffles? Alexander silently handed them over. Quan Xingnan crouched down and began shoveling soil with the tool. The spot was right at the roots of this beech tree. Hua Xuedong stepped forward to help. Under the held breath of the bodyguards, they dug deeper and deeper. Their movements were gentle. After digging about 30 centimeters, the uneven surface of a black truffle appeared before everyone's eyes. Gently blowing away the soil revealed the unique color of the black truffle. Somewhere between black and dark brown. Its surface was uneven, covered with light black texture. Black truffle. It really is a black truffle, Alexander exclaimed. Their people had surveyed this area countless times. Perhaps due to bad luck, or perhaps because they couldn't dig everywhere and the spots they chose to excavate had no trace of truffles, it was precisely the young lady who discovered one as soon as she arrived. Truly unfathomable. Chapter 839. The Heart of Romance 4. Nanan, you really are my little lucky star. Hua Xuedong carefully cradled the long-awaited black truffle in his hands. His expression remained steady as ever, but his voice couldn't conceal his delight. Looking at the bulbous object protruding like a diamond, Quan Xingnan leaned in closer. The smell was indescribable. She couldn't quite put her finger on what kind of scent it was. Quan Xingnan felt that the truffle aroma others described wasn't pleasant at all. Perhaps it was because it wasn't mature yet. So this is the legendary black diamond? It's so small. You said autumn and winter are the truffle's ripening seasons. Is this black truffle in front of us not ripe yet? Is it inedible? Quan Xingnan reached out and poked the black truffle in Hua Xuedong's palm. As soon as she finished her question, she saw Alexander and Daniel wearing expressions of pained regret. Hua Xuedong nodded. Although it's not mature, there's no need to feel sorry about it. Knowing that black truffles were present here was enough. Black truffles only begin to grow rapidly after August and are harvested in autumn and winter. Hua Xuedong casually buried the truffle back, marking the tree. As for whether it would continue to grow after being dug up and reburied, even someone as clever as Hua Xuedong wasn't sure. The black truffle spores he had planted might not sprout at all, and even if they did, it would take several years to yield a harvest. Truffles cannot be cultivated artificially. Can we come back in autumn or winter? I'll help you find the black truffles. Hua Xuedong indeed had a good eye. Among the various mountains and forests, this particular mountain was mostly covered with beech trees, and further away were dense oak forests. Black truffles were distributed beneath the soil. They were scattered sporadically and irregularly. Compared to the vast expanse of the forest, their numbers were very few. But compared to the black truffle production in France, this quantity was quite considerable. The most important task now was to prevent wild animals from eating them. All right. Hua Xuedong patted the dirt off his hands and stood up. Since you say there are black truffles here, then there certainly are. Another day, I'll give orders to have people guard this mountain forest properly. The consequences Quan Xingnan could think of, Hua Xuedong had also considered. He was able to buy this mountain forest precisely because many people had failed to discover black truffles here and held no hope for it. When he saw wild animals that feed on truffles appearing occasionally, he decisively made his decision. It had been nearly 2 years since he purchased this mountain forest. Despite multiple surveys, no black truffles had been found, making the appearance of the animals seem like a fleeting illusion. Many in the business world were watching, waiting for him to fail. He wasn't anxious at all. Some investments yield returns quickly, while others are the opposite. Now that black truffles had finally been discovered, the staff responsible for this area could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Walking hand in hand down the mountain path, Quan Xingnan adjusted her pink embroidered hat with one hand and said, I've heard white truffles are even rarer and more scarce than black truffles, their market price being 10 times higher. The white truffles produced in Italy are of the best quality. You bought these mountain forests here. What about Italy? Did you already have plans there? White truffles have been discovered in the mountain forests over there. The yield is sparse, but it's enough to supply the restaurant's needs. Hua Xuedong answered leisurely, not showing a hint of pride. Both black and white truffles are top-tier ingredients in Western cuisine. From the very beginning, he never intended to sell them. Currently, all the discovered black and white truffles are supplied to the Western restaurants he holds shares in. Many upper-class individuals enjoy visiting their Western restaurants to savor the finest cuisine. In France, he owned more than just this piece of mountain forest. It had already been producing sufficient black truffles. Chapter 840. The Heart of Romance 5. Not selling the truffles, only supplying their own restaurant? What a clever move. Thinking about how the brocade, keisai, and silk woven in her own factory were supplied to Yuesheng clothing store, with the remainder sold externally, Quan Xingnan felt quite pleased with herself. She could be considered quite resourceful too. Good things, of course, should be kept for oneself. She absolutely refused to emulate that domestic practice of exporting the best goods while keeping the inferior ones for the local market. She hadn't even had time to catch her breath after returning to the castle when she received a call from Qiu Shenghua. Miss, we've cut open a piece of imperial green jade. Imperial green jade. Hearing that Quan Xingnan had answered the phone, Xiao Xinghua's voice rose with excitement, repeating the news over and over. Imperial green jadeite? Quan Xingnan blinked, finally remembering that she had selected a few pieces of rough stone from the warehouse some time ago and sold them to the company. The profit exceeded tenfold. After the funds were received, they were immediately transferred to the foundation. Among them, there seemed to be one piece containing imperial green jadeite, the very first imperial green rough stone she had discovered in Tengchong. The one she had sold to Wasutong back then was a later find. Imperial green? Isn't that excellent? You mentioned last time that although the colossal jadeite was extremely rare, it wasn't quite prestigious enough to serve as the store's treasure. Now that you've cut open an imperial green jadeite, you should be delighted. Quan Xingnan recalled. That piece of imperial green jadeite wasn't as substantial as the one sold to Wasutong, but it was more than sufficient to be the store's treasure. Delighted, absolutely delighted. Xiao Shenghua truly hadn't expected that the rough stones bought from the Yun family would yield imperial green jadeite. To attract customers, he had specially invited the media and cut the stone publicly. The moment the imperial green jadeite was revealed, everyone, including himself, was utterly astonished. Xiao Shenghua suddenly remembered what Wang Qi had said. The rough stones Quan Xingnan bought at the age of 6 indeed had an astonishing rate of yielding jadeite. The quality of rough stones back then was excellent, especially the gambling stones. Although the yield rate wasn't 100%, the locals in Tengchong, reputed as the eyes, could indeed pick out rough stones containing jadeite with near-perfect accuracy. Eyes, the title of eyes, Quan Xingnan truly deserved it. Wang Qi said Quan Xingnan had cut open 2 priceless pieces of jadeite, one imperial green and one fulu shou, 3-colored jadeite. He had personally witnessed Quan Xingnan cut open the colossal jadeite, and all the rough stones he bought from her and later cut open contained jadeite, all of high grade. Now, cutting open imperial green from her rough stones, one could imagine the upcoming shockwaves in the jadeite gambling world. Manager Chiu, if others ask about the origin of the rough stone, there's no need to mention me. You certainly don't need to bring up my name in any publicity, Quan Xingnan earnestly instructed. Imperial green is the pinnacle of jadeite. I have full confidence in the company's jade carvers, but the most renowned master jade carver in the carving world is undoubtedly Master Chao Xueqin. What do you think about having him carve it? As a store treasure, it would mostly be used for publicity in the future. Using it for jewelry would be somewhat wasteful. Master Chao. Xiao Shenghua was taken aback. Master Chao is certainly more prestigious and skilled than the jade carvers in our company. All the jade carvers in our company are Master Chao's juniors and are currently working on the colossal jadeite. Imperial green jadeite, combined with Master Chao's carving skill, the store treasure would truly become a priceless treasure. But I heard Master Chao is in seclusion recently. We can't find him. Of course, they couldn't find him. He was eating and living at the Yun family mansion. If not for his grandfather's supervision, he would probably forget to eat and sleep. Leave this matter to me. There's no rush to carve fine jadeite. You don't need to be anxious. The more delayed the finished imperial green jadeite piece is, the more meticulously it's crafted, the more stunning its unveiling will be. Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 841. The Heart of Romance 6. Watching Quan Xingnan hang up the phone, Xueqin asked, was it Xiao Shenghua reporting good news? How did you know? Quan Xingnan widened her eyes. The phone had good sound insulation. How could the conversation have leaked? Was it some divine calculation? She hadn't told Xueqin that the caller was Xiao Shenghua. Xueqin handed her a glass of juice. The news about Weshing Jewelry Company cutting out a piece of imperial green jadeite has already spread like wildfire in the jewelry industry. Someone below mentioned it to me. The hype around the colossal jadeite hasn't even died down yet, and now this imperial green jadeite suddenly appears, driving countless jadeite enthusiasts into a frenzy. Someone immediately offered a high price of tens of millions. The person in charge of Tongxing Jadeite Company was startled and promptly notified him. Weshing Jewelry Company had been making quite a splash recently, and many of Tongxing Company's longtime customers had started flocking to Weshing. Back in the day, Quan Xingnan had stockpiled quite a few jadeite pieces. When selling rough stones, she sold those jadeite items to the company at current market purchase prices for sales. Every single one of those jadeite pieces was high grade and very popular. The folks at Tongxing Company were a bit worried that Weshing Company might snatch away their market share. Quan Xingnan laughed. Aren't you afraid our Weshing might overshadow your Tongxing in the future? I stockpiled a lot of jadeite and gambling stones back in the day, Xueqin said with amusement. The strength behind Tongxing was far beyond what Weshing could compare to. Over the years, he had never stopped stockpiling in this area and had even opened up a direct channel to purchase rough stones and jadeite from Myanmar, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He felt the jade market in Tengchong might not be able to maintain its prosperity for long. But you've been consuming it all along. After hearing Hu Xuedong's subsequent views, Quan Xingnan looked at him with shock. Fourth brother, you really are a born businessman. Your keen intuition is beyond imagination. The jadeite rough stones in Tingchong all came from Myanmar, and that channel would end in 5 years. 5 years later, the Yangon public auctions would become the place all jadeite merchants flocked to. If you wanted to purchase rough stones, you had to go to Yangon, Myanmar. Of course, this was for companies wanting to buy in large quantities. The jade market in Tingchong would still exist, becoming a place for jadeite enthusiasts to hunt for treasures, but it would no longer have its former glory. Myanmar's later move to seal off mines led to the value of high-grade jadeite soaring even higher. At that moment, Hu Xuedong received a phone call. He was speaking French, which Quan Xingnan didn't understand. Having no interest in listening further, and not wanting to go out as it was nearly noon, she took out an embroidery hoop from her luggage. After washing her hands, she nestled in Hu Xuedong's study to do embroidery. She was embroidering a fan cover, double-sided with different colors. When Hu Xuedong walked into the study from outside, he was holding an exquisite jewelry box. Jewelry I asked someone to design and make for me. After many years, he finally completed it. See if you like it. Hu Xuedong opened the jewelry box and presented it to her. For me. Quan Xingnan took a closer look and immediately held her breath. The most eye-catching piece was a pink diamond necklace. An exquisite platinum chain, with a platinum prong-set pink diamond every 2 centimeters and a heart-shaped pendant below. Countless small diamonds surrounded a heart-shaped pink diamond that was clearly substantial in weight yet didn't appear overly large. Heart-shaped pendants were common, but the design of this pendant was exceptionally unique. The heart-shaped pink diamond was perfectly cut, with a pink, moist hue, pure texture, and flawless clarity. Matching this, besides the ring, there were earrings, a brooch, and a bracelet, a complete set. Hu Xuedong picked up the necklace, walked behind her, and fastened it around her neck. As it touched her skin, it felt cool. Quan Xingnan touched the pendant and smiled. It's not my birthday, nor any holiday. What made you think of giving me a necklace? P.S. I had an 4 drip this morning. I'm feeling a bit better myself, but my mom seems worse. She almost fainted. We're going to the hospital after lunch. I'll update the rest when I get back tonight. Please understand. Chapter 842, The Heart of Romance 7. Such exquisite jewelry, such a perfect and rare pink diamond, it was obvious at a glance that it was incredibly valuable. Can I give a gift if it's not a birthday or a holiday? This diamond was mined from our diamond mine in South Africa. I had someone work on it a long time ago, and it just arrived today. Don't you think it suits your age perfectly? Hu Xuedong returned to stand in front of her, examining it for a moment. Quan Xingnan found a mirror to look at herself. The pink diamond against her fair neck skin was a perfect match. If she weren't wearing pink sportswear but a white princess dress or a little formal gown instead, it would complement her even more. Sweet, fresh, yet still lively and spirited. Making a funny face at her reflection in the mirror, Quan Xingnan raised her wrist and looked up at him. I prefer the white jade bracelet from Elder Hua and the white jade hairpin you gave me. Wearing this now isn't quite suitable. Hu Xuedong took it off for her and placed it back in the jewelry box. Then keep it to match other outfits. You'll be appearing at various occasions, big and small, in the future. It's good to be prepared. Quan Xingnan thought this made sense and happily accepted it. She really liked the style. Hearing her say she liked it, Hu Xuedong curved the corners of his lips slightly. Before going to bed, he made a call to thank Peter, the designer and creator of the pink diamond jewelry. Peter said reluctantly, Tyrone, are you really not willing to part with your rare pink diamond? You insisted on cutting it up to make various pieces of jewelry. It's just like what your country says, a shocking waste of natural resources. I've already designed and crafted such a magnificent set of jewelry for you. You should share some of the remaining diamond with me. It's not like I won't pay you. I'll give you the current market price. I don't need the money, Peter. Hu Xuedong refused his plea. You should understand my character. Peter persisted. Is it really not possible? You still have over 100 carats left of this pink diamond fairy. Just let me have 20 carats. I'll give you $8 million. At last year's Sotheby's auction, a pink diamond of less than 20 carats sold for over $7 million. $8 million. The price he offered was no lower than that pink diamond. The set of jewelry named Romance, which he crafted according to Hu Xuedong's vision, featured a pendant set with a pink diamond weighing a full 18 carats. Just the total value of the diamonds used, large and small, exceeded $10 million. $10 million. No one in the world was more extravagant or generous to his girlfriend than Hu Xuedong. Not to mention the other jewelry Hu Xuedong had commissioned him to make, rings, tiaras, and more. Hu Xuedong declined. I'm sorry, Peter. This is the first rare pink diamond mined after I purchased the vein. Even if only a bit of powder remains, I don't wish to transfer it to anyone. The diamonds produced by our company are of excellent quality, and there are a few rare pink diamonds among them. If you need one, I can prioritize selling one to you. I've seen the pink diamonds from your company. They're indeed top grade among pink diamonds, but they're not like this one of yours. This one feels inherently spiritual, especially inspiring for my creative ideas. Peter was resentful, and the more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. Since it inspires your creativity, I'll leave the design and crafting of the next pieces of jewelry to you. Tyrone, if you don't agree, I'll take my time making them. Let's see when you can get your hands on them. Peter shouted loudly. In response, Huoshiwedong said nonchalantly, you can try. Peter instantly deflated. You're in Provence, and I'm in Paris, both in France, very close. When can you let me meet your girlfriend? Seeing her in person would help me create pieces that truly belong to her, suit her, and are naturally matched to her. Chapter 843. The Heart of Romance 8. Huoshiwedong flatly refused Peter and flew to Bordeaux with Quan Xingnan the very next day. On the evening they flew to Bordeaux, Qin Binjia and her gang of good-for-nothing friends checked into the castle. As usual, they were unable to enter the master bedrooms, study, and other such areas and were confined to the vicinity of the guest rooms. Each visitor was accompanied by a servant during their tour. This was the sole requirement for renting out the castle. The majestic castle and its elegant decor captivated the eyes of these young men and women. If one could live in such a castle long-term, it would be like living the life of a prince or princess. The more Zhang Yuanyuan looked, the more a flame ignited in her heart. The name of that flame was jealousy. She knew that even if her parents were still alive, she would never have access to such luxury. But she would have lived a very happy life, like a carefree little princess, just like in her childhood. But now, everything was gone. She was now a little orphan living under someone else's roof, worse off than Lin Daiyu. If it weren't for Yuanwei liking her, she would have no place in the Lu family at all. She was grateful to Yuanwei and therefore hated Quan Xingnan. If Quan Xingnan didn't exist, all of this would belong to Yuanwei. Wasn't Huoshiwedong living in the castle with her precisely because the Hua and Lin families were on good terms? If Yuanwei were the granddaughter of the Lin family, then it would be Yuanwei staying in this castle. If Yuanwei lived well, her own status would rise with the tide. The fire of jealousy burned brighter and brighter, almost overflowing from her eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanyuan felt a sharp pain on her face. A slap had landed on her cheek. Zhang Yuanyuan touched her face, looking incredulously at the instigator, Qin Binjia. Binjia, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuanyuan, don't blame me for not warning you. It took me a great deal of effort to get us into this castle today. I had to give Miss Quan a set of jewelry to persuade Uncle Hua. If you dare do anything that displeases me, watch out, I'll gouge out those jealous eyes of yours. Qin Binjia blew on the palm she had used to slap her, acting arrogant and domineering without a trace of fear. Zhang Yuanyuan covered her face and remained silent. Someone else, however, caught the key point. Binjia, what jewelry did you give Miss Quan? Qin Binjia had brought 2 sets of jewelry abroad with her, both priceless. They had long had their eyes on them. Now she had actually given one away. Unforgivable. Qin Binjia yawned and said nonchalantly, just that jadeite set. Otherwise, what do you think got us into the castle? What? Zhang Yuanyuan shrieked. She had long coveted that set and wanted to ask Qin Binjia for it to give to Yuanwei. What are you screaming about? It's my stuff, I can give it to whoever I want. Qin Binjia picked at her ear. Anyway, I'm not short on money. It's just a set of jadeite jewelry. I can afford to give it away. Zhang Yuanyuan was furious. Qin Binjia, have you forgotten that I liked that set too? Seeing Zhang Yuanyuan speak up, the others chimed in agreement. Yeah, Binjia, Yuanyuan liked it so much. Not giving it to her but to an outsider is really not being a good friend. Binjia, we're good friends. Good friends should be friendly, interact, and exchange gifts. I really liked that jadeite set. My birthday is coming up. Wouldn't it have been great if you'd given it to me? When it was your birthday, I picked out a gift for you very carefully. Qin Binjia scratched her head. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already given it away. Chapter 844. The Heart of Romance 9. She sneered inwardly. A carefully chosen gift? An ordinary platinum bracelet, worth only a few hundred yuan, and he wanted to exchange it for her priceless jade jewelry? What a clever scheme. Unfortunately for him, Qin Binjia was no fool. Yet everyone seemed to treat her as one, chiming in, Yaya, what's our friendship worth? You gave such precious jewelry to Miss Quan, and she doesn't even feel guilty. Just ask for it back. Wasn't it you all who said we mustn't offend Miss Quan? She's the divine calculator and also the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. The previously noisy living room instantly fell silent. Right, they hadn't forgotten Quan Xingnan's background. She didn't frequently appear in their social circles to eat, drink, and have fun with the younger generation, but that didn't mean she didn't have a place within those circles. Before they went abroad, they vaguely heard she was chatting happily with the Lin family and the spouses of the top 2 leaders. Those were national leaders they didn't even have a chance to meet. Immediately, they suppressed their thoughts, no longer daring to encourage Qin Binjie to ask for the jade jewelry back. Zhang Yuanyuan said unwillingly, "Then give me the remaining set of jewelry as compensation." She wasn't the only one who had taken a fancy to Qin Binjie's jewelry, others had too. They had long agreed, whoever got their hands on Qin Binjie's belongings and money could keep them, each relying on their own abilities. Suppressing the sarcasm in her heart, Qin Binjie spread her hands. "Sorry, Yuanyuan, you're a step too late. I already have plans for that ruby set." The exceptional pigeon's blood ruby jewelry was on par with the imperial green jade set. They certainly had good taste. "What plans could you have? You're not just being stingy, are you?" "Qin Binjie, I must have misjudged you as a friend." Unable to get what she wanted, Zhang Yuanyuan's expression immediately changed. This tactic had always worked before. They had always used it to swindle money and items from Qin Binjie. They could only swindle money, rarely jewelry or antiques. There was no helping it. Qin Binjie simply couldn't dispose of those things, at most borrow them. Now that she suddenly took out a set of imperial green jade jewelry to give away, and the agent managing her assets hadn't made a move, they couldn't help but wonder, did that mean they could get their hands on some too? Qin Binjie's willow leaf eyebrows shot up. "Zhang Yuanyuan, who do you think you are? My things, I'll give them to whoever I want. Uncle Wang is getting married soon. How can I not give a gift to my future aunt?" Qin Binjie herself rarely bought things like jewelry or antiques. She couldn't sell or give away what she personally possessed, but no one knew her mother had left another will with the agent. For the people listed in that will, she could use jewelry and antiques as gifts, but not shares or real estate. Hua Xuedong's name was at the top, followed by the mysterious Master Quan, and then Wang Juanda. Durua had never had contact with Quan Shengnan, but held her in awe. As for people like Hua Xuedong and Wang Juanda, they were decent folks. If Qin Binjie gave them gifts, they would remember her past kindness. Qin Binjie needed to have her own connections. Being on good terms with them would bring nothing but benefits. Zhang Yuanyuan, thoroughly scolded by her, returned to her guest room still fuming. Rolling her eyes, she picked up the room phone and dialed Yuan Wei, who was shopping in Paris. No matter the time or place, she had always kept in touch with Yuan Wei. This time, she embellished the story, telling Yuan Wei all about the people and events she encountered in Provence, emphasizing Quan Xingnan. Chapter 845, The Heart of Romance 10. Yuan Wei's eyes flickered slightly as she said softly, "Nanan and fourth Uncle Hua have always been close. It's not surprising they appeared together in Provence. Why are you making such a fuss?" Whether in front of outsiders or her own people, Yuan Wei always maintained this demeanor. Sisterly affection ran deep, with no trace of resentment towards Quan Shengnan. She was elegant, graceful, and had an ethereal aura. An accomplished pianist who had made a name for herself in international piano competitions, she was a veritable talented woman within the most elite circles of Beijing. Having worked so hard to achieve such success, she would never tarnish the image others held of her. When Zhang Yuanyuan mentioned the exquisite jade jewelry Qin Binjie had gifted to Quan Xingnan, Yuan Wei became even more understanding. "Nanan has remarkable abilities. It's only natural that Qin Binjie would want to curry favor with her. Why are you so reluctant to part with it? With our Yuan family's background, do we really need a mere set of jade jewelry?" Her words sounded gracious, but as she gazed at the jade bracelet on her wrist, a gift from Zhang Yuanyu and Yuan Wei's heart bled. Imperial green. That was imperial green jade jewelry once bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi upon her confidants. Yuan Wei simply couldn't live as extravagantly as Quan Xingnan. Ever since Quan Xingnan had grown increasingly outstanding and displayed extraordinary abilities, Elder Yuan had placed greater and greater importance on her. Moreover, Elder Yuan was never muddled when it came to major matters. Even if she accepted money from others, she couldn't leverage the Yuan family's influence. Others probably understood her standing within the Yuan family, so they rarely sought connections through her. The jade bracelet was the most valuable gift she had ever received. This gift had been bought by Qin Binjie after Zhang Yuanyuan took a liking to it. Yuan Wei couldn't help but envy Qin Binjie. Though motherless and often overlooked within the Qin family, easily manipulated by others, Qin Binjie had boundless wealth to squander. She could buy any clothes or jewelry she desired, all from world-renowned luxury brands. Meanwhile, Yuan Wei herself had to plan extensively even for a trip abroad. Yuan Jihong doted on her, but unfortunately, the Liang family wasn't particularly wealthy. Ever since Qi Hui made those remarks publicly at the gala that day, Yuan Jihong hadn't dared to act recklessly, especially with the Qi family closely monitoring her and Liang Dong's every move since then. As Yuan Jihong's biological daughter, Yuan Wei was well aware of all these matters. After consoling Zhang Yuanyuan for a bit and asking about Hu Xuedong and Quan Qingnan's next destination, only to receive an "I don't know," Yuan Wei's voice remained gentle, but her expression turned cold, her eyes icy. Ending the call politely, Yuan Wei said to Yuan Jihong, who sat across from her, "Quan Qingnan is in France." Yuan Jihong jumped up. "What did you say?" Hearing the name Quan Qingnan made Yuan Jihong's heart tremble with a mix of hatred and fear. 3 generations of their mother-daughter line had been ruined by Quan Qingnan. She wished she could tear Quan Qingnan to pieces, devour her flesh, and drink her blood. But Yuan Changda had warned her, if she dared lay a hand on Quan Qingnan, he would personally see her sent to prison. Prison, cold iron bars, cellmates who mocked her. Yuan Jihong shuddered. She never wanted to go back there again. She hadn't even dared to visit her mother all these years. Yuan Wei spoke slowly. "Quan Qingnan is in France. She was in Provence until this morning and just left. No one knows her next destination." Yuan Jihong's fingertips turned pale. "I'll make some inquiries." Though she had been imprisoned for many years, as Yuan Changda's only daughter, and with Liang Dong being an official, she still had considerable connections. She maintained contact with a former inmate who had been released, someone with very well-informed sources. Chapter 846, The Heart of Romance 11. Yuan Wei frowned. "Mom, what are you trying to do? Was she hatching some sinister plot again? With their current strength, how could they possibly oppose Quan Qingnan? Wouldn't that be like throwing an egg against a rock, seeking their own doom? No matter how deep their hatred, they couldn't afford to gamble with themselves. Grandfather was indifferent towards them, and as for her father and 2 uncles, it went without saying. The Lin and Qin families kept their distance. The places she used to frequent were now only accessible during the new year for paying respects. All of those had become Quan Qingnan's backing. Even that adopted brother of hers had such significant connections. Yuan Jihong reined in the fierce look on her face and smiled warmly. "I just wanted to ask someone where they are, so we can go too. We might run into them." "Away, don't worry. I've come to understand now, we can't fight them. We can only try to befriend them, hoping they'll let us off and not interfere with our future lives." "Do you really mean that?" Yuan Wei asked, eyeing her suspiciously. "Of course." Afraid Yuan Wei wouldn't believe her, Yuan Jihong put on a serious expression. Yuan Wei stared at her for a long time. Seeing no change in her expression, no signs of anxiety or unease, she began to believe her a little. "That's good. We have no influence now. We must think carefully before acting in everything." Even if it was about revenge, they needed to accumulate enough strength before taking action. Yuan Jihong lowered her head and kissed Yuan Wei's forehead. "I know, my dear. Your mother isn't a fool. You rest well. I'm going out to meet a friend for a stroll. Tomorrow, we'll go to the most famous department store in Paris and buy you a few beautiful outfits so you can shine again at the piano competition." Leaving the room she shared with her daughter, Yuan Jihong's expression darkened. After leaving the hotel, Yuan Jihong contacted her former prison mate in France, Li Mingzhu. Hearing that Yuan Jihong wanted to find out where Hu Xuedong and Quan Qingnan were currently staying, a hint of mockery appeared on Li Mingzhu's face. "Hong, it's not that I won't help you, but I simply don't have the capability. It might be easier back in China, but this is abroad. How could I possibly have the means to investigate the itinerary of people who have gone overseas? You're asking too much of me." For those at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, they avoided them like the plague. How dare they inquire about their whereabouts? Li Mingzhu had suffered greatly after being imprisoned. If it weren't for her elder brother, who managed to plead with Hu Xuedong through indirect connections, she might have already died in prison, her death unexplained. She was filled with gratitude towards Hu Xuedong. How could she possibly help Yuan Jihong? Fortunately, Yuan Jihong didn't know the details of her release. After brushing off Yuan Jihong's request, Li Mingzhu didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and call her brother, Li Mingtang, back in China. After listening, Li Mingtang knew Yuan Jihong harbored ill intentions. After finishing the conversation with his sister, he immediately called his superior, Qin Xiaoxiao. Having been suppressed by his brother-in-law's family, he was now Qin Xiaoxiao's driver. Back then, it was by appealing to Qin Xiaoxiao that he managed to meet Hu Xuedong through Qin Xiaoxiao's cousin, Secretary Chen. He didn't have Hu Xuedong's contact information, but Qin Xiaoxiao's cousin, Secretary Chen, did. And so, Qin Xiaoxiao relayed the message to Secretary Chen, who then contacted Secretary Bu, who was with Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong nodded, indicating he understood. "Please convey my thanks to Li Mingdang." Secretary Bu respectfully agreed and relayed the response accordingly. Quan Qingnan asked, "This Li Mingdang you mentioned, does he have a sister named Li Mingzhu? You know about her?" Li Mingzhu and Yuan Jihong were prison mates. "She's quite well informed. Yuan Jihong asked her to find out our whereabouts, but Li Mingzhu didn't agree and instead found a way to let us know. The Li family once held a minor position in the capital, though they couldn't even touch the fringes of the elite circles. However, Li Mingtong's sister, Li Mingju, was quite famous, known as a rare beauty. Chapter 847. The Heart of Romance 12. Quan Xingnan counted on her fingers and exclaimed in surprise, Li Mingju isn't dead? How so? Li Mingju is living quite well. She was released from prison 5 years ago. Li Mingtang pleaded with me, and since I knew Li Mingju herself was innocent, I managed to get her out. Even so, Li Mingju had indeed endured a period of utter darkness during her time in prison. A single move affects the whole situation. When one person's fate changes, the fates of those around them are correspondingly affected, Quan Xingnan remarked, then continued, Li Mingju herself was supposed to die in prison. Li Mingtang and his wife exhausted all their resources but couldn't save her. You weren't disabled, you didn't seclude yourself in Hong Kong. They had the chance to plead before you. You intervened, and her fate changed. Reflecting on it, the change in their fates had indeed influenced many people. Just as Mother Quan unintentionally saved Wang Hui, Hua Xuedong had also unintentionally saved Li Mingju. Hua Xuedong smiled slightly, quite in agreement. As for Yuan Jihong's actions, Hua Xuedong cautiously had people monitor her every move. Yuan Jihong and her daughter Yuan Wei indeed lacked the capability to oppose them, but a 1,000-mile dike can collapse because of an anthole. One must be cautious in all matters to avoid a misstep and later regret. Quan Xingnan felt the same. She didn't believe Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei would let go of their hatred for her. They were on vacation and had no mind to dwell on the mother and daughter pair. After strolling through the vineyard since she was only 15, Hua Xuedong tasted the wine while Quan Xingnan drank grape juice. She thought of the money she had and considered investing in red wine. Hua Xuedong agreed, a good idea. Red wine has great prospects. In good years, many classic wines can be preserved. He had owned this winery for over a decade and encountered many good years. The wines produced were exceptionally mellow, ranking among the world's top red wines. The winery's red wines were not only for personal consumption and sharing with friends and family, but also supplied to Western restaurants and given as gifts to wine enthusiasts, which had indeed helped forge many friendships. For this plan, Hua Xuedong accompanied her all over Bordeaux. Based on various investigations, no suitable winery was immediately available. Those willing to sell were unsatisfactory, and the ones they liked were unwilling to sell. They could only temporarily halt the plan, intending to wait for the right opportunity and acquire one when suitable. On their way back, they saw some young male and female tourists from China helping workers tie branches in an outer vineyard open for visits. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan gave them a slight nod. Quan Xingnan noticed a particularly flamboyant young man accompanied by 2 ghosts, one male and one female. The ghosts appeared a few years younger than the young man, probably around 17 or 18. The female ghost's death was extremely tragic. Her upper clothing was disheveled, her skin covered in bruises, with a prominent ligature mark on her neck. Her exposed lower legs were a horrifying sight. She had clearly suffered severe violation before death. Her gaze at the young man was filled with knife-like hatred. The male ghost shared her hatred, but his death shocked Quan Xingnan the most because he had clearly been executed by firing squad. Aside from personal vendettas, only those sentenced to death face execution by firing squad. Moreover, the young man was dressed exactly like a death row inmate. A death row inmate and a violated, deceased young girl, how did they end up together? And why did they both show such hatred toward this young man? Their bodies radiated overwhelming resentment, their souls pitch black like ink. Quan Xingnan felt she needed to investigate this. P.S. Making up for yesterday's update. I'll continue writing today's update. Please understand. Chapter 848, Unjust, False, and Wrongful Cases 1. After whispering to Hua Xuedong, Quan Xingnan greeted the male and female spirits with her divine sense. The young man and woman stared at Quan Xingnan in shock, taking a long moment to recover. Trembling, they said, "You can see us? You can really see us." They simultaneously floated to Quan Xingnan's side. Quan Xingnan said gently, "Don't get too excited. Come with me first. We can talk inside." The 2 nodded excitedly. The tourists in the vineyard thought they were just like them, there to visit the vineyard, and paid no special attention. In contrast, the young man followed by the male and female spirits raised an eyebrow and whistled. "Hey miss, traveling abroad?" As he spoke, he looked Quan Xingnan up and down, his gaze finally settling on her face. His look was extremely brazen, going far beyond mere flirtation. Not expecting to encounter someone who would harass her, Quan Xingnan slightly frowned. A cold glint flashed in Hua Xuedong's eyes as he quickly changed his position, blocking the young man's view of Quan Xingnan. The young man was about 18 or 19, with average looks, but dressed entirely in name brands. Tall and well-built, with an air of someone accustomed to privilege, he appeared quite handsome at first glance. Several girls around 17 or 18 surrounded him. These girls repeatedly called him Young Master Tang, Young Master Tang, their gazes toward Quan Xingnan filled with hostility. Clearly, they were jealous of Quan Xingnan's beauty and the attention she received from that young Master Tang. A flicker of disgust passed through young Master Tang's eyes. He strode forward, stopping in front of Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had been spending their days in the vineyard, working alongside the laborers to tend the vines. For convenience, their attire was casual and simple, and they hadn't changed clothes before going out today. Their current clothes bore no visible labels, all being high-end custom pieces. Young Master Tang seemed to move in upper-class circles, but failed to recognize their distinction, mistaking them for ordinary people. Move aside, he said to Hua Xuedong with an extremely arrogant expression. Hua Xuedong maintained a gentle smile on his face, giving him a faint glance. That single glance made young Master Tang feel as if Mount Hai were crushing down on him, leaving him breathless. He stumbled back several steps, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Without even looking at him, Hua Xuedong turned his head slightly to Quan Xingnan and said, Nan, let's go inside. Okay. Once they entered the house, a worker immediately asked young Master Tang and his group to leave. My apologies, everyone. This gentleman was too rude. Our estate does not welcome such tourists. Young Master Tang was furious. Do you know who my father is? How dare you throw me out? He actually spoke fluent French with very standard pronunciation. The worker replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, I'm even more sorry, sir, but I have no interest in knowing your parents. Just another spoiled rich kid, they'd seen plenty of his type. A trace of contempt surfaced in the worker's heart. What skill is there in throwing your weight around because of your parents? Parents won't be around forever. Better to be like the master and the young lady. Noble and imposing when appropriate, approachable and down-to-earth when working. Even with family backgrounds, they didn't sink into indulgence, but worked hard to build their careers, establishing themselves in the world through their own efforts. Young Master Tang stared coldly at the worker, glaring fiercely for a long moment before finally flicking his sleeve and saying, You'll regret treating me like this. It's just a lousy vineyard, isn't it? Chapter 849, A Miscarriage of Justice 2. Upon hearing young Master Tang's words, the young women surrounding him were filled with righteous indignation. It's just a lousy vineyard. How dare you drive away visitors? I'm going to report you. Let me tell you, our young Master Tang is no ordinary person. You'll regret treating him this way. Young Master Tang. One heavily made-up young woman stood out from the rest. She nestled closer to young Master Tang and drawled in a coquettish voice, Young Master Tang, let's not stoop to their level. Once we're back in the country, we'll just mention it to Secretary General Tang. Find some issue, make it an international incident, and have this wretched vineyard shut down. Utterly brazen. Each and every one of them utterly brazen. To them, shutting down a vineyard seemed like a simple, easily accomplished task. The worker and Alexander, who had stayed behind to help the local workers, looked at them as if they were lunatics. How could such ignorant people exist in this world? Alexander intended to tell Quan Xingnan about this, but upon hearing that she and Hua Xuedong had gone to the study, he immediately dismissed the idea. Hua Xuedong was handling documents as usual, while Quan Xingnan sat by the window, interrogating the male and female ghosts about their origins. The victimized young woman had a naturally oval face, eyes like autumn water, and was exceptionally beautiful. Her demeanor was pure and serene, especially her eyes, which were very clear and bright. One look, and you could tell she was a very well-behaved girl. My name is Bai Jia. Bai as in Snow White, Jia as in pure white. She introduced herself this way. When she mentioned the words, pure white, her expression became one of intense pain. Dark energy erupted from her, and she nearly became hysterical. I am no longer the pure white Bai Jia. I am not anymore. The young man was so anxious he was pacing around in circles. But he seemed quite experienced. He floated over to Bai Jia and comforted her. Bai Jia, calm down, calm down. I've told you, even though your body lost its purity, your soul is still as white as snow, as pure as crystal. You're innocent, just as innocent as I am. The ones at fault are them, the ones who should be punished are them. A long time passed before Bai Jia slowly calmed down. Once she regained her composure, she gave the young man an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Yang Yuqi, I frightened you again. Yang Yuqi shook his head. No, you didn't, Bai Jia. As he spoke, his eyes glanced towards Quan Xingnan. Seeing she showed no sign of fear, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Quan Xingnan said, the two of you, one is called Bai Jia, the other Yang Yuqi, correct? Since only Hua Xuedong was in the study, she didn't use telepathy but spoke aloud. Hearing the names Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi, Hua Xuedong's expression changed. He said, Nan, you said the young man and woman you see are named Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi? Yes, the young woman is Bai Jia, the young man is Yang Yuqi. Is there something wrong? Or did Hu Xuedong know them? Quan Xingnan carefully described Bai Jia's appearance and the cause of Yang Yuqi's death. Hu Xuedong, visibly moved, said, 2 years ago, a case that shocked half the country happened in Chang'an City. Nan, you were probably engrossed in your studies at the time and likely didn't know about it. What case? Quan Xingnan sat up straight, sensing this matter was of great significance. A second-year high school girl named Bai Jia lost contact with her family after school. The next morning, she was found in the woods behind the school, having been assaulted and killed. The state of her death was extremely tragic. Quan Xingnan asked, from Bai Jia's condition, one could see the agony she endured before death. What about Yang Yuqi then? After thorough investigation, both overt and covert, the suspect was identified as Yang Yuqi. The evidence was conclusive, all pointing to Yang Yuqi, a prominent figure at Chang'an City's first high school. He was ultimately sentenced to death. Chapter 850, The Wrongful Conviction 3. Upon hearing this, Quan Xingnan listened as Yang Yuqi roared, "It wasn't me. I'm not the murderer. I didn't harm Bai Jia, and I certainly didn't kill Bai Jia. I was wronged. The fury in his voice was no less intense than Bai Jia's earlier frenzy. Amidst the swirling black energy, his soul was extremely agitated. Bai Jia said softly, "Yang Yuqi, I know you're innocent. You didn't harm me. If only someone like this young lady, who can see me, had appeared before your execution, how wonderful that would have been. Then I could have told her who the real murderer was, and you wouldn't have lost your vibrant, innocent life." Her clear eyes were brimming with surging tears, seemingly endless. Bai Jia had delicate features, and her tearful, choked appearance was enough to move anyone to tears. Yang Yuqi quickly calmed down. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late to say anything now. You're dead and I'm dead. Both our families are shattered just like this." Tears welled in his eyes as he tilted his head back, trying hard not to let them fall. They say heaven has eyes, they say the law is just. But why, in the case of Bai Jia's death and how I was treated, did heaven not open its eyes? Why did the law not clear my name? He pointed to his chest. I, Yang Yuqi, am a twin with my younger brother. Upholding our family's teachings, though I was a bit mischievous, I never dared to do anything that went against my conscience. I was clearly innocent. I am not a rapist, nor am I a murderer. So why was I ultimately convicted? The death penalty. A single bullet ended my life, and my parents could never hold their heads high again. Quan Xingnan's heart ached. She could almost imagine the cold words and disdain his parents and brother had endured. A rapist. A murderer. With a son like that in the Yang family, would other neighbors even want to associate with them? The Yang parents had to bear this, and Yang Yuqi's younger brother had to bear it too. Bai Jia said, "That's right. Neither of us did anything wrong, so why do we suffer such a nightmare?" Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang endured endless insults, and younger brother Yang Yulin was isolated at school. What pains us most is that with the law convicting Yang Yuqi, my parents, who lost me, hated Yang Yuqi to the core, hated the Yang family. The Bai parents had only Bai Jia, their daughter, whom they cherished deeply. Their daughter had been raped and murdered. How could they not hate Yang Yuqi, the convicted murderer? They often brought people to cause trouble at the Yang's home, often sat crying at their doorstep, leading even more people to despise the Yang family. At this point, Bai Jia apologized to Yang Yuqi again. "It's not your fault, Bai Jia, it's not your fault. I was convicted as the murderer. Your parents hating me is only natural, they were deceived too. It's just my poor parents and brother, living day and night under the strange, judging eyes of others." Yang Yuqi broke down sobbing. "I truly wish they could leave this place, go somewhere far away where no one knows about this, and start anew." Quan Xingnan could fully feel their grief and pain. "Can't your parents and brother leave their hometown? Just as you said, go to a place where no one knows about this, start over, begin a new life." Yang Yuqi wiped his tears. "For my sake, for me, they don't want to leave. My parents and my brother never believed I was the murderer. They petitioned, they appealed, trying to clear my name. But no one thoroughly reinvestigated. Even if they occasionally encountered fair and honest officials willing to help, faced with the seamless, ironclad evidence, they were powerless." Chapter 851, Wrongful Conviction 4. Quan Xingnan's heart stirred. Who is the murderer? Could it be that Tang Xiao you're following? Otherwise, why would they be following Tang Xiao for no reason? At the mention of Tang Xiao, both Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi changed, becoming even more ferocious, their dark auras growing denser. They spoke in unison with hatred. "It's him. He is the real murderer." Bai Jia said through tears, "The murderer isn't Yang Yuqi, it's Tang Jinrui. I will never forget the pain Tang Jinrui brought me, and I will never forget that he is the murderer." Her face carried terror. The fear of the assault had not faded with the passage of time. She hugged her shoulders, almost curling into a ball. But soon she let go, trying to cover herself below. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan sighed softly, jumped out of the window, and fetched a white dress she had been airing outside. She murmured a few words and said, "I hereby offer this dress to Bai Jie." The dress in her hand remained, but before Yang Yuqi and Bai Jie's eyes, a white flash appeared, and a white dress materialized in Bai Jie's hands. "This is?" Bai Jie asked Quan Xingnan in disbelief. Quan Xingnan placed the white dress on a chair. "This dress is offered to you. With your soul form, you can wear it." Bai Jie was both surprised and overjoyed. "How do I wear it?" She had long wanted clothes to cover herself, but unfortunately, she had died in this state and couldn't change it. "Just think about it in your heart, and you can do it." Bai Jie focused her thoughts, and indeed, the white dress replaced her only top. The pure white dress adorned her figure, her dark hair like clouds, her form slender and graceful, resembling a pure fairy. Yang Yuqi praised, "It looks very nice." Bai Jie blushed shyly, constantly stroking the white dress on her body. "Thank you, Mississippi. I finally have clothes to wear. The humiliation Tang Jinrui inflicted on me has been like a shadow. Every time I think of myself being exposed, I feel ashamed." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." "How did you both become ghosts?" Bai Jie thought hard. "I just remember feeling breathless at the time, and then I floated out. There was a lot of dark energy in the woods, and I unconsciously absorbed it, becoming like this." Quan Xingnan quickly understood. Some schools are built on graveyards. From a feng shui perspective, the yang energy of boys and girls can suppress the evil energy of the graveyard. Bai Jie must have absorbed the yin and sinister energy of the graveyard, thus transforming into a fierce ghost. "I died at the execution ground, filled with resentment. Somehow, some energy rushed toward me, and I remained in the human world. I didn't know who the real murderer was. Later, I drifted home and saw Bai Jie apologizing to my family. We were both ghosts, so communication was effortless, and I learned that the murderer was Tang Jinrui." Yang Yuqi calmly recounted what he knew. Bai Jie continued, "I am very sorry. I feel terribly guilty toward Yang Yuqi. He died because of me, and his parents and brothers suffered humiliation because of me. Now they are like rats scurrying across the street, everyone shouting at them." At this point, she pleaded urgently, "Miss, you can see me, and you speak Chinese. Can you help me? Please go to Chang'an City and tell my parents that the murderer isn't Yang Yuqi. Ask them to apologize to the Yang family and join them in petitioning to clear Yang Yuqi's name and restore his innocence. Don't worry, I will definitely help you." Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. "P.S. I'll write for another hour, as much as I can. I won't finish today's scheduled updates, but I'll make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 852, A Miscarriage of Justice 5. This kind of thing is utterly infuriating. Was it a case of the judicial authorities bending the law for personal gain, using Yang Yuqi as a scapegoat? Or was it truly a wrongful conviction, a miscarriage of justice? But regardless of which it was a failure of the judicial system. A human life. Yang Yuqi's life. At 17 or 18, with life just beginning, he died from a bullet. Who will bear the consequences of this failure? Who? The Yang family, Yang Yuqi's family. They lost a son, they lost a brother. Their lives have been plunged into darkness from that moment on. Bai Jie was overjoyed, slowly breaking down into sobs. "Thank you, miss, thank you. I truly wish my parents could know about this immediately. Neither Yang Yuqi nor I want to die with our grievances unresolved." Not wanting to die with grievances unresolved. Faced with the ordeal they suffered, who could rest in peace? Quan Xingnan said, "I will help your parents and ensure your wrongs are righted. But you must agree to one condition. I hope that after this matter is concluded, you will accept my deliverance, be reincarnated, and start new lives." These pure young souls, the most innocent of children, she truly didn't want them to dissipate into nothingness in the mortal world. Let them be reincarnated. They committed no evil deeds in this life. In their next life, they will surely find happiness. If one cannot cultivate blessings in this life, then cultivate them for the next, a meager comfort to offer the world. Bai Jie and Yang Yuqi looked at each other through tear-filled eyes, understanding each other's thoughts, and nodded simultaneously. Yang Yuqi said clearly, "We agree to your condition. As long as our names can be cleared, as long as our families can hold their heads high from now on, no longer subjected to the gossip and rumors from neighbors. Besides, once we see the real murderer brought to justice, our wish will be fulfilled. There's no point in lingering in the mortal world any longer." Yang Yuqi is right, Mississippi. That is all we wish for. Quan Xingnan nodded, her expression grim. They only wanted to see the murderer punished, never considering the true nature of this case. They were too young to think about things like bending the law for personal gain or officials protecting each other. Hua Xuedong couldn't hear Yang Yuqi and Bai Jie's words, but based on Quan Xingnan's words, he guessed the truth. He asked in a low voice, "Yang Yuqi was wrongfully accused. The real murderer is someone else. That young Master Tang from today, who dared to harass Quan Xingnan, he really felt like gouging his eyes out. Young Master Tang? Surname Tang. Secretary General Tang. Hua Xuedong now knew who he was. The Secretary General of the Chang'an Municipal Party Committee is surnamed Tang, Tangxing. I remember that name. His family line has only one male heir per generation. He has 6 daughters and 1 son. The son's name is Tang Jinrui. Let me think. According to the records in the files, the entire Tang family, including the married daughters, dotes on this male heir immensely. If he asks for the stars, they wouldn't give him the moon. If he asks for gold, they wouldn't give him silver. Secretary General Tang? What an impressive background indeed. Young Master Tang? Quan Xingnan found it incredibly ironic. Even the top families in the capital don't have the nerve to call their sons young master, yet the Tang family puts on quite the airs. The elders of the Qin and Lin families particularly dislike titles like young master. They directly instruct the guards, nannies, and medical staff to address the younger generation by their names. Occasionally, peers might use young master. Quan Xingnan was an exception. She was the only precious girl among these families. Whether people called her by name or addressed her as Miss, no one minded. Yang Yuqi said, "It's him." Tang Jinrui's father is the Secretary General of the Chang'an Municipal Party Committee. In our school, many people curried favor with Tang Jinrui and called him Young Master Tang. Chapter 853, Wrongful Conviction 6. Actually, not many people at school call him Tang Jinrui that way. It's more common outside. I heard from my dorm roommate about him, describing how he swaggers around outside, how everyone in Chang'an City gives him face. Bai Jia felt disgusted just mentioning Tang Jinrui, but since it concerned her and Yang Yuqi's innocence, she still shared what she knew. Quan Xingnan learned quite a bit from her words. For instance, Tang Jinrui was someone who could strut around Chang'an City unchecked. Only those few families with higher positions than his father could make him rein it in. For instance, Tang Jinrui always dressed very fashionably and often brought out things they had never seen before. For instance, Tang Jinrui particularly enjoyed pursuing girls, often chasing one today and another tomorrow. Strangely, those girls all liked him and would secretly get hotel rooms with him outside. Bai Jia's face flushed slightly, and she found it hard to continue. Yang Yuqi quickly said, "Bai Jia, we both know about these things. Let me speak." Tang Jinrui was a very arrogant person, often getting into fights with others at school. Even though he was the one who started the provocation, it was always the others who ended up expelled. Because of this, no one dared to offend him. The teachers and students at the school all knew about Tang Jinrui's family background and turned a blind eye to his behavior. Tang Jinrui led a very chaotic life, frequently taking girls who were supposed to be boarding at the school off campus to get hotel rooms. His family was well off, and he had plenty of money, so many vain girls flocked to him. A flash of hatred passed through Yang Yuqi's eyes as he said, "Bai Jia, and I followed him for over 2 years and discovered many of his secrets. He started fooling around with girls when he was 14 or 15. A year ago, a girl got pregnant and went to his family's home. His mother forced her to take medicine, causing her to miscarry. That girl was later taken to the hospital, but was told that the abortion was botched and she would never be able to get pregnant again. Not long after, unable to bear the gossip, the girl hanged herself. Tang Jinrui's crimes were too numerous to mention. His family basically knew about all the things he had done. Basically knew." Yang Yuqi suddenly widened his eyes, his voice trembling as he said, "His parents and family cleaned up many of his messes for him. So, what about Bai Jia's case? Why was I still sentenced to death even though I never confessed?" He had been a prominent figure at Chang'an City's #1 high school, excelling in both academics and sports, not to mention his character. "Yang Yuqi, are you saying?" Bai Jia was an intelligent and perceptive girl and immediately understood. They had always trusted the country, the government, and the judicial system, never having considered this possibility. Quan Xingnan sighed, told Hua Xuedong about it, and finally said apologetically, "Fourth brother, it seems I'm going to have to break my promise." The investigation into Du Ruo's cause of death was ongoing and not urgent for the time being. But Yang Yuqi and Bai Jia's matter was pressing. The sooner they went to Chang'an City, the sooner their parents would learn the truth. The Yang family would suffer less humiliation from the Bai family, and the two families could join forces to seek justice for their children. "Don't feel sorry. This is what you should do." Hua Xuedong patted her hand, understanding the reason for Quan Xingnan's apology. "We just wanted some quiet time together, which is why we went abroad for a vacation. Actually, it's the same anywhere. Ending our trip to France now and going to Chang'an City to see the giant wild goose pagoda sounds good too." 2 dimples appeared at the corners of Quan Xingnan's mouth, her smile like a flower. She kept the feeling of being moved deep in her heart, carefully and closely treasured. P.S. Owed 6 chapters today, couldn't finish writing them. We'll make them up. For tomorrow's updates, going for an 4 drip in the morning first. The May-up chapters might be posted earlier. Tomorrow's regular updates will probably be around noon and evening. Sick person begs for understanding. Chapter 854, Wrongful Conviction 7. Hearing them instruct someone to book tickets for the nearest flight to Chang'an City, Yang Yuqi and Bai Jia were overwhelmed with gratitude. However, having wandered the mortal world for over 2 years, they were no longer naive students. Bai Jia whispered, "We are very happy that you are willing to help us, but the Tang family is not to be trifled with. I didn't think of it before, but now, upon careful reflection, Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang have been trying to clear Yang Yuqi's name without success. It's very likely that the Tang family suppressed their efforts. Outsiders might not know the murderer was Tang Jinrui, but as his biological parents, they might not know or they might." She wanted to mention the city officials, but held back, only mentioning the Tang family. She wasn't clear about other officials, but she had personally witnessed the Tang family's conduct. During these 2 years of following Tang Jinrui, they hadn't seen much else, but they had observed many things about the Tang family and learned many secrets. Unfortunately, no one ever mentioned her death or Yang Yuqi's wrongful conviction. Yang Yuqi agreed. Bai Jia is right. The Tang family is deeply rooted in Chang'an City, and they even have relatives in the capital. Relatives of the Tang family in the capital? Which family? Quan Xingnan stopped her steps as she was about to go pack her luggage and turned back to ask. It was common for local officials to align themselves with high-ranking officials in the capital. Who exactly was the Tang family's backer? If they were to overturn Yang Yuqi's conviction, they would inevitably have to move against the Tang family. Quan Xingnan cautiously asked and received an answer that shocked her. The Lin family. The mere mention of Lin family wasn't enough to surprise Quan Xingnan and make her certain, but the Lin family living in the compound, aside from her maternal grandparents' family, there was no second Lin family. Bai Jia thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "I heard it's a very mysterious and powerful family, located at the center of national politics." "I know that Lin family." "What is the relationship between the Tang family and the Lin family?" Quan Xingnan interrupted her, urgently needing to confirm whether her maternal grandparents' family was the sheltering tree for the Tang family. After speaking, Quan Xingnan quickly calmed down. She had sorted out all the relatives and friends of the Lin family, big and small, since childhood and kept them in mind. It seemed there was a relative surnamed Tang. Could it be the Tang family from Chang'an City? Quan Xingnan's expression turned serious, her eyes sharp, exuding a bone-chilling aura. If they were truly relatives of the Lin family, they absolutely could not be tolerated. "I don't know. Yang Yuqi and I only heard the Tang family mention such a relative in their conversations." Their tone was incredibly proud. At the time, they were preparing gifts for Secretary General Tang to visit the Lin family after going to the capital. "We aren't very clear on the exact relationship between the two families," Bai Jia shook her head and replied. Quan Xingnan asked Hu Xuedong, fourth brother, "Is Tang Xing a relative of Grandpa's family?" "Is that true?" Since Hu Xuedong had information on the Tang family, she believed he should understand the relationship. "The Lin family's relative?" Hu Xuedong repeated casually, then answered, "If we're talking about relatives, the Tang family is indeed related to your grandpa's family, but it's a very distant connection." "What kind of relative?" "I want to know." Understanding everything about the Tang family would make it easier to proceed. "Tang Xing's mother is your grandmother's sister. In other words, the Tang family's matriarch is your grandaunt." Quan Xingnan exclaimed in surprise, "Grandaunt? I've never heard Grandma mention her." Grandma Lin rarely spoke about her maiden family, only saying that there was no one left from her family long ago. Without using her clairvoyant abilities, Quan Xingnan had believed it and never looked deeper. Now, suddenly, a grandaunt appeared, whose grandson was the murderer. It was too shocking. Chapter 855, Wrongful Conviction 8. Yang Yuqi and Bai Jia immediately looked guarded, a flicker of disappointment faintly visible in their eyes. The world was one where officials protected each other. The Tang family were relatives of her grandmother, quite close relatives at that. Would they still help clear their names? The two of them somewhat regretted bringing this up. They had waited with foolish hope for over 2 years. Finally, someone had noticed them, and they didn't want to miss this chance. Quan Xingnan sensed their emotional turmoil and quickly reassured them, "Don't worry. Even if old Mrs. Tang is my grandaunt, so what? You are innocent. I will definitely see this through to the end." Yang Yuqi and Bai Jia clearly seemed unconvinced. Hu Xuedong spoke with great composure. "Bai Jia, Yang Yuqi, I know you can hear me. Listen carefully. I'll give you a definite answer. The Tang and Lin families haven't had any contact for decades. The Lin family has never considered the Tangs as relatives. You don't need to worry about Nan bending the law for personal gain, nor do you need to worry about the Lin family shielding the Tangs." "That's right." "No, wait." Quan Xingnan first affirmed, then shook her head. Looking solemnly into the young man and woman's eyes, she said, even if the Lin family did consider them relatives, I would not bend the law for personal gain, and the Lin family would not shield the Tangs. A Tang family like this was a malignant tumor. The Lin family had been passed down through generations with extremely strict family rules. Once they learned of such a tumor, they would definitely cut it out decisively, without any hesitation. Yang Yuqi said, half believing, half doubting, really? But from the way the Tangs talked, it didn't sound like that. The Tang family had prepared gifts so meticulously, how could they not be relatives of the Lin family? Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. Countless people below tried to establish connections with the Lin family. I couldn't even count them all. It's not strange for the Tangs to use that as an excuse. What's important is that the Lin family doesn't consider the Tangs as relatives, and that's enough. There must be a story behind why Mrs. Lin didn't consider her own younger sister a relative. Having alleviated Yang Yuqi and Bai Jie's concerns, Quan Xingnan went back to her room to pack. While doing so, she called Mrs. Lin to inquire. What Tang family? Our family has no such relatives. Mrs. Lin answered decisively. Afraid of scaring her precious Nan, she softened her tone. That woman, back then, in order to marry that man surnamed Tang, even abandoned her parents. How could she have a sister like me? Naturally, I don't have this sister. Nan, if the Tang family is using our family's influence, don't be polite. Quan Xingnan wasn't someone who inquired about the past without reason, so Mrs. Lin immediately added this. Quan Xingnan laughed. Understood, Grandma. I'm going to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda in Chang'an City tomorrow. I heard people say that the family of Secretary General Tang of the Chang'an Municipal Party Committee are our relatives, so I was just curiously asking. Since Mrs. Lin didn't acknowledge old Mrs. Tang, Quan Xingnan felt 80% relieved. Besides, clearing Yang Yuqi's name would bring punishment to Tang Jinrui, not to old Mrs. Tang. Using the excuse of visiting the Big Wild Goose Pagoda and with Hu Xuedong rearranging their plans, they smoothly returned to the country and made their way to Chang'an City. Quan Xingnan didn't let Hu Xuedong appear with her. She only brought Alexander and Daniel. Following the address Bai Jie provided, they found the Bai residence. Daniel stepped forward and knocked on the door. Hearing her introduce herself as a friend of Bai Jie's, a neighbor who saw them knocking spoke up, there's no one at the Bai house. You don't need to knock. No one at the Bai house? Do you know where the Bai family went? Quan Xingnan inquired politely. Her appearance was exquisite and lovely, earning her great goodwill from the other person. The neighbor looked around and said softly, they went to the Yang family's place, that Yang family that harmed Bai Jie. Miss Quan, my parents must have gone to Uncle and Aunt Yang's place about this matter. Let's hurry over. Chapter 856, A Miscarriage of Justice 9. Bai Jie was extremely anxious, and Yang Yuqi also showed concern for his parents and brother. For the past 2 years, Yang Yuqi's parents had refused to believe their son was a murderer. They had persistently petitioned for justice, devoting all their energy and resources to this cause, leaving them with neither the strength nor the means to leave this place. They firmly believed their son's wronged spirit remained here, feeling that even if they were to leave, they must first clear his name. Under the guidance of a neighbor of the Bai family, Quan Xingnan found the Yang residence. Just as she reached the entrance of the alley, she heard a shrill voice shouting, "You Yangs, give me back my daughter's life. Give me back my daughter's life. Don't you dare hide like turtles. Haven't you hidden long enough these past years?" Bai Jie trembled. It's my mom, it's my mom. Tears streamed down her face as she said, my mom was such a gentle and respectable person. Because of me, she's become like this. Miss Quan, please hurry over and stop my parents from smashing and vandalizing the Yang house like they always do. Quan Xingnan quickly walked over and saw a middle-aged woman sitting at the entrance of the Yang house, hurling abuse. Beside her, a middle-aged man squatted, his face also filled with anger and hatred. Yang Yuqi clenched his fists and passed directly through the door, while Bai Jie floated to her parents, crying, Dad, Mom, please don't do this. The ones you should resent are not the Yang family. Bai Jie's parents couldn't hear their daughter's anguished cries. Bai's mother continued her relentless tirade. The neighbors nearby were accustomed to such scenes, and few came out to watch. Only a handful of middle-aged women and young wives who enjoyed spectating stood at their own doorsteps, cracking melon seeds to pass the time. The walls and gate of the Yang house were mottled and dilapidated. Traces of smashing and vandalism were evident on the walls and gate, along with stains from thrown feces. At the base of the wall lay several broken rotten eggs and vegetable leaves, emitting a foul odor in the sweltering summer heat. Releasing her spiritual sense, Quan Xingnan saw a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Yuqi sitting with his parents under the grape arbor in the courtyard. The young man was 2 years older than Yang Yuqi, but their features were extremely similar. He was Yang Yuqi's younger brother, Yang Yulin. He should have been in the prime of his youth, yet his back was slightly hunched, likely a result of suffering from gossip and slander. Their parents were only in their 40s, but their temples were frosted with white hair, and their faces were deeply lined, appearing older than people in their 60s. Especially Yang's father, whose face was so gaunt it seemed almost skeletal. Yang's mother continuously wiped her tears, sobbing, "When will this ever end? Our Chi-Chi is innocent. Our Chi-Chi didn't kill anyone. When will someone finally clear Chi-Chi's name?" Yang's father leaned back in his chair, coughing incessantly, his face contorted with a heart-wrenching pain. Yet, he dared not cough aloud, tightly covering his mouth. The muffled coughs were enough to move anyone to tears. What's the use of saying all this? We've saved a little money at home. I'll buy tickets, and Lin, and I will go petition again. Chi-Chi didn't kill anyone. Even if I die, I must seek justice for Chi-Chi. That's right. We must clear my brother's name. Thinking of his twin brother, Yang Yulin's heart ached terribly. Faced with such parents and brother, Yang Yuqi wept bitterly. Quan Xingnan let out a soft sigh and stepped forward to stand before Bai's father and mother. Suddenly, the sunlight on her face was blocked. Bai's mother looked up and saw Quan Xingnan's exquisite, delicate face, a girl around the same age as her own daughter. She suddenly burst into loud sobs. "Who are you?" Bai's father asked warily, stepping in front of his wife. Quan Xingnan's gaze settled on his face as she said softly, "I am a friend of Bai Jia. I need to discuss something important with you." Chapter 857, Unjust, False, and Wrongful Cases 10. Mother Bai got up, wiped her tears, and asked, "You're Xiaojia's friend? How come I've never seen you before? Did you come here to watch the show?" Like everyone else, to laugh at how our Xiaojia didn't know how to keep herself pure and live up to the name Bai Jia. "I am Bai Jia's friend. I came to see you today because of Bai Jia." Before Quan Xingnan could finish, Mother Bai sneered coldly. Her face, which should have been gentle and dignified like Bai Jia's, now wore a look of bitterness. "Still saying you're not here to laugh at Xiaojia. What could possibly concern Xiaojia? Xiaojia has been dead for over 2 years, and I've never seen a friend like you come to offer condolences or pay respects." Quan Xingnan looked at her quietly and suddenly spoke up, "The osmanthus wine buried under the osmanthus tree. I wonder if it's still there?" Father Bai and Mother Bai's expressions changed dramatically. Mother Bai grabbed Quan Xingnan's wrist with immense force, almost crushing her bones. "Who are you? How do you know about the osmanthus wine? Only the 3 of us in our family knew about it." Quan Xingnan gently shook off her hand and said softly, "I told you I'm Bai Jia's friend, so naturally, I heard it from Bai Jia. Bai Jia died unjustly. Don't you want her to rest in peace?" She whispered the last sentence. Father Bai supported Mother Bai and demanded sternly, "What do you mean?" Quan Xingnan replied gently, "There are doubts about Bai Jia's death. I came here because of this. The judicial authorities have already ruled that Yang Yuqi is the murderer. What doubts could there be? How could there be any doubts? Are you claiming to be more capable than the state's judicial organs? You say you're Xiaojia's friend, but in reality, you're Yang Yuqi's friend, aren't you? Deliberately trying to confuse us, so we'll give up on seeking revenge against the Yang family." As Father Bai spoke, Mother Bai caught on and glared hatefully at Quan Xingnan. Bai Jia cried, "My parents weren't like this originally, Miss Quan. Please, tell them that Yang Yuqi isn't the murderer. Tell them not to let the real culprit go. The Yang family, Yang Yuqi's family, is already struggling enough. Don't make things worse for them. Ever since my parents started causing trouble frequently, the Yang family's small restaurant had to close down. It's all my fault, all my fault." Quan Xingnan signaled Alexander to knock on the door, the Yang family's door. She herself moved closer to Father and Mother Bai and whispered, "By making such a scene, aren't you wronging an innocent person and letting the real culprit remain free? If you want to know who the real murderer is, come with me and face the Yang family to clarify everything." Seeing Father and Mother Bai open their mouths, about to start shouting curses, her eyes turned cold, and she commanded, "No making a scene." Her gaze was cold and imposing, her presence overwhelming. The couple involuntarily closed their mouths. At that moment, after knocking for a long time without an answer, Alexander called out clearly, "Excuse me, is this Yang Yuqi's home?" Hearing that it wasn't Father or Mother Bai's voice, Yang Yulin walked to the door and cautiously replied, "Who are you?" "My brother was wrongfully killed years ago. He no longer exists in this world. If you're here to interview my parents and ask about how my brother committed murder, please leave. My brother didn't kill anyone. He was innocent." Over the years, they had endured enough of outsiders' strange looks and the frequent disturbances from the media. It was truly ridiculous how they used his brother's wrongful conviction as a sensational negative example. Every time it appeared in the newspapers, he had to hide them to spare his parents another heartbreak. Chapter 858, The Wrongful Conviction 11. Quan Xingnan interjected, "You are Yang Yuqi's younger brother, Yang Yulin, right?" "Hello, Yang Yulin. I am a mutual friend of Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi. I believe your brother is innocent." Today, I came to visit Bai Jia and your parents. Let's see what lies she can come up with. Bai Jia's father and mother sneered coldly. Still shaken by Quan Xingnan's earlier scolding, they remained silent. Yang Yulin said disbelievingly, I've never seen you before. Are you lying to me? Judging by your accents, you're not from our Chang'an either. How could my brother have a friend like you? Quan Xingnan gave a low laugh, admiring their caution. Bai Jia's parents were like this, and so was Yang Yulin. Yang Yulin, you made a bet with your brother. If you lost, you had to wash his socks for 3 months. Did you do it? This was something Yang Yuqi had told her, just like Bai Jia had shared the secret about burying the osmanthus wine with her parents. Yang Yulin stood dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise, How do you know that? I'm his friend, of course I know. No, impossible. My brother and I made that bet the day before Bai Jia died. After Bai Jia's body was discovered, he was arrested and imprisoned. How could he have had time to tell anyone else? Regardless, this meant the person outside definitely had some connection to his brother. Yang Yulin turned to look at his parents. Getting their agreement, he gently opened the door. As soon as the door cracked open, Bai Jia's mother tried to rush in, but her husband grabbed her and shook his head at his wife. Wife, this person knows Xiao Jia and our secret, and she knows the secret between Yang Yuqi and Yang Yulin. Perhaps she really knows something. Hearing this, Yang Yulin glanced at them in surprise. This was the first time they hadn't charged straight through his family's gate, pointing and cursing at him and his parents. They weren't causing trouble, and the young girl with the 2 bodyguards was connected to his brother. Yang Yulin didn't want curious outsiders gawking at his family affairs, so he silently led them inside. Quan Xingnan instructed Alexander and Daniel to guard outside the door and entered alone. Yang Yulin, expressionless, locked the door behind them. Seeing them enter the courtyard, Yang Yulin's father and mother helped each other stand up. They trembled so much it seemed a gust of wind could knock them over. Quan Xingnan hurried forward to support them. Yang Yulin's mother gave a grateful smile to the exceptionally beautiful young girl before her, then looked at Bai Jia's parents. Mr. Bai, Mrs. Bai, let me say it again. My Chi-Chi is not the murderer. He did not harm your Bai Jia. Even if you come to curse and smash things every day, I will still say this. Chi-Chi is not the killer. He is not. The judicial authorities have already ruled. Yang Yuqi is the murderer. Bai Jia's mother retorted without backing down, her voice a hoarse shout. Just as the scene described by Yang Yuqi and Bai Jia seemed about to repeat itself, Quan Xing said coldly, Stop arguing. What's the point of you fighting like this? Mr. Bai, Mrs. Bai, instead of wasting your energy like this, why not use it to find the real murderer? Bai Jia's mother snorted. And you claim to be Xiao Jia's friend? You're actually shielding her murderer. But Yang Yulin's mother was extremely agitated. Trembling, she said, young lady, you believe our Chi-Chi is not the murderer? You really believe it? Heavens, have you finally opened your eyes today? I've waited so long, nearly 1,000 days and nights, and finally, someone other than the 3 of us in this family believes in Yang Yuqi's innocence. Chapter 859, The Wrongful Case 12. Quan Xingnan's nose tingled with emotion, and she was deeply shaken. She had only said that Yang Yuqi was not the murderer, yet this woman was so moved, so grateful. If heaven had eyes, shouldn't it feel ashamed? A mother who had lost her son, her wish was so humble. Yet, incidents like those involving Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi clearly showed that heaven had no eyes. Yes, I believe Yang Yuqi is innocent. I came today to review your petition materials and help you seek an opportunity to clear Yang Yuqi's name. Quan Xingnan's voice was gentle as she took the initiative, supporting Mother Yang as they walked toward the house. After a few steps, she turned to look at Mother Bai. Mrs. Bai, if you want to know the truth, if you want to know who the real murderer of Bai Jia is, come inside with us. The same goes for everyone else. It's better to discuss this matter indoors. I'm afraid others might overhear. She had supernatural abilities and could set up a barrier, but if outsiders couldn't hear them speaking in the yard, they would grow suspicious. With such calm composure and openness, the group silently followed her inside. Quan Xingnan waved her hand, and a barrier enveloped the living room. The ghosts of Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi slowly appeared before them. Xiao Jia, Chi-Chi, brother. The 5 of them exclaimed in unison. These were unmistakably the Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi they had been longing for. Tear stains still marked Bai Jia's face. Seeing their shocked expressions, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Dad, Mom, can you see me and Yang Yuqi? Can you see us? Mother Bai rushed over, trying to embrace her, but her arms closed around empty air. Mother Yang was the same, her arms empty. She couldn't help but cry. Chi-Chi, is that you? Is it really you? They felt no fear of the ghosts, only joy. Father Yang and Father Bai were equally shocked. They were more composed by nature, their emotions not as outwardly expressive as their wives. After the initial excitement, they, along with Yang Yulin, turned to Quan Xingnan. Who are you? How's this possible? Quan Xingnan sighed. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I can make ghosts appear. Only in this way could the two families unite in their efforts. In the case of Yang Yuqi's wrongful conviction, it was more appropriate for the families to step forward. She had discussed it with Hu Xuedong. They would simply have the parents of both families petition the relevant department. After learning the whole story from their own children, Mother Bai fell to her knees before Father Yang and Mother Yang. Brother Yang, Sister Yang, we wronged you. We've caused you so much trouble for so long. Hit me, scold me, I beg you. Please, in light of us both having lost our children, wait until the real murderer is caught before punishing me, okay? Knowing the murderer was Tang Jinrui, she wanted to do everything in her power to bring him to justice and avenge her daughter. After Mother Yang finished speaking with her son, she reached out to help Mother Bai up. I understand the pain of losing a child because I've lost my son too. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the judicial authorities. They created a wrongful case and framed Chi-Chi. It's only natural that you believed he was the murderer. What we should do now, as both children have said, is unite and ensure the real murderer is brought to justice. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, and Mother Yang couldn't hold back her sobs. My Chi-Chi was only 18 when he died. Mrs. Bai, your 17-year-old daughter, my 18-year-old son, they were both gone before they even had a chance to experience life. The two mothers embraced each other, weeping bitterly, all their former hatred for one another vanishing without a trace. Yang Yulin calmly asked, Miss, you said you came for my brother and Bai Jia. How will you help us? P.S. So many debts, so much worry. I've broken my promise and grown fat from it. Today, I owe 24 more chapters. I should have added more updates today because of last month's top 10 monthly votes. Tomorrow, I'm going to the city hospital for a checkup. I beg everyone to give me a chance to spread the additional updates over 2 days. I want to write a bit more with the remaining time tonight, striving to finish 12 chapters before 8 a.m. tomorrow before I leave, so I can return to the normal update schedule. Please understand. Chapter 860, Wild Talk 1. Both the Yang and Bai couples turned their gaze towards Quan Xingnan in response to Yang Yulin's question, their eyes clearly reflecting her lovely image. Quan Xingnan had already silently mobilized her spiritual power with her divine sense, placing an unbreakable prohibition on them to never speak of this matter to anyone. Then, she laid out her entire plan. The plan was very simple. On the surface, the Yang and Bai families would remain enemies to avoid arousing suspicion. Privately, however, they would reconcile and work together to find evidence of Tang Jinrui's crimes. The Yang family would continue to petition the authorities, while she would work behind the scenes to investigate and gather evidence, striving to uncover proof of Tang Jinrui's actions at the time of the crime as soon as possible. Petition? It's useless. For over 2 years, Old Yang and I have petitioned nearly 100 times, going to the relevant departments almost every few days. But no one accepts our case. Even when they do, they all say the evidence is conclusive and uphold the original verdict. Mother Yang's tears flowed uncontrollably. She wiped them away, but the despair of the past 2 years still lingered on her face. Father Yang nodded. That's right. I don't know what your status is, miss, but I understand the meaning of the phrase officials shield each other. Before we knew young Master Tang was the murderer, no one would stand up for us. If they knew the murderer was him, I'm afraid even fewer would dare to speak up. The common people cannot fight against officials. Mother Yang's voice choked with sobs. Even if the world knew he was the murderer, would the final result be like Chi-Chi's? Sentenced and executed within a month? In less than 2 months, my Chi-Chi lost his life after Bai Jia died. When it comes to Tang Jinrui, would it be that swift? Mom. Yang Yuqi drifted over to his mother. I'm sorry, my situation has burdened the whole family. Chi-Chi. Mother Yang reached out, her hand passing right through him. Mom, trust Miss Quan. She will definitely let Bai Jia and me rest in peace. As the direct maternal granddaughter of the Lin family in the capital, she was surely more powerful than the Tang family, and the Lin and Tang families were at odds. Bai Jia agreed. Miss Quan is very capable. Aunt Yang, Dad, Mom, please listen to Miss Quan. Looking at her daughter, still as beautiful and pure as before, Mother Bai wept softly. After a long while, she wiped her tears. Sister Yang, it's too early to think about all that now. Let's first follow this Miss Quan's instructions. When the truth comes to light, we'll find a way to bring the real murderer to justice. For now, no one knew Tang Jinrui was the murderer. There was no need to worry prematurely about the final judgment. All right. At least now the Bai family knew the truth. They believed that one day, everyone would know of Yang Yuqi's innocence. Mother Yang turned to Quan Xingnan. Miss Quan, please continue. I'll listen to you. She had endured such bitter, hopeless days. Now that she had seen her son who could not rest in peace, what couldn't she endure? From the day her son was arrested, she knew her whole life would be spent striving to clear his name. May I first ask, after Bai Jia died, how was Yang Yuqi arrested, and what happened after his arrest? After Yang Yuqi was executed, the Yang household became deserted. All relatives and friends avoided them. No one would listen to Mother Yang's pleas of her son's innocence. Hearing Quan Xingnan's question, she immediately told the story. After Yang Yuqi was arrested, during the days before his execution, he knew nothing of what happened outside. Only after becoming a ghost did he have the chance to linger by his parents' side. And Bai Jia, having just died, was emotionally shattered. Aside from returning to her parents, she hadn't paid attention to anything else. Chapter 861, Reckless Words 2. The murderer wasn't caught at the time. After the autopsy, it was determined that Bai Jia died on the evening after school. That area, aside from trees and bushes, had a few scattered grave mounds, so people had always avoided it. That morning, Chi-Chi was on his way to school and caught a glimpse of Bai Jia's skirt. He and Bai Jia were classmates, both academically excellent. Though in different grades, they were both well-liked by the teachers. Recognizing it immediately, he went over to investigate. Upon seeing Bai Jia's body, he was terrified and ran away. After reaching the school, he felt guilty and reported it to a teacher, who then called the police. This is what Yang Yuqi told his mother when she visited him in prison, and he had also told the police the same thing. Yang's mother deeply resented her son's meddling and momentary curiosity, which had cost him his life. Recalling the past, Yang Yuqi said, "Why did I become the murder suspect just because I reported it? I could never understand it. Could it really be just because of my school bag, which I accidentally left at the scene when I discovered Bai Jia's body? I was so frightened at the time that I dropped my bag without even realizing it. I never thought it would become my death warrant." Bai Jia covered her mouth. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who implicated Yang Yuqi. He found my body and kindly reported it. Who would have thought it would get him into trouble? Bai Jia, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Chi-Chi himself for being so careless and leaving his bag there." When the Yang family received the news of their son's arrest, everyone was stunned. They rushed to the police station, where the police told them that Yang Yuqi's school bag was evidence and that he was the murderer. Furthermore, they had discovered that while at school, Yang Yuqi had once told friends that he liked Bai Jia and wanted to pursue her. They claimed that Yang Yuqi, having relentlessly pursued Bai Jia but been rejected, flew into a humiliated rage and raped and killed her after school. Bai Jia was beautiful, smart, and academically outstanding. Many people at school liked her. She was like a princess, the most beautiful princess in the school. Having such feelings, like everyone else, wasn't that just a crush? There were plenty of boys and girls secretly dating at school, and countless boys declared they wanted to pursue Bai Jia. How did that become my motive for murder? Bai Jia died in the evening. The dew was heavy that night, and Bai Jia's clothes were soaked through. There was no dew on my school bag. Didn't the police notice that? On the night Bai Jia disappeared, Yang Yuqi went home with his younger brother and several classmates, as seen by neighbors. Moreover, their family had a television set, which many households didn't have. After 8 p.m. that night, quite a few people brought small stools to their house to watch TV, and they didn't leave until after 10 p.m. So many people could testify that he hadn't lingered outside. He simply didn't have the time to kill Bai Jia. The police could clearly have investigated all this. There was no reason to skip checking these witnesses. Yet, precisely these witnesses were absent. Even when his own parents and brother testified, the police dismissed it, saying relatives of the suspect couldn't serve as reliable witnesses for Yang Yuqi. Yang's mother cried, Exactly. Many of our neighbors had good relations with us and were willing to testify for Chi-Chi, but the police wouldn't believe any of them, saying we couldn't be witnesses. Not only that, but the police also found Bai Jia's diary at the Bai residence. Bai Jia's diary mentioned that recently a boy from school had been pursuing her, pestering her relentlessly. She was utterly annoyed and detested that classmate, deciding to tell the teacher the next day to have the teacher resolve this nuisance. The police believed that Yang Yuqi was the boy harassing her in Bai Jia's diary. Chapter 862, Reckless Words 3. Considering all the evidence, many people believed it, including Bai Jia's parents. Bai Jia said excitedly, "No. It's not. The boy in the diary isn't Yang Yuqi. Yang Yuqi never pursued me. It's Tang Jinrui. Both inside and outside school, he always harassed me, asking me to be his girlfriend and even trying to give me a gold bracelet. I heard from my roommate about his terrible reputation, and since I was about to enter my senior year of high school, I definitely didn't want an early romance. The more I refused, the more he pestered me. Unable to get what he wanted, he waited until after school when no one was around and dragged her into the woods behind the school. But Bai Jia died. Bai Jia died, and no one could prove that the boy in the diary wasn't Yang Yuqi. Thus, based on Yang Yuqi's backpack left at the scene, witnesses who testified that Yang Yuqi wanted to pursue Bai Jia, and Bai Jia's diary, the police quickly closed the case, swiftly passed judgment. and carried out the execution without giving the Yang family any time to react or seek help. Miss Kwan, I will never forget the scene of sending Chi-Chi to the execution ground. I asked him if he did it. If he did, then death was not enough to atone. If he didn't, he must never admit it even in death. At 18 years old, he looked at me, shook his head, tears streaming down his face, and said nothing. For over 2 years now, I have thought about the last time I saw Chi-Chi every single moment. Mother Yang seemed to recall that scene, a heart-wrenching scene. Her son was being escorted forward, and she followed behind, crying and chasing after him, only to receive her son's body in the end. At 18 years old, his eyes were wide open, and before cremation, no matter how hard they tried, they could not close them. That was the look of someone who died with a grievance. Mother Yang clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Miss Kwan, you have the great ability to make Bai Jia and Chi-Chi appear. My Yang family asks for nothing else, only that young Master Tang receives the punishment he deserves and that my son's name is cleared. If not for her husband and younger son, she would have wanted to die with her eldest son, so he wouldn't be alone on the road to the underworld. Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. She had come for this case in the first place and would naturally see it through to the end. Dispelling the barrier, Quan Xingnan, posing as a friend of Bai Jia and young Yuqi, accompanied Bai Jia's parents out of the Yang residence. She repeatedly tried to persuade Bai Jia's parents, who were still cursing the Yang family, to let the matter rest and keep the peace. Those who had been curious earlier saw this and showed a hint of understanding. It seemed that even as a friend of Bai Jia and young Yuqi, she couldn't persuade the Bai family to back down. After seeing Bai Jia's parents back to their room, Quan Xingnan returned to the hotel where she and Hu Xiuedong were currently staying. As soon as she returned to the hotel, Hu Xiuedong handed her all the detailed information he had gathered about the Tang family. While she was at the Bai residence, Hu Xiuedong had not been idle either. You found it so quickly? Quan Xingnan remarked, impressed. It was indeed Hu Xiuedong. His actions were swift, having accomplished this in just half a day. Quan Xingnan flipped through the pages one by one, her frown deepening the more she read. Flawless. The only way to describe the case from over 2 years ago was flawless. The entire process was meticulously documented. The physical evidence was Yang Yuqi's backpack left at the scene, and Bai Jia's diary. The witnesses were students from the school who testified that Yang Yuqi had intended to pursue Bai Jia. From beginning to end, it was a rigorous investigation process, with no trace of favoritism or bending the law. If she hadn't known that Yang Yuqi was at home watching TV with his neighbor that day, if she hadn't seen the souls of Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi herself, and if she had only looked at the detailed circumstances of this case, the thrilling sequence of events, the meticulous evidence collection, and the solemn judgment, Quan Xingnan would have absolutely believed this was a case with a satisfying conclusion that brought justice. Chapter 863, Wild Talk 4. Fourth brother, tell me, is this a wrongful conviction, a mistake by the police at the time, or is someone behind the scenes causing trouble? Quan Xingnan truly didn't understand these twists and turns as well as Hu Xiuedong. But after reading this information, she vaguely understood the truth in her heart. Hu Xiuedong flipped to a certain page of the information and pointed it out to Quan Xingnan. Look here. Based on this point alone, it's enough to prove that someone intervened behind the scenes, deliberately diverting the trouble elsewhere. Yang Yuqi was just too unlucky. He happened to run into it. Even if it hadn't been Yang Yuqi who discovered Bai Jia's body, the person who intervened would have created a Yang Yuqi. The point Hu Xiuedong indicated was precisely the failure to collect testimonies from neighbors. He flipped a few pages back and pointed at the current positions and family connections of some of the police officers who handled the case back then. Doesn't it seem strange? The main officer in charge of the case back then is now the deputy director of the Chang'an City Public Security Bureau, while 2 years ago he was just an inconspicuous middle-aged officer. What's even more coincidental is that he is an elementary school classmate of Tang Jinrui's mother. No one knew the murderer was Tang Jinrui, so naturally no one thought of this officer. Quan Xingnan let out a sigh. It could be confirmed, this was a wrongful conviction manipulated by someone. If it had been a police error, it might have been somewhat forgivable, but this was unforgivable and intolerable. She couldn't alert the enemy now. The Bai family, as usual, often went to the Yang family to curse them out, while the Yang family, to avoid them, bought 3 train tickets to leave their residence and continued their petitioning. This time, following Quan Xingnan's instructions, they changed their method. They found a TV station and tearfully recounted to the station the reason their family was shattered, firmly believing their son was innocent and persisting in their petition. Lin Xiaoxue had a classmate, Meng Tian, who worked at the TV station in a fairly high position. He had once sought help from the Yuan family and received guidance from Quan Xingnan. He was tight-lipped, so he took Quan Xingnan's request very seriously. A murder case that caused a sensation over 2 years ago, with the parents of the murderer continuously petitioning, was absolutely attention-grabbing. Ming Tian believed in Quan Xingnan's divine foresight. He had a premonition that Quan Xingnan's involvement in this matter surely indicated the real murderer was someone else. An ordinary family, a handsome son suddenly becoming a murderer, being executed after refusing to confess, the family becoming the target of public criticism and discrimination, yet they stubbornly refused to believe their son was the killer. Embarking on a path to clear his name, ultimately discovering the real culprit was someone else, this would absolutely cause a huge social uproar. By then, the ratings of his TV station would definitely skyrocket. He arranged the best interview team to follow and report on the Yang family's petition efforts. The dispatched reporters were very clever and knew exactly how to capture the audience's attention. They filmed the Yang family's tragic situation, the sorrow of Yang's father and mother, and added a sorrowful voiceover. After filming Yang's father, mother, and Yang Yulin, they also interviewed Bai's father and mother, and the personnel who handled the case back then. They received resolute replies from both sides, identical to the results from over 2 years ago. The evidence was conclusive. There was no wrongful conviction whatsoever. The young parents were doing this simply because they couldn't accept their son's death and wanted to smear the government. While being interviewed, Bai's mother recounted her daughter's tragic experience and death, while also cursing that the murderer's entire family would die horrible deaths, which made people sympathize with her even more. After broadcast, it attracted a large audience. Everyone condemned Yang Yuqi. Everyone sympathized with Bai Jie. They joined Bai's mother in cursing the Yang family. If the Yang family hadn't been psychologically prepared and hadn't returned home after petitioning, they would certainly have had rotten eggs thrown at them and been splashed with black dog's blood. Chapter 864. Brazen Words 5. More and more people were paying attention, and newspapers began to carry overwhelming coverage. The media wasn't foolish. They catered to what the audience liked to see, which sold many newspapers. They even dug up some trivial details about daily life and studies that even Yang Yuqi and Bai Jie themselves had forgotten. A pair of exceptionally outstanding young teenagers, it was precisely this excellence that made people sigh with even greater pity. The girl was tragically raped and murdered. The boy was executed by firing squad. People always sympathize with the weak. These two families were both objects of their sympathy. Sympathizing with the Yang family was not at all strange. Their family was in such a difficult situation, all because they were implicated by their son. Reasonable and sensible people actually sympathized with families like the Yangs. The son committed the crime, so the whole family shouldn't have to suffer. Amidst this uproar, the Tang family remained completely silent. Of course, who knew that Tang Jinrui was the murderer? It was believed that no one could have imagined it, except for those who were once in the know. The Tang family stood firm as Mount Tai, but Quan Xingnan wasn't the least bit anxious. Tang Jinrui hadn't returned to the country yet. He was probably still at large in France. However, he was sure to return home soon, as the duration of his overseas trip was only a few days. Seizing this opportunity, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong toured all the major and minor tourist attractions in Chang'an City, the big and small wild goose pagodas, the Daming Palace, and more. They sampled authentic local dishes like yengru palma, pita bread soaked in lamb soup, and saozi noodles, bought many specialty souvenirs to give as gifts, and even visited Chang'an's antique market several times, acquiring many antiques like bronzeware and Tang tricolor pottery. Chang'an City, the provincial capital, was one of the 4 great ancient capitals and a famous historical and cultural city. Although located in the northwest, it was very prosperous. Quan Xingnan only entrusted Ming Tian, saying she sympathized with the Yang family's plight, but she did not make any other appearances regarding the matter. Ming Tian never mentioned a word about this to the outside world. Apart from the television station, she and Hua Xiuedong had no intention of alerting other acquaintances in official institutions, including those whom the Yang family had petitioned. What she was waiting for was Tang Jinrui. Within a few days, Tang Jinrui returned from France. Tang Jinrui, who couldn't find the stunningly beautiful young woman from that day, was very unhappy. When they went back to the vineyard, they were informed they were now persona non grata there. Furthermore, local intervention sought to have them expelled from France. Tang Jinrui, who had been proud all his life, had never suffered such humiliation before. Unfortunately, that was France, not his own country. Tang Jinrui was seething with anger, but had nowhere to vent it. He returned home and threw a tantrum. He had never seen such a radiant, crystal-clear young woman before. All the girls he had pursued instantly turned to dross in comparison to her brilliance. A sense of absolute determination surged within him. Hearing that he had been wronged and had taken a liking to a beautiful young woman of uncommon grace, and was now depressed because he couldn't find her, Grandma Tang and Mrs. Tang immediately said with heartache, "Rue, don't be angry. Leave this matter to Grandma and Mom. We will definitely find out where that young lady is and fulfill your wish. Tang Xing frowned angrily, pointing at them in fury. It's all because you spoiled him. If it weren't for you, could Ruerue have turned out like this? Haven't you heard about the turmoil outside? And you still dare to let him run wild. What are you saying? What does this have to do with Ruerue? Ruerue is the sole heir of our old Tang family line. Does our Tang family need to tread on thin ice? Letting Ruerue be happy and do whatever he wants is what should be done. Hearing her son blame her and her daughter-in-law for doting too much on their grandson, Grandma Tang immediately became displeased. Mom. Tang Xing was furious and anxious. Chapter 865, Brazen Words 6. Tang Jinrui was the only son in the family, the sole seedling in a vast field of fertile land, practically the apple of the Tang family's eye. When Tang Jinrui was born, Tang Xing was already getting on in years. Busy with work, he had neglected the upbringing of his children. His deepest affection was always reserved for this only son. He had confidently entrusted him to his mother, who came from a prominent family, believing her extensive experience would raise him well. Little did he know the boy would be spoiled rotten. By the time Tang Xing wanted to step in and discipline him, it was already too late. From childhood onwards, fighting, brawling, smoking, drinking, and early romance were practically daily occurrences for Tang Jinrui. Whatever Tang Jinrui wanted, under the Tang family's protection, he got. As his father, Tang Xing had no choice but to clean up the messes left behind. If outsiders didn't know the true culprit behind the Baijia case, how could the Tang family not know? Tang Xing was now deeply troubled. He had a strong feeling that the Young family, which had lain low for over 2 years without causing any major waves, was making a fierce comeback this time. Something must have happened that he was unaware of. His eyelid kept twitching incessantly. Tang Xing didn't want this matter to escalate further, but he couldn't intervene personally. Once he made a move, he would leave traces, drawing everyone's attention to himself. He had many political enemies in official circles. If they discovered anything, he would be finished. He absolutely could not court death. He could only watch from the sidelines with cold detachment. Without evidence, the truth couldn't be uncovered. Anyway, besides his own family, the only other person who knew about this was his wife's classmate, Ko Lianhe. Ko Lianhe had been promoted and was now sitting as a deputy bureau chief. He would never leak this matter. If it were leaked, he himself would be in deep trouble. Deeply troubled, Tang Xing immediately forbade Tang Jinrui from leaving the house, telling outsiders only that he was studying at home. If he could have controlled him, Tang Jinrui wouldn't have turned out like this. Tang Jinrui couldn't stop thinking about the young girl he had met in France. He still wanted to find someone to help him inquire about her whereabouts. The girl was clearly of Eastern descent and should be in his own country. Tang Jinrui had no other talents, except for being exceptionally good at sketching. With a few strokes, he had vividly sketched Quan Xingnan. He paid no heed to Tang Xing's words. Swaggering, he took the sketch and went out, calling a few well-connected friends who were good at finding people to meet up at a bar. Upon hearing that Tang Jinrui had gone out, Quan Xingnan and Huazhuang disguised themselves and soon appeared at the same bar. The bar wasn't very lively at this time, as it was still quite a novel concept, so the crowd wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Most patrons were children from wealthy families, enjoying a lifestyle a cut above the rest. With her celestial eye and earthly pupil activated, Quan Xingnan spotted the portrait in Tang Jinrui's hand at a glance and was instantly furious. She said something to Huazhuang, planning to take the portrait when he was off guard. Let me. Huazhuang stopped her, his eyes filled with coldness. He stood up and walked towards the bar, brushing past Tang Jinrui. By the time Tang Jinrui sat down with his friends and started explaining his request, he found the portrait in his hand had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few blank sheets of paper. Everyone laughed. Young Master Tang, weren't you looking for someone? Where's the portrait? Tang Jinrui couldn't figure out how this had happened. Had he taken the wrong thing? Thinking this, he shrugged and said, maybe I brought the wrong one. Come to my place tonight, and I'll show you. You must help me find her. I'll reward you handsomely. What kind of beauty is she to make you so devoted? Yeah, young Master Tang, that Wang Chui by your side is quite pretty. She's even the school belle at your university. It was at this moment. Quan Xingnan focused her spiritual sense, channeling spiritual energy to form a talisman that landed on Tang Jinrui. He brazenly declared, what's Wang Chui? Just a village girl. That little beauty is the real deal. Even 10 Baijias from back when I had my way with her couldn't compare to that little beauty. I saw her just once, and I can't eat or sleep for thinking of her. P.S. The temperature suddenly dropped to 3 degrees. My cold keeps coming back, and I can't hold on anymore. Can only manage 6 chapters today, still in debt. Just hope I don't owe up to 100 chapters. Please understand. Chapter 866, Arrogant Word 7. Disgusting. Tang Jinru was indeed utterly repulsive. Relying on his power and influence, he acted without any restraint. Allowing someone like him to continue living in this world would only ruin more innocent girls. Quan Xingnan, who had placed a truth-telling talisman on him to make him speak honestly, had blazing fury in her eyes, illuminating her pretty face beneath her hat. She had to help bring him to justice and send him to the execution ground. Although Tang Jinru's harassment was disgusting, Quan Xingnan had never intended to take a life, at most seeking some petty revenge in daily life. But now he was responsible for more than 2 deaths. He wasn't worth sparing. His death would actually save the people who would otherwise fall into his hands. Punish evil and promote good. Eliminating evil is itself promoting good. Hua Xiwedding returned from the bar with a glass of wine in hand. Even from that distance, he had heard Tang Jinru's words. His expression grew even gentler, but Quan Xingnan could feel the bone-chilling cold beneath that gentleness. "Fourth brother," she said, covering his hand, which was bulging with veins, and shaking her head at him after he sat down. Tang Jinru was nothing more than a dead man. A man destined to die. There was no need to stoop to his level. Hua Xiwedding said in a low voice, "Leave the rest to me." The two of them were generous by nature and never held grudges, but now Tang Jinru had touched his reverse scale. Quan Xingnan nodded. Their thoughts and exchange took only a moment. Just as they finished, they heard exclamations from Tang Jinru's table. "Bai Jie? Bai Jie? Is that the victim on TV? The one who was raped and murdered? Master Tang, you got your hands on her? You kept it quiet. Why didn't you say anything? Let us see the proud flower bowing at your feet." And here we all thought Bai Jie was pure and noble. Turns out it was all an act. She fell for you the moment she met you, Master Tang. Tang Jinru, are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting? What does Bai Jie have to do with you? One of his closer friends, unlike the others, glanced around and hissed in a low voice. Among the group were Tang Jinru's friends, but also enemies he didn't know about. One young man, an enemy, smirked and said cheerfully, "What are you worried about? Who do you think Master Tang is?" Then, lowering his voice, he added, "Master Tang, how did it feel after you got Bai Jie?" Bai Jie, she was the prettiest flower in our school, always putting on that noble and pure act, making people admire her from afar but never dare to touch her. As for that little beauty you mentioned, I don't believe there's anyone prettier than Bai Jie. Why not? What's so special about Bai Jie? She's no different from Wang Cui and the others, just pretending to be proud. Fine, if she wants to be proud, I'll crush that pride with my own hands. But Bai Jie is dead, the man pressed, lowering his voice further. Do you know how she died? It was tragic. So, what if she's dead? How did she die? I strangled her. She deserved it. She resisted me. I was so good to her, but she treated me like a flood, desperate to stay away. Anyway, someone cleaned it up for me, so I'm not worried. Isn't there that unlucky guy Yang Yuqi? My mom asked my old classmate Uncle Ko to handle it. They won't trace it back to me, and even if they do, I'm not afraid. My dad is Tangxing. After Tang Jinru finished speaking, as the others subtly moved away, his eyes widened in terror. Born into the Tang family, he had seen and heard enough to know what could and couldn't be said. He relied on the Tang family's power to act recklessly within their sphere of influence, but some things, especially involving murder cases, even he, foolish as he was, knew he shouldn't utter a single word about. Chapter 867, Arrogant Words 8. What was happening now? When others asked Bai Jie, why did he spill everything like beans from a bamboo tube? Tang Jinrui was shocked, and so were the others. A murderer. Could Bai Jie's death really be as Yang Yuqi's parents had said, that she wasn't killed by Yang Yuqi, and the real culprit was someone else? Tang Jinrui, what nonsense are you talking about? Tang Jinrui's friend said, his face pale. Do you know you can't say things like that? What does Bai Jie's death have to do with you? The murderer is Yang Yuqi. I don't want to say it either. Tang Jinrui was on the verge of tears, but the words coming out of his mouth were completely opposite to what he meant. I killed Bai Jie. So what? Anyway, everyone already thinks the murderer is Yang Yuqi. The evidence is solid, and no matter what, it won't come back to me. Even if it does, my dad can get me out. Tang Jinrui said each word deliberately. To others, he seemed utterly arrogant, but only he knew how terrified he was. A real murderer? Everyone who heard this was stunned, silently shifting their positions to move farther away from Tang Jinrui. Tang Jinrui's friend stood up and cursed, Tang Jinrui, have you had too much to drink? Are you losing your mind? How can you say something like that? Don't you see where you are? Go home now and stop acting crazy here. I'm not crazy, and I haven't been drinking. Tang Jinrui shouted angrily, unable to control himself. His friend was silent for a moment. While dialing Tang Xing's number, he said, Tang Jinrui, I know you liked Bai Jie and chased her for a long time, but you didn't really rape and kill her, did you? Rape wasn't a major crime. When they did things like that, a little compensation afterward, and the victim would be thrilled. They wouldn't even go to jail. But rape followed by murder, that was a serious offense. Not to mention that the case had already implicated someone else, someone who had even been executed. That was 2 lives. For them, it wasn't easy to resolve. If that were really the case, he'd better stay far away from Tang Jinrui to avoid dragging his own family into it. I killed Bai Jia. Who can do anything to me? Tang Jinrui shouted at the top of his lungs. He couldn't stop himself at all. He felt like a puppet on strings, and these weren't even words he wanted to say. At the same time, the noisy bar fell silent. All eyes turned to Tang Jinrui. Tang Jinrui trembled all over. If he had said these things at home, he wouldn't have been worried. But in a public place? Tang Jinrui could already foresee the consequences. Tang Jinrui was usually careful in his actions. Apart from Bai Jia, his current dozen or so girlfriends were all willing. They willingly got pregnant and had abortions. The one who died had committed suicide, and that had nothing to do with him. As for the other girls like Bai Jia who hadn't been willing and whom he had raped, they were too afraid of his family's power to speak out. Plus, being raped would tarnish their own reputations, so they could only swallow their anger. Now, someone had heard him confess to murder. Tang Jinrui's friend kept dialing Tang Xing's number, but no one answered. Frustrated, he scratched his head and glanced at Tang Jinrui, who was too weak in the knees to stand. His expression darkened. This wasn't going to be easy to handle. There were so many people in the bar, and Tang Jinrui had spoken so loudly. What he said would definitely leak out. What are you looking at? Tang Jinrui clearly noticed this. He glared viciously around him, wanting only to go home. Give me a hand. I'm done. Let's go home. He was afraid he might say more things he didn't want to say. Someone had already called the police after hearing him. As soon as they stepped out of the bar, police cars came wailing in. 2 officers got out and approached Tang Jinrui. P.S. 2 chapters for now. I need to go to the city center. I'll continue when I get back tonight. No need to go tomorrow. Chapter 868, Arrogant Words 10. The entire Tang family changed color in unison. If the news hadn't spread, with the Tang family's influence, they could have smoothed this over in no time. Now, that's impossible. Too many people knew, and it had escalated to a point of widespread public outrage. If this were merely a case of wrongful conviction, the common people might have felt sympathy for the innocent young Yuchi, but they wouldn't have been too agitated. After all, everyone makes mistakes, even if a judicial error leads to the loss of an innocent life. But that wasn't the case. It wasn't a wrongful conviction, it was deliberately orchestrated, a frame-up. From young Yuchi's plight, many people, especially ordinary citizens, saw their own futures. They all wondered, would they, powerless and without influence, one day become someone else's scapegoat like young Yuchi? Powerful officials, it was far too easy for them to pin a crime on someone else, too easy to clear themselves and shift the blame onto an innocent person. They held power, they held influence, colluding with each other like a vast net, leaving no room for escape. Tang Jinrui, who claimed to have raped and murdered Bai Jia, was arrested. Ko Lenha, who was in charge of Bai Jia's case, was arrested. The Tang family didn't escape. Tang Leo Tai, Tang Xing, and Tang Tai were all taken away, especially Tang Tai, who had contacted Ko Lianhe. They didn't even have time to drive away the reporters surrounding the Tang family's estate before the police took them away. Chang'an City immediately issued an order for a thorough investigation. The situation spiraled out of control. More and more people grew fearful, more and more angry. That same day, television stations and various media outlets were swarmed with people waving flags and shouting, demanding the government give them an answer. Not to mention Tang Xing, even other municipal officials had no idea how this matter had been blown up to such a degree that everyone knew about it. Tang Xing hadn't sat idle after learning the news last night. He contacted every connection he could, pleading with them to help him suppress this. Even if Tang Jinrui was arrested, the news couldn't leak. Unfortunately, his wishes weren't fulfilled. Some connections distanced themselves, others were powerless. Overnight, the news spread not only across Chang'an City, but was broadcast on television stations across most of the country. When the Yang and Bai families saw the news on various TV channels, they covered their mouths and wept uncontrollably. Especially Yang's father and mother, they had waited for this day for far, far too long. Their son no longer had to bear the label of a murderer. Although the investigation results for this case hadn't come out yet, Quan Xingnan had told them that none of the Tang family would escape. They just had to wait. Any case that stirred up public outcry would ultimately result in harsh punishment. Without exception, this had become a rule in the officialdom of the Heavenly Dynasty. In officialdom, cases that caused a public uproar would be severely punished. But what about those that didn't? How many were quietly swept under the rug? Countless. Quan Xingnan was powerless to change that. She could only follow her conscience and help those she could, without any regrets. Yang's parents and young Yulin understood this truth all too well. The pain of Yang Yuqi's wrongful death, the bitterness of their family's appeals, The darkness of officialdom they had witnessed firsthand. Those who hadn't experienced it could never comprehend that helplessness. They only hoped the case would be resolved soon. That was what they said when they were interviewed. Seeing the aged, gaunt appearance of Yang's father and mother, every viewer was filled with righteous indignation. The calls for a swift investigation grew louder and louder, forcing the government to speed up their work. Chapter 869. Arrogant Words 11. If one put in the effort, the case was actually easy to investigate, even though more than 2 years had passed. When the investigation was reopened, the staff members who had been in charge of the case at the time hesitantly explained that the school bag had likely been left behind on the morning the report was filed because there was no dew on it. Baijia's dress and school bag were soaked through with dew, but Yang Yuqi's school bag was dry. More and more doubts were uncovered, and ultimately the police determined that, based on this, Yang Yuqi could not be judged as the murderer. There was insufficient evidence. Even if this case had become an unsolved mystery with no perpetrator found, Yang Yuqi should never have been convicted. Quan Xingnan gave a sarcastic smile. Now you say the evidence is insufficient. Why was it deemed conclusive more than 2 years ago? They shifted all the blame onto Ko Lianhe, who had abused his power for personal gain. But didn't the judicial authorities that made the final verdict bear any responsibility? When they saw such evidence, shouldn't they have said it was insufficient? Many people shared her thoughts. In short, after this incident came to light, the municipal committee and the judicial authorities both suffered a great loss of face. The day Tang Jinrui was arrested, he confessed without reservation, even revealing other things he had done. The police also found witnesses and other evidence proving that Tang Jinrui had harassed Baijia at the time. During the interrogation, Tang Jinrui's outburst at the police officers spread. My father is Tang Xing. My great-aunt's family is the Lin family in the capital. The Lin family, you know? The prestigious Lin family of the capital. You dare to arrest me here? Watch out, or you might lose your positions. The Lin family? Mentioning the Lin family did make some people fear retaliation, but soon a notice came from the Lin family. Old Master Lin personally gave the order, punish without leniency. Even if they had ties with the family, the law would take its course, and the Lin family would never interfere. A shadow named Despair loomed over the Tang family. Unfortunately, the Tang mansion was temporarily unoccupied. Ko Lianhe, Mrs. Tang, and old Mrs. Tang all admitted to what they had done, including drugging Tang Jinrui's girlfriend. However, the 2 women of the Tang family only admitted to calling Ko Lianhe and urging him to close the case quickly, preferably leaving it unsolved. They denied intentionally making Yang Yuqi the scapegoat. They claimed they had never thought of that. It was just Yang Yuqi's bad luck that he happened to be caught up in it, and with the evidence unable to clear him, Ko Lianhe simply went along with the flow. Many people who heard this were both angry and amused. Yang's mother burst into tears on the spot. Going along with the flow? My son's life was lost because you went along with the flow? You knew my son was innocent. If you had any conscience at all, even a life sentence would have been better. But in the end, why did you sentence him to death? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Once dead, there's no chance to live again. Yang's father crouched nearby, head in his hands, silent. Those who paid close attention noticed that the dust at his feet had long been dotted with countless droplets of water. When reporters came to interview, many people gathered around. Every time there was a development in the case, reporters from various media outlets would come to interview Yang Yuqi's family, broadcasting it the same day. Although Baijia's family was also interviewed, the number of reporters covering them was far fewer than those covering Yang's family. After all, Yang Yuqi's death was too unjust. Just as everyone was convinced that Tang Jinrui would be sentenced to death, a sudden turn of events occurred. More than 2 years ago, Tang Jinrui had not yet reached the age of 18. Being under 18 meant that Tang Jinrui was not an adult and would not be sentenced to death. Why? Why did he harm so many people? Why did he kill someone and yet not face the death penalty? When the news came, Yang's mother was both shocked and furious, right in front of the media. P.S. After the 4 drip, I feel very drowsy and want to sleep. I'm only clear-headed at night, but I write very slowly and little. I've already accumulated a debt of 61 chapters. Tomorrow is the last day of the 4 drip. After I recover, I'll speed up to pay off the debt. Chapter 870, Arrogant Words 12. Before Yang's mother could recover from her shock and anger, she saw someone appear behind the crowd of media that they should not have encountered. Tang Xing. After learning that Tang Jinrui was a murderer, the Yang and Bai families had gathered a great deal of information about the Tang family. They had seen photos of Tang Xing in meetings, visiting rural areas, and attending events in newspapers and on television news. Every time he appeared, he was impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, elegant and poised, looking more than 10 years younger than them despite being over a decade older. Now, he wore a white shirt and black trousers, but his expression was extremely weary, making him appear much older. Noticing Yang's mother's gaze, The reporters turned around in unison, looking at Tang Xing's haggard appearance. They silently parted to the sides, immediately clearing a straight path. A path stretching from Tang Xing's feet directly to Yang's parents. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, it is I, Tang Xing, who has wronged you. I have come to apologize to you both. Tang Xing walked up to them, bowed deeply, his face full of guilt and his eyes filled with exhaustion. It is my failure in teaching my son that led him to commit such heinous acts without realizing it. It is my failure in guiding my wife that allowed her to pull strings and influence the police investigation. When the reporters learned that Tang Jinrui could not be sentenced to death because he was under 18, they had come to interview the Yang family to gauge their reaction. Now, seeing Tang Xing appear here, they hurriedly crowded around. What are you here for? To apologize? Or are you here to flaunt your power? Yang's mother's face turned purple, her chest heaving, looking as if she might collapse at any moment. Yang Yuqi, frightened, quickly stepped forward to support his mother. Ignoring the man's high status, he used his other hand to steady his father and blurted out angrily, "Your son can't be sentenced to death." Are you happy about that? Tang Xing quickly waved his hands. No, young man, truly no. I am here sincerely to apologize. I know that nothing I say will make a difference. If it weren't for my negligence, this would never have happened. Rest assured, I will not shield my wife and son. They will face the full severity of the law. I will make it up to you, your retirement funds, the young man's tuition, and also, shield? Make it up? Ha ha ha. Yang's mother caught her breath and let out a burst of laughter, cutting off his words. Her laughter was piercing, reaching an extreme of bitterness. Shield? Being under 18 lets your son escape the death penalty. Make it up? Even if we die poor, starve to death, or have no place to be buried, we don't need your compensation. Do you think our old Yang family covets your filthy money? Do you think we are so spineless as to trade our son's life for cash? You underestimate our old Yang family too much. Stop putting on a show of impartiality in front of us. Tang Xing's sudden appearance here made Yang's mother even more alarmed. The case had drawn widespread attention. When his wife and mother were both in custody, his presence here suggested that, in the eyes of the public, he was still innocent and could only be released. Whether he was innocent or not, just hearing Yang Yuqi say he had covered for Tang Jinrui so many times made it clear he was far from blameless. However, he was too cautious, leaving behind no incriminating evidence like his wife and mother had. I know that even offering the entire Tang family fortune would not be enough to ease your pain. But the sins committed by my wife and son have harmed your family. The mistakes they made should be borne by me. I cannot bring your son back to life, but I am willing to take full responsibility and make amends with everything I have. P.S. The 4 drip ends today. No need for an 4 drip tomorrow means I can write during the day. Accumulated debt, 72 chapters. I will not let it continue to grow. Chapter 871, A Fate Worse Than Death 1. Unlike Yang's mother's howling, Tang Xing performed his role perfectly. His apology to the Yang family and his shame when mentioning his wife and child appeared one after another on his face. As he spoke, he bent deeply, almost at a 90-degree angle, refusing to straighten up for a long time, as if frozen into a statue embedded in the void, completely oblivious to the fatigue and soreness of bending over. Quan Xingnan, having learned that Tang Jinrui was under 18, rushed over just in time to witness Tang Xing's display. No wonder he was the Secretary General of the Chang'an Municipal Party Committee. Tang Xing was indeed exceptionally clever. Among the things Tang Jinrui had done, hardly any trace of Tang Xing could be found. The abortion for the young girl was arranged by Mrs. Tang. The message to Ko Lianhe was delivered by Mrs. Tang. Ko Lianhe's promotion was due to the Ko family's frequent visits to the Tang household, with others opportunistically helping to facilitate the transfer. Tang Jinrui's fights at school that led to another student's expulsion were decisions made by the school administration, thinking of the Tang family's influence, not because Tang Xing called to pressure them into expelling the student. One by one, incident by incident, either Mrs. Tang handled them, or others did them to curry favor with Tang Xing. With a simple "I didn't know," Tang Xing washed his hands clean of everything. The only responsibility he had to bear was failing to teach his son and manage his wife properly. In fact, even the government couldn't impose any punishment on him. He was truly innocent. It wasn't his fault he couldn't control his son, nor was it his fault that his wife and son deceived him. Everyone had their own thoughts and freedom, and he was busy with work every day, unable to tell his wife and son to keep an eye on them. Yang's mother watched Tang Xing, who remained motionless, with a cold, indifferent gaze. After a few minutes, she let out a sarcastic laugh. Still trying to use your power to pressure people now, Secretary General Tang? Some media reporters showed a flicker of reluctance in their expressions. This reluctance wasn't directed at Tang Xing but arose from sympathy for Yang's mother of the Yang family, sympathy that someone of Tang Xing's status would stoop so low. Yang Yulin noticed this and whispered a few words to Yang's mother. Yang's mother looked up and saw it was indeed so. Her smile grew even more bitter. Secretary General Tang, is it that if we don't accept your apology and your compensation, we're ungrateful? That we don't know how to appreciate kindness? Tang Xing straightened up and said helplessly, Mrs. Yang, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean by putting on this act now? Isn't it just for show? To tell the world that you've come to apologize, that you're innocent, that in this case, you didn't shield your son. Yang's mother accused sharply, without any courtesy. Unfortunately, you might fool others, but you can't fool us. Right and wrong, black and white, everyone has their own judgment. In my son's case, no, in all the things your son has done, whether you shielded him or not, you know it in your heart. There's no need to put on a hypocritical show in front of us. Her face was as cold as frost. She no longer looked at Tang Xing, but stared directly at all the media reporters. You've all seen it, haven't you? This is our Chang'an City's selfless Secretary General Tang. My son has been dead for over 2 years, and he finally comes to apologize. But what use is an apology now? Yang's mother's tears poured down like rain, her voice rising and falling, broken and intermittent, filled with a sense of helplessness. Some media reporters showed a hint of reluctance. Though reluctant, no one dared to speak. The Tang family's reputation was ruined, but Tang Xing was still in office, and seeking revenge afterward would be far too easy. They didn't have the courage of the Yang family. Chapter 872, Worse Than Death 2. Secretary Tang, the Yang family has already suffered enough, their family destroyed, their reputation ruined, living in hell for over 2 years, tormented every day. How can you insist that they must forgive you? A crisp, tender young girl's voice rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. At the moment when Tang Xing apologized and Yang's mother refused to accept it, with the media reporters too afraid to speak, they suddenly heard these words. Turning around in unison, they saw a girl dressed in an ice blue dress. The summer breeze blew, causing the hem of her skirt to ripple slightly, like gentle waves on the sea. She stood quietly with her hands behind her back, bright eyes, pink lips, skin like ice and snow. In the sweltering summer heat, everyone suddenly felt a wave of coolness. A jade-like figure, a snow-like figure. Yang's mother's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing and showed no sign of recognizing Quan Xingnan. However, Quan Xingnan slowly stepped forward and stopped in front of them. She had been to the Bai and Yang families before, and people had already asked their neighbors about any recent visitors. So, she appeared here, openly and boldly. Tang Xing narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. Miss Quan. As an official who followed the news daily, Tang Xing naturally recognized Quan Xingnan. Logically speaking, she could be considered a relative of the Tang family and a junior to him. Quan Xingnan nodded. Secretary Tang, I've long admired your reputation. Tang Xing gave a bitter smile. Long admired? More like notorious, right? May I ask why Miss Quan is here today? I heard that the case of Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi has made progress, but it seems the outcome is not what the Bai and Yang families hoped for. I came specifically to visit both families and offer my condolences. After all, I once met Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi briefly, and we had quite engaging conversations. So, while traveling in Chang'an City, I decided to visit them, only to receive such tragic news. Without waiting for Tang Xing to ask, Quan Xingnan explained her connection to the Bai and Yang families. The story of having met Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi briefly was something they had agreed upon. Both of them had once traveled to the capital with their families during winter and summer breaks, and Quan Xingnan had also been in the capital accompanying her elders. To avoid suspicion, they claimed to have met in the capital, become friends, and maintained correspondence. Tang Xing was slightly startled. Miss Quan is acquainted with the Yang family? I am acquainted with the deceased Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi. As for the Bai and Yang families, this is my first time meeting them. Quan Xingnan corrected him. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting. Noticing a hint of relief in Tang Xing's expression, she sneered inwardly, though a faint smile lingered on her lips, revealing her dimples. Secretary Tang, have you finished your business here? I have matters to discuss with the Yang family. What matters? Tang Xing blurted out. Realizing he hadn't answered Quan Xingnan's question, he kept his expression neutral, but inwardly regretted his eagerness. My apologies, I didn't mean to pry. Quan Xingnan gave a light smile. I know you didn't mean to pry, but there's no need to hide this matter. To seek justice for Yang Yuqi, Yang Yulin put his studies on hold. Mr. Yang is seriously ill, and Mrs. Yang's health has also deteriorated. They couldn't afford school or medical treatment. Now that Yang Yuqi's name has been cleared, the Yang family is left with nothing. I came to discuss their future, tuition, medical expenses, nutritional support, and so on. Yang's mother interjected, that's right. We have agreed to accept Miss Quan's assistance. We don't need your compensation, Secretary Tang. Chapter 873, Worse Than Death 3. Preferring to accept donations from others rather than accept compensation from Tang Xing. This was the Yang family stance. Tang Xing's apology did not achieve its intended purpose. The Yang family's hatred was clearly displayed before the cameras, and when Quan Xingnan brought up the Yang family's current tragic state, the vast majority of viewers still sympathized with the Yang family and despised the Tang family after the report aired. Tang Xing had originally wanted to use a sincere apology to salvage his image, then recount how he had been unable to control his son in some situations, so the audience would distinguish between him and the case involving Tang Jinrui. After all, when his wife and mother doted on his son, he had repeatedly disciplined him sternly, and the media could verify this. Unfortunately, the Yang family did not cooperate, and then Quan Xingnan appeared. The meddlesome eldest daughter of the Yuan family, Tang Xing dared not oppose her. Quan Xingnan's sudden appearance alleviated some of Tang Xing's suspicions. Just as Quan Xingnan had anticipated, Tang Xing had long since learned that a young woman accompanied by bodyguards had visited the Bai and Yang families a few days earlier. He did not suspect that Quan Xingnan's appearance was connected to the outbreak of this case or Tang Jinrui's reckless words, but he did suspect she had played a role in the television station's earlier interviews with the Bai and Yang families. This was very much in line with Quan Xingnan's style. Traveling to Chang'an City, visiting the Bai and Yang families, learning of the tragedy, and helping with genuine effort. Before helping, she must have known who the real culprit was, right? She was the divine calculator, after all, capable of pinpointing the whereabouts of abducted children with precision. In recent months, Chang'an City had found many abducted women and children, all linked to her. Although Tang Jinrui's drunken confession at the bar had nothing to do with her, the deaths of Bai Jie and the punishment of Yang Yuqi had already become widely known. She must have wanted people to first learn of this injustice, then gradually expose her son. She just hadn't expected her son to be so arrogant as to blurt it out himself, drawing attention. Tang Xing's mind raced, and he absolved Quan Xingnan of some blame on his own. Even so, he hated her enough. Without her, the Bai and Yang families, especially the Yang family, would still be quietly appealing their case. Even if Tang Jinrui had misspoken at the bar, it wouldn't have caught anyone's attention. Hate as he might, Tang Xing dared not do anything. Tang Jinrui's reckless words had already offended the Lin family, and with old Master Lin personally giving instructions, how could Tang Xing dare to retaliate against Quan Xingnan? Life was truly ridiculous. Some reporters dared not speak up for the Yang family in front of Tang Xing, fearing they would offend him and face retaliation later. Yet Tang Xing, knowing full well that Quan Xingnan had played a role in this matter, was too afraid of the Lin and Yuan families' influence to act rashly. Such cowardice, pitiful, lamentable. Power. Quan Xingnan finally understood the truth that standing at the top made others lose the will to retaliate. She did not stop. Together with Hu Xuedong, she gathered evidence of Tang Xing's crimes and submitted it through other channels. If the roots are not removed, the weeds will grow again come spring. Since Quan Xingnan's involvement with the Bai and Yang families had been discovered, she had to eliminate the lingering threat. If Tang Xing had truly been an upright man, never guilty of corruption or abuse of power, and had genuinely been willing to sacrifice his own son for justice, Quan Xingnan would never have moved against him. But he was not. No matter how well he concealed it, he could not hide the truth of his corruption. Not only that, but he had also kept a mistress outside for 25 years, fathering a pair of twins with her. They had long since married, clever and sharp, a world apart from Tang Jinrui. Chapter 874. A fate worse than death for. He bought his mistress a mansion and jewelry, provided her with a luxury car, and equipped her with a nanny and driver, everything she could need. His two illegitimate children were also each given mansions, luxury cars, jewelry, drivers, and nannies. Their lifestyle was in no way inferior to that of old Madame Tang and Mrs. Tang. In fact, because they didn't have to worry about public scrutiny of officials, they lived even more extravagantly. No wonder he had been so impartial in his apology. It turned out that even if Tang Jinrui got into trouble, he still had heirs to carry on his legacy. His illegitimate son had already given him a grandson, who had just passed his 100-day celebration. The twin illegitimate children were 24 years old, meaning they were born before Tang Jinrui and his 6th and 5th sisters. The more upright his image had once been, the more repulsive he now appeared. The earlier apology, with the exposure of these matters, turned into a colossal joke. Mrs. Tang had initially taken full responsibility for various charges, but upon hearing this news, she flew into a rage and immediately recanted her confession. She told the police that everything had been done under Tang Xing's orders. Many things were Tang Xing's ideas, including contacting Ko Lianhe to firmly pin the charges on Yang Yuqi. It was just that Tang Xing had made her handle it. She had thought that if she took the blame, Tang Xing would be acquitted and could work from the outside to help her and her son, securing their release. Now, she no longer had any hope. She and her son were in prison while Tang Xing was out enjoying himself freely. How could she tolerate that? 25 years. That was nearly half her lifetime. Mrs. Tang was consumed by hatred. She truly hadn't expected that her more than 30 years of comfort and privilege, her more than 30 years of love and affection, had all been a lie. She reported to the police several illegal and disciplinary violations Tang Xing had committed. For example, others had given her lavish gifts and, through her, begged Tang Xing to open doors for them in other areas, and Tang Xing had indeed granted them favors. For instance, some officials had been promoted because of Tang Xing's approval, which was why he had arranged for Ko Lianhe's promotion. Husband and wife turned against each other, exposing each other's faults. Mrs. Tang confessed to everything she had done, intending to serve her sentence alongside her son. She didn't give Tang Xing the chance to ruin her reputation. Instead, she exposed many of his past deeds. Faced with solid evidence, Tang Xing had no way to deny it. The audience watched the news, unable to keep up. It was truly a series of dramatic twists, one after another, completely beyond expectations. First, they sympathized with the Bai and Yang families' plight, then they hated the Tang family's lawlessness. Before they could even express anger over Tang Jinrui escaping the death penalty due to being a minor, the Tang family suddenly collapsed. Tang Xing's downfall implicated many officials. All officials who had been promoted through improper channels were punished, either demoted or dismissed. Many officials sought to take their places, naturally putting in great effort. Chang'an City underwent a massive overhaul from top to bottom. The newly appointed officials, eager to demonstrate their diligence and fairness, handled matters with great care and speed. They confiscated assets worth over 20 million from the Tang family, Tang Xing's mistress, and his illegitimate children, including the value of mansions, luxury cars, and jewelry. There was no other way. Tang Xing had already spent the money he had embezzled. According to the confessions, Tang Xing had embezzled nearly 40 million, but unfortunately, no one knew how he had spent over 10 million of it. In the Tang household and at his mistress's place, no one kept detailed records of expenses. From start to finish, this matter lasted about 20-something days. Tang Xing and Tang Jinrui were sentenced to life imprisonment. The former's main charge was corruption and embezzlement, while the latter was convicted of both rape and murder. However, because he was a minor at the time, he could not be sentenced to death. Chapter 875, Worse Than Death 5. Tang Jinrui was a classmate of Bai Jia's in the same year. Bai Jia was 17 when she died, and Tang Jinrui was the same age, only 3 months away from turning 18. Those 3 months gave him a chance to survive. He didn't have to face immediate execution after the verdict like Yang Yuqi. Tang Jinrui's mother received a heavy sentence. For harboring, concealing, and assisting her husband in corruption, she was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Tang Jinrui's grandmother was guilty of harboring and received a 3-year prison sentence, suspended for 2 years. After all, Tang Jinrui's grandmother was elderly, and this incident landed her in the hospital. Given her health condition, she was ultimately given a suspended sentence. Tang Xing's mistress didn't fare well either. She got 3 years. She had been with Tang Xing for so many years, helping him with many unspeakable deeds. How could her crime be light? As for Tang Xing's illegitimate children, they escaped the ordeal. They were the next generation and hadn't been involved in anything. They were clever and sharp, unlike Tang Jinrui's arrogance and domineering nature. However, they had grown up living a life of luxury. Now, stripped of all external possessions and infamous, their future lives were easy to imagine. Yang Yuqi comforted his mother, saying, "Actually, this is fine. Death ends everything, but living a life worse than death is the real punishment." Tang Jinrui, arrogant and domineering, spending the rest of his life in prison was more painful for him than being killed. If this had happened before, he might have thought it wasn't enough, because the Tang family hadn't fallen yet and would have surely pulled strings to keep Tang Jinrui from suffering in prison. The people in prison would have feared the Tang family's power and wouldn't have dared to trouble him. Now it was different. There was no Tang family in Chang'an anymore. Tang Xing's lawbreaking didn't just affect these things, it also impacted the 6 daughters of the Tang family. The 6 daughters of the Tang family had all married well, matches of equal status. As daughters of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary General, their husbands' families held high positions. Their dowries and everything they had received from childhood to now couldn't have been afforded with just Tang Xing's decades of salary. The rest naturally came from corruption. How could property obtained through corruption avoid confiscation? Their husbands' families also felt ashamed. Some turned their backs on them, while others stood by them. They were too busy dealing with their own troubles and, unlike Tang Xing, weren't clever enough to suspect Quan Xingnan. They only thought that Tang Jinrui's case had dragged these matters to light. They hated Tang Jinrui deeply. How could they possibly pull strings for him? Without anyone pulling strings, Tang Jinrui's chances of a reduced sentence were slim. A pampered young master, could he earn a reduced sentence by performing meritorious service in prison? Yang Yuqi felt this was fine. Bai Jia agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing them say this, Bai Jia's parents and Yang Yuqi's parents thought it over and stopped dwelling on the fact that Tang Jinrui hadn't paid with his life. Sometimes, living was the real pain. Bai Jia's parents had no financial burdens. Their previous jobs were still there. They didn't accept Quan Xingnan's financial support. Out of gratitude, the Yang family only accepted medical expenses, nutritional costs, and Yang Yulin's tuition for a short time. When Quan Xingnan said this in front of Tang Xing, it wasn't an excuse. She had planned it long ago. However, the Yang family wrote an IOU, stating that they were borrowing the money and would repay it when they had the ability. In this world, there were too many people who needed money more than they did. They planned to recover their health, return to their old trade, and reopen their small restaurant. Once they had income, it would be enough to support Yang Yulin's education. Quan Xingnan didn't insist. After everything settled, Bai Jia and Yang Yuqi bid farewell to their families. When they heard that if they didn't reincarnate, they would surely be destroyed body and soul, both the Bai and Yang families felt pain but had to accept it. Having a next life was better than having none at all. Chapter 876, Worse Than Death 6. During these more than 20 days, Quan Xingnan had not been idle. She and Hu Xuedong spent a few days sightseeing in Chang'an City. Since the case investigation did not require them to stay in Chang'an, they even went abroad for a few more days before returning. Their itinerary was very tightly packed. After finishing the aftermath work, their 1-month leave had already expired. Quan Xingnan had just finished packing her luggage when she saw Zhang Chunlai, whom she had not met since parting ways in Jinling. He looked the same as before, but the gloom in his eyes had diminished. As one of the 5 ghosts of Jinling, Zhang Chunlai had seen Quan Xingnan's whereabouts in the news and immediately came to find her. Upon learning that Wu Chunan, Zhan Shi, and Li Yuxian had all reincarnated one after another, he, having fulfilled his wishes, earnestly requested Quan Xingnan to open the gates of hell so he could leave the mortal world and go to where he belonged. He was the only ghost who did not need Quan Xingnan's help to fulfill his wishes. Wu Chunan had not waited for her husband's return, but Zhang Chunlai had waited for his family to keep their promise. He felt that he was a relatively fortunate ghost. I have no regrets. My remains have returned to my hometown. Although I died young and was not buried with my ancestors, I have returned to Chang'an after all, fallen leaves returning to their roots, buried in the soil of Chang'an. My parents were happy in their later years, and they will continue to be happy. I can finally rest assured. It turned out that he had not only been waiting for his parents, but also wanted to know whether they were safe and well. The gates of hell opened wide, and Zhang Chunlai left with a smile. Quan Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief. 4 of the 5 ghosts had been sent off, leaving only Master Li. She believed that the day Li Qianxuan recovered would also be the day of their farewell. Hu Xuedong smiled faintly. After answering a phone call, she said to Quan Xingnan, "A friend has arrived. I'll step out for a bit. It won't take long. I'll be back before noon, and we'll have lunch together." "Sure, let's have lamb palma for lunch. Once we leave Chang'an, we won't be able to get the authentic kind." Quan Xingnan nodded as usual. During their vacation, they each had their own careers and constant phone calls, so they were not glued to each other's side all the time. Hu Xuedong did not leave the hotel where they were staying, nor did she bring any bodyguards. She left the room alone, turned left, and knocked twice on the door of a room not far from theirs. Someone inside opened the door. After Hu Xuedong entered, the person who opened the door closed it. It was a sturdy man around 34 or 35 years old, with an extremely ordinary appearance and very plain attire, making him inconspicuous. Only the occasional sharp glint in his eyes revealed that he was not as simple as he looked. "Sir, whatever orders you have, just say the word. I, Tan Tao, will go through fire and water without hesitation." "I don't need you to go through fire and water." Hu Xuedong acted as if no one else were there, pouring herself a glass of red wine before sitting on the sofa and looking at Tan Tao, who stood before her like an iron tower. Her demeanor was noble and elegant, but her words were utterly inconsistent with her gentle expression. "There's a man who is audacious enough to offend me. He'll soon be sent to the prison where you work. Keep an eye on him for me." Tan Tao asked incredulously, "Who's so blind as to dare offend you, sir?" "Tang Jinrui." Hu Xuedong lightly uttered 3 words. "Tang Jinrui?" Tan Tao cupped his ear. "Isn't that the guy in the news recently who got his just desserts? He really is being sent to the prison where I work to serve his sentence. What do you want me to do? As long as he doesn't die, I can make anything happen inside with just 1 word. Make his life worse than death." Chapter 877, Worse Than Death 7. No one can walk away unscathed after crossing his bottom line. A dragon has its scales. Touch them and you die. Quan Xingnan was his scale. The mere thought of Tang Jinrui's filthy gaze, once falling on Quan Xingnan, made Hu Xuedong's heart blaze with fury. What was most unforgivable was that Tang Jinrui had painted a portrait of Quan Xingnan, attempting to have people inquire about her background. He Xuedong hadn't directly laid a hand on Tang Jinrui, but that didn't mean he had forgotten this matter. In the case of Tang Xing, he had deployed many hands to gather evidence of Tang Xing's crimes. Quan Xingnan had met Tang Xing once and deduced many secrets, but collecting the evidence required his help. It was only through their joint efforts that Tang Xing ended up in prison. Being vindictive was too cruel, and they had never been that way, but the Tang family had committed so many evils that they felt no moral burden. Worse than death. Tan Tao mulled over these words, feeling that Tang Jinrui must have done something the teacher could not tolerate. The teacher was gentle in nature and tactful in approach, rarely holding grudges over matters. For him to call Tan Tao, whom he hadn't contacted in years, it was clear he was truly furious. Teacher, rest assured. Once he's in my territory, I'll make sure he lives a life worse than death. Tan Tao cracked his knuckles. As someone who had once followed the teacher, he understood all too well what worse than death meant. No hitting, no cursing, no illegal acts. Those who had followed the teacher were required to abide by the law first and foremost after leaving him. That was the teacher's only demand. Given the teacher's family background, they fully understood this requirement. In prison, making life worse than death was simple. Except for certain specific, any other criminal who entered prison wouldn't just eat and do nothing. Reform through labor. That was the point. A pampered young master from an official family would find this the hardest to bear, enough to make his life worse than death. And he would arrange the dirtiest, most exhausting, and most grueling job for him. Good. He Xuedong took a sip of red wine, the curve of his lips as calm as ever. Receiving approval, Tan Tao beamed with joy. He laughed for a while before hearing He Xuedong say, Tang Jinrui is one, more important. Tang Xing is another. The latter doesn't need special treatment. I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. This meant no chance of a sentence reduction for Tang Xing. Tan Tao nodded. I understand. That old bastard Tang Xing has done so many corrupt and lawless things that many people hate him. Outside, the Tang family has no one left. With just a few pampered married daughters and an old mother who'll be imprisoned in 3 years, no one will pull strings for him. His chances of a sentence reduction are slim. Same for that brat Tang Jinrui. They've offended plenty of people in Chang'an City, and now everyone is kicking them while they're down. No one will let them out to seek revenge. They would surely die in prison with no other path. Others wouldn't give them one. He Xuedong gazed at the red wine in his glass, as red as blood. It's been a few years, Tao. You've come a long way. Tan Tao chuckled. It's all thanks to the teacher's good guidance. I've never forgotten your teachings. It's just that you haven't contacted me all these years, and I thought you'd forgotten me. How could I? I never forget my people. Hearing this, Tan Tao puffed out his chest and lifted his head, his smile growing even brighter. It's rare to meet. I remember you and Ada returned to Chang'an City together. Tomorrow, call him over and we'll have a gathering. He had to fly back to the capital the next evening, and He Xuedong was good at making use of his time. At the mention of Ada, Tan Tao's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 878, Worse Than Death 8. Something happened to Ade? Seeing Tan Tao like this, He Xuedong's gentle and refined demeanor, which had been on his face since entering the door, vanished. He said in a deep voice, Ateo, tell me the truth. What happened to Ade? Tan Tao gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Ade is crippled. Startled, He Xuedong exerted too much force with his hand and snapped the neck of the wine glass he was holding. As the upper half of the glass was about to fall, Tan Tao, who had opened his eyes after speaking, quickly stepped forward and caught it. What happened? Tan Tao lowered his head, rubbing the smooth surface of the wine glass with his thumb. 3 years ago, Ade went on a mission. It was near the southwestern border, extremely dangerous. Ade saved a guy from his team, but in doing so, his own legs were ruined. When Ade came back, the doctors said his legs were beyond saving, and sure enough, there's been no improvement since. As Tan Tao spoke, his voice turned sorrowful and angry. What pains me the most is that Ade saved the wrong person. That guy not only showed no gratitude for Ade saving his life, but even took Ade's place. Yes, Ade said he was already crippled and that someone would eventually take his position anyway, so it was better for someone to take over early and continue leading the team on missions. But that ungrateful bastard didn't stop there. He actually let his wife insult Ade however she wanted. Because after Ade became crippled, that guy often bought supplements for him. His wife begrudged it and called Ade a waste. He Xuedong's gaze was as cold as winter ice and snow. And that guy said nothing? Tan Tao let out a scornful laugh. Logically, since Ade saved him, his wife should have been overflowing with gratitude. But instead, she cursed Ade, saying he saved her husband on purpose just to leech off their things. I don't believe that guy didn't know. I saw with my own eyes his wife bragging to him, saying she finally didn't have to keep sending things and being burdened by the debt of Ade saving him. So, he didn't want to forever carry the reality and burden of Ade being crippled because of saving him, so he chose to distance himself. At the time, Tan Tao was so furious, he wanted to rush over and beat them up, but his friend held him back. Who is that guy? Where is Ade? I want to see him. As Hua Xuedong spoke, a look of frustration appeared on his face. Why didn't Ade contact me when something like this happened? Didn't I leave you a way to reach me? If I had known Ade was injured, I would have arranged the best medical team for him. Maybe he would have had a chance to stand again. Ade has always been treated by the best doctors. After all, he was injured in the line of duty. It was Ade who didn't want me to contact you, afraid of disturbing your important matters, Tan Tao said shamefully. Hearing the master say this, he felt warmth in his heart. After all these years, the master hadn't forgotten them. His first reaction upon learning of Ade's injury was to scold them for not coming to him. Hua Xuedong snorted. Where's Ade now? I'll go there immediately. Master, how could I let you go in person? I'll call Ade and have him come over. He has a driver. Tan Tao's words earned him a sharp glare. He shuddered and didn't continue. Aren't you going to tell me? Tan Tao quickly gave the address. It wasn't far from here, a residence arranged by the military. Hua Xuedong committed it to memory. You leave first. I'll go find Ade directly later. He told Quan Xingnan about the matter. Ade's full name is Luoda. He followed me for many years, but that was a long time ago. I sent them off to pursue their own futures years ago. He joined the military, and I always thought he was doing well. I never expected something like this to happen to him. You treated Li Qianxuan's legs before. Come with me to see him, all right? Without Quan Xingnan's permission, Hua Xuedong didn't bring it up in front of Tan Tao. P.S. Just my luck, I still couldn't write 12 chapters. Here are 8 for now. I still owe 4. I'll try to resume updates as soon as possible. Chapter 879. Worse than Death 9. However, although Road was a subordinate, in Hua Xuedong's heart, he was no different from a brother. He did not want Road to spend his entire life in a wheelchair, like himself in his dreams. The only doctor Hua Xuedong could think of was Quan Xingnan. Road's position was not low, and the doctors assigned to treat him were certainly skilled. If they couldn't cure him, the chances of others succeeding were slim. Quan Xingnan, however, had considerable experience. Hearing his words, Quan Xingnan didn't hesitate. She directly opened her suitcase and took out the acupuncture kit she had packed inside. Is it a leg injury? How long has it been since the injury? 3 years. After she took out the acupuncture kit, Hua Xuedong helped her organize the suitcase, his expression grave and unable to hide his worry. It's been a long time since the injury. I'm not sure if I can cure it. I'll need to see it in person to be certain. Let's go now. The earlier the leg injury is treated, the greater the chance of recovery. Quan Xingnan frowned slightly, naturally showing the same expression as him. In her past life, she had cured Hua Xuedong even after he had been disabled for so many years, let alone now that her abilities had advanced. For Road, who had been injured for 3 years, Quan Xingnan was certain without even examining him that she had a 100% chance of making him stand again. There was no need to say this to anyone. Saying it would come across as arrogant and might make others feel displeased. Thus, Quan Xingnan spoke while instructing Alexander to prepare a gift for visiting Road. Closing the suitcase, Hua Xuedong turned and held her fair, soft jade-like hand, saying gently, "You've worked hard." What's all this about working hard? Do we need to be so polite with each other? Quan Xingnan's starry eyes widened, and she muttered in dissatisfaction. Hua Xuedong smiled faintly, his voice low and rich. No, we don't. He readily admitted his mistake, which prompted Quan Xingnan to playfully strike him with her jade-like hand. The gifts were ready, and the car outside was prepared. Following the address Tan Tao had left for Hua Xuedong, they drove swiftly and arrived at Road's residence even before Tan Tao. The surroundings were lush with flowers and trees, the scenery serene. The place where Road lived was quite pleasant. A wide river flowed by, and his home was a standalone courtyard by the riverbank, somewhat resembling a Beijing-style sihiyuan, but not entirely the same. Under the shade of a tree to the left of the entrance, there was a stone table and 4 stone chairs. 4 young women were sitting there chatting. As they talked, they kept their hands busy, either sewing clothes or making shoes. 3 cars parked orderly at the entrance, catching the attention of the 4 women. A woman in a floral cotton short-sleeved shirt and shorts blinked and said, "Ying, it looks like they're here for your place." The car windows were open, so when they stopped, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan both heard this remark. They turned their gaze to the woman called Ying. Since they were visiting Road's home, Ying must be one of Road's family members. Ying was the youngest among the 4, around 22 or 23 years old. She had a round face, round eyes, and a small round mouth that resembled a bright red cherry. Her figure was slightly fuller than the others, but it was a well-proportioned fullness, not fatness. Her skin was smooth and fair with a rosy glow, and she exuded a likable aura. Yingying's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the 3 cars, making them appear even larger and rounder, like a cat's eyes. Under their curious gazes, 7 or 8 bodyguards in uniform stepped out of the first and second cars. Then a bodyguard opened the left and right doors of the middle car. A young man stepped out, exuding a noble demeanor and elegant bearing. Chapter 880, Worse Than Death 10. He walked around to the other side of the car and helped a young girl out. Star-like eyes and cherry lips, a beauty of heavenly grace. Even the blazing sun in the sky dimmed and lost its luster. Yet even more striking than her appearance was her bearing, an elegance and refinement that rivaled the man beside her. Yingying slightly parted her small lips, her dazed expression charmingly adorable. Who are you looking for? Someone nearby gave Yingying a nudge, snapping her back to reality. She quickly stood up, brushed off the bits of fabric and fibers left from her work, and looked embarrassed. Hua Xuedong was a man, and Yingying was a woman, so it was up to Quan Xingnan to speak. She revealed the dimples at the corners of her mouth and said politely, "Excuse me, is this the Luo family?" "My husband's surname is Luo, his name is Luoda." "I'm not sure if this is the Luo family you're looking for." Yingying secretly glanced at Quan Xingnan, who had spoken. Such a beautiful person, her husband had never mentioned her. Quan Xingnan let herself be scrutinized openly, pretending not to notice, and said with a smile, "So you're Mrs. Luo. We're looking for your husband." "An old acquaintance dropping by unannounced, please forgive the intrusion." "Old acquaintance?" Yingying looked puzzled. Luoda was an orphan. For years since his injury, only his former subordinates had visited regularly. She had never heard of Luoda having any influential relatives or friends. The most notable relative was Tan Tao, who worked at the prison. These visitors were clearly not Tan Tao. Just as she thought of Tan Tao, Yingying spotted his figure. Her eyes lit up. "Taozi, come quickly. Someone's here to see Ade." Tan Tao had already spotted Hua Xuedong from a distance. He swung his arms and quickened his pace, running over, panting as he said, "Sir, you arrived so quickly, you even beat me here." Once he stopped, he caught sight of Quan Xingnan, an unfamiliar young girl, and a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. When he saw her hand linked with Hua Xuedong's, understanding dawned, and his expression grew noticeably more respectful. "Taozi, you know this gentleman?" Yingying asked, her already round eyes widening in surprise. "Yeah. Sister-in-law, is Ade home?" "This Mr. Hua was my and Ade's former superior. He came specially to see Ade." "You're and Ade's superior?" He's home. "Mr. Hua, please come in. Please come in." At the Luo family's visitors, the women who had been sitting by the door chatting all stood up one after another, watching as Yingying put her work into her sewing basket, picked it up, and warmly invited the guests inside. Once they were out of sight, the 3 of them began to murmur among themselves. "Who are those people? Erta said they were his and Luoda's former superior. They must be officials. The Luo family's guests are so impressive. Look at that car and those bodyguards, such an imposing presence. They're clearly wealthy. Officials probably wouldn't have bodyguards, right? They don't seem like officials." Whether they're officials or not, it looks like Yingying's family is about to hit it big. Yingying's been living well anyway. Even though Luoda can't walk, he has a job and a salary, and he treats Yingying wonderfully. Their life is much sweeter than ours, they never lack food or clothes, and they have a driver to take them around. Unlike us, who can't even afford meat for half a month and have to scrimp and save every day. Everyone used to laugh at her for marrying a cripple, but who knew she'd end up with such a caring husband? Yingying was unaware of the neighbors' gossip. As she entered the courtyard, she called out loudly, "Degu, there's a Mr. Hua here to see you." Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's gazes lingered briefly on the courtyard. The ground was smooth, free of obstacles. Half of the steps in front of the main house were a ramp, and there was no threshold, making it easy for a wheelchair to come and go. As soon as Yingying's voice faded, the sound of wheelchair wheels rolling was heard. A man, about the same age as Tan Tao but pale and frail, sat upright in his wheelchair, appearing together in the doorway of the main house. Chapter 881, Worse Than Death 11. Hua Xuedong's gaze was heavy with pain, unable to believe that the once spirited young man had become so dispirited. Yes, dispirited. The bearing of a soldier had not left him, but the melancholy between his brows was thick, exuding a sense of desolation. His eyes were dim, lacking vitality. He resembled the version of herself in her dreams, but no, he was not even comparable to that version, for she had long accepted the reality of her disability and had not abandoned herself because of it. "Sir," Rode called out joyfully, turning his wheelchair as if to get down, but Hua Xuedong stepped forward quickly and pressed him down. Looking at Hua Xuedong, who was so close, Rode did not blink. He feared he was dreaming. If he closed his eyes and opened them again, she would disappear. "Sir, is it really you? Is it really you?" I thought I misheard. I couldn't believe there would be a day I'd see you again. It's been years, sir, and you've hardly changed, still so graceful, steady, and reserved. Rode, who had been calm and composed yet tinged with desolation, suddenly turned into a child, chattering endlessly. Hua Xuedong's face darkened, and she said unhappily, when something this big happened, why didn't you contact me? Did I leave you those contact channels just to gather dust? Rode fell silent and looked to Tan Tao for help. Tan Tao shrugged. He had also been scolded and could barely save himself, so Rode, you're on your own. Understanding the meaning in his eyes, Rode didn't know how to answer Hua Xuedong to calm the anger she was showing. His gaze happened to land on Quan Xingnan, who was standing at the bottom of the steps, and he quickly changed the subject. Sir, this young lady is. It was the first time he had seen a girl appear by Sir's side. Rode's curiosity was no less than Tan Tao's. Her surname is Quan. Hua Xuedong did not introduce Quan Xingnan in detail, but she walked down the steps, took Quan Xingnan's hand, and returned to Rode's side. The intimate gesture made their relationship clear. Ying couldn't help but say, Brother Da, the sun is strong outside. Let's invite Mr. Hua and Miss Quan inside to talk. Right. Look at my brain, how muddled I am. Sir, please come in. Miss Quan, please come in. Ying, go brew some tea. Sir likes lounging tea the most. Don't grab the wrong one. The main room was very clean, making it clear that Ying, the mistress of the house, was a diligent person. As soon as they sat down, Ying brought the tea. Hua Xuedong got straight to the point. Ada, what did the doctors say about your injury? The people who followed her had always had strong mental fortitude. Hearing this, Rode gave a bitter smile and replied, over the years, the doctors have all said it can't be cured. I've consulted both Chinese and Western medicine. I've just accepted it. I don't hold out any hope anymore. Now I work as a clerk in the military, at least I haven't left the army, and I can still see my old comrades. Tan Tao muttered, the other comrades are fine, but that ungrateful brat is better off unseen. At the mention of the ungrateful brat, Rode smiled faintly, not as angry as Tan Tao. Ying, however, agreed with Tan Tao. Exactly. Better off unseen. While the men talked, Ying separately entertained Quan Xingnan with great enthusiasm. The two chatted back and forth, gradually becoming familiar. It was then that Quan Xingnan learned Ying's surname was Li and that she had originally been a nurse. She had met Rode through a blind date and gotten engaged before his injury. Later, Rode wanted to break off the engagement for fear of holding her back. Her parents and brothers had agreed, but she packed a small bag, went straight to Rode's hospital room, angrily scolded him, and kept the engagement. After marriage, she handled many things herself. To take care of Rode, she quit her job and was now a homemaker. Chapter 882, A Fate Worse Than Death 12. Rode said to Hua Xuedong, for the past 3 years, Ying has never complained once. I let her down. The wedding was held in the hospital, and she has been taking care of me ever since. Hua Xuedong nodded and said, staying by your side through thick and thin, that truly is your blessing. Upon hearing this, Rode broke into a happy smile. Meanwhile, Quan Xingnan, who was chatting with Ying, sighed inwardly. The murderous aura surrounding Rode was extremely heavy. His pale and emaciated appearance did nothing to diminish it. Standing around him were several ghosts. These ghosts were all filled with resentment. Every single one of them looked at Rode with hatred in their eyes, wishing they could kill him without delay. Evil spirits. They were people who had committed evil deeds in life and lingered in the human world after death. They were likely targets Rode had killed during his missions, which made it clear that Rode was no ordinary soldier in a time of peace. Quan Xingnan felt not a shred of pity for these evil spirits. Just as she decided to send them to hell, her phone suddenly rang. She smiled apologetically at the others and stepped out to take the call. It was old Du on the line. Girl, where are you now? I've made some progress on the matter I was investigating. He was looking into Du Rua's death. After so long, there was finally a breakthrough, and the results left him both shocked and furious. Old Du never imagined that in the hospital he once managed and his son now managed, there could be a doctor so morally bankrupt. This doctor, acting as the attending physician, controlled the lives and deaths of his patients. Life or death was a single word from him. Du Rua was far from the only patient who had died at his hands. Old Du felt that every name on the list, whether of patients who had lost their lives or were receiving the wrong treatment, seemed to transform into vengeful spirits, coming to seek revenge on him. It was his failure to supervise and his son's failure as well. Quan Xingnan sighed softly. Old Du, I'll be back in the capital soon. Let's meet and talk in detail after I return. Some words and matters were not suitable for discussion over the phone. All right, come back soon. This isn't over yet. What we've uncovered is probably just the tip of the iceberg. I hope you can help deduce the rest and uncover all of Zhai Yaozu's crimes to give those patients justice. I've already told Du Zhang that as doctors, we cannot suppress this matter just to protect the hospital's reputation. Jia Yaozu was Du Ruo's attending physician and the subject of old Du's investigation. Old Du let out a long sigh. He couldn't handle the coming storm on his own, so he had no choice but to turn to Quan Xingnan for help. The hospital was not a dictatorship for him and his son. Many people would surely oppose their actions. If this scandal broke out, the hospital's reputation would be ruined. Who would come to their hospital for treatment in the future? And Jia Yaozu dared to do such things because he had connections with many people behind him. Just like Huang Qiufeng, the mastermind behind Du Ruo's death, she was only one of them. There were others. Such a formidable force was beyond their ability to handle. Quan Xingnan said, "Old Du, rest assured and wait for me to return. I will make sure the wrongdoers are punished." Eliminating a single Jia Yaozu could save countless innocent patients. After ending the call, she returned to the main hall and heard Hu Xuedong say to Rode, "My daughter studied traditional Chinese medicine. She doesn't have a medical license, but her skills are exceptional. She studied under Mr. Zhang Ziming, a leading authority in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. She once treated a patient with paralyzed legs, and I saw it with my own eyes. That patient is now undergoing rehabilitation. Though they haven't fully recovered to the level of a normal person, they can already stand and take a few steps. P.S. The power went out in the morning and only came back in the afternoon. I wrote until 10 in the evening before updating." Chapter 883, Medical Scandal 1. Quan Xingnan was traveling abroad and kept in touch with Li Qianxuan, asking about his progress. When she didn't call, Li Qianxuan would call her instead, calling when he stood up, calling when he took a step. Thus, Hu Xuedong was very clear about Li Qianxuan's condition. Li Qianxuan, once deemed by doctors as unable to stand, was gradually recovering under Quan Xingnan's treatment. "Miss Quan has such skill? I trust what you say, sir, but my injury has been 3 years now. The doctors said the longer it's delayed, the slimmer the chance of recovery." Rode didn't hesitate. He believed Hu Xuedong wouldn't harm him. Hu Xuedong's personal visit showed he still cared for his former subordinate. Overjoyed, Li Yingying stepped forward and grabbed Quan Xingnan's hand. "Miss Quan, please take a look at this condition. Is there any chance of recovery?" "No, if you can just get him to stand, we'll be more than happy." "Let me take a look." Quan Xingnan walked over to Rode, crouched down, and squeezed his legs, examining every inch from top to bottom. In the height of summer, Rode wore loose knee-length shorts. His legs showed only slight atrophy, barely noticeable. Rode explained, "Yingying massages me every day. She learned some acupressure from a Chinese medicine practitioner. The doctor said it helps blood circulation and prevents muscle atrophy." "Well done. Sister-in-law Rode's approach is correct. It reduces the difficulty of treatment." Quan Xingnan praised her briefly and activated her earth eye. Bones, flesh, and meridians unfolded before her eyes. His condition was far more severe than Li Qianxuan's. "Mr. Rode. Miss Quan, just call me Da. That's what the sir calls me." Rode interrupted her. He couldn't accept being called Mr. Rode. This woman was the future Mrs. Hua. Having followed Hu Xuedong for so long, Rode knew his personality well. Once he set his mind on someone, it was for life. Though Miss Quan was a few years younger, age wasn't an issue. It seemed the sir intended to wait for her to grow up. Quan Xingnan smiled. "Then I'll call you Luo." What difference did Luo and Da make? Rode looked confused, as did Li Yingying and Tan Tao. "Just call him Luo." Hu Xuedong made the final decision and explained to the three, "Nanan studies traditional culture and follows ancient customs. Her grandfather's name contains the character Da, so she avoids it. Not being close to Yuan Chengda didn't mean he wasn't her elder." The three understood and hid their surprise. Someone so old-fashioned and rigid still existed in this day and age. Quan Xingnan remained unbothered by their astonishment. Luo's leg injury came from falling off a cliff. He was also shot at the time, and 3 pieces of shrapnel are still lodged in his left knee joint. Li Yingying nodded frantically. "Yes, Miss Quan. You figured it all out just by touching and squeezing. You're amazing. I was about to show you his old x-rays, but I guess I don't need to now. What worries me most is the shrapnel that can't be removed. Every time I massage Da, I have to avoid those spots. Whenever it's cold or rainy, Da suffers unbearable pain. Every time he gritted his teeth through the pain, Rode's face and body were drenched in cold sweat. As his wife, Li Yingying's heart ached, and she cried along with him. She didn't mind that Rode was disabled. Even if he never stood again, she would willingly take care of him. But she truly hoped medical science would advance enough to remove those pieces of shrapnel. So Luo can feel his legs but just can't stand? Li Qianxuan's legs had no sensation at all. In comparison, Rode's injury was severe, but some nerves remained intact. Chapter 884 Medical Scandal 2. Rod shook his head and said, "I can feel my left leg, but not my right. The doctor said the bones and meridians in my right leg are completely necrotic. My left leg is a bit better, but because of the shrapnel, it can't support me either. Both legs were useless. It was already fortunate that he hadn't ended up paralyzed from the fall. Quan Xingnan nodded without speaking. After carefully examining Rod's legs, she withdrew her hands and stood up, picking up a wrist pillow to take his pulse. She checked his left pulse, then his right, and under Li Yingying's eager gaze, she smiled and said, "It can be cured." It can be cured? Except for Hu Xuedong and the bodyguards present, the others couldn't believe it. Miss Quan, are you saying that Ade can stand up? Stand up with his feet on the ground? Without a wheelchair, without crutches, truly stand up. Tan Tao's voice boomed like a bell, cutting in before Li Yingying could speak. His face was full of earnest hope, praying that the answer he heard would be no different from what he'd just been told. Quan Xingnan smiled. Tan Tao looked burly and imposing, but he was quite verbose when he spoke. His verbosity only highlighted his friendship with Rod. Yes, that kind of standing up. Not only can Mr. Rod stand up, but given time, he can also recover to his pre-injury state. Returning to the unit to continue operations won't be a problem. Diga, did you hear that? Miss Quan says you can be cured. Li Yingying rushed to her husband's side, too excited to know what to say. Rod said in disbelief, "Miss Quan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I dare not believe it. The surgery to remove the shrapnel is extremely difficult. For 3 years, no doctor has dared to perform this surgery on me. Every time I get checked, they say they don't dare to take it out, afraid that removing the shrapnel will affect the joints and other meridians. Besides, the bones and meridians are already necrotic. How can they recover? I practice traditional Chinese medicine and use acupuncture. With acupuncture and herbal medicine working together, the shrapnel's position can be shifted. At that point, a surgeon can operate to remove it, and then we continue with the rest of the treatment. You can recover." Quan Xingnan patiently explained, leaving the three of them half convinced and half doubtful. Tan Tao said in a deep, muffled voice, "Ade, what are you worried about? You said earlier that you trust the master, so why hesitate now? Would the master harm you? Miss Quan was brought here by the master, and there are successful cases before her. If she says this, she must be confident. Miss this chance, and no one else will be able to say they can cure you." Rod looked thoughtful, then said resolutely, "All right, Miss Quan, I'll trouble you from now on. Brother Luo, your fourth brother's friend, no need to be so polite. However, I can't stay in Chang'an City. After summer break, I have school, and I can't come by every now and then. Plus, for the first 2 months, you'll need daily acupuncture. What do you think we should arrange?" Li Yingying cut indecisively, let Diga take leave. Anyway, his job isn't that important, and he doesn't really like it. Diga, file a report now. Tell Commander Gua that someone in the capital with both legs crippled has been cured. We're going to the capital to seek medical treatment. Don't say anything else. Give them a surprise once you're fully recovered. Li Yingying had her own reasons for saying this. Rod had outstanding achievements and was highly valued by his superiors. They wouldn't refuse his medical leave. He was sharp-minded and agile, with records no one had yet broken. He always led from the front on missions, earning the admiration of his subordinates. With hope for a cure, Commander Gua, who valued him most, would surely agree to let him seek treatment. But there were also plenty of people who didn't want Rod to recover and return to duty. If Rod came back, it meant he would reclaim his original position. Chapter 885, Medical Scandal 3. Leaving Chang'an City for treatment suited Li Yingying's wishes perfectly. She was plump and cute, but that didn't mean she was careless. She was very clear about many people and matters. Luo Da wanted more than anything to stand up again. Even if he couldn't return to the military to lead missions, he could at least lighten his wife's burden in daily life. He agreed with his wife's decision and followed Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan to the capital for nearby treatment. Hu Xuedong expressed satisfaction and said she would arrange accommodations for them in advance. After agreeing to return to the capital together once Luo Da's sick leave was approved, Li Yingying suddenly said, "Miss Quan, you've worked hard today. How should we pay for the consultation fee? I also need to have a clear idea of the future costs, so we don't end up in the capital without enough money for medicine, causing trouble for Mr. Hua and you. That wouldn't be right." Having worked as a nurse, she understood that patients paid consultation fees to traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Acupuncture fees, medicine costs, and so on were calculated separately. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. "What consultation fee? No need. You just need to prepare the money for medicine and your living expenses in the capital." "How can that be? When I was a nurse, I still got paid. Pulse diagnosis and acupuncture take a lot of effort and mental energy. How could Dagu and I accept this without feeling guilty?" "Miss Quan, if you don't charge now, won't everyone who comes to you for treatment in the future follow suit and refuse to pay? The money for medicine won't even go to you. You'd be working for nothing." Quan Xingnan, relying on being 4 or 5 centimeters taller than Li Yingying, patted her on the shoulder. "Your family, no charge. Although I'm skilled in medicine, it's not my main profession. I don't rely on treating people to make a living. As for outsiders, she would definitely charge. Not only would she charge, but she would also demand exorbitant consultation and acupuncture fees. Ada, don't refuse. Just listen to Nan. Hua Xuedong stepped in, and Luoda and Li Yingying thanked her repeatedly, no longer mentioning consultation or acupuncture fees, but both resolved to prepare generous gifts for Quan Xingnan. At noon, they ate at the Luo family home. Hearing that Quan Xingnan liked local specialties, Li Yingying specially made lamb palma. During the conversation, no one mentioned the ungrateful person. When leaving, Quan Xingnan mobilized her divine sense, weaving it into a net to capture the group of ghosts. Bringing a string of ghosts back to the hotel, only Quan Xingnan could pull that off. When the room was left with only Hua Xuedong, Quan Xingnan stared directly at the ghosts before her. You committed evil deeds in life and showed no remorse after death. Without exception, you are all malevolent spirits. Now you have two paths before you. 1. Reincarnation. 2. Annihilation. Choose for yourselves. If you don't agree to enter the cycle of rebirth, I'll obliterate you, and I mean what I say. For such evil spirits, even if they had unfinished business, she wouldn't help them fulfill it. Unless the ones she helped were kind-hearted good people. The string of 7 ghosts had been surprised when trapped by the golden net, never expecting it was the young woman before them who had acted. You. The first to speak was a female ghost. You're human, we're ghosts. Why are you meddling? Blabbering on, Quan Xingnan couldn't understand. She wasn't a language genius. The only languages she was fluent in were Chinese and English. So they were foreigners, language barrier. Quan Xingnan looked her up and down, curled her lip, and had no interest in talking to her. Instead, she turned to 2 ghosts from her own country. What about you? Enter hell, or face annihilation? Their soul lights were pitch black, surrounded by dark aura, the aura of malice. Hua Xuedong said calmly, Nan, there's no use talking more to these ghosts. Just send them straight to hell. Chapter 886, Medical Scandal 4. Dying at the hands of Rhodes must have harmed national interests. Rhodes' soul was a mass of white light, carrying a fierce and resolute aura. Quan Xingnan felt a sense of respect for him early on and immediately opened the gates of hell, directly throwing these evil spirits inside. They would enter hell to receive punishment, then be reincarnated according to the evil deeds of their past lives. The gates of hell closed, and a mass of golden light fell upon Quan Xingnan. Merit golden light. By eliminating 7 evil spirits, she naturally earned merit, even several times more than what she would have gained by guiding ordinary souls to the afterlife. Quan Xingnan clapped her hands and said, it's done. Though it might make me seem a bit selfish, not asking for their wishes before throwing them into hell. After all, a dying man speaks kindly. Maybe even as evil spirits, their requests might have been for me to do good deeds. But when it comes to evil spirits, I have a clear conscience. She couldn't be bothered to waste her thoughts on evil spirits. That was just who she was. She had her own loves and hates, her own selfishness. Her attitude toward evil spirits would never be the same as toward those souls who had done no wrong in life and became ghosts after death. Hua Xuedong strongly agreed, the smile on her face deepening considerably. Rhodes quickly received approval. When he set off the next day, the Bai and Yang families came to see him off. Yang's father didn't come. He was seriously ill and had been hospitalized. His illness could be fully treated in the hospital, so Quan Xingnan didn't intervene. The news had caused such a stir that Rhodes had naturally heard about it. He and Li Yingying listened in surprise as Yang's mother said to Quan Xingnan, Miss Quan, thank you for your help to our family, leaving enough medical expenses for old Yang, enough tuition for Lin Lin, and instructing the foundation to look after our future lives. We'll live very, very well from now on. Once we've saved enough money, we'll go to the capital to find you. The departed have passed on. Let the living live well. I believe Yang Yuqi's spirit in heaven will watch over your happiness. Tears glistened in Yang's mother's eyes as she nodded. I believe it. I believe it. This was Yang Yuqi's dying wish, and she would fulfill it. To live well, to live until the end of her natural life. After seeing off Hua Xuedong and the others, Yang's mother and Yang Yulin returned home. They packed a few clothes to go to the hospital and accompany Yang's father for his treatment, when they saw state workers delivering compensation for their family. 120,000 yuan. Neatly stacked in 12 bundles of cash, bound with thin white paper strips. Although being a 10,000 yuan household was no longer rare, for an ordinary commoner family to have 10 or 20,000 in savings was considered quite well off, let alone over 100,000. It was no small sum. Yet Yang's mother was completely unmoved. She let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. 120,000 yuan? What does it compensate? What can it compensate? Do you think it can make up for anything? Don't talk about 100,000, even 1 million or 10 million can't bring my son back to life. I said it in front of Tangsheng. I will never use the money bought by my son's life. Today, I say the same thing. I don't need it. Even if our old Yang family dies of poverty, hunger, cold, or illness. Her stubbornness and her dignity had been on full display in the recent news. People admired her motherly love, but some also thought she was too foolish. Mrs. Yang, your son is already gone. No amount of grief will change that. Take this money, improve your life. I believe your son would be happy to see it. The son was dead anyway. Why refuse the money? Wasn't that foolish? Taking the money would at least be better than Yang Yuqi dying for nothing, thought the worker delivering the cash. They had encountered wrongful cases before, and not once had the wronged party refused compensation. Some even complained that the state's compensation was too little and appealed for more, saying no amount of money could bring back their youth or their lives. Chapter 887, Medical Scandal 5. Yang's mother sneered as before, completely unmoved. No need. We don't need it. I don't want to spend this money while constantly thinking it was bought with my son's life. The staff exhausted their words, but still couldn't persuade Yang's mother. Just as they were about to retreat, Yang Yulin spoke up. Mom, take the money. Let's accept it. Lin. Could it be that seeing the money had swayed him? Yang's mother felt deeply pained. Yang Yulin said in a low voice, I can't bring myself to use money bought with my brother's life, but my brother didn't die for nothing. We'll send this money to Miss Kwan's foundation, hoping it can help others in need. Consider it as accumulating merit for my brother. In front of the staff, he didn't say that it was also to prevent the money from being embezzled. Yang's mother thought this was a good approach, nodded in agreement, and then felt a bit ashamed. She had almost wronged her only remaining son, silently scolding herself. To seek justice for her eldest son, her younger son had given up his studies and accompanied them on their arduous journey. His character had long proven he was not the kind of shallow person who would be swayed by money. When the news spread, some called them hopelessly foolish, while others sighed with emotion, saying they were people of true dignity. The 120,000 yuan was donated to the Quan Xingnan Foundation in Yang Yuqi's name. By the time Quan Xingnan learned of this, she had already arrived in the capital. After a moment of reflection, Quan Xingnan carefully instructed the staff of the foundation's branch in Chang'an City to keep a close watch on the Yang family's safety. She hadn't forgotten that Mrs. Tang was still on probation. Mrs. Tang came from a wealthy family and, over the course of 6 or 7 decades, had many possessions that hadn't been confiscated by the state. It wasn't impossible for her to seek revenge. After arranging Luo Da's accommodation and listing the medicinal materials that needed to be purchased, Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong went their separate ways home. She would be quite free in the coming days, but Hu Xuedong was very busy, needing to return to Hong Kong in 2 days to oversee some business projects. Over the past month, both of them had accumulated many tasks, especially Hu Xuedong. After a day of rest, Quan Xingnan first went to the foundation to handle cases of people seeking help to find their relatives. After 4 or 5 days of busy work, Quan Xingnan managed to find time to visit Old Du and ask him to help collect some of the medicinal materials on Luo Da's list, as Li Yingying alone couldn't purchase them all at once. Old Du was at the pharmacy at the time. He handed the list to an assistant and led Quan Xingnan to the inner hall. Handing her the information he had gathered, Old Du let out a deep sigh. I never imagined the hospital could be so corrupt. A doctor like this must never be allowed to continue practicing, deceiving patients and harming them. Jiayazu, truly bringing glory to his ancestors. I wonder if his ancestors in the grave are furious enough to jump out. Quan Xingnan lowered her head and flipped through the pages, one by one, the contents shocking to the core. The number of patients who had died under Jiayazu's care was not large. If it were, his reputation in the medical field wouldn't have been good. However, he was utterly unscrupulous in his use of medication. He would claim healthy people were sick and prescribe treatments, ensuring they wouldn't die but simply waste their money. He would tell genuinely ill patients they had terminal diseases, prescribe the most expensive drugs, and keep them in the hospital for continuous treatment, profiting from it. Du Rua was the most tragic case. She was treated by Jiayazu as if she had a terminal illness and ultimately lost her life, becoming one of the 2 deceased patients in the records. Old Du, if you want to know more, arrange for me to meet Jiayazu. Only by meeting him could she deduce more details. This tumor in the medical field must be removed. Quan Xingnan had a feeling that what Jiayazu had done was far more than what was recorded in the documents. P.S. There was a power outage during the day, so I have to continue owing updates. I will definitely resume updates by Singles Day. Give me strength. Chapter 888, Medical Scandal 6. Many people in the world, once they fall, lose all moral boundaries. They think doing it once is the same as doing it twice. Since they've already fallen, most will see their evil deeds through to the end. Thinking of this, Quan Xingnan recalled her own words and suddenly smiled, saying to Old Du, arranging for me to meet Jiayazu would leave traces and easily make people suspicious of my intentions. Jiaozu should be working at the hospital, right? With patients coming and going every day, I'll just go there myself. It wasn't just a simple visit. Quan Xing'an planned to go under the guise of seeking medical treatment, both to see Jiaozu and to observe how he treated his patients. Good idea, but you clearly don't have any illness. Wouldn't that raise suspicion? Besides, Jiaozu is currently on leave, so you won't be able to see him anytime soon. Old Du agreed with Quan Xing'an's approach, but had some concerns. Quan Xing'an said slyly, I didn't say I'd be the patient. I'll accompany someone else, and I'll still be able to see Jiaozu. Since Jiaozu was on leave, they'd have to wait until he returned to work. Du Rua had been dead for years, and they'd waited that long. What were a few more days? Old Du, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed. Little girl, let's discuss something. What is it? If you're not in a hurry, I'd like to let Jiaozu take a few more days off, at least until some of the patients he's been treating at the hospital are cured. Old Du sighed. You've seen the records. Some of those patients don't need to be hospitalized at all, they just need to take medication or get injections on time to recover. Others don't need such expensive treatments, and some aren't even sick. Why would they need hospitalization? These people can't continue under Jiaozu's care. Quan Xing'an's eyes showed understanding. I see what you mean. Do it your way. This would certainly alert the enemy. But as doctors with a parent's heart, they couldn't remain silent just because of that, allowing those patients to continue suffering under Jiaozu's methods. Old Du's face flushed with embarrassment. Little girl, don't worry. For now, we won't alert Jiaozu. I'm even afraid he might use the influence of those he's helped to escape. So I'll keep all the evidence and only expose it when the time is right. With all the evil he's done, the evidence we've already gathered is enough to give him a hard time. After it's exposed, you can calculate his other misdeeds, adding crime upon crime. Having practiced medicine for years and once served as a hospital director and pharmacy owner, Old Du had his methods, and his son Du Zhong was no less capable. When it came to the hospital's reputation, no one dared to be careless. Half a year ago, the Hua Group donated advanced medical equipment, and the final batch had just arrived. Du Zhong arranged for some doctors and nurses who were colluding with Jiaozu to handle this work, transferring their patients to other doctors. The doctor taking over was Du Zhong's son, Du Bangxia. Du Bangxia, 30 years old, was trained in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine and was a renowned rising star in the medical field. The three generations had long been in sync. Du Bangxia re-examined and re-prescribed treatments for these patients, while Old Du and Du Zhong worked together, one investigating openly, the other covertly, to collect Jiaozu's past medical records, prescriptions, and even patients' examination films. The records and prescriptions of the patients Du Bangxia was treating were meticulously collected and preserved. These tasks were numerous and complex, far from easy to accomplish. Chapter 889, Medical Scandal 7. Re-examination, new prescriptions, and new medications immediately sparked patients' doubts and dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction stemmed from the additional costs of the examinations. The doubts arose from the changes in medication. Du Zhong personally stepped in and offered a solemn apology. Not every patient had been treated by Jiaozu with inappropriate prescriptions and medications, only a portion of them. These patients were assigned to separate wards, totaling 7 individuals, surrounded entirely by Du Zhong and his son's trusted aides. Among them were patients from wealthy families as well as those from ordinary backgrounds. Du Zhong gathered all of them in his office, including some accompanying family members. We suspect that Dr. Jiaozu has used his medical expertise to engage in unethical practices, so we have assigned Dr. Du Bangxia to arrange re-examinations and treatments for all of you. As doctors, we must be cautious and responsible to each of you. Once suspicions arise, we must act on them. We apologize for any inconvenience caused, and all examination and subsequent treatment costs will be borne by the hospital. Amid the anger of the patients and their families, Du Zhong bowed deeply, leaving them no room to speak. All previous examination and treatment costs will be refunded by the hospital once this matter is resolved. We will also publish an apology in the newspaper and provide appropriate compensation based on the circumstances. However, we are currently investigating Jiaozu, and we ask that you keep this confidential to avoid alerting him, Du Zhong said earnestly. No cost for examinations? No cost for treatment? And they could get their previous expenses refunded, plus compensation? Was such a good thing possible? The patients from ordinary backgrounds shifted from anger to delight, their faces lighting up as they readily agreed. Du Bangxia immediately produced confidentiality agreements. Those who signed the agreements were the patients and the family members present. The terms required them to keep the matter confidential for a certain period, specifically, until Jiaozu was exposed. During this time, they were not to reveal any information to Jiaozu or to other family members. Moreover, the agreement listed the hospital's various measures. If the patients and their families complied, the hospital would publish an apology, refund all previous costs, and provide compensation once the matter concluded. They were not to pursue further action. Otherwise, they would forfeit the money. Windfall gains are universally welcomed. For these patients, the refunds and compensation amounts were substantial, enough to ease their financial burdens significantly. Ordinary people struggle to afford medical care. Minor illnesses are manageable, but major ones often drain their entire savings, and even then, recovery is not guaranteed. Jiaozu was well known in the medical field, and the patients he treated were not suffering from trivial ailments like colds or fevers. Fortunately, none of the conditions were terminal. Du Bangxia was 80% confident in achieving full recovery for all of them. Thus, they signed the agreements without hesitation. Among them, 2 patients from very wealthy families also signed the confidentiality agreements, not for the compensation, but to ensure that Du Zhang and his son would deal with Jiaozu. They were willing to testify. Du Zhang and his son's respectful attitude prevented them from venting their anger elsewhere. They were not short of money and cared little about the hospital's refunds or compensation. What infuriated them was that Jiaozu had dared to deceive them. Unlike the patients from ordinary backgrounds, Jiaozu had exaggerated the severity of their conditions, prescribed the most expensive medications, and drained their finances during their hospital stays. Chapter 890. Medical Scandal 8. The medication was expensive, and if their conditions had been cured, it would have been acceptable. But these drugs did nothing to help their illnesses. Instead, the side effects were severe, greatly delaying their recovery. No, it was more than just a delay. One of the 2 patients was using a drug that was harmful and offered no benefit. After a careful examination, Du Zhang and Du Bangxia stated that all medicine has side effects, and this is true even for traditional Chinese medicine, let alone Western medicine. If he continued treatment with these drugs over time, his body would deteriorate like rotten wood. What does rotten wood signify? Who benefits after this patient dies? When family infighting is involved, the outcome is obvious. Most importantly, this patient had someone in their own family who was very close to Jiaozu. Enraged, the 2 patients took decisive action. The 2 wealthy and influential families sent trusted aides to help Du Zhang investigate Jiaozu. Thus, they were willing to act as Du Zhang's backers, preventing Jiaozu's supporters from pressuring the hospital. It was only after Quan Xingnan returned to the capital that Du Zhang and his son dared to act, not least because those connected to Jiaozu wielded immense power. Investigating them would threaten their interests, and they would certainly not let the hospital or the Du family off the hook. If things went wrong, instead of exposing the truth, the hospital and the Du family might become the target of public criticism or be thoroughly discredited. They were not afraid of being discredited. What they feared was losing their foothold entirely. The Du family and the hospital were not just about the Du family alone. They included Du's students and the hospital's doctors. After all, the 2 patients Jiaozu had treated to death were of extraordinary backgrounds. One was Du Rua, whose death enabled Huang Qiufeng to become the legitimate wife of the Qin family. The death of the other patient led to all their property falling into the hands of their siblings. When the Du family investigated these 2 patients, they uncovered their family situations. There were many more cases they had not yet uncovered. Jiaozu had done these things for them, and they certainly did not want the truth to come to light. Old Du entrusted Quan Xingnan with the matter. After seeing off Hu Xuedong, Quan Xingnan waited for Jiaozu to return from leave while sending people to assist them, lest their investigation alert those who had ordered Jiaozu to act. At the same time, she had to check on Li Qianxuan's recovery, treat Road, complete her summer homework, and handle her mother's engagement arrangements, none of which was easier than what Hu Xuedong, who had already arrived in Hong Kong, was doing. Hu Xuedong, having finished a phase of work, felt great sympathy. He could imagine the exhaustion etched on Quan Xingnan's picturesque brows. She should have been a pampered, delicate beauty, yet she often toiled for others. Although the capable are always busy, you don't have to do everything yourself. Aside from homework and treatment, leave the Du family's investigation and follow up matters to Alexander or Daniel. They are well versed in my network and won't let you down. Entrust your mother's engagement to a professional PR team. Aren't your elders handling the big picture? Don't worry, I'm not as exhausted as you think. Quan Xingnan had handed the Jiaozu matter to Alexander, while Daniel was handling some affairs for the clothing store and jewelry company. With elders around for Quan Shuang's wedding, there was no need for Quan Xingnan to step in. Quan Xingnan lay on a lounge chair under the shade of a tree, her snow-white feet, smooth as jade, crossed. She traced circles with her big toe on the chubby belly of the little lion, tickling it until the little creature squirmed left and right, then pounced into her arms, resting its head on her arm and closing its eyes to sleep. Hu Xuedong hummed in satisfaction and was about to bring up another topic when Secretary Chen hurried in. Ignoring that Hu Xuedong was on the phone, Secretary Chen said softly, "Sir, De Hexing has been hospitalized." P.S. One of the 4 drips contained cephalosporin that didn't agree with his constitution, causing symptoms like headaches and drowsiness. I just got back and am working hard to make up for lost time. Chapter 891, Medical Scandal 9. Senior He? Upon hearing that He Biao had been admitted to the hospital, Hu Xuedong, who had a deep friendship with the He family, paused slightly in his speech. Quan Xingnan on the other end immediately sensed it. Is there a problem on your end? Her concern was evident. Hu Xuedong nodded to Secretary Chen to acknowledge the news and instructed him to prepare for a hospital visit. Then he solemnly explained the situation to Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan tried hard to recall the calculations and results she had made for Yan Xuelian when she was 6 years old and soon spoke up. I once calculated for Senior He based on old Madam He. He should be fine for now, and he also has the health and safety talisman I personally made. I have great confidence in that talisman. However, many things over the years have deviated from their original fate trajectories, so I can't be sure if he will be safe and well during this hospitalization. In her previous life, at this time, He Deming was being pestered relentlessly by Liang Wenwan. Although the He family never took Liang Wenwan seriously, and He Deming was deeply devoted to his wife, the gossip and troubles from the outside world still followed them, disturbing the lives of the He family. He Biao was a heroic figure whom Quan Xingnan deeply admired. Naturally, she paid close attention to him. Considering his age, He Biao was already 109 years old. Any minor discomfort would put the entire He family on high alert. Hu Xuedong carefully asked Quan Xingnan about everything she had calculated. Senior He is old, so it's inevitable to worry. I'll visit him, and then update you on his condition. Alright. Even if Hu Xuedong hadn't said it, she would have contacted He Deming to find out the details. Deal with the Du Rua matter quickly, and make sure to arrange AIDS treatment properly, Hu Xuedong reminded her before hanging up. Quan Xingnan tilted her head, and the confusion in her eyes quickly cleared. Do you mean the He family might come to me? She immediately understood what Hu Xuedong was implying. She had only treated Li Qianxuan's legs, and although Li Qianxuan could stand, he hadn't fully recovered. Thus, aside from those closest to her, very few knew about her profound medical skills. The He family wasn't among them. Years of friendship meant the He family never missed a single move she made. Moreover, they trusted all her abilities completely. Hu Xuedong corrected her, not might, but certainly. Martin will definitely ask you to come to Hong Kong. You have great expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, which plays a key role in health preservation. He will value your opinion on Senior He's care. I'm not that narcissistic to think I'm omnipotent. Even so, Quan Xingnan decided to resolve the current matter as quickly as possible, so she wouldn't be caught off guard when He Deming made his request, forced to juggle 2 things at once. Regarding the hospital and the Du Rua incident, Quan Xingnan mostly left it to Alexander. During the time Yayazu hadn't yet returned from his leave, the hospital and the 2 influential patients had already uncovered many truths and gathered considerable evidence. For the hospital, this matter concerned medical ethics and reputation. For the patients, it was a matter of life and death. They gave it their all, and without Quan Xingnan's intervention, it was enough to send Jia Yazu straight to hell. Even so, on Jia Yazu's first day back after his leave, Quan Xingnan still wandered over to his department. Hiding among the patients seeking medical help, she watched Jia Yazu, activated her third eye, and traced his past. Half of his life was a litany of unforgivable crimes. Chapter 892, Medical Scandal 10. It was hard to believe that the mature, refined figure sitting in the room, wearing a white coat, was actually a villain devoid of medical ethics. The gold-rimmed glasses on his nose made him appear even more elegant and charming. He seemed, at first glance, to be a very charismatic person. Yet, he was completely inconsistent inside and out. If the souls of evil people were black, then his soul's light was darker than ink. That blackness was heavy, evil, and so oppressive that Quan Xingnan felt as if a vast darkness blocked out the sun, leaving the entire room devoid of light, suffocating and stifling. Only Quan Xingnan felt this suffocation. After all, she was the only one who could see people's souls. She silently recorded the past she had witnessed, the sins Jia Yazu had once committed one by one in her heart. After leaving the hospital, she listed everything on paper and handed it to old Du and his son Du Zhong. Since it happened in their hospital, it was more appropriate for them to handle it. Based on everything they had, they could not only bring Jia Yazu to justice, but also reveal the truth behind Du Rua's death. Nothing more, Quan Xingnan had already placed a truth-telling talisman on Jia Yazu. She had found that the truth-telling talisman was very effective. Whatever they asked, he would answer, lightening the burden for many investigators. Old Du and Du Zhong mobilized many connections to carefully investigate based on the list. As practicing doctors, they knew a considerable number of influential people. Looking at the results they had obtained, they exchanged stunned glances. They never expected that Du Ruo's death would involve the Tan family and Huang Qiufeng. The Tan family could be overlooked. They weren't even considered a third-rate family in the capital, but Huang Qiufeng was the granddaughter of a founding hero. The Zhang family's influence was not to be underestimated. Quan Xingnan had anticipated this. When she waited for a long time without seeing any action from them, she called old Du with a faint, knowing smile. Old Du, I've done everything I needed to do. I didn't refuse to help, nor did I bypass you to expose the hospital's dark secrets to the outside world. I even reached out to some acquaintances in criminal investigation and the Ministry of Health to ensure the reporting and investigation would go smoothly. Now that you have the results, you're not going to back out at the last moment, are you? In this matter, this was what Quan Xingnan feared most. Many people have a natural fear of power and influence. Even the most respected individuals are not immune to it. Old Du smiled bitterly. Once the case is reported and investigated, and the mastermind behind Du Ruo's death is uncovered, it will inevitably alert those at the top. Little girl, can you guarantee that no one will abuse their power for personal gain? From what I know, once a case involves people from influential families, the subsequent proceedings are almost always handled discreetly, with no public reports. This case involved more than just Huang Qiufeng. There were several other influential figures, each of whom held a status no lower than Huang Qiufeng's. Old Du sighed. Personally, I hope that Jia Yaozu's actions can be made public so that doctors in the medical field can learn from this, patients can be more vigilant, and those who use doctors to harm others can be brought to justice. Quan Xingnan furrowed her brow. She understood all of this. Are you saying that because I can't guarantee this, you're not going to proceed? Of course not. Old Du denied it outright, then continued, as a doctor, I will persist in doing what I must. I only hope that we won't face suppression from the powerful during the process. If the Zhang family intervened, they might very well suppress the part involving Huang Qiufeng. Truly impartial people are too few. When it comes to matters involving their own families, few can remain clear-headed and just. Don't worry. Quan Xingnan replied solemnly, then went to find Qin Fengji. Chapter 893, Medical Scandal 11. A petty official is not as good as a local one. Qin Fengji, who had already entered the national political center, carried significant weight. He didn't need to give any instructions, just a little attention would prevent old Du's worries from coming true. Quan Xingnan wanted to seek help from her grandfather, but unfortunately, old man Lin was committed to retirement and hadn't been involved in these matters much in the past 2 years. There was no need to personally intervene on her behalf and leave a handle for others to criticize. Therefore, asking Qin Fengji for help was the most appropriate choice. He was an upright and impartial cadre. Ever since he learned of Quan Xingnan's remarkable predictive abilities and tasted the benefits of preventing a mudslide in advance, he privately valued her highly. Upon learning of such a scandal, how could Qin Fengji not be shocked? How could he not be furious? Even if Quan Xingnan hadn't come to him, once the incident occurred, he would have issued instructions on the matter, ensuring fairness and strictness. Zheng Yuanxuan had long since retired. The most promising member of the Zheng family, Zheng Xueming, did not have a particularly good relationship with his stepmother and her children and descendants. All along, they had maintained a superficial cordiality. Moreover, Huang Qiufeng was merely Zheng Yuanxuan's granddaughter. When old Du and Du Zhong filed their report, they submitted their investigation findings along with it. These findings did not include the mastermind behind the scenes. Although they knew who some of the masterminds were, they lacked sufficient evidence. Since that was the case, it was better to leave it to the police to investigate. On the day Jia Yaozu was taken into police custody for investigation, old Du and his son held a press conference, solemnly explaining the situation and issuing a public apology in the newspapers. They apologized specifically for the medical incidents involving several current patients. Without the police's investigation results, they did not mention other incidents, such as the causes and circumstances of Du Ruo's and other patients' deaths. Even if they had spoken about those later matters, no one would have believed them. However, the evidence for the current patients was solid. All of these patients came forward to testify. They presented data obtained after the hospital arranged for other doctors to examine them, the prescriptions issued by those doctors, and the results of the treatment. This included examination data and prescriptions from other hospitals. The data was identical and the prescriptions were extremely similar, yet they stood in stark contrast to the examination results and prescriptions made when Jia Yaozu was the attending physician. The hospital and the patients merely stated the facts. Regarding Jia Yaozu, they said they would wait for the police's investigation. Once the newspaper was published, it sparked a huge reaction. It was not a big deal for a doctor to prescribe expensive medications for illnesses that could be cured with cheap drugs. It was merely a moral flaw on the doctor's part. Aside from patients who were genuinely poor, many other patients preferred the best and most expensive medications over cheap ones. However, a doctor prescribing drugs with completely opposite effects? medicine that did not match the condition, or was even harmful rather than beneficial. That kind of thing was a major issue, extremely serious. The entire medical community was shaken. All patients were shocked. Even ordinary people who were not sick were furious. A hospital, that was a hospital. Who could guarantee they would never set foot in a hospital in their lifetime? Never see a doctor? After something like this happened, would they still dare to go to a hospital? Would they still dare to see a doctor? Jayazu, he was a relatively famous physician of the time. If a famous doctor could do something so disgraceful, could they still trust other doctors? Could they? When it came to their own lives, no one was willing to let it go. They continuously pressured the police. The resentment of countless people formed a massive tornado, sweeping everything in its path. At the same time, a list was quietly leaked. The list was the one of patients for whom Jayazu had served as the attending physician. Among them were those who had been cured and those who had not. The former made up a large number, and at first glance, there was nothing unusual. However, it was soon discovered that several patients had died during treatment. Rua was prominently on the list. P.S. Finally escaped from the hell called the hospital, deeply in debt. First, resume updates, then talk about repaying the debt turnaround, ready to be whipped. Chapter 894 Medical Scandal 12. This list did not originate from Quan Xingnan, but from other interested parties. Once many things start, what follows is no longer something Quan Xingnan can control alone, nor does she need to intervene. No one can silence the voices of the people. Quan Xingnan rubbed her chin. Many of the things she did required talent in the media field. Should she invest in this area? Not for any other reason, but for justice. To expose darkness and not yield to any evil forces. When encountering injustices, report them to the outside world immediately and take control of public opinion. With her own industry, she could decide what news to publish, ensuring that certain news wouldn't be suppressed by the powerful. After the Jayazu incident was exposed, someone compiled Jayazu's medical career. Before the police could investigate, they had already uncovered it. No matter the time, the power of the people is immense. With the appearance of the list, another set of documents emerged. This document seemed like a list, but also like a network of relationships. However, upon closer inspection, what was shocking was that after certain patients whom Jayazu had treated to death, many people who should not have benefited gained enormous advantages. The list and documents barely saw the light of day. Many media outlets dared not publish them in newspapers, and television stations dared not broadcast them. In the case of Durua, those who benefited were obvious. Such is human nature. When power reaches its peak without any instructions, those below will read the situation and actively minimize the impact to curry favor with the powerful. Even if not to curry favor, it's to protect themselves, fearing that the powerful will settle scores later. Faced with this situation, Quan Xingnan felt utterly helpless. Helpless, with no way out. Even if she spent her entire life, she couldn't change it. The Zhang family did not intervene in this matter, nor did the Huang family. Being entrenched in power, no one was willing to leave a handle for political enemies to attack them, and no one could guarantee they had no enemies. Huang Qiufeng became a scapegoat. Before the investigation even reached Huang Qiufeng, they had already abandoned her. As soon as the list and documents emerged, spokespersons from the Zhang and Huang families publicly announced that they trusted the police investigation, and so on. Given this attitude from the Zhang and Huang families, calling Huang Qiufeng a scapegoat was obvious to anyone with discerning eyes. It wasn't that Huang Qiufeng's relatives were particularly upright and incorruptible. If they were truly just and law-abiding, they wouldn't have allowed Huang Qiufeng to destroy Du Ruo's family, become a third party, get pregnant, and give birth, not just once. A chill surged in Quan Xingnan's heart. Qin Binjia, who had come to find her, felt the same. During the interrogation, Jia Yaozu confessed. The police have begun investigating the masterminds behind Huang Qiufeng using Jia Yaozu to cause deaths that didn't match the patient's conditions. If the Zhang and Huang families had made some effort for Huang Qiufeng, it would have shown some humanity. But now they're distancing themselves, and I find it chilling. Are all people in politics so cold-hearted? Don't generalize everything based on one case. True, there are still many families with warmth and righteousness. Wasn't the Lin family like that? The Qin, Yuan, and Liang families weren't bad either. Quan Xingnan saw through Qin Binjia's thoughts and chuckled. Qin Binjia coughed. I'm planning to kick them while they're down. Do you have any good suggestions? Having just learned the truth about her mother's death, she felt only anger and hatred toward Huang Qiufeng and the Qin family. She had put a lot of effort into the list and documents, mobilizing many of her friends to help. Some friends, like Zhang Yuan, weren't great people, but others were quite loyal. In the Jia Yaozu incident, the police acted very quickly. However, when investigating Huang Qiufeng, Qin Binjia found that progress was minimal. In fact, there were signs of the investigation being delayed. Chapter 895. flying to Hong Kong when. Is this what power is? No wonder more and more people chase fame and fortune, striving to align themselves with authority. With power, even the law can be swayed. Jiayazu's crimes are known to all. Abandoned by those he once served, he will face the full severity of the law. Huang Qiufeng, a mistress who climbed her way up, revealed her ruthless nature in Jiayazu's case and became a discarded pawn of her family. However, because the Huang and Zhang families still hold power, the case has made little progress. Even without any explicit orders from the Zhang and Huang families, countless people below are eager to act on their behalf. Some act for them, but even more fear retaliation after handling the case. Flattery and sycophancy. Hesitation and fear. This is truly the tragedy of our people. A flicker of dark light flashed in Qin Binjia's eyes, sharp and fierce, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. She was naturally intelligent, and her main goal was to seek justice for Du Ruo. As an outsider, Quan Xingnan did not interfere, but merely offered Qin Binjia a few words of advice. At the very least, she could protect Qin Binjia from the influence of the Huang and Zhang families. With no worries holding her back, Qin Binjia acted swiftly and decisively. In the eyes of the world, she was a reckless, spoiled heiress, arrogant, and domineering. She herself couldn't care less about her reputation or whether she appeared dignified. She made a huge scene. Hospitals, police stations, and relevant media outlets. She first had the replaced antiques and jewelry appraised. As Quan Xingnan had said, the original antiques had been swapped for high-quality imitations. So, she filed a police report and then gathered a large crowd of idle friends to stir up chaos. She had money, billions of it, and used it to buy countless newspapers and magazines to distribute for free to the public. Every publication, especially the newspapers, was flooded with headlines about Qin Binjia seeking justice for her deceased mother and recovering her lost heirlooms. The reports detailed the misdeeds of the Qin family, Jiayazu, and Huang Qiufeng. The people have their own sense of justice. Countless kind-hearted individuals rallied behind Qin Binjia, standing up for Du Ruo. Did the Huang and Zhang families, with all their power, want the case to be handled quietly? She refused to let them have their way. Public opinion turned overwhelmingly in favor of the pitiful Qin Binjia, with countless people condemning Huang Qiufeng. Under pressure, the police had no choice but to speed up the investigation. One by one, the antiques and jewelry Du Ruo had left for her daughter were recovered. Whether they had been swapped by the Qin family and kept as private collections, given away, or sold at high prices, all were retrieved. This was not the chaotic era of the past. Anyone who understood antiques knew their value, and they had been well preserved. With the case officially filed, these items had to be recovered under public scrutiny. Those who had purchased the antiques had no choice but to return them, as they were considered stolen goods. As for their losses, they would have to settle accounts with the Qin family or their relatives. When the case concluded, the verdicts for Jiayazu and Qin Yong were announced simultaneously. Yes, Qin Yong, not Huang Qiufeng. The former was sentenced to death, with lifelong deprivation of political rights. The latter, as the instigator of intentional homicide, was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The reason Huang Qiufeng was not the one convicted was simple. First, she shifted all the blame onto her husband. It was Qin Yong who had always dealt with Jiayazu. Huang Qiufeng merely provided the ideas. As the granddaughter of the Zhang family, Huang Qiufeng was exceedingly clever. Second, perhaps Qin Yong truly loved Huang Qiufeng. When she pinned the crimes on him, he not only bore no hatred but willingly took all the blame upon himself. Chapter 896, Flying to Hong Kong 2. Upon learning of this outcome, which left Qin Binjia deeply dissatisfied, Quan Xingnan let out a sigh. Although she was skilled in the arts of communicating with spirits and deities, she had to admit that the occurrence of good begets good, evil begets evil was far less frequent than the saying evil deeds linger for 1,000 years. In this world, it was often the wicked who lived long lives. Despite her notorious reputation, Huang Qiufeng still faced no punishment. Instead, with the help of her family, she quickly left the country. Under the guise of being a parent accompanying a child studying abroad, she sent her child overseas for education. In China, with the protection of the Huang and Zhang families, Huang Qiufeng would not have been left without a place to stay. However, the recent uproar had made her and her child the target of public scorn and finger-pointing whenever they went out. It was better to go abroad and return only after the dust had settled. No matter the matter, its popularity would eventually fade away. Jiayazu had been sentenced to death, and Qin Binjia had already recovered the replaced antiques and jewelry. She had officially severed ties with the Qin family. Her act of adding insult to injury against Huang Qiufeng was merely to expose her true nature to the world, but it could not influence the decisions of the judicial system. Qin Binjia felt deeply upset. She had been too naive in her thinking. No wonder the Zhang and Huang families were so unflustered. Huang Qiufeng had long known how to extricate herself from the situation. Baby, is there really no way for me to seek justice for my mother? Do I have to let that bitch Huang Qiufeng get away with it? When Qin Binjie came to find her, her face was filled with confusion. Quan Xingnan, while checking her completed summer homework, replied slowly. Huang Qiufeng is meticulous in her actions, and with the Zhang and Huang families on guard, there will surely be those with wealth and power who will try to curry favor with them by causing you trouble. So, for now, there's no way for you to deal with her. Looking up at Qin Binjie's strikingly beautiful face, Quan Xingnan's pupils suddenly contracted. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Qin Binjie asked, knowing of Quan Xingnan's extraordinary ability to understand the past and present. Even without activating her clairvoyant eyes, Quan Xingnan could see the black aura shrouding Qin Binjie's brow. The black aura was dense, clearly indicating a bloody disaster. Moreover, it was a highly ominous bloody disaster. Recalling Du Ruo's mention that the Qin family intended to seek wealth through murder, and judging by Qin Binjie's facial features, it seemed her life was indeed in danger. This situation was undoubtedly man-made. Quan Xingnan had long examined Qin Binjie's fate, and such a calamity had not appeared when she was abroad some time ago. However, it would not cost her life. After all, Qin Binjie had several bodyguards around her, all highly skilled. Quan Xingnan was not particularly surprised by this. In fact, she had been mentally prepared for it. Qin Binjie's actions had angered the Qin, Huang, and Zheng families. How could they allow her to continue? Those seeking wealth or revenge would certainly not let Qin Binjie off. Their methods were endless. Young Qin Binjie, with only money and no power, not even a family to rely on in fact, some wished for her death, who would protect her. Thinking this, Quan Xingnan opened her clairvoyant eyes to take a look. She discovered that this calamity would occur 6 months later, in the form of a car accident. A perfectly orchestrated car accident. It was not a kidnapping or brake failure, but rather the bribing of a terminally ill driver. The driver's family had been taken care of, and he deliberately crashed his car into Qin Binjie's vehicle. The driver naturally died in the wreck, while Qin Binjie, thanks to her bodyguard driving, only sustained minor injuries. After seeing this, Quan Xingnan informed Qin Binjie of the situation. The matter had just concluded, and the popularity had not yet subsided. These people clearly understood that if something happened to Qin Binjie, they would be the first to be suspected. That was why they had arranged it 6 months later. Chapter 897, Flying to Hong Kong 3. After listening, Qin Binjie let out a cold laugh. This is the norm in our heavenly dynasty, this is reality. I've been mentally prepared for a long time. If I don't let them off, they naturally won't let me off either. Wealth stirs the heart. Quan Xingnan sighed softly. Even with her ability to make brilliant plans, she couldn't control the unpredictable human heart. The one who came up with the idea was Huang Qiufeng, and those who carried it out were the Qin family members, who were also among the biggest losers after Qin Binjie reported the case and reclaimed the antique jewelry. So clever, yet unwilling to put their minds to proper use. After asking about the details, Qin Binjie asked Quan Xingnan for a few peace talismans and went back to take care of the antiques and jewelry she had just retrieved. Unfortunately, although everything was recovered, some had been damaged to varying degrees. Before leaving, Qin Binjie gave Quan Xingnan 2 scrolls of calligraphy and painting, 1 genuine work by Qi Baishe, and 1 painting of a galloping horse by Su Beihong. In her own hands, these scrolls were like waste paper, but in Quan Xingnan's hands, they complemented her perfectly. Quan Xingnan didn't stand on ceremony with her. She had been studying how to paint horses recently. Besides, she soon reciprocated by giving Qin Binjie a set of old pit glass-type imperial green jade jewelry from the Weshing Jewelry Company, worth a fortune. With all her summer homework completed, the trivial matters for her mother's engagement mostly settled, Li Qianxuan and Rod's leg injuries improving day by day, and the matter of Du Ruo's death finally coming to an end. She took her sketchboard to the horse ranch for some plein air drawing. The spirited Fergana horses remained just as majestic on paper. The weather was scorching hot, and everyone was drenched in sweat. Beneath the manes of Hua Feihong and Quan Feifei, a thin layer of red sweat appeared, like blood. But Quan Xingnan remained as ever, with icy skin and jade-like bones, clear and sweat-free. The beauty was as lovely as a flower, and the horses were equally magnificent, drawing many gazes. Most people who could step into the horse ranch were undoubtedly those with power and influence. Seeing Quan Xingnan in a white cotton linen dress embroidered with half-open, half-closed red magnolias, her sleeves fluttering in the summer breeze as she focused on her painting, she looked ethereal and full of celestial grace. Many wealthy young men's eyes lit up with admiration. Although Quan Xingnan was not old, she was already over 1.6 meters tall and carried herself with a steady demeanor, so no one treated her as an underage girl. Someone tried to approach her to strike up a conversation, but was immediately stopped by a companion. "Oh Yang Xiaokai, why are you stopping me?" The 19-year-old youth named Xia Shuang glared at his friend in annoyance. Oh Yang Xiaokai shot him an even more annoyed glare. "This isn't one of those nightclubs or bars you frequent. While we're waiting in line to ride horses, that young lady can sketch 2 Fergana horses right in front of her. She's wearing a pair of extremely rare glass-type imperial green jade bracelets on her wrists, pure imperial green without a trace of other colors. I've only seen jade like that on my grandaunt. Do you think she's just an ordinary person?" Xia Shuang broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Quan Xingnan, sharp-eared and keen-eyed, overheard their conversation. While packing up her painting tools, she glanced at them. She didn't recognize Xia Shuang, but Ouyang Xiaokai looked somewhat familiar. With her excellent memory, she quickly recalled. She had seen this youth named Ouyang Xiaokai in a family portrait in the Ouyang family album. He was likely a close relative of the Ouyang family, a member of the main clan, calling Ouyang Yu his grandaunt. Though a spoiled rich kid, he had some self-awareness. That evening, when talking to Hu Xiuedong on the phone, Quan Xingnan naturally brought up this incident. The true spoiled rich kids of prominent families were like Ouyang Xiaokai, masters of eating, drinking, and having fun, yet still possessing self-awareness. The 49 city was a political center. If there was one thing it had plenty of, it was the powerful and privileged. P.S. Sneaking in, sneaking out, sneaking in update. Official updates start on the 14th. Call me bald bye. Hit the author, but don't hit the head. Chapter 898. Flying to Hong Kong for. A brick falling from the sky could hit several people. Not every spoiled brat has self-awareness, but most do. Otherwise, their actions would fall into the eyes of their rivals, implicating the elders who shield them, and they could be brought down in an instant. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an anthole. Many understand this principle. After sighing, Quan Xing'an asked about He Biao's condition. Counting on her fingers, he had been hospitalized for a few days now. Mr. He is over 100 years old and has some minor ailments, but fortunately nothing life-threatening. He returned home this afternoon to recuperate. Hu Xiuedong knew Quan Xingnan was concerned about this and responded with a faint smile. As Hong Kong's richest man, He Biao's home care was no worse than being in the hospital. In fact, with internationally renowned doctors as family physicians and professional nurses, the meticulous care was even better than in the hospital. That's good, that's good. Quan Xingnan murmured to herself. He Biao still had several years of life ahead of him. He was a famously long-lived person. He Biao was safe. Although the He family didn't need to invite Quan Xingnan, Hu Xiuedong very much wanted her to come to Hong Kong for a reunion, so he couldn't help but bring it up. In truth, Quan Xingnan missed him too. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "My mom's engagement ceremony is in a few days. Once this big event is over, I'll take the chance to visit Hong Kong before school starts. What do you think?" Quan Shuang had raised her for 2 lifetimes. Having finally found a good match, Quan Xingnan absolutely couldn't miss it. Not every divorced woman gets a happy second half of life. Quan Shuang had it hard in both lifetimes. Hu Xiuedong naturally had no reason to refuse. Quan Shuang's engagement, he would definitely attend to congratulate her. She was his future mother-in-law, no less important in Quan Xingnan's heart than Lin Xiaoxue. Wang Juanda and Quan Shuang's engagement ceremony was held at the Hu family hotel. Outside, the sun blazed like fire, but the venue had the air conditioning on early, with a cool breeze blowing, making it very pleasant. Although the air conditioning was a bit old-fashioned, its cooling effect was no less effective. The event was filled with celebrities, a gathering of elegance and refinement. Quan Shuang was the biological sister of the 3 Yuan brothers, and with Quan Xingnan as her accomplished daughter, countless people came to offer congratulations, officials and nobles, business elites, each taking up half the scene. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, figures like Old Man Lin and Old Man Qin, who often appeared on television, did not come. They, along with their sons in high positions, stayed away, but the elderly ladies, who rarely appeared in the media, all showed up. Regardless, Quan Xingnan was tied to several families and was the cherished treasure of them all. Quan Xingnan had been accompanying her mother in the room, but was soon shooed out by Lin Xiaoxue and her sisters-in-law. They waved her off, saying, "Big sister needs to change into her gown. You're just a kid, go play with the grandmothers." Sticking out her pink tongue, Quan Xingnan had no choice but to take the culprits, her 3 little brothers, and head out. When the siblings reached the grandmothers, old Madame Qin was apologizing to Zhao Yuzhen. "Our 4th son originally planned to come and congratulate Nanan's mother, but as soon as he got off the plane, news came from the US that business had run into trouble, very urgent. He had to ask me to say he's sorry." Hearing this, Quan Xingnan's face immediately showed concern. "Is it very bad? Does he need help?" She hadn't received a call from Huo. Though mobile phones were a bit bulky back then and didn't have as many functions as later models, they were still very convenient for calls. Was the situation so urgent that he didn't even have time to call? Chapter 899, Flying to Hong Kong 6. This was that beautiful and powerful young girl. This was that mysterious and kind-hearted young girl. Her unfathomable divination skills inspired both admiration and fear, leaving no one daring to scheme against her. Standing on the stage, she was like a towering mountain, commanding reverence. Quan Xingnan's gaze shifted, clear and limpid like water, almost intoxicating those who looked upon her, unwilling to look away. Raising a wrist as white as snow, ignoring the envy of many wealthy women in the audience who noticed her bracelet, she brought the microphone to her lips and spoke crisply. That's right, just like Brother Wang Hui, I offer my greatest blessings to the couple today. They are no longer young, but they still have the right to love. Their meeting is a blessing, their understanding is a blessing, their commitment is a blessing, and their perseverance has brought them to today's true happiness. I am young and don't understand much, but all kinds of information are teaching me to grow and understand this society. I believe that whether widowed or divorced, whether poor or rich, everyone is independent and can seek their own path in life. Widowhood is sorrowful, but divorce is not shameful, poverty is not pitiable, and wealth is not something to be arrogant about. Don't give up because of others' opinions, and don't give up because of your own inner weakness. Persevere, and everyone will see the rainbow after the storm. So, as a daughter, I wish my mother, Ms. Quan Shuang, and Mr. Wang Juanda a long and harmonious union, united forever. Wang Hui interjected, every couple deserves blessings, especially today's Mr. Wang Juanda and Ms. Quan Shuang. Please give a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Wang Juanda to the stage first. After finishing his speech, he was the first to applaud. Soon, the hall was filled with enthusiastic applause. Wang Juanda stepped forward gracefully and composedly, his suit making it hard to tell he was already middle-aged. Thank you all for coming to attend the engagement ceremony of Ms. Quan Shuang and me. I sincerely thank you. Bowing deeply, Wang Juanda straightened up and continued, I am steadfast about this new chapter in my life, and I am grateful to everyone who supports Ms. Quan Shuang and me. I am even more grateful to my future wife, Ms. Quan Shuang. She has given me a sense of happiness, making me feel as nervous and excited as a young lad. That's right, she has reignited the passion and romance of my youth. I am full of anticipation for this new marriage. I wish today's engagement ceremony could become the wedding ceremony. That way, I could call her my wife, Mrs. Wang. Old Madame Qin whispered with a smile, I didn't expect Wang Juanda to be so eloquent. Hearing this, old Madame Lin smiled softly. Zhao Yuzhen, however, knew how difficult it had been for her daughter to reach this point. She had endured so much suffering. She only hoped this new marriage would allow her to live the rest of her life happily. Soon, Wang Hui said, did you hear that? Ms. Quan Shuang is the goddess in my father's heart. Now, let's welcome the goddess. Escorting Quan Shuang onto the stage was Old Master Yun, not Old Master Yuan. Old Master Yun was the father figure in Zhao Yuzhen's heart. Step by step, she ascended the stage, as if walking through her own life. Quan Shuang thought of many things. She thought of the poverty of the past, her loving parents, her indifferent ex-husband, her filial children, and her younger brother and sister-in-law, who had treated her kindly since their reunion. Old Madame Qin glanced at Quan Xingnan. With a face like peach blossoms and cheeks like powder, starry eyes and cherry lips, skin as delicate as congealed fat, though only 15, she already possessed the aura of a national beauty. Thinking of her youngest son, who had not grown up by her side, old Madame Qin naturally preferred Quan Xingnan, whom she had watched grow up, as her daughter-in-law. She knew her background and good character well. Moreover, this future daughter-in-law was incredibly capable, with a network of connections few could match. Don't worry, child. The Hua family has weathered great storms. How could they be defeated by this current trouble? Old Madame Qin said cheerfully, reaching out to take Quan Xingnan's hand. Seeing the emerald bracelet she had given her on her wrist, green and vibrant like clear water, old Madame Qin felt even more delighted. Quan Xingnan was considering whether to open her third eye to see the crisis Huo Wedding faced when she heard Ouyangyu, who was accompanying her mother-in-law, speak. I heard that the issue in the US shouldn't have happened. During the assessment, the local person in charge concealed facts from headquarters, leading to miscalculations, a broken capital chain, and losses of tens of millions of dollars. Thus, Huo Wedding had to fly to the US to handle it. Quan Xingnan quickly said, tens of millions of dollars? That's a significant amount. I have quite a bit of liquid capital on hand. Old Madame Qin patted her hand, her smile growing wider. Keep your money for yourself. Lao Si isn't short of money either, but as the executive chairman of the Hua Group, he can't just pour money in without reason. Besides, if he can't resolve this, he wouldn't deserve to be the top leader of such a large group. Quan Xingnan nodded, thinking she would call Hu Xueden later to ease her mind. "Oh Yang," you suddenly said, "the bride is coming out." Quan Xingnan looked up. Not just her, but everyone was captivated by Quan Xueden. Her skin was fair, her demeanor noble. Even in middle age, she was more graceful and elegant than a young maiden. She wasn't wearing an overly elaborate or luxurious gown, just the simplest handmade qipao. The qipao was made of bright red cloud brocade, paired with a string of perfectly round pearls around her neck, complementing the pearl earrings on her ears. Simple to the extreme, yet beautiful to the extreme. It carried a hint of returning to simplicity, much like how a true culinary master skill is revealed in a dish of boiled cabbage. The MC, Wang Hui, had volunteered for the role. Holding the microphone, he tested the sound, then quickly walked onto the stage, facing the audience. Dressed fashionably and looking sharp, he spoke eloquently. "Distinguished guests, hello. I am Wang Hui. Today, I will host the engagement ceremony of my beloved father, Mr. Wang Juanda, and Ms. Quan Xuang. As a son, I bless them, wishing them peace, joy, health, and longevity for the rest of their lives. Now, let's welcome my sister, Miss Quan Shinan, to the stage. I believe she, like me, offers her greatest blessings to the couple today." He grinned at Quan Xingnan. Even in the crowded hall, he spotted her immediately. A dragon among men, that was probably the kind of person she was. Quan Xingnan shot him a glare. This wasn't part of the plan at all. She had no desire to show off on stage. But since Wang Hui had already said it, she had no choice but to accept it. With light and agile steps, Quan Xingnan reached the stage in an instant. Fortunately, her outfit today was presentable. A light green chiffon dress, fresh and elegant. Seeing the young girl standing gracefully on stage, like a pearl of a person, the audience below erupted in waves of admiration. Chapter 900, Flying to Hong Kong 5. This was that beautiful and powerful young woman. This was that mysterious and kind-hearted young woman. Her unfathomable divination skills inspired both admiration and fear, leaving no one daring to scheme against her. Standing on the stage, she was like a towering mountain, commanding reverence. Quan Xingnan's gaze shifted, clear and flowing like water, nearly intoxicating those who looked upon her, reluctant to look away. Raising a wrist as fair as snow, ignoring the envy of many noblewomen below who coveted her bracelet, she brought the microphone to her lips and spoke crisply. "That's right, just like Brother Wang Hui, I offer my greatest blessings to the couple today. They are no longer young, but they still have the right to love. Their meeting is a blessing, their understanding is a blessing, their commitment is a blessing, and their perseverance has led to the true happiness of today. I am young and don't fully understand, but all kinds of information are teaching me to grow gradually and learn about this society. I believe that whether widowed or divorced, whether poor or rich, everyone is independent and can seek their own life. Widowhood is sorrowful, but divorce is not shameful, poverty is not pitiable, and wealth is not something to be arrogant about. Do not give up because of others' opinions. Do not give up because of your own inner weakness. Persevere, and everyone will see the rainbow after the storm. So, as a daughter, I wish my mother, Ms. Quan Xuang, and Mr. Wang Juanda a long and happy union, forever united in heart." Wang Hui interjected, "Every couple deserves blessings, especially today's Mr. Wang Juanda and Ms. Quan Xuang. Please give a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Wang Juanda to the stage first." After finishing his words, he was the first to clap. Soon, the hall was filled with enthusiastic applause. Wang Juanda stepped forward gracefully and calmly, his suit making it nearly impossible to tell he was already middle-aged. "Thank you all for coming to attend the engagement ceremony of Ms. Quan Xuang and me. I sincerely thank you." Bowing deeply, Wang Juanda straightened up and continued, "I am very steadfast about this new chapter in my life, and I am very grateful to everyone who supports Ms. Quan Xuang and me. I am even more grateful to my future wife, Ms. Quan Xuang. She has given me a sense of happiness, making me feel as nervous and excited as a young lad. That's right, she has brought back the passion and romance of my youth. I am full of anticipation for this new marriage, and I wish today's engagement ceremony could become the wedding ceremony. That way, I could call her my wife, Mrs. Wang." Old Madame Qin whispered below with a smile, "I didn't expect Wang Juanda to be so eloquent." Hearing her words, old Madame Lin smiled gently. Zhao Yuzhen, however, knew that her daughter's journey to this day had not been easy. She had endured too much suffering. She only hoped this new marriage would allow her to live the rest of her life happily. Soon, Wang Hui said, "Did you hear that? Ms. Quan Xuang is the goddess in my father's heart. Now, let's welcome the goddess." Escorting Quan Xuang onto the stage was Old Master Yun, not Old Master Yuan. Old Master Yun was the father Zhao Yuzhen truly recognized in her heart. Step by step, she ascended the stage as if walking through her own life. Quan Shuang thought of many, many things. She thought of the poverty of the past, of her loving parents, of her cold-hearted ex-husband, of her filial children, and of her younger brothers and sisters-in-law who had treated her kindly since their reunion. With a heart full of gratitude and anticipation, Quan Shuang stood on the stage. Looking down, she spotted old Master Yuan, her biological father, of whom she had no memory. She hadn't expected him to appear here at her engagement ceremony.